Alright, give me a minute. I'm gonna make some tea, and I'll be right there. I actually agree, Rosework. It is hella inefficient. Why? Yeah. I should have made the tea before eating. That was entirely correct. Actually, I even thought of it, but I didn't do it. Hello, hello. How are you doing? This is the daytime camera angle. Straight ahead. I'm a little bit bothered by... There we go. Perfect. Diva playing StarCraft there is so pippins. Hey. It's a dead fucking game. Time to psychoanalyze you by nitpicking your room. Please do. I love it when people do that. It's what I live for. It's why I started streaming, actually. So I could get free psychoanalysis. It's underrated, honestly. You don't even need that many viewers. And therapy is fucking expensive. So, you know, it's free. It's free. Why would anyone not do that? Yozim hasn't started the server yet. Playing Valorant changed you. It did. It actually did change me. Hoarder. I'm not hoarding. I just have some, like, clothes hanging on the chair. Jesus Christ. You know what I am hoarding? I'm hoarding your fucking mom. Got him. Hey, don't judge me. Omega yikes. Okay. Blah 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 blah. I've already said this, but holy shit, is lo-fi hip-hop the elevator music of our time. It's inoffensive. It doesn't really tell anything. Like, no, there's no story to it. There's no emotion. There's a bit of emotion. I'm exaggerating. There's some emotion, but there's no story to it. It's not. There's no message to it. I hate it. I have a love and hate relationship to it. If I hated it, I wouldn't be playing it. Like I like groovy jams and whatnot, but it's actually literally the lowest effort, which is false. It takes a lot of work to make any piece of music, whether it's lo-fi hip hop or anything else. But it's actually the lowest. It sounds like the lowest effort thing you can do nowadays.
Hi.
Oh, hey. What are your thoughts on lo-fi hip hop?
It's probably like really easy to make. It sounds pretty low effort.
Okay. 90% of it sounds like it could have been composed by a GAN. Yeah, probably. You could probably train a decent a decent neural network to generate it. No, because I was saying I don't think it's that easy to make. Like whenever people think about easy music and then they actually start trying to make it, they realize, oh shit, it's not that easy. I had that moment. Like I've always been super elitist about like hip hop and rapping, and like really appreciating like very lyrical rappers who put a lot of effort into writing amazing lyrics or have a really good flow and delivery style. And then one day I tried to karaoke over someone who I considered like the lowest fucking tier of rap. Holy shit, it's hard. It's actually hard. Even the like lowbrow shit is actually hard to execute. I gain a lot of respect for that stuff. But so like lo-fi hip hop, I was just ranting. Like, it's literally the elevator music of our time. It's inoffensive to anyone.
Whoa.
It communicates nothing, no message. There's a bit of emotion in it, like, you know, but like nostalgia, chilling out. But that's all. There's nothing else to it.
Oh my
I still
goodness.
like it, but
okay.
Damn.
Destroyed.
Let's get some spicy line from an anime and add a bass drum to it. That's good take. What live concert? Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, like most lo-fi is like adaptations of like games, and not most at all. Never mind. There's a bunch of lo-fi versions of game music and stuff.
Mm-hmm. That is true. There's a lot of it's a lot of like nerdy inspiration for sure. And what live concerts, festivals have you been to in Europe? Are jam bands a thing over there, or has the genre kind of vanished? Yeah, no, I haven't seen many jam bands. I know the band I used to play with was basically like a jazz / free jazz / like hip hop / world music inspired jam band. Like half our concerts, we would show up on stage and we wouldn't even have a set list. We'd just like actually jam out, which made for some amazing moments, but also made for some really shitty concerts. we were pretty inconsistent. Mostly, you know, what was one of the last concerts I've been to that was pretty fucking sick? I should just alt tab out of Valheim. I just closed it. Whatever.
Oh my goodness. I have something really cool to show you once you're here.
Alright.
Don't worry.
No problem. As a hip-hop artist, I implore you to debate me about hip-hop. I love hip-hop. Why would we debate about it? I don't get it.
There's so much honey.
Oh yeah, Sunset Roller Coaster. It's I think it's a Taiwanese band. Holy shit, that was so cool. Because like I expected going in there, if you've ever heard their like big hit My Jinji, you're expecting, you know, some like chill rock type stuff. And then they opened the concert with like weather report covers. I was like, oh shit, they're doing it. They're going in, and that was like a jam band vibe, honestly. Like the really long solos, a lot of improv. It was good vibes. Not at all what I expected.
Report?
Weather report, yeah.
Like, this sounds really boring. Was it really boring?
I don't know. Do you like 70s and 80s jazz? If you don't, then it'll probably sound boring to you. Weather Report.
Wait, is Weather Report a band? Oh, okay,
yeah, it's a band. It's a band.
Okay.
I just said covers of Weather Report.
I follow.
Weather Report covers sounds awesome. Yeah. No, like,
I thought like unironic, like they were like reading weather reports.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it. No, like Weather Report is mostly known for having had, and the main reason I know them as a bassist is that they had as one of their musicians one of the most influential and virtuoso bassists that ever existed, under the name of Jaco Pastorius. Who played with, who was mostly known for playing with Weather Report for quite a few years. But Weather Report actually existed before Jaco Pastorius joined them. I actually really liked their music before the Pastorius part of their existence. It's really good too. And honestly, as much as like 100% respect Pastorius, I love him. He's an amazing. He was an amazing musician. He died.
Wow.
He suffered from a really severe case of bipolar disorder that he was self-medicating with alcohol and cocaine, which led him to, after a few years, into like a really unstable lifestyle. He the last few years of his life, he was basically homeless. He would still sometimes do concerts because, like other musicians with more stable lives and careers, out of respect for him, they would like accommodate him and invite him on tours. Notably, his tour with Birelli Lagrène, an amazing jazz guitarist, is mind-blowing. The jams they go in are fucking amazing. It's some of the best Pastorius lives I've ever seen. There's like clips on YouTube you can check out if you're interested. Sadly though, it was really hard for people to work with him since he wasn't properly following medication. Or not being properly treated, and he ended up dying after getting into a drunk argument with the bouncer, and the bouncer like beat him up, and he died from that.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's rough. It's really sad. That was like literally the loss of one of the greatest musicians of the 20th century because of that. All right, sorry. You were gonna say something.
It's fine. I don't know.
You know, you're gonna show me something. Oh yeah, in game. I'm showing you.
Right
now.
Yeah.
Now I love Pastorius. If there wasn't the fucking DMCA stuff, I would play some Pastorius. I could probably play some lives. That should never gets flagged by the DMCA algorithms. It's usually okay. Wait, why did I respawn? Why did I wake up in base? Oh, probably because I was like disconnected for such a long time.
When did you die last?
I don't know. I don't have the like death thingy, so I don't think I died. I think I just like closed the disconnected far away. Oh my god! I teleported black metal scrap to this base.
Oh my goodness! Actually hacking.
And the worst part is we can't use it. Like, yeah, now I remember. I like disconnected near the somewhere near the what's it called? You know what? The Sky Castle.
Oh, okay. We do have some black metal here, so it's not the worst. But so we'll eventually have to bring that all back. But
okay. I'll just drop it in there. We have exactly 17. I'm pretty sure that's not enough to make anything useful.
Okay, you should put some food on real quick. I want to show you something cool.
Okay, give me a second. I have a bunch of crap in my inventory. How much food? How much HP should I have?
No, just like throw a meat and a honey on. That should be fine.
Okay. It should be okay then.
That should be fine.
I'm not gonna be fine. Oh my god.
You're gonna be fine.
I'm not.
Hi, Rosig. Welcome to the better chat. You're right.
Hi, Rosig. Welcome to the worst chat. Jesus Christ.
Got him.
You realize you have mod powers in my chat. You can literally, well, you can't ban Elysium because he's modded too. I can unmod Elysium if you want me to. I'll do it for you.
Wow.
He's my top donator,
Oh,
okay?
boy. Okay.
He deserves it.
Okay, you want to see something really cool?
Oh shit!
What? What?
You
This
got
is
the,
our normal
the
hammer.
frost hammer. Okay, oh, this is normal.
We have a
sorry.
normal hammer.
Yeah. Oh.
You don't have PvP
I
on.
don't have PvP on it. Go ahead. I forgot. I just connected.
No, I know. Look, I made the sword.
Nice.
Like that. See it? Look
Yeah.
at how dark it is.
It
Can't
is
even-
dark.
You can barely tell that it has a green tint to it.
Dark
And it
is
finally
like,
does
it's also actually dark
moderate
outside.
amounts of damage.
Yeah, it does. until we get dark like iron.
Yeah, until we
armor.
upgrade our armor.
Yeah.
So we could potentially kill each other again.
Wow, I'm so happy. I'm so happy for you.
Does that sound great?
That's great. That's awesome.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what? I'm gonna make myself a sword too.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Target.
Poggers.
I'm pretty sure there's enough left over.
You know
We
what
got
we
a
need
bunch
to
of
do
random
now?
stuff at that base. We
We
made
need
a
to-
bunch of
Sorry.
food stuff. I made bread and ate it.
Is bread good? What's it
It
like?
takes a lot of flour and it's a lot of stamina. So it's like it's a better turnip stew because we can probably get more grain.
Oh yeah, and we can like cultivate it, right? That's the thing
Yeah.
we fucked up. Oh yeah, we need to
Probably.
get more flax, right? And we need to get a flax farm going. I think that's the
Yeah.
most
So yeah, we
important
need
thing
to
right now.
we need to collect both of those things and cultivate them this time. No, I didn't go to the wrong portal. Okay. Well, I'm
Wait.
finishing building portal command first.
We don't
then
have
I'll-
any dark iron anymore. Or is it upstairs?
Oh no, yeah, it's upstairs next to the
Okay.
smith.
I
now.
get hella triggered. Okay, I'm gonna have to complain about this. I get hella triggered by how the fucking smelters are always 5 miles away from the actual workbenches.
Oh,
That's
Yeah.
not how you organize a workplace.
true. Right. I was mining more stone.
Stupid
Okay.
mosquito.
There is no VTuber. Wait, it wasn't promised. I didn't promise VTuber. Look, everything's a failure. Do you know what? No, never mind.
It feels bad, man,
Feels bad.
when everything's a failure.
It's lying. It's lying to people. Man, I need different CPU brackets to fit my heatsink to the socket,
Ooh.
and I got them, but the shipping tracker just says that the label's been made and it hasn't been shipped yet.
Mhm.
And I don't know if they just don't update the tracker or if it just actually hasn't shipped. And if it's taking 2 weeks for them to even ship something, then I'll just I don't know, buy a used CPU bracket. It doesn't fucking matter. I bet you I can find one somewhere.
Yeah.
But I mean, they can't be that much. It's just a little metal piece with screws and stuff. So it's I don't know. Can't imagine it could possibly be more than $20.
It's what brand cooler do you have?
Nocta.
Really? Because in my
love
experience,
Noctua.
Noctua, when the Noctua cooler I'm using, I bought, they delivered it with brackets for AM4 and Intel.
You are vastly underestimating how old my stuff is.
Oh, because it's a very old. Okay, yeah, that was the question I was gonna get at. What's the?
Yeah, it's got the last gen's socket brackets on it that don't fit anymore.
We need flax. I can't make a sword, and we in general we just need more flax. There's no
Wait.
flax, and we need a farm going.
No, there should be a bunch of spindles in the things downstairs.
I know.
There are.
Okay, I'm gonna check every single chest.
Yep. I think they're in the back chest,
Or
the furthest from the front of the castle.
Furthest from the front. I know. There's. Unless you mean Like in the workbench area, right?
Yeah. Unless I moved them after I used them.
I'll check the chests by the forge again, but... Oh, shit, yeah, by the forge. Never mind.
Okay.
I'm dumb. I'm a dum-dum. Oh, I need fine wood. Okay.
That might be a problem.
Ah, that's fine. We're in the plains, right? It's nighttime. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah. Sounds good. Oh.
Oh, I already know what's the worst that could happen.
I can't chop trees with a sword. How sad is that? Look, you're just getting more dark metal then. It's easy. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I'm mostly getting...
All part of the plan.
Mostly gonna get needles for now. So I can walk out and there's 2 mosquitoes on me.
I like the mosquitoes. They're friendly.
Now that they don't kill us in like 2 hits, yeah, they're a lot friendlier. I agree. When will I play Kenshi? I don't know.
Oh no.
That seems like a hard game to play. I only play easy games.
We should start the watch together thing.
Oh yeah, sure. If you wanna.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I have to warn you though. Like, there's only so much of listening to dumb fucking debates that I can take in a given day. When there's there might be a point where I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna let you listen to the rest. I'm done. I reserve the right to preserve my sanity, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Okay.
If that's okay.
Maybe.
Oh fuck, mosquito. There you go. Another mosquito.
Am I gonna really? No, I'm not. Okay, it's fine. Oh, poison is so dumb.
Oh fuck! I drank a potion. Why are my hotkeys swapped? I hit that wall a long time ago. Yeah. That's literally because we were talking. I was talking with Elysium yesterday about the Destiny.
No, it's so fun.
The Destiny Kenosha thing, and that's literally what happened to me when I was listening. I like listened to the first panel, and it was a bit nostalgic to listen to like dumb fuck conservative arguments, and but yeah, there's only so much of that I can take after a while. Well, it's a form of entertainment, I guess. I don't mind it as long as people acknowledge that it's like it's entertainment. It's not usually I don't. Do you think that debating, like, how do you think your viewers feel through? Do you think that debating actually like in those kinds of contexts really matters? Like that really changes someone's mind, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'm too cynical, but I feel like you'll see, but that Kenosha thing was like honestly like a conservative circle jerk. For the
but we have to recognize that conservatives exist, right?
Oh yeah, of course. But I just mean
I don't like you understand that. Okay, go.
But you just like I don't know. I at the end of the day, it was like it's also the style of discussion of like people trying to dunk on each other and everything. It's very performative. It's not people trying to convince each other, which makes me in general find the discussion very dishonest on a fundamental level.
I agree.
It's just happening that feels like people aren't really being genuine, and so I listen to them. Yeah, I think sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, that makes sense and stuff. I think it's just more sad that a lot of people's opinions are just formed based off who looks good. So, like, the idea of just dunking on someone and they're, like, dumb, like, yeah, I think that actually has a lot of value to it. Or not, like, maybe a lot, but, like, that has a level of value that is how some people are going to form their understanding.
Sure.
Oh no, I might burn to death here. No, we're fine. I don't know. There's a lot of conservatives.
There is a lot of conservatives, yeah.
And they view these people as their representatives still. So I mean, like, I don't think it's a wasted effort by any means.
Sure, yeah. It's just like seeing the interactions where like no having the better logic or the better arguments doesn't actually matter when people like already chose their side, which makes you wonder like what's the point of it all when I'm watching that kind of stuff. Anyways, I'm just rambling. Let's get right into it. Let's have some
memes. Where the dunking comes from. Okay. Just went to an incredibly unsafe place, and let's figure this out. You know, what can go wrong?
What can go wrong?
What can go wrong?
Okay, I'm leaving some fine wood in one of the chests. It'll be fun for you to figure out which.
Oh.
I'm leaving it
there
as a
will
surprise.
Be
an exercise. Should I walk around with a silver sword? Like, unless, even if we run into undead, where it's like marginally better damage, I think it's not worth the inventory slot at this point, right? What is the point of it all? Comfy feels. True.
I'm confused. You're saying a dark metal sword and a silver sword?
Yeah, like how we keep holding onto the silver sword just for the spirit damage against undead and
oh no, yeah, that's not worth
creatures.
it,
I don't think it's worth.
Yeah,
it's a little bit more damage, but yeah.
Oh,
Porcupine seems like a good meme, but we need iron for that.
How? Okay, I've never done this before.
Okay.
It's not my fault.
It is your fault.
Are we forced to watch an advertisement?
Oh maybe.
Goodness,
okay, you know, then just like play the VOD and like screen share it on Discord, and I'll.
No, I think it'll be done after. I don't know. We'll find out. If it does multiple ads, we'll move on.
Yeah.
For a sec. True.
Oh shit! I need to open the chat. Fucking Roser.
There's no
multi-stream chatting. Roser invited you to play Destiny 2.
True.
I'm sorry, Roser. I'm not.
One true game. Okay, how this? Oh, I should have looked this up. My goodness, I'm bad at this. Where?
Oh dear.
Where's like a comprehensive VOD for the Kenosha event?
I have no fucking.
Is there one?
There might not. You want me to try looking for it?
Sure, I am too. We'll see.
So where would be? It would be on Destiny's YouTube channel, right?
Well, Destiny has his part on his YouTube.
Oh, he just has his own part? Oh.
Yeah.
Yikes. Just his panel, yeah. Oh, no. Well. Yeah, he doesn't have VODs on his YouTube.
Okay, I'm trying the Better Discourse conference. They've got to have VOD somewhere, right?
And on Twitch, he has all VODs disabled, does he? No, he has it. Better Discourse, it's on Twitch. The VOD is on Twitch. Better Discourse event.
How long is it?
10 hours, 10 and a half hours long.
Oh, poggers. Wait,
it's
Destiny streamed the entire thing?
Yeah, that was the deal. They like invited him, and
perfect.
in exchange he like helped them set up the stream and streaming and all that shit.
Okay, we can do that. Oh. Ozars. Perfect.
Oh, yeah, Ozar found a YouTube link. How did you
Unlisted on Destinies. Ooh. Ooh.
Secret memes.
Ooh.
Wowie. Right, so how do I do this? How do we sync it up? Do we do screen share? Do we just like press play at the same time? I'm gonna have to like modify my scene to throw it into.
I thought the whole point was this watch together room thing.
Oh yeah.
Totally linked to you.
Put the YouTube video and watch together. Yeah. That works.
Definitely totally linked to, yeah.
Oh, you definitely. Oh yeah, you definitely totally did link it to me. Wow. Oh, Howie.
Though wow. I don't know how to get the watch together room to play. Wait, I got it. Okay.
Yeah, you got it. Oh, yeah, there will be DMCA-able music, by the way. Cause.
Do you care about that?
A little bit. There's a super long downtime. If you can just like skip ahead to where the actual panel starts, then that fixes the music.
Country music, cringe.
Oh,
what's wrong with country? Damn. Okay, now I need to. Everything. Jesus.
Spectator US and American Conservative.
Okay. I'm gonna need to add a scene. What will be a window capture?
Look, they're just introducing the people. Oh my goodness, we're so good at this.
Add a new source.
It's like we're a professional streamer. Poggers. Thanks, Ozark. That's perfect.
Alright.
Okay, look. I've got this copper vein, and I'm mining it because we need copper. Oh, no, I did the copper already. This is just stone. We just need a shit ton of stone. So I'm bringing more stone back to Stargate Command to finish it. And I'm totally gonna go get water because I want water. And I'll be right back.
Alright. There, top is gonna be what, 100 pixels? No more, 150. Perfect. Alright, there you go. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna have sound. Probably should turn the music off. Okay, earlier I mentioned Sunset Roller Coaster. Please check that band out. It's actually really cool. I don't know. It depends on like everyone's music tastes. I like music doesn't work for like a band won't please everyone, but I think it's really fucking awesome. And my opinion's the best one. I swear. Let's make some sausages. Ooh, we're almost out of raw meat. Interesting. Literally, Destiny take, you're just becoming Derek, I don't know if you're I don't know if you know how much that's triggering me. I'm wondering, is it like something you really think watching me, or is it are you trolling me basically?
Hey Namanam, do you ever feel like you're just parodying all of Destiny's content?
Yeah.
Are you like becoming a mini Destiny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's in my suicidal moments. I'm sorry, no, in the video game.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I'm looking down the ledge in Minecraft, those are the thoughts that cross my mind.
What if I just parrot all of your content and restream it, and you restream all of Destiny's, and we can make like a loop?
Then wouldn't the Twitchverse would explode?
The Twitchverse would explode. Okay.
I was just saying that a band I like is really cool. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no one ever talks about the music they like on Twitch. That belongs to
Yeah?
Destiny. You know what?
No.
That was a good That was a good take, Derek.
Music nerds. Okay. Yep. You're basically him.
Yeah. What are we doing?
Absorb him.
I guess
Absorb him.
I guess we need to find the planes and get some flags.
What are you doing? Got him. Okay. We need to, or I need to change the volume settings on. We're just gonna make it. We're gonna make it lower, so we can hear Kenosha shit. Okay. Can we both pause this video?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Whenever you want to add commentary, we can just pause. and yell at
I'll
things.
fucking talk over it. Fuck him. I don't care.
Are you
No
ready?
respect. Go ahead.
Sydney is a right-wing political commentator and journalist. She's appeared as a contributor of Sky,
Okay, I
on
can
Sky
go
News
over there.
Australia, America This Week, and One American News. And her writings have appeared in Human Events.
One American News.
Australia.
Poggers.
Oh yeah, is
Michael
that
Gonzalez.
like the Trump
Liberal
news
YouTuber with a
channel?
degree in political
Yeah,
science and
literally.
finance. When he's
Nice.
not fighting on Twitter, he's creating
News.
video essays, which discusses social issues in history. Justin Gibson.
Wait, this is a socialist?
Or some better
No.
known as Jangles. He has a master's degree in biomechanics.
I remember watching this
Liberal
panel.
Sanity
There,
Project,
it's
LSD,
not.
Liberal Sanity Project. He's a cool.
Oh, fuck the liberal
Oh, this guy on the
Sanity
right is also
guy.
a cool guy. He's the guy that we listened to debate
and make video essays discussing
about white
academic
guilt, I
literature on
think,
social
with
issues.
some other guy. I don't remember.
Do you remember which portal this is?
What's the name?
I don't know. I should have written it
Did
down.
debate Milo Yiannopoulos? Yeah, it might have
Thank
been
you
him.
for traveling. Some of you very
Probably
far
Swamp
Hummus.
Boss.
here, because without you, we
I'll
wouldn't
just
get to be
find
here
it.
on
No
the
wor-
stage
no
having
worries.
this conversation. So thank you.
Which?
As Justin said, today's
Yeah,
first
unless I know what
topic
name
is
of the portal, I have
media's
no idea which one it
distortions
is.
of Black Lives Matter
This
and
topic is so
feminism.
sus, guys.
There's no question.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be doing the Mogus thing for during the whole
Ah.
fucking panel.
Okay.
In the past few years.
Cringe.
As CNN
I
Oh,
just
oh,
the
oh.
Among Us meme
Darcy
is
said
kind of
last
boring,
year
but that's
in
fine.
an article
What
entitled
do you mean? It's
Black
great.
Lives Matter
Yeah,
reshapes
okay.
the
You're
media
sounding pretty
landscape.
sus right now.
The media
you seem.
industry is at another inflection point.
What a
The way
good
the
meme.
Me Too movement reshaped
Yeah.
newsrooms, sparked debate,
Okay.
and purged bad actors from positions of
You want to
authority.
come,
The Black Lives
unless you're
Matter
busy, you want to come
movement
to the
is bringing
Swamp
about a
Boss
similar upheaval
portal,
by
and
putting
we
questions about
do this
race
village. Hit up
and
some
reporting on
some like
center
grain and
stage.
flax and stuff.
So my first question,
Sure,
given
give
that
me
quote, is: has the mainstream
1
media
minute
been
to get there.
critical or supportive
Okay.
of Black Lives Matter and feminism? And if you think they've been critical or supportive, please tell me why. I'd like to start with Libby.
Oh man.
Critical of BLM? I mean, yeah.
I think that the mainstream
They
media
have
has been incredibly
to.
supportive of Black Lives Matter
Ooh.
and this new iteration of feminism, which is a
What about
complete
all the times
transformation
where,
of what it was originally intended to be.
They're criticizing the riots.
And I think that's
Starting
been
strong.
pretty.
Oh, they're
apparent.
gonna get
There's a
into
lot
that,
to
and
do
I'm
with this
they're
idea that,
spoiler alert.
supporting
The
BLM
conservatives
and
and the
supporting
moderator, who's
what's
like
known as
pretty
feminism
biased, are
is
gonna
the
be
compassionate
like, well, no,
approach.
the media is
I don't think
obviously
it actually is founded
left
in
leaning.
compassion. I think instead it's founded in an intention to
Oh, we debated
reframe
Milo.
the
Okay.
discussion around minorities and women, to infantilize them, to say that they're not capable of making their own choices.
Super sus, guys.
Ooh.
I was thinking this
He's
might
gonna
be the
make you.
question that
If
we
you
all
find
agree on.
Amogus memes cringe, you're gonna
is there
cringe
anyone in the
really
panel
hard
who
here.
doesn't
We're
agree that
already
the media's been
cringing,
overall
okay?
supportive of Black Lives Matter and feminism?
I think they've been overall supportive, but maybe not quite as supportive as you might think so. So up until the George Floyd murder in May, what was it, May 26th
Nice.
last year? Is that date correct? Up until then, they were sympathetic, but they still followed something called the protest paradigm. So a lot of the way the media talked about Black Lives Matter and the events that inspired it were less focused on what the aims of the protesters were and more focused on what the effects of the protests were doing in the community. So of course, if something gets set on fire in a protest, or if a protest turns into a riot, that's
Yeah,
going to be
that seems true.
diagnostic of that protest, and that's going to generate the most media attention. But it's also a little bit of a distortion to say that this
guy's
is
talking about the speed
representative.
of
This one
destiny.
fire that was set at the very end of the night after 12 hours of protest, this is what is diagnostic. This is the true face of this protest. And even though media were largely sympathetic, they still follow that same paradigm that has been pervasive throughout media throughout history, which is to say, what are the effects on the
Oh, no.
community?
That
what are
was
the
sus
effects?
as fuck,
Are there
guys.
any, like, you know, what
Oh my goodness, shut the
what
fuck
are
up, that's me.
and less focused on what
You're
the
gonna
actual
look.
protest
The mosquitoes are gonna
So,
eat me?
with the
Nah,
Second
the
Amendment,
mosquitoes
were they,
don't
broadly
harm me
supportive
anymore.
of BLM and broadly supportive of like the Me Too movement? I'd say the answer is yes, but probably not as like gung ho, all on the team, no critical thinking whatsoever, as a lot of people seem to think it was.
Well,
I
we
should
are
eat food.
here in Kenosha where we did get the phrase fiery but mostly
should.
peaceful protests. We had a CNN reporter standing in front of a burning building saying that the protests were mostly peaceful.
God, that's the
while
impressive.
there's
That was such a good meme.
massive arson
I
going
know,
on.
that is the big meme, and that looks bad.
It
CNN,
was-
why did you do that?
Well, CNN did that because they are largely and intentionally supportive of the Black Lives Matter movement to the exclusion of any critique of it.
I mean, they showed the fires, didn't they? They didn't.
They said that it was totally cool to have a city burning.
I
They
don't.
were
They didn't say
wicked
that.
into it.
No,
You know
that's exactly
I'll
what they
let
said.
other
What
people
do you
speak. I
mean?
don't think I believe you when they.
Are you implying those people are deemed disingenuous? Why?
I
don't get this.
Characterization.
was fiery,
I'm
but mostly
curious,
peaceful.
Justin, if I could interrupt. Do you think that
the
there's
shaman.
Oh,
overall
nice.
bias in the mainstream media that towards the left point of view? I mean, if you compare the events of January 6th and how that was covered to the protests that happened, the Black Lives Matter protests that
Yeah,
happened.
I would actually very
last
much.
year.
God, I
agree.
wish I was
a
on
lot
this
of
fucking
research,
My shield's not up.
studies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the majority of
I almost
mainstream
killed
media outlets,
myself.
now it's very important
Nice.
that you do not paint the mainstream media as this monolith with no diversity of opinion. Like the mainstream media is broad. There are different perspectives.
Okay,
but no,
got
they
some flags here.
definitely,
Oh, this is
lean further
perfect.
right.
When
Just
when you
not- sorry,
when you
for,
pop a
further
flags,
left,
it like
and
drops
further
2 of
liberal.
them, so you
But,
can replant
what does it
one.
mean to be biased? Biased
Okay.
against what? Like, what is your neutral starting point? So, Michael over
Oh,
here is
my-
a liberal, as far as I know.
If I had been
there's no
fired, I'd be dead.
conservatives, and I am an idiot. So there are a lot of different perspectives that we can bring to the table, and I just want to know, like, what is the what do we consider neutral? I don't disagree. They do bias towards. What
okay.
would be
I'm really
a
good.
Oh,
neutral
shit, you
frame
died.
that would say that
Okay,
somebody
that's
is
fine.
not
To
biased? Because there are lots
pop
of
a
ways
potion.
to have bias in media through distortion.
King of
effects,
Swede,
through
hi.
filtration.
Oh,
What
hi,
do you
King of
not
Swede.
include? It's very difficult, and I would argue impossible not to be biased. Although it's certainly a problem when it goes too far.
The king is in.
I guess in answer to your question, when I was doing my Master of Journalism
We've progressed,
a few
but
years
not
ago,
finished the castle
the way
at all.
that you were taught to circumvent your biases was to admit that you had them, for starters, which I think is really important when you are dealing with news and current affairs. But the other thing, too, is that it's about fact-checking, it's about verifying information, and it's about doing your best to keep your opinion from
This is
the
a
news
very
that you're
weak
writing.
bias.
A lot of the time what we see is
If
really
we're
clumsy
calling
language within
pro-feminism,
news articles that actually very
pro-BLM
clearly give you the perspective and point of view
bias,
of the
like,
journalist without them
this is
actively
not a
saying
strong
anything
bias.
else. So it's the difference between saying that Kenosha is mostly fiery. What is it? What was
Wait,
that?
why are you saying that?
Fiery, but mostly peaceful.
Where I mean, that's obviously a distortion of what was happening. You can see in the background there's flames everywhere. People are throwing things. There's people walking around with guns and whatnot.
It's not even a
world-
distortion
the
because the whole
world is
point.
burning.
People with guns was
I-
good, though.
I mean, okay, so the whole point is that the protests during the
But that's- again,
daytime
that's my bias coming through,
were
but
very
as a
peaceful and
journalist,
fine.
you're
The protests at night
obligated
were
to be as
probably
neutral
not.
as you can by admitting these biases.
And so to like characterize the
Other
entire thing as
outlets,
mostly peaceful seems fine
um,
still. It's just it was a
obligated to
really
state
shit
what their biases.
angle
So I'm with the Post-Millennial.
time to say that
We are a center-right publication.
because you weren't characterizing
about
the
that.
just like the rioting at the end. I don't know. Maybe all of Kenosha's
Michael, what
fine.
about you?
That
What,
was so
what do you
sus.
think the media stands in terms of bias these days?
I think you'll find most bias, probably biases towards sensationalism.
Uh-oh,
What
there's
I'm
a
little
torch
bit more
guy.
confused about, because I didn't really, Justin's question is a
Oh.
funny one. What is
And
the
there's a
neutral
one-star
way to
guy.
cover this?
This is gonna
I
be
don't
rough.
think
That's
the
a lot.
media denies,
Yeah.
by and large, that there are violent elements within Black Lives Matter. I think they cover
Oh,
proportionally, actually, since the
I'm
majority of
dying.
Black Lives Matter protests and movements have
Getting
been
out of
largely
here.
peaceful.
What was that last part?
The majority of Black Lives Matter movements and protests have been peaceful. It is a movement of peace, by and large. People who want to recategorize as a terrorist group,
Wait, you know what?
seem to be missing
Oh,
the point.
shit,
you died again.
By
Okay.
and large, it's a peaceful movement. So
Okay.
I would say that like they tend to cover it pretty.
Yeah, see,
proportionally.
overall,
Lines
the
are drawn for
characterization is
violent
fine.
things because that's the part that's going to make the news.
Would you also say that the
Well,
protests
not
on
in
January 6th
conservative
were
media.
peaceful?
Yeah, I think it would.
Right.
The riots weren't. Yeah, there was an entire rally before that that drew like several.
Oh, that's
thousand
an
people
interesting-
that was largely peaceful.
Interesting.
The
Give.
guy takes in his
So,
stride.
That's
I
fine.
looked
He
up,
has the
there was a
like
recent
correct
study
response.
that came out. It was a paper by political scientist Eric Kaufman, and it was covered in
That's
the
a fine thing to say,
Manhattan
yeah.
Project sponsored, I believe, and Coleman Hughes covered it. And in this study, he found that 8 in
You know what?
10 black
Go get your
people
body. I have like all the
erroneously believe
goblins
that young
here,
black men are more
and
likely to be shot to
grab
death
the
by
like
police
remaining
than to
flax
die in a
and
traffic
wheat,
accident.
and then
Only 1 in 10 disagrees.
and then we can get out of here.
Okay.
Among a highly educated sample of liberal
Among
white
who?
people,
Whoa, we're not gonna
6
murder them
in 10
all?
agreed that young black men are more likely to be shot to death by police than to die in a traffic accident. So my question is, what is the media's role? Has the media played a role in this misunderstanding of basic facts?
Wow.
Is the media's bias in reporting creating an undue culture of fear in the community? And Justin, do you want to start?
Yeah, certainly the media plays a role in that. It's because it's more sensationalized to be shot by police than it is to die in a car accident. And so, of course, the thing that makes that is the most interesting.
How
to talk
dare
about is gonna
people
be what shapes a lot of people's
not
opinions.
have the
I do
correct
think this is an issue
understanding.
that should be addressed in a multifaceted way. But for another example of this would be like when a plane crashes.
This guy is pretty good. I think he has the right responses for things. I don't think he's like convincing anyone, but
you know what they're not afraid of? They're not afraid of getting in their car and
No,
driving
he
the
sounds super
distance
reasonable.
Like I did.
That's-
What I did was dumb. I drove here. It was way more dangerous to drive here than to fly
like a
here.
comparison
And
with
so, of course, there
like
are facts that are,
sensationalism and
misconstrued
plane
and not
crashes
really
is
misconstrued,
really
but just
good.
overemphasized,
Okay,
because that's
we've
what's
got
happening.
2 fields
I
left
think
to
there
go,
are
and there's
other
more
ways to address
goblins.
that, but I
Oh,
don't
3
think it's
fields,
unique
4
to
fields. Wait,
Black
this is an
Lives Matter
amazing
when
camp.
unique to the situation.
So
I
do
can
you
just
believe-
solo
is
this
it-
goblin.
do you
What
believe
can go
it's
wrong?
Mostly due to sensationalism and not to a narrative
They haven't
bias
reset
around
over here yet,
racial
so
issues?
you're
I don't
probably
think
safe.
it's a
Isn't that a
bad word.
woman?
I think it's a little bit of
So
both.
sus,
One, I
guys,
think
so
has to be
sus.
biased towards like
The
being
fuck
anti-racist.
up.
I think that's an awesome bias to have.
You know
But
what's
in
you know
terms
the
of, like,
funniest
yeah, I
part
think it's a
about
problem
this
with the media in general,
is that
they're making more sensationalized story, and that is something that ought to be
he was
addressed
close to the
throughout
mic
media.
for the
Like how,
official
like,
stream,
I
so they
think,
actually heard him
statistics
do his
and
dumb
things
fucking
are about
Amogus
that.
memes
It's
over
hard
the
to
actual
say,
talk.
like, if this is gonna sell more news
Oh, no.
quickly.
There
That's
are
how
people
they
like
sense it.
tweeting, "Who
Is
the
this
fuck
gonna
is
get more people to
talking?"
tune in?
While
So,
this is going on.
there should be something done about that, though. You're correct.
Isn't it problematic though to be constantly saying that?
Fuck! I killed myself.
Black individuals in
Wait, if I go-
States are victimized at
Oh.
a much higher rate, when in fact a lot of statistics that
That's
are
close.
cited are either incorrect
Okay.
or incomplete. I mean, and then we also
I'm,
end up with a narrative where
I'm
we
killing
always
goblins.
talk about white supremacy and how pervasive it is.
Masters in
when
journalism,
realistically,
by
I
the
think
way.
that that's probably one of the lowest factors of victimization of black people in the United States. We've ended up with a narrative that basically circulates white supremacy rather than actual systemic issues within the black community. Do you think that's a problem?
What do you mean white supremacy? What is the bar for white supremacy? I would kind of not throw this to the audience, but get it going into your head. What is the bar for white supremacy, and how long ago did it have to happen before it continues to matter? When you say systemic issues in the black community, where do you think they come from? Do you think-
Fatherlessness?
Fatherlessness. Why are they
The
fatherless?
classic.
Why
Oh,
are
I
they
ran this
fatherless?
dialogue tree down with him
I
last
would-
night.
well, I'm
Exactly
not a
this
black
dialogue
person,
tree.
so I
Oh my
can't
god, you
comment
can do it,
on-
you can do it.
I don't,
Nice.
well, I grew up in a completely different country where we don't.
Watch out, there's a
have
goblin
similar
shooting-
problems
shooting.
that the United States has.
Thanks.
So
Yep.
he commented
I see
on
him.
why I think fatherlessness is pervasive. I would
Oh, fuck,
say
he's
for
almost
us,
killed
I
me.
think there's an
You know what, I'm
emphasis
gonna-
on how perhaps cool it is to grow up in an environment without
Ask
a
why,
dad.
one
A lot
more
of
time,
dads
one
are in
more
prison
why, one
too,
more
which I
why,
know
come
that you
on.
point to crime, like over-policing for why people often end up in prison, why these fathers end up in prison, not with their families and whatnot. But I also think that there's a
It's,
culture
yeah, you just
of
need one more
fathers just not
step.
being present because it's cool to not be present.
Just cut her
I
off.
think that's a gross simplicity. Like that's
Oh,
a
no.
gross oversimplification.
This feels like
It's
a
cool
throw.
to not be present. I don't.
It's okay.
Actually believe that.
I
But
think his
it's
response
a
is
very,
fine.
very
You need to ask
salient
one more
point
why.
is that
Get her
if
to
you
admit
grow
it.
up
Like the Destiny wants her to
Wait,
like basically admit she's being racist, right?
How it's awesome to
Or, like,
leave your kids alone.
overstep
Now,
No,
I
it's
think
not that she's being racist. She's
when
not
you grow up, or when you grow up
giving
in
a,
cultures,
a
marginalized, short-term
good
survivability
framing,
is
like
the
a
thing that
comprehensive
matters,
framing of
right?
what
There's an
the
awful
actual
lot of
issues are.
government programs that
So you just push one
are
more.
easier to get if you are a single mom than if you are married.
It's like,
There's an awful
why
lot of that.
do these
This
problems
one is
exist?
so
And it then does go back to
where
white supremacy.
people decide to
Yeah.
not get married because they
Among
can
Us.
do better with
that's true.
government assistance without getting married. And so what
Yeah,
ends
he
up
does let her
happening
get,
is that
like,
leaves the
sidetracking,
man perfectly
I guess.
free
Yeah.
to just go and do whatever, which is what he tends to do.
How come white people don't do this as much as black people then? Lydia?
Yes.
I'm
Not
talking about white people.
Well,
They don't do it at the same per capita. They don't do it same per capita. Don't let her get away with it. No, don't let her get away
I
with it.
thought we were talking about black fatherlessness.
Sure,
I
I'm
would have
talking about
assumed that-
fatherlessness, which I do think is a problem across the board. I think that families are encouraged in a lot of cases to not stay together.
Oh, no.
And I think that that's a problem. I think we also prioritize our own individual
Wait.
desires
Oh
as
my
opposed to our
God.
responsibilities to
This
each other.
fucking
Would you say
conservative.
black fatherlessness is a bigger issue in the black
Yes,
community or
yes,
the white
yes. Good,
community?
good, good.
I would say black fatherlessness is a bigger issue in the
Why?
black
Oh, fuck,
community,
I'm being
and
shot.
white fatherlessness is a bigger
Oh, no,
issue.
come
And there's a
on,
guy
don't
up,
let her
up
equivocate.
on the
But
tower.
I also think that we have a
No,
problem
don't
with
let her get away.
the
Oh, all the barley.
well-off.
I need to call an emergency.
Oh, that
meeting.
did kill it, didn't it?
my God.
I'm
It
sorry.
doesn't matter. We have plenty of it, and we can farm it.
Who,
That's
sell
what
this
matters.
ideology
Okay.
of
Okay, this
go
guy
and do
up
as you
here.
please. They go and get married and they stay together and they raise their kids in
I'm not
educated
gonna
homes
stay
with
together.
Lots of books and both parents around. So they are not actually
lots of
practicing what
books.
they preach.
Alright, no,
That
she is
that's-
fucking racist.
That
Fuck
ought
it.
to be exposed. And
Yeah.
I think that ought to be exposed probably in media. But to get back to what you were saying about media, why do
Got lots of
Destiny
books
on
in
my
their
level.
homes.
lead with fires? Why do media outlets
How did
lead
she
with
disconnect those two
people
topics?
getting shot?
How did she get from A to
threats
B?
and negativity are diagnosed.
It's because she
They are
vented
real.
this among us.
Y'all read it. That's what you read. And if we want to stay in business,
I
we
hate
have
you
to
so
also
much.
provide what our readers want to read.
Isn't that what I said?
So what's that?
Isn't that kind of what I said?
Okay, we did
The
this
Okay.
village.
that sells
We're good?
because
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it does.
Okay,
sell,
now
but
we
I
need to
would
plant
say that what that
stuff.
means is the
The
responsibility
flags especially, right?
of you know,
Both.
all of that's the
Well,
the
yeah,
yeah,
the
both,
flag
both.
so
especially.
often placed on media. As
Should we do it at the Sky
driver
Castle,
and all that
or
stuff. That's a
do you
responsibility
think?
that should be on each
Yeah,
individual.
'cause that's where we're, doing all the
right?
high
Make
tier
your up
stuff,
your
why
own
not?
minds.
Yeah.
Consume as
And on
much
the other hand, we
information
already
as
have a
you like,
wall that
and then
encompasses like
form your own
farmland
opinions.
on
Don't wait for
the
someone
at the
to
other
tell you what
thingy.
to
So
think. And my issue with the bias,
You can just make. I'll give you
in
the
media
cultivator. You can just make
in
new
favor
farm.
of BLM, in favor of this garbage.
Give
Me
me a
Too
mosquito
movement, et
farm,
cetera,
too.
Is that it insists on
Wait, how?
telling readers and
You
viewers
farm mosquitoes?
what
Because
to
all
think,
the
not to say,
mosquitoes will come
"Here's a
to
bunch of
attack you
Oh,
every
yeah.
time you
Go
farm.
ahead and
True.
make up your own mind about what's going on. That's
oh,
not,
I have
that's not what
17
leftist media
or
does.
No one would
Leftist
ever
media
talk
tells
this
you what
much
to
if they
think.
weren't this fucking
And
sus.
Yeah,
media
there's no other VOD
primarily
driver.
exposes those biases
I'm
and
sorry.
offers
I
more
gotta
information
stop you there.
and encourages people to think for
Why would you?
themselves.
He needs to interrupt her.
It's incredible to me that you would say that. You're exposing all these biases in media, and you just want people to think. You just want them to like come to their own opinions. Well, you pin articles.
Wait, I need,
watch the video.
encouraging people to boycott
No one else
a
is
free app
watching.
that lets you know that you're vaccinated.
Here.
This is what is incredible to me. Like I
You
know
can have
this is
my-
an issue.
Encouraged people to boycott a
Fine.
free app to let people know their bias.
Yeah,
They're-
why I will boycott New York's vaccine passport. Did you
Yeah,
not write
that's
that
my
article?
opinion. That was an op-ed.
You don't think
Oh
when
my
you
God.
directly
Now
cause
the op-eds
people to
matter.
boycott them in every shape and size, do not submit.
Can I get
do
a
not
preemptive
give up
ban
your
on Destiny
rights
in this
in
chat
service
for
to the
these shit
government.
things?
That's my
Downloading-
opinion, and I'll stand by that. But it doesn't have to
It's
be
your
everybody's
opinion.
opinion.
I'm sorry, it seems super weak that your opinion is to tell people. It's just my opinion that I think you should boycott this. I think that's a very weak justification.
I totally disagree.
And there's another issue. Like I don't understand when bias in media is an issue, but people who say that are trying to get you to not trust mainstream media because they want you to listen to their conservative sites. They want you to
Nice.
listen to their bias.
Push it.
Wouldn't you
Mainstream
agree with-
media has certainly given up its, any indication that it's objective.
Would you agree with Libya?
Yeah,
earlier
really
where
sus.
she was
Fox
saying
News is not-
that At least a lot of conservative media will tell you their bias in their about page. I mean, if you go to Breitbart, it tells you we lean right. If you go to BuzzFeed,
If you go
in the
to
About Us page, it doesn't tell you we lean
and
left.
if you go to Fox
Definitely
News, it
that's-
says
I think
fair
that
and
would be a good
balanced.
look. Yeah.
Or the New
Fox
York
News is
Times
fair
or
and
Washington
balanced.
Post.
Yeah,
They
there you
don't
go.
tell you that. They don't tell you that they lean left, and they clearly do. The New York Times.
Hey,
has
Cultivator's
undergone
back in
massive
the,
transformation from
tools
being
chest.
an objective and very trustworthy news
So
outlet
you just,
to
like,
being
hoe some
entirely
ground and
biased
then-
and left leaning.
No, you just
New York
use the
Times About Us
cultivator.
page does not say we lean left.
Okay.
I checked, just so you know.
Why, who can, what does that
So
even mean?
Some of the discussion here about Black Lives Matter leads into another question
Hmm.
I had.
I'm gonna go
which
to
is
the
about
Sky Castle and set up
name
some
of
farmland.
The organization itself. So,
David, shut the fuck
and
up.
issues that they focus on.
It's not like I'm-
Because we
never
started
mind.
talking about,
When have I
fatherlessness,
ever like
Yeah,
cared
it's a
to form my
react.
opinion based off
And
what someone else's
given that
opinion
they call
is?
themselves
Ten
Black
times.
Lives Matter.
Yeah, that's
do you
why
believe that
Elysium
their
listens to me,
focus on
so I can
police
finally
violence
get
is
his
far
based
too
opinion.
narrow, Considering
Oh yeah, what
that
about crime?
black deaths at the hands of police are a very small percentage of overall murders in the black community.
It's not that it's a small percentage; it's an
Well, yeah,
unjust.
I think that the current state of Black
event.
Lives Matter, perhaps that they should change their name to something along the lines of a very, 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 very small portion of Black Lives Matter. Because at the end of the day, if you're looking at, I believe
my
the
God, bring
latest
up
stat
abortion,
was
do it.
19 people, unarmed
She-
black men, died at the hands
I'm not
of
gonna do
police.
spoilers.
I believe that was a 2019 stat.
There you go.
And that's very, very. It's not
Wait, does
insignificant because these
Bojangles
are
actually have
people's
a
lives that are being
fucking
taken,
binder
but
up there?
at the
We
end
can
of
care
the
about
day,
all
there's
these
some
things at the
things to
same
take
time,
into
too.
Consideration actual crime rates and again these more pervasive issues within the black community, and then again you take into consideration
was
the,
Derver in bed.
hundreds of thousands of dollars in money that they raise.
I'm 400
that I
child
don't
voice
believe
from
goes back
Patty.
into programs to what's
Derver.
going on in the black community.
What's
Like,
going on?
Derver does it to
Really
himself.
understand how they can say Black Lives Matter when the reality is that they're focusing on, again, like you said,
Oh my
such
God,
tiny
a 2-star
portion of
fooling.
people. And
Do you
again,
think that we have to,
spooky.
it has to
And
get to
I'm
the point
defeating
where
it in one-on-one
that's the only time
combat.
you can actually protest,
Honorable
like, police brutality
PvP.
against black people. Does it have to get to that threshold? They have to be dead. There can't be like over-policing. There can't
Oh.
be increased stops. There can't be a vast preponderance of evidence saying that black people are more likely to be pulled over by police. Both.
yeah, because they're more likely to speed. I mean, there are reasons why
Oh,
black people
what?
in
No.
particular situations are more likely to have interactions with the police, and it's because
Definitely
they act
not
in certain ways
true.
that
The
the
100
Asian
million
community
stop.
don't.
The sunlight
yes, this
study.
is true. This
The
is like
sunlight study.
statistically
Oh my God,
based
please, please, please.
information that
This
black
is a-
people, for example, more
Oh
likely
wait,
to speed,
you
more
can't
likely to
plant
stop
flags?
signs, things like this. So it's not.
God,
you
this
can't-
dude
you
needs to
can't.
interrupt. He's triggering me. He's letting them ramble the fuck on and move on.
I mean,
Why was there a study that came out?
No,
that
oh my God,
looked
he's
at,
bad.
The racial disparity between traffic
No, he's
stops
got the
at
answers.
nighttime.
He knows
And for
it.
some
He knows
reason,
it. He
at
knows it.
nighttime,
Doing it
you're unable to see the
15
driver,
seconds
racial
too
disparities
late.
disappeared.
no, you
100
don't
million stop.
interrupt
100
people
million stops in
in
this study,
debates and
by the way.
There
discussions.
was a study
Come
that came
on.
out that looked at the preponderance of traffic stops and the racial disparities between them. Cops tend to pull over black people at a far higher rate than white people in the daytime, but at night, when you can't tell who is behind the wheel, suddenly that racial disparity disappeared. Or were they running fewer stop signs? Were they?
She was she was trying to interrupt him,
I
but
don't have an answer to that because
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that particular
Masters
piece
in
of
journalism,
information.
by the
And I
way.
freely admit
Masters
that. I
in
think it's
journalism.
okay so you don't know. But I guess my
No.
argument
no.
in response to that would be
That looks real
why-
bad for
why
her.
are you saying that it's predicated on race?
In this case, it was literally the only factor that it could have been. You can
Yes.
see who is behind the wheel.
And
When you
the
bend
part-
over, everything
Or they
becomes
can't
better.
see-
the part that really dispers me
Also, in
is
regards to what you were saying
like
with
later
regard
on
to
when
the only time that police
You'll
brutality
see.
gets
I'll
protested is when
I'll
someone's
call it
killed.
out.
That's not true. We used to march for Mumia Abu Jamal, who was, wrongfully imprisoned. We used to march for all kinds of stuff about police brutality and wrongful imprisonment, and no one was being killed in those cases.
You gnome fuck!
Jacob Blake isn't dead, that's
Ignore
true.
this.
But
Yeah,
it
what-
was reported by CNN, I believe, that Jacob Blake was dead. And NPR. Was it NPR?
Okay,
was a
the
couple.
last sites, the last stories I looked up from them didn't say that, but you're kind of making my point that you don't have to get to the point where black people are killing before Black Lives Matter becomes an issue. You say it's in a very small portion of like black deaths.
Those are
are due to
really
police
loud.
guns.
I'm gonna have to
And I
mute
would agree
those,
with
okay.
that. But one, that's from a government agency. These
Oh,
people
I'll
are
just
just
pause
supposed
them
to be
between.
protecting you and they're
Never
killing
mind.
you. It is worth.
Police
It is
are
more.
police there? What is the purpose of police?
Purpose
Oh,
is to
no.
protect citizens. But a lot of police and a lot of people on the media seem to think that the primary purpose should be to stop criminals. Those two things overlap sometimes, but if you have to prioritize one, I think you should protect citizens more than stop police. So I think if someone is, I don't know, for example,
Stop police.
he
He fucked up. He
He
misspoke.
What was Jacob Blake actually doing?
He was trying to get into his car.
Oh no.
He was.
He was in the back
That's
seat of
all.
the
He was
car.
just trying to get into
Oh,
his car.
no. I don't
know, do you
Well,
think he
there
was
was a
reaching for a knife?
restraining order against
Oh,
him. He was
no.
where he wasn't supposed to be.
Not Jacob Blake. Oh no, not this
We'll
one.
have
Oh, that's a big
time
difference.
for questions
Man.
at the end from the audience. Yeah.
Also, the question is, as regards to
No,
who's
I agree.
calling police,
With people who have
how
restraining
often
orders should be
we go
fucking
around calling
shot.
police in our lives? I think a lot of times
Yeah.
people should think about that before they make the call. I try to avoid calling police as much as possible.
That was a
Oh,
that-
shut the
that's
fuck
correct.
up.
I agree with you. That's one of the things that Black Lives Matter is putting out there. If someone is having a mental health episode, it's probably a bad idea to call the police because
Then why
if they're
are the
acting
people
erratic,
in these families calling police? Like, look at the situation in Rochester.
Watch out,
right?
Rosick, I'm gonna get a
The man who
restraining
was
order
killed
on
there,
you.
I forget his name, and I apologize for that. But his brother called the
Why would
police
you be
on his
okay
own
with
brother, and
discouraging
the police
people
showed up
from
and
being
the man
able to
died.
use the police
In the
service?
Jacob
Like,
Blake incident, his ex
what kind of argument
called
is
the
that?
police because she didn't know how to deal with the situation. These
Blue
are
Lives
primarily
Matter, by the
domestic
way.
circumstances where family members are calling the police on other family
They
members.
came, Derver.
Why is it that it's at a point where you can't figure out what's going on in your own family and you need to call the
Ask
police? What's
Hassan
that
True.
about? What's going
If only
on
there was an
there?
organization.
And how
Oh,
is that
no.
the police's fault
If
for
only there was
showing
an
up when they have been
organization
asked to arrive and
if
take care of the
only
situation?
there was an organization trying to draw attention to these issues to get you to call the police in fewer circumstances. I don't know. That would be awesome if that
It's being pretty
organization
loud.
existed. It would also
It's
be
too bad they're
awesome.
also trying to remake
It
the
would
power
also
structure in the
be
United
super
States.
awesome
Yeah,
if
that's
there was an
really bad.
organization that was trying to, I
Damn.
don't know, reallocate funding
Why
to
would there
social
be anything
services.
wrong
It
with
would
power
actually be
structure?
better in these
Funding doesn't need to be
Sorry.
reallocated from police departments to social
I
services.
don't
In New
know
York
if she
City, we have
realized, like,
vast
a lot
Wait,
of
she
people-
just made the
social
argument
services.
about why
We
it
have
does need to
defunded
be
some police. We have
reallocated.
pulled plainclothes units from the
Yeah.
streets, and what we have is an increase in
She literally
homicide
just,
rates. We have
like,
an increase in
said the
violent
police
crime,
shouldn't be doing
primarily
these
in black
things.
communities like Bed-Stuy and in the Bronx.
So then
Why
someone
is
else
it that
needs
more
to.
black people
They need to
are getting
reallocate
killed in New York City
resources.
Since we've pulled
I mean,
police
I,
than
she's
prior
it's
to
a dumb
that.
argument, but she's basically arguing that you don't need to reallocate them,
about
you need to
2020.
allocate
Well,
them.
were there let me interject.
Which is like
This
dumb
is a good
semantics.
question.
Okay.
We
Like
can
the money, where is
stay
the
on
money
this
coming
topic,
from
but I
then?
do
Very
wanna give
sus to
Michael
interrupt
time
him
to
there.
talk. And do you believe that
Shut the
Black Lives
fuck up, Fist.
Matter is that it's meeting its goals, that it's achieving progress, that as a
To
result
some
of
degree. Yeah, to some degree.
That would've been really
I don't
funny
know
if you
why
used the
Black Lives Matter
Ghostbusters line,
necessarily
Rozig,
saying
actually.
Black Lives Matter
What
more
Ghostbusters
It would have
is
worked
it?
pretty well.
police.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
who are you gonna
No,
call?
You know, there's a
Like, yeah, what else? Like, this is the purpose. What else are you gonna
I
do?
don't think black people
Oh,
are
gosh.
ignorant to black on black crime. I think they care about it quite a lot. That said, if you're going to argue that Black Lives Matter has a bit of a marketing problem in how they broadcast themselves, I'm not going to disagree with that. They do, and I really wish they were more media savvy than they were. I wouldn't call them an organization,
True.
but it's a leaderless movement of like I don't know how many million people across the country. You're going to get like different messages everywhere you go.
do
How
you
can
Need more
we
believe
lead
stone.
that movement when it has 3 founders who are the leaders of that movement?
Can you?
they're
I don't
not
think
the
most
leaders.
people who march for Black Lives Matter can
Conservatives
name those three
actually
founders.
think
I don't
that.
think anybody who organizes a march, like there's so many marches across the cities. I don't think people in those cities have the slightest idea who those leaders are
That
or
doesn't
take a
matter
marching
if
order from
people
those
don't
leaders.
know who they are. I mean,
They're not being led is the
still
point.
being it's still
How can you say
pervasive.
they're being led if they've never spoken to these leaders? Like, in what sense are they being led? Are they given orders?
It's an ideology, and it's rather pervasive.
Well, is it an ideology or is it a movement?
Well, that's a great question
two
because
very
the
different-
founders,
Oh, good.
the founders have talked about how it's important to have ideological roots, and I believe it was Patricia Cullors who said.
All right, we got our plantation
that she
going.
and Alicia Garza
Our
are
plantation?
Marxists. So
Yeah.
Okay.
one of my questions for the conservative.
I know
or
there's
for the
history with
liberals
that word,
here, actually,
but
would be,
it's-
Do you
Uh-huh.
think that conservative
Uh-huh.
media?
It's just okay.
Pays too much attention
Our
to this
farm.
fact? Are we the fact that we and we know they have
Please
Marxist
tell us more,
leanings,
Neighbor.
is that
Hey, you're the
to
one making me
support
work
it
here,
all,
so
or-
I know. I think the optics favor you.
Because when they do, it shows how motivated they are to discredit Black Lives Matter in any way, shape, or form. So when you think Marxist ideology in Black Lives Matter, you probably think of something that was like on their mission statement on their website.
What
correct?
next? Maybe
Does
some
anybody, like,
locksmiths?
remember what that said?
Or no, we need to get a portal.
I can read a
Do you
part of
mean
the mission
do you
statement.
mean the
Yes.
mission statement that they pulled
At the
from their
Plains
website
Boss.
about how
Yeah,
they
that
wanted
one.
to destroy the
Which we
nuclear
can
family? Right.
Hold on, hold
do.
on. Can you say the quote again?
I don't have the quote.
Oh, I
it
do.
was deleted.
I actually
from-
got it.
Yeah,
from
I'm
your,
gonna get
article.
working
What
on
was the
that.
quote?
What's that?
Oh no.
Here, let me
Uh-oh.
read a
Nuclear
quote.
He's about to vent.
Let me read a quote. We disrupt the Western
Where is the
prescribed
Stargate
nuclear
command?
family structure requirement
What?
by supporting
where's
each other
Stargate
as
command?
extended family
It's on
and
the
villages
table.
that
Called
collectively
Stargate C.
care for one another,
Oh,
especially
okay.
our children, to the degree that mothers,
All right,
parents,
'cause I
and
wanna
children
add a
are
portal.
comfortable.
So what everybody was super upset
I'll
about
add-
was
add
the,
Stargate
disrupting
command.
the nuclear family. But
Wait,
hey,
what-
I got to be in English in high school,
do you
so
remember
I'm
the
gonna
portal
qualify to give
images?
an opinion. The object in
Portal
that sentence,
images.
the thing for
What do you
which
mean?
they are disrupting is the word requirement. But there are some people who wrote
One
articles
sec.
about that that just completely omitted that
True,
from their
true,
sentences.
very
They
true,
stopped
very true, very
requirement.
true.
It came right before a comma. It was very obvious that this was a object of the sentence. And so when you take away the word requirement from that sentence, it doesn't just, you're not just putting it in a better context, you are taking away the meaning of that sentence. You are changing it considerably. This is either an inability to read or this is flagrant dishonesty. So when you say that they're trying to disrupt the
Damn.
nuclear family, what the fuck are you talking about? They're trying to disrupt the nuclear family requirement,
What
which
requirement?
is awesome and
what
base.
requirement? Where is there a requirement for a nuclear family anywhere? The government, as I was just saying earlier, the
You guys
government
just
is
started
perfectly
talking about
happy
the fellow
to,
fatherhood.
You know, not require nuclear families in order to get more funding into single mother households.
Oh, do you think that there's a stigma attached to certain
Should need
alternative
more
families?
fine wood.
No.
No? Okay, so you're a liar. Cool.
I'm a liar?
You don't think there's
You think I'm a liar
Vented.
because
Oh
I
my
don't think
God,
that there's
so
a
sus.
stigma
Oh my
attached
God, oh my
to
God,
different
oh my
kinds
God,
of
oh my
families?
God.
I don't think there's a stigma at all attached.
A heavy
Do
societal
you
stigma
believe
attached
there
to
used to be a
homosexual
stigma?
families.
Wait, do you believe there
We're
used to
getting
be
kind
a
of back and
stigma
forth
attached?
action that
Attached-
nobody
How is he
thought was
cringe,
possible.
Derver? This
Sure,
is
I was
great.
raised by
Fight
a single
him.
dad, and that was really looked down upon.
Cool. Half my family disowned me for being gay.
Okay,
That nuclear,
well, that's
that Western
ridiculous.
prescribed nuclear family of 1 man, 1 woman, somehow 2.5 children. Do you think that maybe my family,
Wow.
that
2.5?
requirement is gone now? Now
Not
I can
even
get married,
version
I can have
3.0.
kids, and I
And
can
that's
be that
great.
non-traditional family.
Because
that
you
was-
have your own individual rights, and you can do as you please in this
Okay.
nation.
Hell
That's the
yeah,
current
based. Do you think that
portal
there are
layout
still people
sent it
who
to you.
look down on gay families, who look down on
Sure,
single mothers?
there's all kinds
why
of
did
people
you
who
lie?
look down on all
Justin,
kinds of things. I
do
don't
you-
think that there is a social stigma around gay families.
Do you believe there's
Yeah,
a
what's the difference between
around,
stigma and looking
Christian
down on?
evangelical families and breeders?
It's literally synonyms. I don't know what definition she's working on. It's literally the same thing.
I'll put you in touch with them.
Go for it.
I will put you in
Please
touch
do.
with them. They haven't talked to me in 10 years. I
I
hope you
got
get
If
in
you
touch.
want to put them in touch with me, that's fine. I reformed a bunch of my family into thinking that
I mean, that's
gay
great,
families
but
are
that's,
fine.
you have
so.
to know that's not the
What is
norm.
happening
It is
here?
not the norm in this country is that there's a stigma attached to single-parent households. There's a stigma attached to homosexual families or families of homosexual adoption. There's a stigma attached to mixed-race families. I don't know how you can
But
deny
my
this.
I don't
question is
see that
serious,
at
though.
all.
Do you not believe there's also a certain
I just
stigma
close my
attached to
eyes and
being
stick my head
a
in the
Christian
sand, so I don't see it at all. So that can't exist.
That shouldn't be necessarily be the norm, but I would argue that that is the norm in this country. That most people probably identify with that family structure.
If
One
you-
in
if
four
you
kids
want-
grow up in a single parent household, though. Like 1 in 4 children grow up in a single parent household, most often without a father.
And most
in
people
fact,
would say
it's like
that's a
living-
bad thing, right?
And we've
A
had
lot of-
presidents come from these families.
A lot of people do not see a problem with a single parent household. Personally, I think
We had a
single
black
mothers are pretty
president,
badass.
remember?
I think single fathers are pretty badass. They do the job of, effectively 2 people, and I
I
think it's
agree.
remarkable.
It is pretty badass.
But in saying that,
well,
we again put this emphasis on not having a father in the home, and I'm sorry to bring it back to it, guys. I think this is like a big issue.
why would it
But-
be an issue if it's badass?
And
Well,
we're
let her- let's
okay.
finish your
We're
point.
okay with the fact that fathers aren't present, and I think that is where the stigma comes
Oh,
from. Where
gosh.
people
That's
go,
what
well,
I'm trying to
actually,
Oh, yeah.
maybe
Fucks with the
we should be
volume for
putting
some
more
reason.
emphasis on having
What?
actual 2 parents in the household, which we know actually ends up with better adjusted children. And this is how
Gosh,
you,
what
in
the
a
fuck,
lot of ways,
Destiny?
circumvent a lot of crime. This is how you actually help children do better at school and what
The
have you.
state of Twitch
There's so many
streamers.
benefits to having 2 parents, whether that's 2 moms and 2 dads. It's not necessarily even predicated on that. It's having
okay.
good,
Listen,
strong
listen, get out of
social
the way.
cohesion and parents that actually give a shit about you, excuse my
just
language.
circumvent?
And that's not really a thing these days. A lot of children do not grow up in a household where the parent is present. That's why we see crime statistics, and bringing it back to the BLM thing, that's why we see a lot
That's
of children
why.
growing up
Ooh.
and committing crimes and joyriding or committing robberies or whatever.
Sydney,
and
do
this
you think all those things you just described, when people see single-parent households, that they prescribe those
Okay.
stereotypes onto them?
I think what we're doing is we're trying to make it acceptable.
Oh,
And
she won't
again,
answer.
That's not my question. Do you think people see single-family households as embodying all those negative externalities you just
I
described?
think anybody who can think independently would probably agree with what I'm saying.
Then there
here,
is
so yeah.
a social stigma attached to
That's what I'm saying.
single-parent
There's a
households.
stigma
My
attached to a
point.
father not being in the home, but we accept single mother households. That's what we accept, and we're okay with that for whatever reason. And we've gotten ourselves to this point where we think this is normal. And no shade to single parents whatsoever. But again, it comes back to the fact that if
No
we've
shade,
accepted
but
this and we think this
they're
is normal,
bad.
which again, I'll say that there are a lot of really, really negative consequences, really, really deleterious consequences for children when there aren't fathers in the home.
No shade, by
Why
the
don't
way.
we put more emphasis on having a nuclear family or having an environment where children grow up with an extended family that's supportive of them, which is actually
I
a
do
big thing
kind
in
of
a lot
wish you went down
minority
the
communities. But we
two
don't
thi-
do that.
2 things about that. One, there's a joke from a now canceled comedian that says
that like
no
Sergeant
good
of a
marriage
COD
is ever
discussion
ended in
tree where,
divorce.
oh,
So I think that
why
is for it, 'cause sometimes just
why
having
do you
parents in
think
the
that
home is great
those
if
are-
both of them are
those
good
single
parents.
parent
One is a
families
shitty
and-
parent. It's
yeah,
actually
like what you
better
were
for
saying
a kid to
earlier.
be raised with a single parent that is not the shitty parent. And yeah, you
I do
pointed
wonder
to
what
it.
they would have
That's
said.
why I don't know why you were so upset about the language of that. Like, what if you got more of the community involved in raising kids? That way they are growing up with good role models. They are growing up with people who can take care of them and keep an eye on them and make sure that they're not getting up to things that could be illegal or dangerous or something like that. Why can't we emphasize that a
Should the
community effort
government-
in raising children
should the-
might be a good thing
Should the
beyond
government
the
be
kids?
should the government be involved involved in making sure that the community is raising children together, or should that be a community and grassroots issue?
I think that social welfare is actually a really
Why not both?
awesome-based thing for the government to do, and assisting with funding whenever possible. If it has been shown, like, if it can help people, yeah, I think that's awesome.
That's a different question.
Fuck this cart.
Do I think the government should be involved? The answer is yes. I think the government should be involved in the
You
welfare
think
of
the
a citizen.
government should be involved in raising children?
And,
What do you mean by raising children?
Do you
Like,
think
they already
foster care?
are.
What
Do you
does
want the
that
government out of education?
What's that?
He misses the easy
first.
dunk there.
No, I
Oh,
think-
so you think
Because
the government
So you
shouldn't
want
get
the government
involved
to be
when children are getting abused?
Oh.
He misses the easy dunk there because like she's gonna argue like government should never intervene in like raising children.
Okay, if she says the government should never intervene, then you can throw that easily.
Yeah.
But if she's just talking about like raising children to create that to like abuse, or like to like it would be a good dunk, but it also I feel like you could dodge it by just saying that's not what I mean. But
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, if she goes to like the government should stay out of families and stuff, then you can definitely hit that for sure.
I feel like that's already what she's saying, but yeah.
Yeah, but she needs to explicitly say that first because otherwise she'll like obviously that's what I mean too. But education is like such a huge easy point here too. Like the government's why do we have like mandated all the way through high school education? Like obviously the government's involved and it's beneficial.
Ad for community
This
raising
is
of
dumb.
children.
I think the government.
All
should be
watching this kind of
advocating
stuff
for a
does is make me mad.
multiplicity of factors,
Yeah,
right?
honestly, if it makes
There's
you
no
mad,
one
you
choice.
shouldn't
The
watch
government
it.
should be involved in
Honestly,
making sure communities
I
are raising children together.
Yeah, there was a hard equivocation
I'm asking
between
you a question,
like
you're not answering it.
Because
crime in these
because
families.
that is the answer
I
to that
just
is
stop
yes,
watching
along
this
with
kind
other
of stuff
things. I think the
when it
government
makes me mad.
should
And like Winter
two-parent
said, the best thing to do is
households,
not pay
same-sex
any
activity,
attention. It's not going to
Wait,
achieve
what did you
anything.
say? Go back.
I agree with that. I don't think this stuff like
like
actually achieves anything. It's just entertainment at this point.
To choose what kind of family is going to be best for their
For
children.
me,
And
which
the
is why
government
I
should hold
can
those
kind of like
families
listen
that
to
they
it
are
and
funding
like
to
not
certain
care.
specific expectations and demands.
Which is
Would
sad
you
to a
think
certain
that it would be
extent.
better for the government not to fund
But
single parents? Is
Wait,
that
I
the
think
question?
that's
Not to
true.
what? Not to what?
Not to fund single parents? Not to
Not
give
to
anybody
what
money?
single parents? You're talking.
Do you-
We probably have a
very
different
Yeah.
idea of what those
Bad. It is
expectations
single
would be, but
parents
that
sometimes
seems totally
get
fine
money
too.
to assist
If
with the
it
raising
started
of
making
their
me
children.
mad,
Do
I
you
would-
think
I
those
would
children would be
stop
better off
listening to
if
it.
we took that funding away? That seems to be what you're
I'm
getting at.
asking if the funding should be predicated on certain demands that those families need to meet in order to continue getting
Well,
funding.
we need to know what demands
Well,
she's
even if
fucking
the
talking about.
household environment is unhealthy.
Whatever the household environment is, if the government is funding families,
Yeah, there you go.
So
Like
like an
that,
abusive
that's
If
the
the
bar she
government-
sets,
if the
whatever
government is
the
funding-
environment is.
the community raising of children, does the government get to decide how those children are raised and what different value
No.
systems and beliefs they are taught?
I don't have a problem with the government mandating that children are not raised in abusive households. I think
The
it's a
government
Okay,
should
that's
be
good.
mandating
Oh yeah,
that children are not
I
raised in
forgot
abusive
that he actually
households?
goes
We
there.
should
do that
actually
legally.
mandate
What do
that
you
children
mean?
are not raised in
What
abusive
does
households.
You
Are
get
kidding me?
arrested if you
what does
abuse your
abusive mean?
How about
How far
physically
does that
abusive?
word just physically
Oh
abusive?
no.
Sure, why not?
What
I
if-
would say
Abusive is when you
emotionally
vent all over the
abusive,
house
too.
so you're
If you were
excessive.
a child, I would say
Shut the
it's
fuck up.
Fuck off.
Demeaning? So we're going from physically abusive to demeaning.
So bad.
Well, I said emotionally abusive too, and I described
Okay.
what emotional abuse encompasses.
Okay,
Do you
so-
disagree that degrading
Honestly,
your child
I
would be emotionally
like
abusive?
considering how much of a
Degrading
clown
them from
fiesta
what terms? What about
How about
forcing-
telling
what about-
Justin that he's
the discussions
he's an
are?
F-slur?
I appreciate
What about-
Do you think
this.
maybe that
Just
would be an
clowning
unhealthy
it.
environment that might affect his?
What about forcing your
Fuck
children
it.
to go to
How
church?
come you don't answer my question? Do you think maybe that affects his negative, his
What was your
emotional well-being?
question?
Do you think a parent telling Justin that he is an F-slur might negatively affect his emotional well-being?
Sure.
Okay. Would it be okay for the government to say that maybe Justin, for his own sake, for his health and his benefit, his welfare, shouldn't be raised in a household that's constantly driving him to suicide, that's
So-
driving him to depression, to
so
severe health problems?
In that case, do we have neighbors calling the police to complain that Justin's family called him a mean name?
I don't know. Maybe
Sure.
Justin reports it at school. Maybe he talks to the
Maybe
school
Justin
counselor.
Either.
reports it at school. Okay, so then what happens?
Wait, why is
How
either of those a
involved
problem?
Should the government be in dictating what
Oh,
parents
'cause
are
she's
teaching
working
their
her way
children
towards
just because they're offering funding?
1984
I think they
police
are involved
state,
insofar as it
Got 'em.
comes to
People are
they
calling
involved insofar as it's healthy for the child to be involved.
and getting
I
your
think the
children
point at which
taken
it becomes
away
unhealthy,
because
well, I described it earlier.
you
Emotional
looked
and
at them the
physical.
wrong way.
Like if a
Emotional
child
and
is
physical.
malnourishing their child, I don't have a problem with the government taking that child away from the family.
I
What if
don't want to get
parents-
too far afield because
Okay,
we only have
I
a
don't
little
think-
time left before Q&A.
I don't think we need to jump to the extremes of like children being taken away from their families to have the government be involved in like raising children, because that can mean like
yeah,
social programs and education and like a lot of really easy good things.
yeah, no,
The framing of this, yeah.
I
Yeah.
agree. I was describing like what her thought process there is, like
No,
what's
yeah,
the
yeah,
performance
yeah.
she's putting on for the audience of like, watch out,
Yeah.
the big bad government gonna take away your children. We let those commies have their way.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But I
agree.
do want to see, because I like this line of questioning, but I want to see what is the point that you're driving
I mean,
at, if you could
she's
summarize it.
I
tacitly
think it's
against
actually
it.
rather interesting because
She
instead
wants to get the
media,
government
we have
out
a
of any
system
of
where
these
the
support
government,
positions. Seems
funds
to be
a lot
her.
of social programs and funds a lot.
Yeah,
of,
like out of principle,
families.
the government should
And
never
so what has
intervene
happened is
with
because there's so much
households.
taxpayer money going to
I wonder what her
families
take
and
is on.
funding
Oh no,
daycares and all
I
kinds
wonder
of
what her
things like
take
that.
is on
The
intervening
taxpayers have
in
decided that they get to have some
in
say
an
in how the
abusive
children are
household
raised in
for
individual
like
families. And I want the
domestic
government to stay the hell out of
violence.
my family. Personally, I mean, I was raised in
I
a lot
wonder
of
if I
weird
want
ways.
to know actually.
And you know, the cops showed up at my house, whatever else. And I do not think the government has a place in dictating how families raise their children, whether
not
those
gonna
children
make
should
it.
be raised in communities or what have you. And the more money that goes from government to individuals, the more the rest of the individuals in the society have a right to determine how we live our lives. And that's totally bullshit.
Can I?
Yeah.
Totally
I
bullshit.
feel, okay. I'm willing to wager most people would not disagree that a two-family household
think-
isn't strictly always the correct answer. That there are
Two-family.
I wonder
situations
how many
where
players we need
there
here.
are you have a parent who might be disinterested or a parent who might be abusive, that it is okay and indeed even healthy to detach that family structure. And in lieu of that family structure, it would be okay to even encourage a more community-based structure. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. I don't think leftists would disagree with that.
Did anybody
I don't think
here-
leftists would disagree with funding both family structures necessarily.
Yeah, did anybody here grow up super poor and both parents had to work? So when I grew up poor, my dad was disabled. He worked in the coal mines, which is a terrible job, and I'm glad we're slowly phasing it out because it kills people. Dad got disabled from the coal mines. Mom had to work a job, all right? Which means I was often left without anywhere to stay. Or I was
Why
gonna
is
be
this one
in
so
an
weak?
empty house. All right, so the community that I lived in, it was just an apartment complex, but because we had this community structure around us, we had people to, I had people to stay with. I stayed with my grandma sometimes. I stayed with extended family sometimes. We had friends that we stayed with. And I
Grandma
think
people
adopting
happy.
that kind of community mindset that the
Grandma.
more people we help, the more people we have to help us raise kids, the better off we'll be. It's not parents should not raise children. I don't know who thinks that. If anybody tells you that leftists don't want parents raising children, you should laugh in their face because they are lying to you. It's that manipulative media coming after you again. But having more people to assist, having more people to come and help those parents when they are having trouble, when they're having financial trouble, when they're having scheduling trouble. Maybe they don't know how to do certain things. Having more people to assist with raising your kids is only a good thing. It's this atomization of the family, pulling yourself away from the broader community and making it your sole job. If you mess up, if there's something that you can't do as a
Swing the wrong
parent, screw you, I guess. All right, you're left to your own devices. I think encouraging
Feels
a
like his energy is a
community-oriented
little
approach
mismatched here,
to
do you
helping
think?
kids is only a good thing.
But
And
Justin,
Yeah,
how
maybe
do you
now
measure-
he shouldn't be
wait,
so
how do-
animated,
how
but
do you
before he was
measure,
fine.
though, if those efforts are actually having the effect that you want? Because I think we would all agree that, sure, we would like for single parents to be
Well,
to
if you
to
have less
some type of
abused
assistance.
children.
I don't know if we'd all agree that the government should do that, but my question is, how do you measure? If you look at the rates of fatherlessness in the home, they've only increased in white families, in black families, in Asian families since the 60s. So do you
We don't have a
a
portal
way
on
of
the
looking
White
at it and
Mountain,
saying,
do we?
is this actually helping families, or are we
On which
creating
mountain?
an
White
incentive
Mountain?
where we don't have fathers in the home,
First,
which
right.
hurts
Okay.
children?
Do not
No worries.
conflate being born out of wedlock to fatherlessness. Those are two completely different
Do we have
statistics,
enough,
right? You could be in your
to, like,
child's
build
life
a
without being
small
married to
boat?
your spouse. Do not conflate the two. I
Probably.
say that all the time. But I would want to see a lot more data done on it. I don't know if it would be ethical to
Shit,
do
I forgot
some
to
sort of
bring
experimental
wood
study,
to
but I think a
build
correlational
a
or
workbench
cross-sectional
to build the
study
portal.
of how
Oh,
much
no.
involvement do other people outside of your family or in your extended
Oh,
family have in your
no.
kid's life, and like correlating that with like matching that up with like the child
I
mental
messed
health
up.
data, test scores, and all that fun
I
stuff.
wanted to
There's
set
probably
up a
data out
portal
there
to
that
the
I haven't
Plains
unfortunately
boss,
been able to look
but
at yet, but yeah,
It's
we-
really not just about
I
the
thought I
data,
could
and I think
cross
we're
over
also
here
forgetting something that's
without
really
a boat,
important, which
but
is conservatives
it's rough.
have long been in favor of community involvement in child raising through
Oh,
primarily external
maybe further in you
organizations
can,
like churches
possibly?
and community groups, and not having the federal government get
Maybe
involved in
I'll
raising
run
their
along the
children.
coast, I
We
guess.
have
Yeah,
all
no,
kinds
yeah,
of
we went
things,
to
right?
White
We have
Mountain
churches Churches are
And the
great
big boss,
organizations.
we didn't
and
bring a
they have
portal,
been
yeah.
drastically
Yeah, that's what I was
undermined
thinking.
by the
I was like
progressive
trying
left.
to think, what
Then
can
why
I
were
do
you
right now? Like solo
terrified
that
of that
will
ELM statement?
save us time later, and I
Terrified?
thought, hey, I'll
Terrified.
set up the
Wait,
portal.
Expose
But it's,
BLM scrubs anti-American Marxist language from its website. That
bit
terrified you, and
harder
you don't seem to agree with it.
than
It's
I
saying
thought
we
it would
want
be.
more people to the extent that the
I
mothers
thought I
and-
could,
and,
like, swim
fathers
across
and
here.
kids are comfortable
I
with
don't
the
think.
village
Look,
approach.
the whole
getting rough.
Marxist push is a federal government overreach. It's not about community organizations. And BLM raised $90 million last year compared to like less than $4 million in 2019. What have they done with all that money? They've funded it into activist groups to, try and tell the government what to do with your children.
I'm sorry, like groups that are trying to get the government to assist people is bad now?
The government is not the is a very gross and huge tool for very small
Very
and nuanced
gross.
problems.
Very huge.
All right, that's why funding
Just like my dick.
good. All right,
Funding and assistance to who and for what? I think that a lot of
to
this should
kids
be on a
for
much
them
more.
to get better.
I
Yeah,
totally
you should not
disagree
approach
about
kids
the-
with gross and
I think
huge tools.
State and
I
local
think
funding
that's
is
actually
good. I
how
think
it
community groups are good. I don't think the federal government should be even remotely involved in.
This is where you hit education. Here's
I mean,
when you hit
certainly you're not denying
education.
that there are a lot of children left behind. They fall through the gaps of state funding or local funding. Some localities don't even have any sort of like welfare program mechanized that they could help these communities. Why is it bad that the federal government steps in lieu of these?
Because the federal government is imposing a value system.
What value system does the federal government impose?
What value system is the
Yeah,
federal?
what value system were they imposing?
Before he
So
could have
right
smashed his
now-
point too by
Values
saying
of
that the
federal
government
government
shouldn't have
don't
Yeah,
values.
let's look at this latest giant infrastructure spending bill, right? So
Oh,
the
spell.
government is telling us that it's a
What the fuck
problem
does that
that all
have
of these women left the workforce, and it wants to create a child care system that is funded by the federal government so that families can outsource their child care to people who are going to
Outsource.
work and outsourcing their child care.
Okay, that
as
doesn't
well.
answer my question. What value? This is not a value which you're describing.
That's a value that our primary worth is in our, in the
Self-reliance
marketplace.
is a value, right?
That's not being
Well, you don't have to
What kind of-
use the child
Okay,
care
so
thing.
what
It's
we
an
got is
option.
daycare
First, I get it.
bad,
We do have work requirements
giving
for
money
welfare.
to single mothers bad. Just the less money you give to kids, the better, apparently.
I feel like you're straw manning the shit out of this, and it's really annoying, dude.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry,
you're
but
the
like,
one straw manning.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ,
no.
literally no
And
one.
this is like
clown,
where
dude.
Mike, literally no one on this stage, in this bloody room, thinks that we should not be giving money to single parents. Actually, I don't know about that.
She just came out against the federal government doing
in
it.
the amount that we're giving, I don't know. I support supporting children, and I support supporting families as well. But what you want to do is take the father out of the home. You're okay
Now
with this.
who's straw manning Sydney?
That's what you've been talking about for the entire bloody time. You're sitting here like with your, I'm going to gesticulate so aggressively to the audience. This is my
Oh no! Oh my
Ooh,
God!
Got him.
I am Justin. Like, bro. This
He is that
not,
fabulous.
This is not it, my guy.
I want to take the fathers out of the home.
dude.
Incredible.
This is what you're arguing for. Oh, community support. Just by the
Do
way,
you really think
when
that,
we
Sydney,
talk
that
about
this
community
entire
support,
time he was arguing for taking fathers out of the
That
homes?
is what you're justifying. You're justifying
Oh.
the lack of fathers in the home by saying that
Absolutely.
community support
Incredible.
circumvents that. When it doesn't. Fathers are an integral building block of a child. They are. That has been proven time
You
and time
build
and time
children
again.
out of
And probably part
fathers
of the
like
reason why
Legos.
society's a little bit jacked at the moment is because dads aren't present.
Well, if they are, okay, hold on. What the fuck are you talking about? You think that the leftists want to
Oh
get
my
fathers out of the
God.
home? We're
Yes.
trying to justify
now
this.
his
This
rhetoric
is
is coming off as
This
bad.
is the
Circumstances,
Marxist
maybe
feminist
it's better.
ideology is to destroy the nuclear family. This has been going on since the 60s.
Oh,
there are
no.
countless
That's what we
well-known
wanna do.
feminists
We wanted to
who
destroy
have
the
talked
nuclear
about this
family.
since the 60s.
We want to destroy the nuclear
I
family.
did fair.
You're
He's
correct.
arguing as
How
someone who's
weak
completely
are you?
fucking
The
dishonest.
existence of alternative families destroys your
I'm
values.
finishing
That's a
Dune
very
Messiah
big
today,
concern.
no matter what.
The existence
Nice.
of other families
got
destroys
it.
your
When did I
values.
say
I wanna
that?
hear what
When
she
did I
thinks
say
about
that?
Winter.
Other families?
Family destroys
When did
your
I
We got
say
real life
that?
blood
How do you
sports.
pinpoint it?
Justin, I would like for you to tell me,
Coming into
They're all
since you
bad.
feel that she's mischaracterized your position, would you tell me what it is that you think you agree with Sydney? No, what you and Sydney agree on?
Try not to straw man.
Straw man?
Moderation,
Okay,
by
I
the
will
way.
straw man. I 100% want fathers out of the home. All right, that's what she said, right? In the middle of accusing me of straw manning, so which I think is incredible.
I'm
Here's what
sorry.
I actually want. I want two parents in the home, if at all possible. And if there is circumstances where two parents cannot be in the home, either because they're both working, because it's
Mm.
kids cost money, and sometimes you want to have two incomes. Maybe that's an issue that we should
Shit,
look
I'm
at.
gonna have to
Why
walk
it's raising
back
kids so
to
much more
Sky
expensive than
Castle.
it was in the
I
first
don't
place.
think this is
But
gonna
maybe
be
we should adopt a community-oriented
possible.
mindset.
Or I
which
should have like
it
brought
is
better food.
acceptable
Maybe
to
with
ask
more
for help.
stamina I could
We
have
do
swam
have more
across.
resources. Churches are great for
Dude,
that.
we
That was an
have
awesome thing
that.
that you said. What if there were community organizations revolved around the church that assisted with kids? What if
There
there just
are.
more community? Yeah, awesome. Why not encourage that? Why not say it's okay to get help from these places? Why is that bad?
So where is
Who
it that
said
you?
that's bad?
Where is it
You,
that
in
you-
your article,
Because that's part of
decrying
about
you have to say it's part of government
Marxist
funding.
BLM saying that
The
we want to
Marxist
destroy the
language-
nuclear family.
Yeah, 'cause
You
it's
did.
trash.
Marxist language.
The entire Marxist push is garbage, and it's designed to disrupt the family unit so that parents no longer have control of their own
All
children.
right, if it was so bad,
And
you
the
wouldn't have to
government gets
lie
to
about what
decide.
it said. All right, you either can't read or you're very willing to lie about what that statement said. They want to disrupt the
favorite thing
requirement.
is
His
insulting
rhetoric is
people. It's
off
really
now.
charming.
He
It's
has
very
to when
easy
when
when it's
when you're
so
arguing, it's
obvious.
okay.
Weren't you upset at the
If
start
you want
because
to
some
talk about
COVID
this
can
more,
have a
I'll go back and
This is
take a
so
look at that.
But now that the
conversation.
arguing
We
is
can have a
slowed down,
disagreement
he's
about what
coming
that
off
statement
poorly
said,
with it.
But what I would like to hear, and I still haven't heard you
Probably.
state this,
I,
is,
the thing, I think
because
the
I
breaking
this
point,
would
and the
help
breaking point to
people
me
understand
listening
a
to
little
that
better. What
when it
do
was
you
happening
think
was
you agree
when
with on Sydney, and then
like
where
they're
do you
having a back and
disagree?
forth, and the second the like conservative speakers do this like
parents in the household, if at all possible.
honestly like dishonest dunk on him. They did strawman him, and people are clapping. Like that's when you know, okay, like fuck it, you know, nothing I say here is gonna change anyone's mind. They're all
There's more people than just whoever's standing here, right?
For sure, yeah.
Or maybe there's, I don't know, like an extended family helping you.
I'm not saying he's right to react that way, but like it's a
Why
tough
did
situation
BLM
to
take that
handle.
language off their website?
Sure.
Because idiots like you decided that it was a Marxist subversion of the nuclear family.
Why did BLM take that language off their website?
Because idiots like
They just
you
said.
pretended that they were trying to destroy the nuclear
So
family.
do they still,
my
they
God.
still agree with it? They agree with their statement, but they pulled it from their website so that no one knows what they really think?
Yeah, because idiots like you kept mischaracterizing it.
And a third
Do,
time.
do you think?
Idiots like
well,
me?
let's divorce this
Very
from
aggressive.
this
Oh
back
my
and forth.
You're so
By the
friendly.
way,
You're
this
such a
is
friendly
lovely. I don't believe
fellow.
you're gay.
You two
You
should
guys
have
love
kids.
You gotta match the
Insulting
energy,
people.
guys.
Yes.
I think this is too much.
Wow.
Gotta match the energy, guys.
And you
Yeah,
have
the
consistently you've
matching
called
is
me a liar,
more
You've called me an idiot. You've called me all
important.
sorts of names.
I'm sorry
And
to
it
hurt your
doesn't
feelings.
actually back up your argument.
Libby, what
Libby,
happens is when liberals don't have a good thing to say,
Hashtag
what
not
they
an
do is
argument.
they use ad hominems because it actually replaces a logical
fallacy.
argument,
I don't know.
usually.
Logical
The
Really?
section on
So
the
pointing
BLM
out the
website, it
sentence-
read, "We build a space that affirms black women and is free from sexism,
Oh, shit, I might
misogyny, and
cross here.
environments in which men
Oh,
are
yes.
censored."
Dangerous language.
Found it.
We practice empathy. We engage comrades with the
Why did
intent
you take
to
a-
learn about and connect with their context. We make our spaces family-friendly and enable parents to fully participate with
Oh,
their
no,
children.
this is not.
We're probably
We
gonna need a
dismantle the
pillar.
patriarchal practice that requires mothers to work double shifts so that they can mother in private, even as they participate in in public justice work. We disrupt
what
the
about that do you
Western
disagree
prescribed
with?
nuclear family structure requirement by supporting
brought
each
out
other
our own
as
binder.
extended
Oh,
families
cool.
and villages that collectively care for one another, especially our children, to the degree that mothers, parents, and children
That last
are
one is the one that
comfortable.
she was so uncomfortable with.
And
when you were
now that-
describing
now
it,
that
why did
we've
you
all
remove
heard
the
the
word?
language, we
conservative
can all
arguments
make
are
up our
bait
own
and
mind.
switch.
Why
Yeah.
did you remove the word requirement when you were describing what they said? Why would you do that?
Well,
What is
I
the
did write
object
the
of the
article
sentence?
after they scrubbed it from their website. So
Why
I had
did you
to go
remove the
digging
word
for it.
requirement when you were describing it?
I don't even recall that.
You did. Why did you do
So
that?
I'll go take a look at it.
Yeah,
He's-
why?
he's going for the
requirement
dunk.
is Object in that sentence.
Where's the word requirement?
This is good dunk
Right
though.
after the word
Yeah,
described,
she
you cut it off when
completely
you were describing it.
You just
mischaracterizes
I
the
actually
sentence,
copy and
like on a
pasted
fundamental
from
grammar
the
level,
site.
and
It,
he's correct.
it actually
Well-
doesn't say requirement, it says Western prescribed. I assume
you
that's
go.
what you mean.
We disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family requirement. The object in that
Oh,
sentence
There
is
is no
requirement.
requirement.
Requirement by supplying.
Lib-
What they're
Libby.
disrupting is the requirement.
This is such a dumb discussion.
away.
though.
You took away the
But the
object
thing
of the
is, like,
sentence. Why would you do
this
that?
can happen, and
This
it
is
doesn't
couched
make them
in
look
language
bad
called
in the eyes of the
liberation. It's
audience.
intended to foster the idea that a person's immediate
I
nuclear
think.
family, mother, father, sisters, brothers, is less important than the movement. And in fact, I guess Congress backed them up because they're no longer allowing biological sex-based language in their documentation. Nancy Pelosi says she's a grandmother, though, so that's okay.
Well, I mean, that's good for her.
So I would like to actually get to a controversial subject where we're going to have some disagreement.
They really like the Among Us memes, so.
And we only have
Please,
a bit
Carrie,
of
we
time.
can't take it.
As I said, left.
It says requirement right here in the quote. It
does.
says it. We disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure requirement by supporting each other as extended families and villages. I didn't take it out.
You did.
It's
You were
right
describing
here.
it afterwards.
It's right here.
I know.
Guys, I'm happy. We can have this afterwards.
I
'cause
accurately quoted the movement.
And then you inaccurately quoted it when you were telling us why it was bad.
But it's
Raise
right
your hand
there.
if you care about the word requirement.
I found it myself.
Our next
Go on, funny. Let's move on.
I would like to move on.
This is
only
literally
because
just a
we
freak
have
show
little bit of
debate.
time
None of
left.
this
At
actually
point, we're just
matters.
arguing about
Yeah,
what
I
was
think
said
so.
or not in the article.
This is like
All we can do.
That I
entertainment.
disagree with.
And we do have an audience here. to
Saying
hear
none of
some
it
these
actually matters
You
when
can find
there's
me at the
clearly
website.
like
Talk
people that
about-
believe
we've
these
been
things.
talking about children. We've been talking
I don't know
about
if that
the
quite
fact
follows.
that they believe those
raising
things
children
matters,
and
but
how
I mean,
much-
I
how
don't
much
know what is being
say they should
accomplished
have.
here.
Well, because the same
Another
people
big
that
issue
believe
in the
these things
news
are going to be
recently has
listening and
been
influenced by
the
this.
subject of children transitioning.
Yeah, I think they're only going to
And
be
I don't know if you're
influenced
aware,
by
but in Canada,
the people they
there is
already
a
agree
father
with.
who has now been arrested
Oh, why?
for misgendering his daughter for not using her preferred pronouns.
Oh no.
And so
We're gonna get into the thing where like people are gonna try to say that like accidentally using the wrong pronouns is the same thing as misgendering. Yeah, is that what's about to happen?
No spoilers.
Okay.
I'm gonna stop
Great.
spoiling.
Okay. Okay.
it's a little bit different. Our laws are a little bit different, and I don't know of any cases that have gone quite that far yet. But I was looking up some research, and according to the Trevor Project, in 2019, over 1.8% of youth identify as transgender. This was a couple years ago.
Wow.
The almost 2% prevalence rate is more than double the previous available estimate of 0.7%. So my question, to get it back to media bias, is the media supportive or critical of the subject of children transitioning, and what role, if any, have they played in this increasing figure?
How much longer are you going to listen to this
Justin would
without a
like to start.
conservative
Well, I hope that,
viewpoint in
they're
your
not as
call?
supportive as they should be based on the available.
True,
progress.
Elysium.
Forever.
Where
Oh,
is
good night, Ozark.
Majority of evidence say that
night,
transition
Ozark.
Go.
for kids, either via
Where is
social
our
transitioning, puberty
conservative,
blockers, and later hormone therapy,
in
is
this call?
enormously effective in treating gender dysphoria.
Oh,
Do you
never mind. I
think this is
understand
fair
now.
and balanced?
Huh?
It's
Let's
not.
ask this
You're
one
right.
anecdote,
Let's ask
Justin.
for this one anecdote. You're correct. And we should ask her. We should be worried like,
Oh,
when it
no.
does- like no medication, no treatment has a 100% effectiveness rate, and we should be aware of what happens when that goes awry. So yeah, we should ask Kiara Bell what she thinks.
Is
What is
puberty
dishonest
violence?
though is
the
depending.
ACLU says that puberty is violence.
Okay,
And that
well,
it's-
well, you sent a
Got 'em.
strongly worded letter to the ACLU to protest that, okay? I'm just telling you what the evidence says.
Oh, these are all wrong.
All of the
Oops.
research I have an entire research document done on trans issues as a whole, and there's a big old section there with trans
No
youth,
big deal,
and
just
all that fun
radicalizing
stuff.
people.
And the preponderance of evidence say that it's good. However, a lot of media framing is actually pretty bad in lieu of what the evidence says. They do overemphasize
He likes
these
that word,
transitioners,
in
despite
lieu.
the fact that they're a very low percentage. Like pointing out, here's a
Yeah,
if
he
you put
used it earlier,
one
too.
a trans kid who transitioned and felt great, and one trans kid who regretted it, that would be considered like neutral because you're getting both sides, but you're getting a vastly
Wait, you
overestimated.
believe the media focuses on people who have
No, don't-
detransitioned?
I think in a lot of media, especially in the
Fucking
UK, but in a lot of like Jesse Sango's really bad about this. Yeah, they do overemphasize.
Wait,
in
what happened?
regards to what the statistics.
Broke my workbench.
Do you believe, Sydney, that the media has had any influence at all on this the increasing
Cassie,
rates
stop
of children
talking.
who are saying that they are transgender?
I think we've made it kind of sexy to be part of the transgender movement, and I think most trans people who suffer from gender dysphoria would argue that
Faking it.
it is one of the most uncomfortable. Probably, I don't know, from the trans people that I know, they say that they
How
would
is-
just rather be the sex that they want to be.
Hey,
that
Decoy,
it is
how you
horrible
doing?
for them to have to go through life feeling uncomfortable in their own skin. I think that we've glorified it in a lot of ways, and yeah, I do think that the
Oh, hey,
media makes it
Kanzi
something
Blanca.
that's kind of sexy.
Oh,
and
hey.
you can just snap your fingers and, take some puberty blockers.
Oh,
bam,
please
now
say he's going to
HRT,
argue this
now
is
you're a
just like
different gender
going to
or sex
natural
color.
levels now that it's
And I
not
think
like
that Part of
repressed.
the problem here is that it doesn't, in my opinion, the media does not talk enough about the risks and ramifications of transitioning, particularly for children. When you look at the numbers
Oh, no.
associated with children transitioning and precocious puberty and puberty blockers and things, there's not enough research to definitively tell us the long-term consequences and effects of these drugs on children. And that's scary. If you are injecting your children with drugs that you will not know the effects of in 10, 20 years' time, and you act like it's this, oh, we'll just stop puberty. Well, no, that's not how it works. And in fact, and I know Justin's gonna come at me for this, but there are so many negative consequences that we do know about from drugs like Lupron, for example, which is one of the main puberty blockers, that does result in, I believe seizures is one big component. There's other things that come about from it. And we don't talk about any of this.
We do talk about it a lot. We talk a lot about decreased bone density. I've seen that in several media outlets. We do increase side effects of medication. Of course, we talk about that. What the risk is.
No one's talking about. No one says, hey, you know what? If you give your child this drug for precocious puberty, which mind you, not approved for just blocking puberty, that's not what these drugs are for.
Except that that's how they're being used because that's how medications work. They can have multiple different effects. Like to say that doctors are prescribing these, actually, this is a great example of media bias and dishonest framing of this entire issue.
Amazing,
there are always going to be side effects to this stuff, all right? There's always going to be side effects to medications, all right? What she's talking about is well, how prevalent is this? How prevalent is the detransitioning? And it's actually super duper low, okay?
And also, the way she framed it, giving your children untested drugs.
One, I love giving kids drugs. You know why? That's another.
Why?
That's why you're in favor of it.
He's right. He has to bite the bullet there. Yes, medicating.
Giving drugs. I'm curious.
Medicating children.
Let's say you had a kid
when they're sick, when they have a problem is a good thing, right?
Their medication regimen as
you have to just
hormones?
go ham there, I think.
Would you describe a kid?
Those are obviously two different things, and you
if you pussyfoot around the word drugs, then they're gonna make you sound like
you could,
like you're trying to hide something.
And there has not been any data to show that there is less suicide among people who transition than those who don't.
And children should
be encouraged to be comfortable
there is.
in their
That's
own
just
body.
completely false.
Please never write about this. I'm serious.
She found one study that shows the opposite.
The exact opposite of what you said.
Even though the meta-analysis disagree with that specific study.
There are massive numbers of different studies that all say different things because the bias around this is so heavy.
Where do you think the majority of the literature sides?
Oh yeah, good question. Thank you.
Basically every.
One study I know that you're referencing is probably the infamous Sweden study. Even that study outright says transitioning helps with suicidality.
Was this a study of children transitioning?
I don't think so.
It was actually such a small
Resin
number
deer
of people.
hide.
Why is the mic
that
so
couldn't
fucked
get any
now?
information at all from
So
it.
we're not relying on that study then? Because there are other studies that show transitioning helps with suicidality.
Oh no,
There's been a lot of studies that all say different things.
Do we happen to have
what a good
It's very
conversation.
difficult to get accurate
80 bronze nails
Where do you
somewhere?
think the mass majority of the
I
literature
80?
probably
I'd
really like to
You know,
read that.
Justin has said that he's a feminist, and I think
I
feminism
don't know. We don't have 80 for sure.
Okay.
What's important
We have
is to make sure
10
people feel
maybe
comfortable
in
their own bodies. There's no reason to have to change your body.
in the
physically
chest
or
at
surgically
base,
to
the
be
tools
who you
chest.
are.
Where's our long shot?
Yeah, if you're uncomfortable with it.
You're kind of beautiful
the sound.
just the way that you are.
Yeah, why is the mic so fucking?
Conservatives are so good at reframing arguments and making
I
them
think
sound like they're
he's
compassionate.
picking up
Oh
the.
my goodness.
Yeah, it's horrible. He's picking up the with his mic. He's picking up the actual interior sound.
Okay.
From
I'm
the
pinging the
speakers.
boat.
Oh, sorry, I'm not looking. Oh,
It's
okay.
over by the dragon.
Oh shit!
Very
So we
left
need to run back from the dragon portal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll go do that. Fuck.
If you're taking the boat somewhere where we have a bunch of different locations that have dark metal.
Well, the thing
that we
I
can
want to do
consolidate.
is set up a portal. I actually want to go there and break the boat, and bring the pieces back to here,
sure.
and to cross over and go to the plains boss. So what I'm gonna need, I saw there was a spare portal already set up in Stargate Command that isn't named. Can you name it? I don't know, boat or something, and I'll connect to it, and that way I'll be able to get back from the boat. We will lose mats for a portal there, unless we go back and pick him up at some point if we're really bored. But if that's okay with you.
I don't quite follow, but that sounds fine.
Okay. Yeah. I can't listen to this debate anymore. It's just the same debate every time with different people. Yeah, pretty much. Why is it Valheim Monday?
No,
Why aren't you
okay.
working? Are you a NEET? Yeah, I actually am a NEET. Execute him.
Okay, the trans debate is certainly a rehash.
Yeah, the BLM debate too. Like
It probably always will be.
there's a million iterations of it on the internet now, right?
Maybe, I don't know. Depends what you mean by that.
That like those arguments, like anyone who's followed the internet or YouTube commentator scenes has seen those arguments go back and forth, either asynchronously through like React videos or from the occasional like live debate like this setting, right?
They go back and forth, but I think they're changing a lot too. Or no?
I don't know. I don't think we've heard anything like particularly original here. Maybe you disagree.
Okay.
That would be fair. But most of those are pretty classic. Seem to me to be pretty classic arguments. Like, hey,
True.
BLM's actually violent. Like, what about the children when it comes to transsexual medical
Oh my
procedures?
goodness. We can increase the playback speed.
Oh, shit. The name and lore is that he got burnt out and decided to become a big streamer, man. Pretty much, yeah.
Passionate, it's like when you decide that the data disagrees with you, first step is a great media, they're lying. All of them.
When is the audio?
There's a lot of
I
They
don't
disagree.
remember.
That's what she said.
And actually,
there are lots of studies that disagree with each other, and it's hard to know what the real information is.
It's not. It's called a
Wow.
meta-analysis. We have plenty of meta-analysis on the effect.
Yeah,
of
that's what a
Switched to an
meta-analysis is
electrical engineering role.
Would you agree? So these studies that you're
I
talking about that you have in your notebook full
would
of,
have to study it for a
that show,
bit,
that
right?
show that
Do you
if
have
you
your
allow
satanic
someone
verses
to
in there as
transition,
well, mate?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you have your little satanic verses in there too?
A couple
Little
of them.
pentagram
Only
on
the
the
good
front?
ones. Only the cool ones.
would you agree though that there's not enough? There hasn't been enough time to
She's
see
just been
any
the
studies
journalist
about the
girls, been, like,
effects
rattling
of
off
letting
jingles.
kids
She's been, like,
transition
making fun
and
of him and
choose
stuff.
hormone treatment and surgery. That do you?
By the
do you
way,
feel like there's been enough
the
research done on
Satanic
that, or we can't-
Verses by Salman Rushdie is a great book.
But how do we get that research?
Okay.
Also, I don't think it's reasonable to say that children who are uncomfortable with puberty should go on puberty blockers.
Puberty, that's not
It's got
unreasonable on
nothing
the
to do
face
with,
of it.
like,
Nobody's going to disagree that that's
Satanism.
unreasonable on the face of it. The puberty blockers are not just described for us.
Why is it okay? Why can kids get
dysphoria.
puberty blockers but not tattoos?
Because one has a medical necessity. That's why.
Yeah, but they're both medical procedures.
How do you define medical
Aren't they?
necessity?
Medical necessity.
Wait, really?
What does that have to do with what he said?
That's the wrong one. But the American College.
That's the whole point. You just said that's the wrong one. Yes, there's two American groups of pediatricians that drastically disagree with
Hold
each
on,
other.
no, there isn't.
One
There
is
isn't. There
conservative
isn't.
and one is leftist,
No,
and they disagree and they provide different
What
information.
is the American Pediatric
So how do you know what the right thing to do is?
I missed.
Yes, let me
Hold on.
go ahead and I'll let you just speak directly to the audience more.
All right, so she tried so hard to get the gotcha. I'm a studying the American College of Pediatricians, which is a conservative advocacy group, not a medical organization. With the American, I think the American Pediatrics.
The leftist advocacy group, the American Pediatrics.
Medical group?
Yeah,
What
basically.
are you talking about?
I'm talking about exactly what you're talking about.
I'd say that the I forget the name of it, and I'm so sorry. You win this one. But the
Oh, no.
what is the American College?
Getting
of,
a tattoo is a
American
medical
Pediatric Association
procedure,
and
yes.
The World Health Organization. those
Sure,
are major
but
medical
the
organizations.
difference
The
there
American
is the
Hospital Association
necessity
all
of
say
it.
this is medical
He's
effects, also
trolling.
blockers, the transitioning,
Don't worry.
also
That was a Roser
And
comment.
how long have they been saying that?
I
He
don't
doesn't
know.
have
That's
to.
what happened.
You don't have to
They,
address it
only
seriously.
recently started to study
sure.
more, which I agree. We need more research. But at least for the past, since 1992, I think they said that sex reassignment surgery was an effective treatment for adult trans
Wait,
people.
why am I here?
Yes, sex
There's no
reassignment surgery.
rules.
Okay.
There
Adults
is no
should be able to
longitudinal
make
study.
whatever
Wait,
decisions
no.
about their bodies that they choose,
Why am I-
and children should be protected from
Should children be
predatory
medicine?
doctors.
There's no
and
longitudinal
pharma
study about the
No,
effects of
guys, I
puberty
agree
blockers on
with that.
children. It doesn't exist.
I want to ask about banning sex
no
education so
longitudinal
much.
study about the effects of puberty blockers on
Sydney
children.
is correct.
The first person in the United, not person rather, but first institution in the United States to carry one out, and that looked at multiple different elements of this topic, was by the Boston Children's Hospital, and that started, I believe, in 2018.
Cool. Let's get some research.
Dude, I'm in the same boat as you. I don't want to see kids injected with poison if that's what it turns out to be.
Oh,
If it
no.
negatively affects them later down the line. What happens? It's like, oh, it
Trans
just
debates are
which one do you guys
cancer,
think is the
yeah.
thing?
Really, that
It
is kind of
doesn't.
thing.
They
You
are.
have to call it.
Because
The
it-
BLM
we
debate
know
was
the
way more
effects are
interesting than
longer
the
down
trans
line.
one.
Sterility,
Sorry.
bone loss.
Okay, sterility, that
muscle
actually is an
mass.
issue. Hold on.
These are all
Sterility,
issues.
that is an issue.
It just sucks to listen to people like find all those justifications to deny
Muscle mass. Okay, muscle mass.
Sure
is
that
an
it
issue.
has effects on
a medical procedure from other
I'm sure that
people.
there's so many negative consequences from this that we simply don't know
I mean,
about as yet, and we will.
it's like
and when this
icky.
stuff comes up in a couple years' time,
I
and children
know
are
that's
just
what part of
irreparable
What would-
damage.
I mean, what are we going to do?
irreversibly damaged?
Yep, sorry about
Sorry.
that. Whoops.
Justin, do you believe that children should be
What
able
else
to
would you
receive
expect to
lawsuits
happen?
from young adults who have
Oh,
detransitioned?
in
Do
this
you believe that
setting,
children should be able to sue
this
their
is
parents
exactly what I
and doctors for
expected.
medical malpractice and
I think that there's any case of medical malpractice, absolutely, yes.
But, I mean,
but what I don't
Mainly
like
from
is
those-
something that is normal. So what something Sydney did is framing
From
this
those
process
panelists
that if
and
you
It is normal. You can literally go into Planned Parenthood. You can literally walk into Planned Parenthood without a note from a physician or a psychiatrist or anything like that. You can literally go in and go, I want HRT, and they will give it to you. And I know trans people who've done this.
Okay, what she's pretending is happening is that when they're
I'm sorry, you can
There
literally
are-
walk into Planned Parenthood. I can go down there right now and I can say, I want to transition, and they'll be like, okay, cool.
I'm sure it's that easy. Yes,
Sure.
obviously.
It's
It's that
It's
easy.
that
It's that
easy.
easy. It's that easy.
It's that easy. Why do trans
That
people say
easy.
that it's
Oh, yeah.
incredibly difficult to obtain the life-saving medical procedures that help them? Why do trans people continuously say that they
What
are
are the
like,
life-saving medical procedures? Is it cutting your dick off? Is
Yes.
it taking a bunch of material off your forearm
I'm so
to
sorry.
construct a phallus?
This is the right-wing argument against trans people. They have nothing against. They have no evidence whatsoever. That's why you distrust it. It's disgust. That's all it is. You think
It's
trans
not
people
disgust.
are icky.
No, I don't.
It's not
Really?
disgust,
Cutting your
it's
dick off. Why did you phrase it that
concern.
way instead of sex reassignment surgery or bottom surgery?
Why do you have to control the language? Why can't I have language as well?
You can't have language. I
Right.
have to call you
That would be
out.
called a media
But
bias, lady.
it is actually. I mean, the procedure is
Ooh,
castration.
nice. That
Are
was
we
a good-
uncomfortable with this
that was
term?
a good- that's
Why do we
called
have to
media
frame it in
bias.
some sort of
I
way where we
like
hide what
that.
we're doing. If it's awesome, let's
We
just
can
be direct and honest about it.
Okay, so I'm going to call anytime a kid gets insulin
We have a
type of diabetes,
problem.
I'm going to say you're pumping your kid full of
What?
hormones and chemicals. Because that's correct.
When
Why
there's
hide
three
language?
portals with
Why
the
do you
same
die?
name,
Children used to die from diabetes. Now they don't.
it's the last two
Okay, but
named
can I phrase
ones
that? That doesn't
that
address
are
anything.
connected.
Yeah, you have
However
to.
you like
They
it,
have to
go
have two
ahead.
So
different
you don't
names.
think that
yeah.
there might be negative connotations for
Yeah.
telling a kid with type
Okay,
1
I'm
diabetes you're pumping your
renaming
kid full of hormones?
this one.
You don't think there might be negative connotations for that? You might
Do
have
you
negative
have
framing?
negative connotations for that? Because you're saving someone's life, right? Phrase it however you
Cool,
like.
you're giving them medicine.
Right.
Cool. Same thing like you're getting a vaccine. Like if you say like for the vaccines, that's another big one. You're pumping your kid full of chemicals. Like there's a way to frame things in order to paint it in a negative light. And I think you're incredibly dishonest if you are going to pretend that's not what you were trying to do. Again, the evidence points in my favor. It does. Transitioning helps kids.
That
You
the
are
lack of
incorrect.
evidence that you admit
There's-
doesn't exist
exactly.
points in your favor.
Wait,
Okay,
the evidence.
correct.
I have 50 sources in a document right here. I don't know why she has to pretend to lie. I have them right here. I will give
Baby,
them to
I'm
you.
not lying.
Your
I-
favorite thing is
Honey, I
calling
will
people you
let you
disagree
see
with
them.
liars.
You
I
guys, we're
will
going to
give it
continue
to you.
this
Everyone who disagrees
friendly
with me is
discussion by inviting the audience into it. So this should get really interesting, right?
Oh, no.
If you guys would like to line up, we would like you to
Wait a
have a specific
second.
question. We don't want a lot of
What?
verbose commentary because we want to be able to let as many people have
Oh,
questions.
never
as
mind,
possible. So
sorry.
if you want to stand up with your prepared question, I believe the microphone's over here.
Hey,
And
Frank,
just,
how you
know,
doing?
Let the person know who you're addressing.
Thanks for the like. Hey, how's it going? It's going good. Fuck, I just realized I didn't have
Can I
the
go get
multi-stream chat
What should I
window
ask?
open.
Oh my god, I don't know what to ask. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh no. Does Tesney ask a
I
question?
know this gentleman. Hello, Wolf.
Oh, the circumcision one. That's a good one. Hold on.
This guy
I
speaks
want
like
to thank
Ben
all of you for doing
Shapiro.
this. I mean, this has been really entertaining, but just showing up and doing this, really, I want to give my thanks.
I would like to state, I think arguing is super fun. I get no ill will towards
Super
anybody. I
fun.
think it's super fun. I had a blast talking with y'all. All right, so I'm seriously, I think
Super
personally-
fun.
Fuck you, Justin.
Now, fuck you, Michael.
Okay, Wolf.
All right, I wanted to bring up, if any of you have heard about the Project Veritas exposing CNN director Charlie Chester, that that CNN deliberately airs stories for the ratings. But I specifically have a question for Chester
Wow.
regarding the study that you quoted earlier.
A
about
news
the,
channel airing
discrepancies
stories for the
in police
ratings.
stoppings between day and night. Did the
What
study
a
take account
breaking
that,
news.
People are less likely to drive recklessly
Key
at night
race
because,
alert.
well, it's night, it's really harder to see, or that possibly that there's
Okay.
more reckless drivers due to drunk driving.
Did we
or
lose
they're
our
tired.
Dragon Boss portal?
I'm not 100% familiar with what they control and control for, but that would be a good thing to control.
What
for,
do you mean?
absolutely. There's never going to be an instance.
I just renamed Dragon Bows in the sorry command, and now Dragon Bows in our Kai Castle is connected to
So
nothing.
it's a good thing to bring up, though. All right, that is something that you should.
No, because Dragon Bows was just Sky Castle, and then
Hello. Yeah, so this question is
So
to,
what's
Mike
which one
and
goes
Gibson.
to
I worked on your
the
last
Dragon
name a lot. I
Boss?
don't remember what your first name is.
you know,
So my
it's
question
a
was
good question. I don't
about the
remember.
definition of stigma. It was
I'll
used earlier in
try
the discussion.
E, I
for
guess,
the DLM.
maybe.
And my question about that really is.
I don't remember.
when we
Yeah,
think
no,
about
it
that
was
word
E
stigma,
because we
it
wanted to
looks like stigma
rename
is
E to
single
Dragon
parents
Bows, but
and
no
all
one
that
was there at the time to do it.
Oh,
How do we
okay.
define like
I
so
believe it's
obviously
E,
there's going
I
to be
should
rural
say.
people everywhere, right? who think
What's the
certain things. So there's
conference
people
about?
everywhere
It's
who think
supposed
certain
to.
things.
It's called the
So
Better
we're not
Discourse
talking about
Conference,
eliminating opinion, right?
but
When do-
it's
when do we
basically
say that
like
the stigma has been erased or like, has been overcome.
So in my mind, stigma
a
has
bunch
two
of
qualities. There needs to
panels
be a deviation
by
from the norm,
with
as well as a recognition that this is lesser than the norm.
American
Both those things, in my
conservatives
mind,
and a couple
constitute stigma. So you can have
American
something that
like
deviates
liberals
from
and
the norm,
leftists
without it being stigmatized, as long as people do
arguing
not consistently
over
think that
American
this is less than
politics.
the norm.
I think
You're
that's
never
fair.
going to be able to control how people think, and you should.
Like sum it up in one
So,
sentence.
I mean, the
yeah.
idea that there's a stigma associated with single-parent households is this, sure,
That-
probably among some people.
that's
There's
good.
there's
Wait.
stigmas associated with, people with blonde
If
hair.
you're never going to be able to control
anything
what
else.
people think, the federal government's mission is futile and programming.
The
people's
federal
negative
government's mission
development.
is futile, and we should stop funding it
The
quite
federal
so
government should
widely.
just
Yes.
go away. Yeah.
Oh, I
correct.
hate libertarians.
I just want to point out, she speaks on both sides of her mouth here. I don't know if anybody else was
What
noticing
are you
it.
talking about?
I'm talking about that you have an opponent who is simultaneously weak and strong. Simultaneously, the federal government is trying to
They are
destroy the
strong because
nuclear.
they have a ton of
They are
money.
trying to destroy the nuclear family and somehow simultaneously on this futile mission.
I
because they
hate
can't.
to admit
So
this, but I
essentially
think
what
he's
they do, you can't
mischaracterizing
simultaneously
her
destroying
argument.
Western, Western patriarchal
both
values.
things are true. They should not have the kind of reach that they do. It is not going to
If
be
she,
effective, yet they are funded and
if
trying
she
to do
is
it anyway.
arguing that
Well, don't worry about it. Apparently, they're ineffective.
don't worry about
that
it.
like
Don't
they're
worry about
ineffective,
the
then
massive
you,
amounts of billions and billions of dollars going to garbage projects. We shouldn't worry about that.
Hold on,
then
if you
it's
can't-
normal to argue that you
Libby,
shouldn't be putting money into
Libby,
it.
if you
Yeah.
can't change what
I'll
people
speak on
think,
the-
why are you worried about government propaganda? You can't change what people
What
think.
are you talking about? I'm saying not can't. I'm saying ought not be
So you think we
controlling what people think.
So if
and
someone
obviously
thinks
no
that-
one should be, people should not be controlled. People should stick up for themselves and know what they believe and question their own belief system and not be dictated to.
So if someone thinks it's
But-
okay to leave their kid, like if they just had a baby, if they think it's okay to leave their kid because fuck it, that's not my deal, you think it's not okay to like try to convince them otherwise?
What are you talking about?
I'm saying, wouldn't it be good to convince someone with a bad opinion to have a better opinion?
What? What did you say?
She doesn't believe the government should be trying to change what people think.
Right?
Sorry, let me
I
know
think
when
the
you
government's job is to
stop
legislate.
listening to this. Alright, I will,
necessarily
Rosa.
disagree
See you
with that.
later.
She has
Never.
a lot of baggage on you. I think the
Never.
government is trying
We're
to
listening
destroy
to this
the
on
family
loop.
through social welfare programs. She calls it garbage.
I didn't say that.
I don't think
You
she's
didn't
ever
say
said
that? You
that.
just said that.
I said the infrastructure bill is garbage.
The infrastructure. What is
Next
my-
question, guys.
Okay,
We have
next
to- we have to
question.
move through.
What do you
Yeah.
say?
Hey guys, thank you for doing this. I know we moved away from the general topic of BLM and feminism, but I guess we're talking about families now, so
How,
it is what it is.
It's sort of related.
Yeah,
how do I
sort
make
of.
this roof
So two-parter
connect?
question, one for Libby. Libby, and this was one that I heard in the audience, is
Can't even connect a
funding
roof.
for single families
He
helps
laughed.
I don't think I
abusive
can.
families to kind of separate and have
There's
one
something
parent
horribly
leave that
wrong.
family.
He is
So
lacking
if we
critical
only
information.
incentivize two-parent households, then that removes the ability for an abusive family to separate. And the second one is on...
There we go. Never mind. I
I
didn't
don't
know we
think
had
I'll
this
do
The
thing.
question is, if you only support funding two-parent households, then how do we help those abusive households that want to separate and become a one-parent household? So that's one. And the second one, Mike or Justin, whoever wants to take this, is Abigail Schreider's book on irreversible damage. I guess, what would your thoughts be, and how can, is it refutable in any way? So that'd be a second one. But let's do Libby first. Thank you.
I don't think I follow your question. Are you saying, like, what is your question?
Yeah, it sounded like from your argument that you wanted to hold a carrot from the government to two-parent households.
No, I just believe that there should not be a carrot being held to single-parent households.
No
as I believe there
carrots.
is now.
Carrots
Correct,
are
but then
communist.
In that case,
No,
so this is perfect.
okay.
This is my question. Then if you have a two-parent household where one person is abusive and that person wants to leave that relationship but can't for financial reasons or whatever it is, if you remove the carrot, you now remove the ability for that household to separate.
I don't think the government needs to be involved in,
Oh,
in
shit, it's
family
Odin.
separation. I think there's community organizations.
Oh
that can be
my
involved
gosh,
in
this
helping
is to
women,
press
and I
this
think that there
question
are,
better.
and I think the government funds those programs as
I'm
well.
getting triggered.
And Justin, your thoughts on Abigail Schreier's book?
All right, so I actually have a video up on my channel. By the way, if you didn't like me,
What
up
is
here,
your question?
I get it. I was kind of an ass up here, so,
I don't
but you
even
can
like
make fun. But you can make fun of my YouTube channel name called
Did we all
Django
agree?
Science Lad.
Yeah, I don't like 'em.
Okay.
No, fair. No, that is just an accurate assessment of what happened. I was kind of an ass. But again, I have a YouTube channel called Django Science Lad where I go over Abigail Schreier's book, and they put too much emphasis on what the parents think, how horrible it is they have a trans kid, and they put really a lot of emphasis on this one study by Lisa Lippman done in 2018 about rapid onset gender dysphoria, which was a garbage study that people continuously misquote to say something that it does not say. So.
Thank you. Next question.
Hey, for the people up here that are opposed to the giving like
Oh.
blockers to children, are you in favor of a federal ban on circumcision, since that's also an elective medical procedure done on children?
Would you like to answer that, Sydney?
I don't think I've ever thought about it. I think I'm generally against, I'm against that when it comes to women, so FMG, female genital mutilation, FGM. So yeah, I suppose that I would then, to be, ideologically consistent, have to be against circumcision as well. I just don't think that you should be messing with children. I mean, my biggest thing is don't mess with children and old people, because they can't protect themselves, and if there's no say in it,
What about you? Would you support a ban on circumcision?
A federal ban?
Yeah, I guess the
I don't
question's
support
better,
a lot
yeah,
of federal bans on anything at all.
So you
Okay.
wouldn't support child transitioning?
No,
You know,
I
I'm
wouldn't support
scared.
a federal ban on that.
Would
If
there
I
be any
break
amount
the
of
boat
evidence that would
apart
point to
and
puberty blockers,
the
or
nails
okay,
sink
it's any
again.
amount of evidence whatsoever, because you seem ideologically opposed to it.
Bring the
I
boat
guess I would have to see the
closer.
evidence.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll show it to you if you'd like.
Go for it.
Next question.
Building bridges.
For
I'll
Justin
be
and
fine.
Libby,
This
I seem to
shallow
recall
ground.
a statement that the absence
water.
of black fathers was due to the marginalization of the black culture. But before the 1964 Civil Rights Act, I think it was 25%, now it's 75%. Do you
What?
think that black culture has been more marginalized in the last 50 years than during Jim Crow and slavery?
Marginalization is not a single factor, so it's not just this one. We allow segregation, and that's the only thing that is marginalizing you. Is multifaceted, right? Culture doesn't come from nowhere; it comes from a long history, and as that history changes, as it adapts to new laws,
Federal
Oh,
as
ban on
they
circumcision.
start to be granted new freedoms. A lot of history is going to dictate how
Jewish
we respond
people
to those new freedoms.
trembling.
One of the things I wish I would have been able to expand upon a little bit.
Affected by abortion and who undergo that procedure are black. And I don't know why our culture is telling
shit.
black women that they shouldn't be mothers. I find that disturbing. And killing black babies. Why are we doing that?
There you go.
Next question.
Dropping the abortion.
With the general concession that churches have and could be used to support non-traditional families and other families in distress in communities, do you feel that the churches are inclusive enough to non-traditional families that people would actually show up and accept that help if it was offered?
Is there a particular person you want to ask?
Since everybody agreed that they can be useful, a yes or no from everyone would
Yeah,
be
they can be useful, but they don't, I don't think anybody's going to disagree either. That I would assume nobody's going to disagree that there are churches that have inclusivity problems that would otherwise reject non-traditional families either.
I think there's so many churches that you can pick what church you want to go to. Like, I go to a Catholic church, and it's very liberal. It's a very liberal church. It's inclusive of everybody that comes through the door.
Is it?
And it reaches out into the community to be as inclusive as possible.
What if you grew up in a small town where you have 3 churches to pick from, and all of them, since you're in a very red state, a very rural state, all of them are very anti-inclusion. All of them are enormously transphobic, homophobic. What
I did grow up in a really small town, and there weren't a lot of churches. And my parents made me go to church every Sunday, and I hated it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
But
it sucked.
Me too. But what happens if there are?
I moved
He's
away
getting
eventually.
well, he's getting onto a financial structure.
He's
Like we're
asking
asking.
about
Smooth.
support. What if you live in a place where there's not support being provided by churches or
churches?
community?
Fucking
I'm not sure.
conservative
I mean, I think
scripts,
that, you know,
little
lots of times
NPCs.
shit
Yeah.
sucks. Like, you can't fix everything.
Do you think
True.
that it would be ethical to try to
Can't
encourage
fix
churches to be more inclusive
everything.
of non-traditional
Encourage them in
families?
what way? Who is doing the encouraging? The community? Yeah, the community can do that. The people within the church can do that.
Okay, what if you grow up in a really homophobic area and no one's lobbying for that because they agree that gay people should be excluded from the church?
That sucks.
Is this what the internet's for, though? Can't you just go online and just sort of, find
The
stuff
government,
to-
the government should bring in-
I'm just,
Wow.
I grew up in Australia. We don't, I mean, like,
Just go online for
I mean,
it.
there's a reason this is an in-person
change
event
online.
because in-person is superior to online like Twitch panels and stuff like that.
No, I'm
right?
serious. Like, couldn't you just? I don't know, fam. Like, I mean, I got no skin in this game, but I figure like you could probably go online and find a church that is more progressive, and then
fucked
you could
this
probably
up.
reach out to them and probably get help that way. I think that it's, I don't know, a weak excuse to be like, oh, I'm from a small town. Everyone has the internet. Everyone has a smartphone.
Unless you're
Yeah,
poor
I'm sure that
and
they'll help you across
Racking
states. I'm
up
just saying that's
points
what
for
churches do.
Handover.
That's what they've done
We've
since
got one more
forever.
question. I
Just
think
pray
our
online.
question-
You
This is
can create
actually
your own family.
This is
Got
actually
him.
from Riley. He's a panelist today.
She just to create your own family too.
Oh,
No.
we survived it.
Sure.
Sus
I have
incoming,
a
guys,
question
careful.
for Libby. So I heard you say some discussion about puberty blockers.
So
You said
cringe.
that there's a mixture of studies that show that they are and are not useful.
Nice.
Oh, it's RGR?
I mean, I read a lot
Thank
of
you.
literature too. My
Like, I'm
understanding
trying
from the
to-
It sounds like
mostly
RGR.
Almost all the studies say that they are
Yeah,
beneficial.
RGR is
So can you
there.
give me, like, one example
I
of
don't know
one
who that
of
is,
Can you give me an
but
example
people
of a study
are
that shows they're
talking about her in
harmful or
chat.
don't help trans youth?
Okay.
I don't have any studies on me right now to look at it. But, you know, this is such an
who is she?
interesting question. The issue surrounding trans.
She's
Because
a-
on the one
a
hand,
streamer.
I believe fully that
Okay.
you know, children should not be interfered with
Riley
in terms of their natural progression. I think that adults
Roshong, something like that. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck her name is. Sorry.
Because you said that they're out there, so I just want to know, like.
I know that the studies are out there, and I have.
She's a
read them, but I
trans
haven't read
streamer.
them
She
quickly enough.
does
Okay, thank you.
I'm just, because I mean the natural flow of this question is going to be like
Debate
what is
shit.
the weight of one study versus another. Granting what Riley and Justin are saying, the preponderance of studies are going to suggest that.
Riley.
If you were to find that this was the case, would you change your mind about puberty blockers for children?
I would not
Believing
change my
everyone
mind
has
about,
internet. And it's
So you
also
don't-
like,
I would probably not change my mind about.
remember when
medical and
it was
surgical
such a big
transition
deal
of children. But I'm not sure.
that
It's a tough question, and it's really
churches
fascinating,
had to
and
be
there's
in
a lot of
person, you
research to
know,
be done on it.
even during COVID
I mean,
times.
personally, I'm also, not a
That
big
would have
fan
been
of
an
church 12
interesting
rules or things like that.
point to
I
throw.
think we should be protecting children.
yeah, and they would have just, moved the goalposts. Hey, like we were never in support
I
for
said earlier to you that I would love to see
in-person
more
churches with
evidence, and I stand by
COVID.
that.
That's
Yeah, and then you
I'm
just
that's
said
not
that
my
you're
argument.
I'm not entirely sure. I'm not in favor of it as it stands right now. I look at the children in my life. I look at the children in my life who have undergone transition and puberty blockers and things like that, and they don't seem to be doing better than they did before.
So literally feels over. Your feelings take precedence over the preponderance of evidence. Okay.
Yes, I
I
got
think
nails.
it's not feelings. I think she's
That's
talking
not
about
what I
anecdotal evidence.
Yeah,
That
you're
people
Just
should
saying
have.
bad faith again.
Feelings
one
is
final
that's the whole.
question.
Oh
Hi.
no,
Okay.
that's not
Okay, so this is
feelings.
for
That's
Justin and anyone else in this.
anecdotes.
I'm not sure if this is current policy, but do you think it could be dangerous to make it illegal for doctors to refuse
Oh,
treatment
no.
for transgender people? Do you think that could be dangerous?
That's a good one.
Well, it depends on when you say refuse treatment. Do you mean like?
Wait, I like that one almost as much as I like.
I guess either way.
Either way, so I think that,
Data's the plural of anecdote.
Not every kid with gender dysphoria or like gender incongruity is going to need.
Look, that's not my feelings. It's just my
So in
anecdote.
that case, like if the doctor is doing their due diligence, they just make an accurate assessment, an accurate diagnosis of a kid. Of course not. Now, if a doctor turns away a kid, because
Do we
they
have a
transgender
spare?
or
Okay, do we have a spare portal?
Yeah, I absolutely think they should.
A
be.
name?
Like, that is discrimination, and
Like in
I
the
don't know
start
what
command?
the consensus is here. I think
If E
discrimination
is being
on the basis
used
of
right now,
classes
I
is
don't
bad.
know.
I would like to change what I'm saying. Yes,
If
I
you're
would
are you
I'm opposed to
nearby,
puberty blockers
can you
in
like
children
name
to
one
benefit
for me?
transition
I am.
transition prior to
Cool.
adulthood. I'm opposed to surgery on children.
Actually, we have an
change
E
their
here.
sex organs, and I'm
Oh, we have an
opposed to
we have an
stopping puberty. I
untagged
don't
one.
think
Yeah.
it's
What do you want it
harmful,
called?
and I think it's necessary to
I
make
don't
puberty
know.
to become a functioning grown adult.
Temp or no, that's a
And final
shitty name.
question,
My question is for Sydney. First off, I
Dead,
wanted to say I'm a big
because
fan of your
this
content, and
portal
I'd
is
like to
actually
keep
going to be
in
dead.
mind,
Like
you know, change
I
masses.
just using it to
My
bring
question
back
for you
the
today
components
is,
for
is it
the
possible that in pushing for acceptance of transgender individuals, we're actually
the
erasing
boat.
what it means to be a biological man or woman?
Hi, also thank you for supporting my channel. That actually means a lot to me. I get all like warm and fuzzy when I meet you guys. It's awesome. I'm awkward. So
Oh,
don't
and
judge
I
me,
didn't
just
prevent
see
you
where
from
I'm going.
teleporting. Oh yeah,
But,
like
in answer
one
to your
more.
question, I've thought about this a lot. And I think that there's, at least from my perspective, and this is just me, I'm not speaking on behalf of conservatives or libertarians or anything.
I got a
think
hot
that the
presentation ready
transgender
to
movement
listen
as
to
it
when you
stands
get
now
bored of politics.
is in a way
Okay.
erasing
How many
biology,
trans kids does
is
she know?
erasing what
No,
makes
I
it
take her anecdotes
the
versus
uniqueness
studies.
of being a male and a female. I don't know how people can say I feel like another sex when you've
I
never been
don't
that
know
sex.
for the
I find
first
this an
one.
interesting concept.
No one
And that's
knows.
not me saying that gender
And
dysphoria isn't real, that
you
transitioning
shouldn't
isn't real,
take
yada
her
yada. But I do think
anecdotes
that at the
over
moment women are
studies.
being marginalized and pushed out of the equation, and I find that very problematic. Most of you who
my
my content
hammer
know
broke.
that I am obviously very
I'm a
anti-feminist.
big
I don't
dummy.
subscribe to this ideology really in any capacity. But this is really the first time in recent years that I've ever felt strongly, I'm a girl, I'm a woman, yeah, hell yeah. Because I'm noticing that as we are being pushed out, and I guess ostracized in a lot of ways, pushed out of our own spaces, I'm finding it very, very, very problematic and very upsetting and irritating.
I think there's nothing wrong with being gender nonconforming.
Kicked me out of
Biological
his base.
sex is. And I do think that
Feels
what
terrible,
transgender
man.
ideology does is it answers Descartes' question about the
Trans
mind-body
ideology.
split, and it says that yes, mind and body are two distinct entities. They don't have anything to do
Descartes'
with each other.
question.
And if there's anything I've learned as an adult human female, it's that my mind and my body are incredibly linked, and I think that's true for all people. I also think that as regards trans adults, I think that's, trans adult, adults should do whatever they choose. But the idea that you can feel like a woman, I think a lot of that that feeling has to do with stereotypical representations of what it is to be female, and that is not actually a representation of femaleness. Being a female is having a female reproductive system, whether it works or not.
Well, it's like people saying that they can experience periods, when in reality, I mean, that's a biological female process, is, having a uterus, experiencing periods and pregnancy and whatnot. I find it really bizarre when people are like, oh, I'm trans, and yet I experience, PMS or whatever, and I'm going, well, you don't, because you don't have the biological structure to be able to experience that. So in a way, it makes it comical then when biological women are like, oh, these are the things that I go through as a biological woman. I mean, the reality is that you cannot fake biology. I'm sorry.
I'm so horribly discouraged how you said that evidence doesn't really matter to you in this issue. Your ideology is going to trump it. But I have a couple studies. The biological contributions to gender identity and gender diversity, bringing data to the table. There is a lot of evidence that gender dysphoria or gender identity is heavily ingrained into our brains. All right, this is biology. Gender identity, there is a biological component to it. And no, you can't change biology. But what people mean when they say biology,
you can't change biology.
In regards,
you can't change your chromosomes.
What they mean when they say biology is gametes and chromosomes, and to a lesser extent, that's what they mean when they say
you actually can nowadays.
Yeah. Now, can you tell me? Can you see what type of gametes that I have?
No, but I also don't care.
Apparently you care a lot. Your identity's being erased.
My identity is not being erased by,
so you don't think that...
I don't think you're erasing my identity.
Actually, no, that's awesome. I'm glad that your identity isn't being erased by trans people. I'm glad we're on the same page there.
I don't think you are personally erasing my identity. I think that would be tough.
I'd just like to thank...
I think you've tried.
I'd like to thank all of our panelists for a very spirited discussion today.
Bibles, guys, be polite. Be polite.
If you'd like to corner one of these guys and continue the conversation, I think they're going to be sticking around for a little while. Thank you guys all for coming out, and we are moving on to the next... Are we moving on to the next one?
All right.
Or lunch?
Play donos now,
We're moving
guys.
on to the next one. Okay.
Cringe. Okay, we're gonna skip, yeah?
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of downtime here.
All right.
Oh my goodness, I can't get this to place.
We'll go on break. Our next panel will start immediately.
I'm getting triggered.
At 1:50.
Is this not
So go ahead and
angled
put together.
right?
And please be back, because like I said, it'll be at 1:50.
Okay. We have a roof. It's also a fully enclosed roof, so if we put fires...
Yeah, what's up? Hold on one second.
We're gonna have a problem with smoke.
Oh.
What
They
should we
just
do
end
about
there,
that?
yeah. And they have like time limits, because it's like a conference and whatnot. Got panels
So
and
I guess
shit.
if he doesn't read the...
Okay, wait, are we okay from moving on, or do we want to recap or anything, or how we feel?
I got nothing. Conservatives think that puberty blockers are child abuse. Right?
True.
That's basically it. I don't know what else to say.
I think he did like good for the vast majority of it. There's a few times where his tone was like not engaged well with everyone else, I feel like. If that makes sense, but other than that, it was fine.
I know, like on the just the basis of the arguments, I think he was on point. On tone, sure, yeah, there were some problems.
What? Where's my work? Okay.
Like, okay, I do want to engage you on something.
Go.
What is the best strategy to like? Okay, not counting like the people who are like indiscriminately clapping because the conservatives like dunked on him or whatever. The people who are actually like on the fence or might have their mind changed. What do you think is the best way of going about it for those people? How do you actually change someone's mind in those kinds of settings?
Well, okay, it's gonna depend on like person. Either.
Oh yeah, sure.
If they're actually like on the fence about something, it's gonna come down to strength of arguments.
You think so?
Yeah, I actually definitely believe that.
Okay.
Because if you're actually like looking for like, I don't know what's going on here, someone who's actually on the fence is like what we're talking about, then if you're making a more sound argument, they're gonna. I feel like that's always going to be more attractive to someone listening. When we're talking about someone who's like not really on the fence, but they're just not like they're there for the blood sport style, then it's gonna be whoever dunks on the person better. If you make them look really dumb, then you're gonna pull them over to your side.
There's like an alternative in the French language. There's this subtle distinction between persuading and convincing. I don't remember which is
Persuading and
which.
convincing.
Yeah, but one of them means to try to get to someone through logic, and the other one means to try to change someone's mind through emotions. So they have different words ascribed to them in the French language. I often wonder. I feel like, I guess it just depends on personalities, right? Some people are like more logical, some people more emotional. But I feel like it's so easy to get caught up in the logical aspects of a debate, and it's easy to forget like how to appeal to the people who want emotional arguments. We like when you have a logical mindset, you tend to see emotional arguments as inferior. When if your goal is to actually persuade people or convince them, whatever. It's also a really important aspect, and I feel like it often gets forgotten in those kinds of discussions, or rather that it gets left only to the it basically gets left to the conservatives, right? Like at least in that discussion, or with debaters like Destiny or whatnot, they often don't really respect the emotional side of the argumentation, I feel like.
Yeah.
Or like there's even disdain for it, right? Oh, you're appealing to emotions. That means you're
true.
You're
No,
being
and
fallacious.
that's true. And in that regard, then you are going to go for more like anecdotes.
Yeah, for example.
Yeah.
Logos,
I agree,
pathos, ethos. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
There's a rule called 40-20-40 where if like 40% on each side won't be moved, and there's a 20% that can be swayed. Yeah, I think it's fair to acknowledge that there probably were people listening who were ready to be swayed. Oh, hopefully
I mean,
they were.
of people who are in these middle areas, you some of them are going to be better persuaded by an emotional argument. Or I guess strength of argument's fine. We can include both emotional and logical arguments in that.
For sure. Yeah, I'd like that.
Like I definitely think like if someone is honestly undecided in a situation like this and they're watching something like that, they're actually picking up on like, oh, that didn't like sound like that made sense. Maybe saying makes sense is more
sure, because that can
accurate
be
than even like
either
argument.
logical or emotional, right?
Yeah, because what you're really looking for is like, oh, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah,
seems to be like when people actually like take something to heart. In my understanding.
Unless they're actively looking for an answer, putting some effort into finding an answer is a slow grind, in my opinion, because a lot of times arguments are not really what forms decisions and opinions, but how those arguments resonate with us, or how do you feel about the argument. Yeah, that's what we just said, right? It's like when Destiny made up anecdotes. I didn't see that.
That was so dumb, yeah.
I think convincing someone on the spot is rare and not very feasible most of the time. Yeah, for sure. It's like a long process of different interactions that need to be positive and fulfilling for the other person. In a debate, sure, in my experience, you have to be friends with someone and propose your arguments, beliefs over a longer period of time. Yeah, in like a non-confrontational manner, usually. Because once you're confronting people, they get defensive. And then it's really hard to engage in any constructive manner, right?
If we're talking about like actually changing people's minds, there's probably no substitute for like the friendship route.
Yeah.
But that's like on an individual level. So like if you care about a specific individual and what they think about something, yeah, then there's probably no real position besides like I would need to befriend this person and just like slowly talk about these things.
Yeah.
My strength value went down when I put more supports up, I feel like.
I don't think emotional arguments are valid. It's just posing your logical argument with an emotional sensitivity to the other person. Unless you're saying emotional arguments are actually persuasive. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That they're that for a lot of people, emotional arguments will be more persuasive than logical arguments. My personal favorite is whenever I clash with my older sister on something a few times, and a couple months later I will find out that she changed her position and also thinks she came to that position on her own. Just gotta smile on the inside and take the win. Yeah. If like what matters to you is if you actually think it's a good position and that's what matters, then yeah, the attribution shouldn't matter, right? then because if you care about the attribution, that means you care more about your ego than. Wait, what is an emotional argument? X is bad because it makes me upset. Well, that is an emotional argument, but that is a really weak one. I think in general, anecdotes make for strong emotional appeals, right? If you're a good storyteller, then a good anecdote will captivate a lot of people in the audience usually. Appeals to what to the norms of like what we find good and rightful in society will probably work well. Though that can be a double-edged sword, because then like you're saying, like some people will think that the societal ethics mean that like gay marriage is wrong, but so you can go at it with an appeal to like how we should all love each other and all that stuff, but it might not. That one can be harder to do with like very strongly ingrained stuff.
So like in the BLM discussion, when they were talking about more, I think a strong position is like equating it to a sense of justice, because a lot of conservatives will still like value a sense of justice.
True.
And you can throw an anecdote about like someone facing injustice, and like we should work to remedy that. And you're gonna have a hard time having a conservative push back against like valuing justice. They'll have to find different ways of framing it to combat something like that. If that makes sense.
Yeah. And I think he did that at some point. He actually, I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was something to do with the idea of justice. I don't remember exactly what it was though.
Okay. I need to find more stone. That's annoying. Where'd my cart go?
It's only
okay. Let's start the next one.
If you have ethics, your ethics are just the dragon of chaos. Like chaos is a ladder.
Yeah. I brought the cart. All right, great. Oh, did someone kill it?
Okay, we have a Lichtboss portal now. Are you proud of me, Daddy?
Yeah. I see.
And it's the one we discovered naturally. Fuck the other one. We don't need that one.
I'm like 99% sure that the totems we got from the goblin camps are what activate that boss, not skeletons.
Okay.
Because when you read the description of those totems, it says like it channels power. It's just like the eggs, which we needed 3 of too. Yeah.
Okay, then that makes a lot of sense. How many totems do we have? And can they be transported through a portal?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
We have 1 totem so far.
Okay.
And we need like what, 5 or something?
Let me double check. I'm gonna break the boat after. I think we should get into the habit of breaking the boat when we like reach a new point, so we can move it around.
Alright, did you see the
There's 5 offering bowls. We're gonna need 5 totems.
Yeah, we have 1. Wait, did you see the portal layout plan?
No, I did not.
Okay. DM'd it to you. And I had a list of what these all went to, and now I'm trying to remember. Dragon?
God, our names are fucking trash.
Okay, this is Swamp.
Well, you have to include
Alder Trade E
somewhere as well.
Dragon. I think S1 and S2 are for that guy, because we have 2 locations of it.
Good.
The Death Pit portal. It's hidden, okay? That's gonna be these ones. What was H? The fuck is H go to?
I don't know. I added the Lichtboss portal where you put trade on your diagram. We can move it around, but
okay.
that's an important one to have.
Shoot, I didn't save the notepad because at the time I was like, I'll remember these. And I had like the actual names and then what their abbreviations were next to them.
kicking his ass.
What a bully. Fuck. It must have been S1 S2. Okay, so you run down. Here's our tree boss. Here's the swamp portal. Here's.
Do you think I could kick you up the mountain?
Probably.
Probably. I don't know. Like, we'd have to find a place where it's not steep. Oh yeah, up here should work.
We've got bone masses, elder, and bone mass and tree.
Oh, and you made an archway. That's nice. And a second
What?
floor.
Oh yeah, okay. Second floor is where all the homes are gonna come in. So that's
see.
Oh,
like
H
this.
is home. That's up here. Home and Sky Castle. There's 2 portals to the sky. We need to put 3 portals up there. So you portal in up top and then you run down. And it's all the portals in the downstairs room. That's this right here. So we got Swamp 1, Swamp 2, Tree Boss, Mountain. Oh, these are the mountains. This is Rothgar and Poop Peak. No, we have a different one besides. We have a different P mountain, yeah. Because this is where we don't need a portal to Poop Peak. Pretty much, if we're already in the center of it, yeah.
I'm gonna put boat components in one of those chests. I think it's okay to have them sit around
That's
here.
fine. You might have to make another chest if there's not room, but if there is,
I'll put it with the ore here. I see there's some copper ore.
Okay.
I think it's nice having the boat be
Alter
deconstructed.
trade E. The Ashlands, the Surtland one. What's C? Got Ashland.
Stargate C. Big Stargate command.
Surtland. Maybe. Man, I just don't remember. Okay.
Oh man.
Oh man. Well, it's like we can just we can redo it. We can make them whatever we want now.
Of course we can. No, I was just it's just like it brings me back to like going for a coffee at work and ending up in a 20-minute discussion about the naming of a couple of variables.
Yeah.
Well, I think this name is better, like better conveys this meaning of the variable, and then you end up like, oh shit, actually we should refactor and split this function into 2 parts. You like just make up a bunch of work for yourself. Fucking software development, dude.
I love that shit though.
It's pretty fun. I like it's funny how so many software developers shit on like UI UX stuff, but then the most important aspects of software development that are actually like code readability and reusability and documentation and all that stuff are basically UI UX for developers, for like the other developers who are gonna have to work with the code.
Yeah.
So like 90% of your job already revolves around those things. Also, we have a skeleton surprise at home.
Fun. Okay. I need to find a big rock. Okay. I would like him to throw more on the justice side. I would have liked him to, in the beginning, challenge stuff more with interrupting. I feel like waiting, like 30 seconds into them dragging out the conversation into like some other random points before he like responded to like precise things, feels really annoying to me.
I understand, but I also like he's trying to allow the discussion to have some structure, right? Of like not people cutting each other off, and then he stops doing it, and he goes like full. He goes like from 0 to 100, like yelling and interrupting and talking over people. There's like no middle ground, and yeah, maybe he should like found the middle ground there. Probably. I think I agree. It's too bright. Can you draw your curtain? I already drew my curtains. I chose to buy light, like white curtains, and they let a lot of the light through. But that's why the camera's angle is like here. It's not like usually I put it to the side, like over
Too
the
bright.
chat.
Can you just like turn the sun off?
Yeah, can I just? I wish. Oh God, as a vampire, I do wish I could turn the sun off.
Okay. Round 2. Yeah.
Yeah,
Ready?
let's go.
Okay.
Rogan O'Hanna,
Yeah. Who's
also
laughing?
known as DC Drano, is a former Hollywood entertainment lawyer that now posts conservative
Okay.
commentary, news, and videos on social media.
What we need
Here to talk
now,
about it from the University
Elysium.
of Chicago Law.
We need more totems. But you're like building shit,
do?
right?
Sean Fitzgerald is a John
we can
Jacobs
stop.
college graduate with 2 degrees in criminal
If
justice.
you want to build,
Sean
you
is
can
also
build.
on
I'll
the
try
content creation
to
channel
solo the
Actual Justice
totems.
Warrior,
What's
where he covers criminal
no,
justice
let's turn
issues,
planes.
as well as
That sounds
politics
fun.
from a libertarian perspective.
Then we need
And
to
he hit
find
100,000
new villages
subscribers
because like those around the castle we already raided, right?
Riley Gray
Yes.
Rochon is currently a dual JD Masters in Public Policy student
I
at the University
think
of Maryland.
there's
Before moving
potential
to
for some to be over
Baltimore,
by
Riley acted as
Swamp
the program
Boss.
director for
Like we ran that one
Constance
village
County
right here, but there might be
Yeah.
another village over here if I remember correctly.
Riley has elected
did
to
we
co-chair
check
the
for
law's student
totems?
LGBT+
I don't think we
organization
did.
and join the board of directors for Free State Justice, where she serves as an
I
executive
vaguely
board
did.
member.
I don't think
She's
we saw
also
any.
done policy work
Okay.
in state and federal
Yeah, let's
government.
try Swamp Boss then. And during the
John Doyle
daytime,
is a
we should
popular
be able
conservative
to
political
actually
commentator
clear the
whose work has
village.
been featured in the New York
Maybe.
Times and Newsweek, among others. He was banned from
Question
Twitter
mark?
the day following the 2020 election
Question
for telling
mark?
people to contact their representatives, which was arbitrarily defined as spam and harassment by the company.
Thanks, Justin. Appreciate it.
I missed.
Up here by myself. I'm not going to
Yeah,
do this good.
presentation.
When,
This is like a weird
however many
thing.
months ago, in August last year, myself and some of the Myth-Informed team members came down to Kenosha to see what was going on for ourselves with the protest and later riots that happened in the wake of the
Ugh,
Blake shooting.
cringe.
And when we came down, when we popped up a live stream, right before we did that, the first thing we run into is
Fuck,
some
fuck,
guy
fuck.
pulls up next to us and he stops his motorcycle and he looks at us and he says, "I hope you're here. I hope you're not here to harm the city. We're scared." And that was real because this guy didn't. This wasn't. This was a plea because he didn't know us. He perceived us as outsiders that maybe we're here to do
1
damage.
HP.
And it showed to me that like
Okay. So this is like, oh wow, what almost killed you?
1 star fooling. I forgot to pull out my shield. I was tanking him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is where you can do like dumb anecdote shit, and people actually like it.
Probably. I like stopped watching it at this point. I
Okay.
I couldn't. So I don't know what happens here. No more spoilers.
this goes further beyond policing, but it very much affects the communities in which these.
It's also
controversial things
nighttime.
take
You wanna
place. So
sleep before
the
you go
reason why
out?
we had decided to
Yeah,
have the event
one
in
second.
Kenosha
I need
wasn't
to,
rile up, to be provocative, but rather to support the businesses that had been ravaged by
put
some of the
stuff away
destruction and
and
support
repair.
town that really had like the lightnings of this political storm that's going on. So that's why we're here, and I thought we'd get right to it. I thought we would get really right to the question that I think is on everyone's mind, the big debate. Are police systemically racist? And John, we'll go with you first. Like,
Fine.
just that question. And I want everybody, I'm going to give that to everyone.
No.
And you can get a little bit of time to elaborate.
Is this on? Can you hear me? Not
No.
too well.
Oh, okay, then why don't we flip over? Let's start over with Riley then instead.
Okay, wait, is mine working? There we go. Hey everyone, how's it going? So, we have to back up a little bit because I know that a lot of people are going to expect me to come here as like the only left-leaning person on this panel, expect me to come in here like, oh, ACAB, abolish the police, police are all terrible, police are all racist. I don't hate the police, and I want to protect their respect, and I want to keep them safe, all right? So can we all agree that's like a good thing at the foundation, all right? Can we all agree that's broadly a good thing? Cool, on the same side. So it's important to be able to recognize a couple things in these conversations, right? In my opinion. The first and foremost is that the reason why we want to keep them safe, and maybe we all just take this for granted, but a big reason why it seems we want to keep them safe is because we all acknowledge that their job is difficult. It's dangerous. The reason it's dangerous is because it necessitates using violence or some kind of harm.
Hi, Derver.
And I think that's important for these conversations, right? Because when we get into the conversation about, oh,
I am
police are all
winning.
terrible, police, we need to get rid of them.
Did
it
I
feels
go
most people broadly
full-
acknowledge that like they do cause harm because that's what they're designed
What
to do.
is that
That's how we
emote
keep
even?
rapists and murderers. Like that is a good thing
What
for the
is
state to
that
do
emote?
sometimes. The problem usually happens, in my opinion, when you have instances where the restrictions are too low and the amount of harm that they do
Rude.
outweighs the benefit that we want them to have. And I would say in a lot of ways that we have
Oh,
some failures in
Derver, it
regulating
fucked
them right now.
up.
Right now, we end up disproportionately killing more people than police than most other comparably developed civilized, or not civilized countries, like developed democratic countries. Let's use that language. And we end up disproportionately killing people of color, despite the fact that they tend to be more likely to be unarmed, and despite the fact that they tend to be, and despite the fact that usually it's regardless of criminality or like the
Didn't
nature
fuck
of the
up
crime,
being
right?
sentient?
And so,
Really?
why is that? We get into this question of, all right, so they're being killed disproportionately. We have police disproportionately killing everyone, including white people, right? Including anyone in this room,
Is
right?
the
We all have
fire
police because
off?
we're here in the United States, and then
What
black
was
people in
that
particular
sound?
have a higher likelihood. So
Oh, something
why
with
is
Destiny.
that?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people
Oh, yeah.
would say that it has to do.
I was like, oh yeah,
But is it
that's my
systemic racism
computer
in your
making an
opinion?
alert. Or...
Well, I would say that this tends to be what people are talking about when they talk about systemic racism, right? That's not necessarily every individual
'Kay,
person
I'm
in the
ready.
police being racist,
Let's sleep it.
but rather that we have a system by virtue of its construction that ends up disproportionately killing people of color. That would be what I would say it is.
I'm going to say that's a mostly yes. Okay, and then back to you with
Oh.
now.
Yes.
Commentator.
So I think that
Okay.
in terms of whether or not systemic racism exists within the police, I would be inclined to say no with that. It's sort of like the evidence is so clear. It reminds me of a certain tweet from President Trump where someone said something that was just so absurd. He simply replied with, "Is this even possible to believe?" I mean, she mentioned that, for example, that people of color are disproportionately killed by police. Well, this is true. However, when you take into account their likelihood of committing violent crime and the arrests that are made, that discrepancy goes away.
no.
And even then, if you look at, for example, according to the FBI, if you have 10,000 arrests,
Oh no, I
being
did
made
watch a
with
bit of
black
this.
people
Oh
and white people,
no.
there will be 3
It's-
shootings amongst the black population, but there will actually be 4 shootings amongst the white population if you look at simply people who are being arrested for violent crime amongst a sample size of, I think, it was 10,000. And then even as far as police officers
Swamp
using the
House,
metric of racism, their
right?
propensity towards shooting people of color versus
It's
people
here.
who are white. They have studies that they've done where, you know, they do simulations and they find that white police officers are actually less likely to shoot minority suspects than non-white police officers. They're actually even in the field that also holds up. And so we sort of have this like almost juvenile 1970s nostalgia of like, the system is bad, man. I don't trust the system. It's like, what is that? System. It's like we need to identify specifically what we're talking about here. And when we do actually get into the metrics that would imply or suggest racism, it turns out that it's not actually true when we look at the data that's provided to us by law enforcement. So.
Okay, cool. And then Sean, I'm going to give you next, and then Rogan, and
Wait,
then
wait,
I'll give you a
wait,
chance
don't
then
go to the
to
bottom.
respond again, Ron.
Right.
Yeah, awesome.
Never mind.
Can I be
We'll
heard?
go on the other
Okay.
side.
Yeah, just to double up on that, like what we see is like a very low-level analysis whenever we talk about disproportionately being killed
The
by the police.
system.
I have a friend, and he likens this
Stop.
to the God of the Gaps arguments that you would hear in a lot of atheist versus
Oh.
Christians debate. And what essentially happens is people find a gap and they fill that gap with
yeah,
racism.
let's just run
And this
into
is
the plains,
racism
right? Go
of
around the
gaps
village.
argument. So we
So
hear about
have
black
we
people being
spawn?
killed more in proportion to their population, but in reality, your numbers as a population do not determine how you're going to interact with the police. Obviously, the
I
level
love
of
when
crime
you're
in your
wall
communities,
running
and when you
and
control for
see-
those factors, as John pointed out,
Looks
they're
pretty
not being
dumb.
killed disproportionately, and they're actually slightly under-targeted or underrepresented in those instances. It's just that the rates of violent crime are significantly higher. And as for the overall shootings in the United States of America,
Where no rain
yeah, that's a
falls
thing
and
that
no
happens,
crops will
and you
grow.
can compare us to other modern Western countries and say, look,
Oh my
our
goodness.
police are so much more
Yeah.
violent. Our population is so much
Fucked
more
up my
armed.
other
You're an
shot.
officer in the United States of America, you have to assume that the likelihood of somebody having a gun somewhere is significantly higher than in London, where the police don't even carry guns, or Sweden, or whatever. Like it's a different animal being a police officer in the United States of America.
And Rogan, what's your
He just said police officers are animals.
Absolutely
Canceling.
not. But there is massive systemic racism in the Democrat Party and in their
Oh,
major
no.
media
Oh, there's a-
friends.
that's keto,
That
yeah.
is where the
I guess
systemic
so.
racism is located. And per a Harvard study, since people have started to discuss disproportionate use of force against black or white by police, Ronald Fryer is a
we're
Harvard
splitting.
professor who is also black, and he put out a
Oh,
study in
yeah, let's do that.
2016 where
We'll
he,
cover more
and
ground.
I quote, said it was the most surprising results he had ever seen. He was a black man. He grew up in the South. He expected
found a
this data that
like
he
small
had,
sort of floating
analyzed from
temple
2000
thing
to
here.
2015 across
Does it have a
7
glowing
major
thing
cities in this
inside of
country,
it?
including Houston,
Yeah.
Los Angeles, and others. And he found that while black people, yes, are disproportionately, there is a use of force against them, higher
Thanks,
than their
Trevor.
white counterparts, adjusted for their numbers in society. But the actual use of lethal force against unarmed black men was actually at a lower rate than white people, and
Just
that
the
study was
chest.
also
But not
corroborated by 2
proportionally,
other
if
subsequent
I
studies. So,
understand this
no,
correctly.
The police are not systemically racist. They are some of the best people in our country. They're willing to put their lives on the line to save people they've never met. and
I
to
was
clean up
fighting
the mess
feelings.
of the
I
Democrat
missed
Party.
his
Most violent
argument.
cities in this country are nearly all
So I mean, there's a lot of people that say
Democrats. The
more
most
white
like
people
their
die to
scapegoat,
police than
they are
black
the
people,
excuse,
but
shame on them.
relative to
a
population
mostly yes
numbers,
and 3
like
no's.
proportionally,
I'll back you
I
up a
don't
little
think
bit,
that
Ron,
holds
here,
true as
we're
well.
just for balance, but
I think the whole argument is
what do you make of,
proportionally
like,
more
Rogan
black
study?
people
What do you
die.
make of
But I'm
the
not
fact that
100%
black people
honest.
I don't remember. I remember I looked it up like a
I think
couple
we can
years
be
ago.
against both.
Professor Fryer is not necessarily
I
sure
looked it
either
up a
why
couple
that
years ago, and I
happens.
don't remember
There is
anymore.
no
It
proof
could
that
actually
there
be
is a racial
proportional. I
bias,
don't remember,
involved
honestly.
with the police that are engaged in these uses of force. I
that's a good
personally
point to
think
bring up,
that there is a
like the proportionality is what
in the black
matters.
community, they call it the talk, and it's parents that
French
talk to their
salad.
kids and they say, hey, you got to be really careful with the police. They are not going to treat you the same way, they would necessarily treat
How
white people.
do
And
I get
it's a sad
Elysium
state
to
of
like
affairs,
me
and
again?
it's
Oh, well.
something I've talked
can't.
to people a lot
It's
actually.
over.
But
You
I think also having that inherent distrust of authority figures with uniforms on.
You have to
then
bully him.
amplified
He only
and
respects
exacerbated
people who can make him
by
feel
major
bad.
Media and Hollywood inflammation of police-citizen relationships, where they say white.
That's
cops
how
are
I
out there hunting
found
black
my
people,
place in his heart.
that they are going to shoot you no matter
Mhm.
what. I mean,
Ow.
who wouldn't be scared? Who wouldn't, run away or resist arrest? So I think that there's a problem in the culture. In terms of how people
There's a
interact with
problem
police
in the
and
culture.
not resisting arrest because I was
Fuck.
taught keep
Okay,
your hands on
fine.
the wheel. deal. Turn your music down when you get pulled over. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. And things will work out as good as they can. It won't always work out in your favor.
David does
so I think
spam.
that there is a cultural problem, not necessarily within the people, but I think it's this big lie pushed by major media in Hollywood.
All right, choose your
Major
adventure, Riley,
media.
where you wanna run.
Hollywood.
All right, give me
Marxist
a little bit. I want to
Hollywood.
work through some of this, but like it's also 3-on-1, so like be a little charitable. So first with you two, so both of you made like similar arguments about how like yes, I mean like first off, can I just get like broad agreement that like people of color are being disproportionately killed
Can
by
I
police,
watch your
regardless of the cause? We all agree that that's happening,
stream?
right?
Yes, you can.
No, you don't agree that there's disproportionate killing of black people?
Not according to the data put out by.
If
That
you're
Roland
not,
Fryer at Harvard, I think. is
if
what
your
he said.
only factor is population, then yes. But
Right, we're talking about per capita, right? So if you are black, you're more
The
likely
per
to
capita
on the
argument.
shelf for a second. That if you're black,
Well, if you
likely
only
to
care
by
about the
police and
population.
I believe that most of the data out right now suggests
Oh,
that it's
no.
despite being unarmed. Like right now, again, we're putting causation.
Oh,
on the
no,
shelf for a second.
imagine.
Agree, starting like point one, that black people are being
Well,
killed
if you're
disproportionately
only
regardless of
accounting for population
It would depend
and
on
not
the
for
metric,
how
whether you wanna go, like,
violent
per
the
capita
blacks
by
are.
police, if it's actually disproportionately affecting white people, or if you want to go like purely by
Oh,
their
no.
proportionate representation in the population, like which would make more sense. In my opinion, it would be like
I
per
found a
vote on
village.
the rest would make more sense.
All right, well,
I'm
most
not
of
gonna
the
wait
data
for you to
studies, I mean, like,
engage.
if you want to, I collected all the
Or
information on this,
am
so
I?
I'm free. I can share it with you if you want to. But it seems like most metrics that we use show that they are more likely to be disproportionately killed. Like I just want to get like understanding. Like we can talk about causation, and there's gonna be a lot
Yeah,
of talk about
so
causation.
yeah, I think
But
it,
just
the
want us to
the
kinda, like, it sounds like
disproportionate
we're on
argument
agreement,
still
so I just wanna make sure that we're on
holds.
agreement of this.
Saying
Yeah, if
that
we're just going
Yeah.
the
strictly
absolute
population
numbers are
statistics, then yeah.
true,
If not
that more
represent
white people
more than
die,
13%
but
of people killed by
proportionally
Okay.
more black people die.
Unarmed, I disagree in terms of them being
The per
armed
capita
and
argument,
firing
dude.
back at police or attacking them with knives or bats, and then they're killed potentially at higher rates than white people. That may enter into less of those confrontations, yes. But in terms of unarmed, per the data I've read,
No.
3 different studies, no,
Not gonna
it's
shoot
not
me.
true.
Okay, well, I've read, I mean, I don't know, maybe we're reading completely different studies because I've read most, if not all the studies on this, and it seems like it's despite being more likely to be unarmed.
Okay, let's-
So I've got
like,
one-
that there's
I've got
still-
one
so it's like there's
fooling
clearly,
that
like, the
followed me.
disproportionality of it, like even
Oh.
people of color who are unarmed
Let's
are being
fuck
killed
him
by the police.
Do you know how many people of color are
All right, now he's running. Never mind.
are not like trying
I
to somebody
hated
else
how
as a
they
police
do that.
officer? I know that a plurality
Oh, fuck,
of
I
people who are
forgot to pull out
left-leaning
my
and
shield.
far left-leaning, I saw this morning. The plurality of those people estimate that it's north of 100, somewhere between 100 and 1,000. The Washington
Okay.
Post even acknowledges that it's like what 10, maybe
Yeah,
9.
it's like 10 to 15 per
It could
year.
be,
Alright.
like that, again, we're putting, again, I
I
just wanna
agree.
put
I also I'm
causation
skeptical
on-
of the Washington Post as well, but in this particular case, I
Okay,
just
yeah,
wanted to-
like I'm just trying to put causation. It sounds like we broadly.
Okay,
we
you-
can talk more about
well,
that.
let's
I'm sure
shoot
it
the
sounds like we
one
just have, like,
next to the
context on
tower.
sources, so we can talk about
Okay,
it later.
got it. 3,
But, like,
2,
you
1.
broad agreement. Cool. Let's
Oh,
move on.
we
Okay.
were
So
aren't shooting
police are
at
being
the
We
same
meant
one.
different towers.
But I
Nope,
missed
I
mine, so
understand
that's
that.
fine.
Killed by police. You said
It's all good.
That's not
It's all
a
good.
tower.
We're really good. That's not a tower at all. You're right. We're really good at
My
this.
contract
We're
is
like
calling this term where it's like it's called yine, where
we're
it's yes and no
amazing.
together. So
Oh, you
yine.
got him. Nice.
And basically, there's this idea that like step
Oh,
one,
he got
shit.
you.
actually, when
Rolling
you measure
time.
police brutality, it doesn't seem to correlate in like most cities that are measured with the amount of violent crime
Nice.
that's being committed. What does predict the amount of
Okay,
violent crime or the amount of police brutality or
the
police
guy
excessive
from
use of force
the
in the
tower
I
city?
see the
is
one
coming
you
with
had met
friends,
before.
yeah.
Oh,
Step
they're
three,
coming.
Black people tend to
Firing.
disproportionately inhabit communities with poverty.
Oh,
so
there's
they
a one
end up
star.
feeling the effect of that a lot more than most other people. That seems to be the case. Now, from there, we can have a cool discussion about what to do with that, because I think I've watched a video of yours where you got into an argument to say that actually policing in these areas, as they are right now, because of that fact, are justified. Is that your position? I'm not owning that position. I'm just
I
asking
got the
if
one
that's your
star.
Policing them because they're poor is not justified, but policing people based on reports of crime is
Oh,
totally
that
justified. and
hit me?
acceptable.
Yeah, like poverty is a good predictor of violent crime. You'd agree with that?
Oh
I
no!
actually wouldn't disagree.
Oh no!
Like we see people
I'm
with,
bad.
with higher rates of
I
poverty,
coulda
different
dodged that.
demographics in the United States of America.
How many
I didn't
hours?
think it would
a-
actually hit me.
No, we're not talking. All right. So
How
when I
many
say
hours
predictor,
do I
that's
have
a
in this game?
Generally
I don't know.
would
I'd have to
correlate,
look
but
up
it's
the
not a
Steam
one-to-one, and
stats.
actually, I'm firmly under the belief that crime drives prolonged poverty.
Right. But I mean, like, what I'm talking about, I'm not talking about the one-to-one causation.
Hey, I'm not
Bring
the
up
one
weed
dying.
stats.
Something being
Weed
caused
Bring
by
up
another
weed
thing
stats,
in terms
please.
of like just increasing the likelihood of it happening, right? It could be a 10% likelihood, it could be a 20% likelihood, but just the fact that there is a causative relationship between these two qualities, right? Would you at least agree that like the existence of one is going to make the other more likely?
I think you see them in the same area, like they correlate, but I don't think they cause each other. That's where I'm disagreeing with you.
Okay, so why do you disagree with that then? Because it seems like of the literature I've read, it seems to be that that's the consensus, that that's like one of the driving, like even if we want to say that's not the main one, that it's like a really big driving factor in violent crime.
Well, I mean, you can look at statistics over time. In the 1950s, the black crime rate was actually dropping, and they were significantly poorer than they were in the 1970s. It's not a predictor. Like, they're related. Sure, poor areas are likely to have more crime, but it's not like one causes the other. Like, in a simple sense, an individual incident, if you need money and you rob a bank because you need money, sure, but over like a span, they're like correlated, but they're not. One's not causing the other.
I think that, all right, then maybe we can, I'm trying to just like get an understanding of your position on this. So maybe it would be a better statement if I'm reframing what you said. All right, maybe it's, if we don't want to say that like it's the main predictor, that it's like a predictor, right? That it's like something which does
I think
contribute.
at this
Maybe
point,
there are other
should
factors
be
that also
nearing like
contribute, but it is
100
a
hours, honestly.
There are other factors. I've been spending the last few minutes deciding whether or not I wanted to bring this up. I've decided that I'm going to. As far as predictors go, something that was interesting, there was a longitudinal study done over the course of about 35 years, I think, in like 26 or 2,300 counties in the United States. And what they found was that the prevalence in the county of black Americans
There's 2
is
shamans.
actually a greater predictor of violent crime than the prevalence of poverty within that county. This kind of, I think, goes more along with the cultural argument that you could make as opposed to poverty causing crime. And even if you look in countries that have less, really what it comes down to, I think, is inequality less than poverty. Because countries that have, not to get all income inequality on the panel, but countries that have less disparity between where their wealth is distributed have lower rates of violent crime than we do. And so I don't think it's as simple as just like, oh, they're poor, and so if we throw money at them, then they're going to stop committing violent crime. Because even like you can look at according to the FBI,
black Americans who are in the top income bracket in the country are still more likely to commit violent crime than white Americans who are in the lowest income bracket in the country. I don't understand how that could substantiate the poverty explanation. I think it's much more of a cultural thing.
So all right, there's a couple things there. So first, can you repeat like the finding of the initial study? I'm sorry, like I've been spending like weeks reading all the literature on this.
Repeat the thing that'll get you canceled? Yeah. So they found that the prevalence in the county of black Americans is actually a better predictor of violent crime within that county than the prevalence of poverty.
How did they do that measurement? I'm super curious. No, I'm just interested because like this seems to run counter to like all the literature I've read, because the literature seems to suggest right now that black people in a community is not a good predictor of the amount of police brutality in those areas, right? So that seems to, and like there's a lot of studies that say that. So it's really weird to hear like this that seems to run counter to that.
Studies are fake as a general rule.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
I'm actually going to agree with you on this, that your black population is not a one-to-one predictor of crime. So I live in New York City. There's 2.1 million black people in New York City. The population of Chicago total is 2.7 million. 700,000 residents, I believe, are black. New York has lower, not just per capita crime rates or per capita homicides, but lower raw numbers of homicides every year. And this is despite the fact that our black population is almost equivalent to the entire population of Chicago. And statistically, it would be equivalent. Like one is 2.7, 2.1. Like you can gather data from this and it's totally, like, it would totally be doable. So it's actually not like the best predictor. If you're saying that your black population in a certain city is likely to
if you do a sneak attack
compared
on
to like other neighborhoods, maybe, but I haven't looked into that and found that one-to-one. We have wildly different per capita crime rates among black populations in the United States of America, and sometimes they're in cities that are close together. Like Detroit's homicide rate is significantly higher than Chicago. They're not that far apart from one
This
another.
fucker's camping my body.
Predictor.
You want to say something? Yoko, you're about to say
Yeah,
something.
who here has heard of the
need
term
help?
fighting Irish?
No.
I went to Notre Dame, so once or twice.
You know, it's a stereotype that's largely true.
I died.
Like to fight, and I didn't
Fuck.
realize it. I am Irish. I grew up in the Boston area.
I input an
and it's
attack
very
instead of
common,
rolling.
and I didn't realize how common it was until I moved to other parts of the country. And people
Irish
don't
just dropping
fight.
that bomb and pressing on. Studies are fake.
And I think it goes back to the roots
Yeah.
of
That was pretty
Irish
cringe.
immigration into this country. They were fleeing famine, and I'm actually probably going to counter their arguments a bit and explain something. But when the Irish came to America, they were treated like animals. They were seen as less than. They were in ghettos. And you know what? If you put two hungry dogs in a cage and only one bone, guess what? The dogs are probably going to fight at some point. But if you put two bones in that cage, they'll probably split and be generally happy. And the bones are symbolic for economic opportunity. Okay? And to me, yes, is there certain violence in, racial demographics? Is there higher rates? Sure. But you know what else there is? A lot less.
Oh no,
opportunity
that
in
was
these
actually
communities.
Dustin. Oh
that was
no.
yeah.
Is a ex-convict. She's a heroin addict. And she's been in and out of jail many years throughout her 20s. And she recently has been cleaner, and she's got a great job, and she's selling cars. And she goes, you know what, Mom? I am so much less likely to commit crime because I don't want to lose this job. And when you are employed...
Yeah, it turns out that if you're not alienated from
when there are
society,
jobs out there for
you're
you,
much less likely to commit
like,
crime.
yeah.
Especially as a man,
What an
you have a
amazing
profession, you're better
take.
off all around.
Wow.
Family, and you're as good as it gets.
Like,
I-
some
yeah,
high
this goes
tier
back to
No,
argument.
fucking Derver hole.
that the biggest racists in this country are the leaders.
Why are you
So
running
far,
into
the leaders of the
Derver
Democrat
holes?
Party,
Why is there a
because for
mosquito
decades,
in the
they have continued
forest?
to neglect these communities. They've sold them lies. They
God,
give them
cringe.
checks and say,
I
"That's all
can't
we
make
need."
it out of the Derver
They
hole
think
with,
that it's the police. You should just fight them.
with,
at least in
like,
catastrophic
the stamina
consequences.
from
a lot of this problem.
honey.
Oh no, if you fell in there
A lot
after
of the police
dying
reform
and you have no
argument
food.
is like, if you
Yeah,
had
I have
cancer,
honey,
and
and
one of
that's
the
like it.
symptoms was that you got itchy, and you itched it, and the debate is
You
whether
may
should
never
itch
make
this
it
way or
out.
that way, and maybe you're not addressing
I
the root
might
cause of
not.
the problem.
I might.
And
Oh,
that's
I made it
horrible.
out. No, I
Horrible.
fell to the
It's
next
largely driven, in my
one.
belief, by our open border system, something that Bernie Sanders has
Where are you
most
going?
poor people
What are
in
you
this country
doing,
because it
Eminem?
produces an overabundance of employment
Oh,
labor,
no.
wages go down, fewer jobs.
I
and guess
managed
what?
to
You're left
fly
with
out of one, and there
then once you're in
literally
jail,
there
you
was
have that
another
on
one
your
right
record,
in
good luck
front,
getting
and
a
I
job,
fell into it.
Because when there's
God, I
so many
fucking
people
hate
to choose
Derver.
from, why would they choose the person that's been
True.
in jail? So I think we absolutely need to shut down the borders again, and I think we need to also
Shut
have a little
down
bit
the
of employment
borders.
reform in terms of giving people a second chance, and that will reintegrate them into society and make things better for everyone.
Riley, you've got to choose
Man.
your own adventure again.
Yeah.
You have
so,
some big brains
I'm gonna use
here.
this term again. Yain. Just because like there was a lot that you said there. There's some things
Oh,
that I did agree with though, right? Like
Riley.
reducing poverty is going to have like a really good effect in making sure that people are disincentivized from wanting to commit crime, right? And that is something that I broadly agree with. That's like one of it's like if we're talking about policies, solutions to make sure that this problem so that we can actually like deal with the problems that we're talking about. That's probably one of my main ones is like economic reform, making sure that we're actually investing in communities and giving them more job opportunities. You know, like that all seems broadly good for reducing crime, so that police don't have to respond, so that we aren't getting riots or whatever. Like things like broadly speaking, reducing crime is probably good, right? So to go back to bring that back into the conversation over here, 'cause I'm not forgetting about it. So like I guess that this kind of ties into when we're talking about systemic racism because even like I'm not trying to say that police are all individually racist. There's like some evidence that they're like, for example, if you were all listening to the panel earlier, there's like a study that came out that after sunset, even controlling for like driving habits or like if people follow the law, that police are still more likely to arrest black people at day when they're able to be seen compared to night. That's like some evidence that police are individually racist, but most studies it seems to say that like the causes are broadly systemic insofar as like we have this over-policing of specific communities, despite the fact that it doesn't correlate with violence. even though, and one of the main causal factors is that it correlates with poverty. Now, I think that you would say, and this is where I wanted to pick up, is that like you would say, I think you'd say that that's justified, that like since there is more crime being committed in these areas, then it's good to be able to police those areas. I think that's your belief, but it seems like, because again, the studies seem to show that like even taking that into account, police are still policing these areas too much, right?
I want to
and
see what's
end
in
up causing
here.
disproportionate harm.
Ooh,
Because
it's
remember,
amber.
police by virtue of what they do cause
I stole
harm,
your
right? Like,
pearl.
that's kind of what we
Okay,
expect them
fuck.
to do. When they tase someone, when they arrest someone, when they shoot someone, like that's what they do.
My pearl?
We just as a society decide that like in those instances it's good
Or left
because it
it
prevents
here.
those people, like we assume that in the worst case scenario it's able to protect everyone from like rapists and murderers, right? The problem is when you have police shove so much into these communities beyond whatever would be beneficial that we end up having a disproportionate amount of harm compared to what's useful, right? And that seems to be what one of the main problems is, right? I'm not saying to not police these communities, just like to bring it back in a little bit, because we've even observed that in areas where that's been tried, where we like reduce the policing in these areas and invest in them to give them the economic opportunities like what you were talking about, then we actually see an overall reduction in crime, which is good, because less crime means police have to report to less things, which means that they're going to be protected,
That's-
and also
I can't explain right now, but it's a really bad argument in connotation.
Lots of problems solved. So I don't see why we can't move towards those kind of solutions.
Yeah, so like as I was talking about earlier in my open, like you're making a racism of the gaps argument because I'm familiar with that traffic study. I believe it was South Carolina, and the difference in black
A
people in
racism
South
of the what?
versus day and night
Of the
is like
gaps.
5%. So yeah, there's a disparity between day and night, but it's minimal. It's 5%.
Well, it's
and that
statistically significant, right?
but
But it does exist. It's not that much, but it does exist.
But it being statistically significant doesn't mean that it's not unexplainable with other factors, like a gap, and
sorry.
you fill it with racism. So in the daytime, you might be more likely to see the person in the car. So if you're stopping for a suspect, in the daytime, you might pick the person that you're stopping for that matches the description.
Right,
At night,
he's-
you might be stopping
Oh,
for a
literally.
vehicle. So like, I don't know how much that factors into it, but it could play a role. Like we're talking about a minimal distinction between nighttime and daytime.
He's
and
saying
Didn't he
I
just
don't
something.
know
like
what the data is,
explain
whether or not
racism pretty
people are
much?
driving at different rates depending on the time of day. Like it's like you can't just
He's
find
saying
the gap and say,
something,
"Here's the
I just don't know
disparity,
if
it
he
must be
knows what
racism."
he's
Like, you have to
saying.
actually look for an explanation for the gap.
Guys, it's not
So here,
racist.
we're
It's just
running
when
into
you
a
can
problem
see
with
the
kind of
black
like
person, you
limitations
know
of
they're
cities.
black.
Because I mean, like, could there
This guy's
possibly be
lexicon
other
would indicate to me
explanatory
that he's
factors? It's possible, but, like,
cryptofash.
with this kind of study, and again,
Maybe,
like,
yeah, but
one
there's a
clear,
worse guy
not
later
saying this is
on.
all, like, individually racist, right?
That
But there,
who's,
you
like,
probably see,
you-
some kind of play
100%
bias,
is
right? Or at least that's
crypto-fascist.
At least the most likely explanation. And the way that we
He
resolve
like
that is
he
better
actually
police
says
training.
that the
Hey, police are
13.
gonna do
I'm
some
not
training with you, and we're
going to
gonna make sure
spoil.
that we're gonna try
Yeah,
our best
we'll
to
get
get you to
there.
do these things, right?
Yeah,
That
we'll
doesn't
get
seem
there.
like a really far out there solution, you know? Like just improve training.
To talk about disproportionate employment of
Wait,
force,
is this-
I'm familiar
this
with that study.
panel
If I
or
remember
we'll
correctly,
check?
it didn't
Yeah,
control
no,
for different
I don't
driving
think it's
behaviors.
this
Maybe it did,
panel.
but I do know that like black people for whatever reason are twice as likely to
I'm
not
pretty
wear
sure
their
it did
seatbelts.
control for
Well, if it did, then
driving.
even then it was 5%. So we burn down cities because 5% of the time they're like pulled over more. Or even that Minneapolis, where St.
Yes,
Floyd is.
that's
So
exactly
that's
why
actually
BLM
had, I
people
think it
are
was
rioting.
70% of the arrests being made there. Or excuse me, 69% of the arrests being made there for
A
violent crime
troll
against black
fighting
Americans. And then statistics
Loxes.
from that police department show that they actually
Wait,
commit
am I in the
70%
right
of the violent
place
crime,
here?
which means that they're actually being less represented.
Oh, yeah, I am in the right place.
Only by 1%, not statistically significant.
Okay,
However,
where's
right
this
on the edge.
mosquito?
No, I'm not in the right place. Oh my god, I went to.
Yeah, I was curious what you were doing.
It's like a statistical
I
anomaly,
got
maybe even
confused.
borderline insignificant/significant. Also, I think you alluded to a study that was published or at least alluded to in a Vox article. Vox.com,
My brain
essential example of American
has been
journalism.
damaged by what we're
You did mention
listening
that some of the
to.
effect of, there are less crime, which is
I want to
like
claim.
they're
I want
there,
by
they're
to
just only
claim
people who are
disability
more mentioned that less people are killed.
right now.
Which is true. I think this is the Ferguson effect. There were like 100 or maybe somewhere between 100 and 300 less black Americans killed by police in areas where they basically pulled out.
No, I
the
don't
protests
see your
in the last
message,
6 months.
Rosary.
And resultantly, there was like what between like 1 in 6,000, 3 in 6,000 additional homicides.
No!
Of the majority black Americans because of that lack of police presence. So
Wait.
it's sort of like a cost-benefit thing.
Go away,
I mean, like, that's
mosquito.
not, like what we observed. So there's a couple things.
Please.
Right? So first, studies on the Ferguson effect are really mixed. There's not like a clear consensus. What we have, so like as far as I think that you're talking about Minneapolis. Is that right? Because I know I had to look this up in preparation for this.
Motherfucker, he's still coming.
Okay, cool. So like when we look at that, actually,
He's
there's
still
there have been several
coming.
people that have been looking into this, and what we see is that like there could be an argument that was because of a lack of policing, but it seems much more likely that it was caused by COVID, right? That it was caused by the fact that people were locked inside. Because what you observed in Minneapolis during this time is actually, and also this was broadly the case for, like, across the entire United States, regardless of city affiliation,
Okay, I'm
politically,
just
regardless
dead.
of whether or not you can see
There's
these
no way.
crimes,
I'm
new
so
policies,
scared.
That overall, most crimes that would be committed out, say like in
Yeah,
like
I was
robberies
thinking
or,
about like how are we going to
aggravated-
get back to our
like, robberies
bodies
or,
when there's
like,
that
things that you commit, like, when you're
mosquitoes
walking
and
around outside, right? Those kind of crimes all.
Can they hit me in the water?
Homicides ended up increasing because of the fact that
I don't know.
arguably people were
Oh,
stuck
I'm gonna
inside.
drown though.
Let me
Everyone
know.
in this room, I assume, has
Oh,
felt
I'm
a little
sorry.
cooped up in the course of COVID, right? Like over the course of a year, right? Like have any of you gotten sick of the people that
Okay.
you're living with?
I-
Like imagine
Okay, then, thanks for the
and
$100 super chat.
imagine that,
God
and then
damn.
you take an entire population of like millions of people, like people who are more likely to fucking off their whoever they're living with, right? But that's not because of a lack of policing. That's because people are stuck inside more, right?
I don't know if you saw what I saw over the summer, but nobody was stuck inside. I mean, in like all of the major cities, it's actually the only example where it was.
Oh
acceptable
my
not to be
goodness.
inside was when you're out protesting this zeitgeist of police brutality in American cities. It's just like that was the only example. People were not masked up. The white people were. Shout out white people. But most people like weren't masked up. They were just out there crowding in like close proximity. We're trying to stop this.
That was cringe.
Well, all right, so like first off, yeah, I'll agree that like during those protests, not exactly the greatest way to be able to handle COVID. Not a lot of social distancing. Yeah, broad agreement. But what we saw, so like for example, I live in Baltimore, right? And there was like like, I think, a handful of protests, right? And then the rest of the year, or the rest of the time during quarantine, everyone is
We're not going to address the like subtle white racism there. The white people were masked up.
Like, even if you want to say that there's some times where people end up doing violent crimes during COVID.
Like earlier, we were talking about optics of the context of the thing.
Instances where there's like, oh, there's that here, there's that there.
If she went hard on that, then he'll be like, oh, so you're like anti-white, and he could like drag her down into that.
And then he just like went off her. I mean, you can like read the articles.
I don't know.
In Chicago, and then it was shot up and 6 people died.
I think you sort of like have to stay on topic,
I want to double up on that with actual like with numbers.
Or it's like too easy to drag you into whatever.
George Floyd decided to get rid of the anti-crime unit. The anti-crime unit should be called the anti-shooting unit because that's what they deal with is shootings. So they get rid of it, and New York's shooting rates go back to 1990s levels, which we had the Great Recession in New York City during the Great Recession. A lot of people were out of work. Crime went down during the Great Recession.
We're
shootings went down.
trying to get that back to our body, and we're listening to
and this is the undercover unit that goes out and deters
to
shootings.
some peak cringe from
was because they're like, well, they're more likely to shoot people, like shoot suspects, which sounds sad. But then you're like, well, of course, the
like debate panel thing that happened in
is
Kenosha.
probably going to end up shooting people more than any other unit in the city. And in New York City, we also had our murder rate.
You're gonna hate it, turn it. This is
gonna
be rage porn.
Light version of these policies, but we went from about 300 murders to 450 from one year over another. And I don't
like
think
hardcore conservatives,
due to like COVID, like poverty or whatever. I think the fact that the spike came in shootings post getting rid of the unit to deal with it, and the murder rate jumped significantly in that latter half of the year because it's happening
giving some really shitty takes,
is more related. Sure, there's definitely people angry and antsy about COVID.
100%, no way.
But I think the overall factor is this change in policy. On top of that,
okay, like, now I'm on the right island.
It depends on how you're measuring crime. So, like, one of the ways that people unsophisticatedly measure crime is through arrest.
It's going to be nighttime soon.
Don't
That's
measure
great.
crime through arrest. They measure crime through
That's going to be a lot of fun.
And they actually determine their patrols based on these reports, and they use a system called CompStat.
I have a bad feeling about this.
And they'll go and target race neutral just based on the level of crime that are being reported.
No, I almost want to like wait until you die,
somebody was murdered,
and then we go to sleep, and then we come back.
Before you call that a murder, you know it's a murder, and that's how it works with every
single. You buy and I'll die.
On top of that, some crimes are never reported, so we use the National
probably, yeah.
Survey.
Why do we live? Just to suffer? Pretty much.
But I'm sure that's not going to look very good either. And the disproportionate rates that we're seeing that people always
just to play games
are in the reports, and they're also in the crime victimization survey.
Oh, and just to make you happier, turn it. It's a panel that's been Destiny's isn't participating in this one, but it's a panel. Destiny's streaming the whole event.
Baltimore actually stands out as a success story for the most part in the last year. They're actually one of the few major cities that has not seen a massive uptick in violent crime. And so, yeah, there is some justification to show that maybe some of those inner city policies are working better. However, in most major cities, especially Chicago, Los Angeles, Oakland, San Francisco, violent crime and murder are at unprecedented levels. And a lot of it is attributed to fewer police. Defund the police, Ferguson effect, whatever you want to call it.
Can you ping the village and like our bodies? Oh yeah, they're like right over here, right?
Because they're short about 700 officers, and as people start getting out into society more,
man, trying to load the
Yo, I emailed my resignation letter on Friday, and my manager never responded. Now it's Monday. What do?
Hometown area. Past.
Do you have an HR?
He has a lot of hometowns.
Never miss an opportunity to signal boost right-wing debate bros.
Speech, and I wanted to,
they do actually have leftists on the panels. It's actual debates, though they're outnumbered.
Supporters at his DNC.
Why is signal boosting them though, Eminem? What the fuck?
Most votes in American history. You guys can see on that one.
Because
and we were at this restaurant. There's a few of us. We were MAGA hats, and this car pulls up with tinted windows and some, loud music, and I'm like, uh-oh. And they roll down the window and like, yo.
Uh-oh.
There was these black guys.
At this point,
we're like, hey, and they're like,
I see this as entertainment, not as.
And I was like, really?
What? They're using the emotional stuff. Don't you want that?
I go, hold on, stop.
No, yeah, but I'm like.
All right, now talk.
No one in my audience is gonna have their mind changed by hearing some dumb fuck. Your 20 viewers don't count. Yeah. Well, yeah, they don't.
Did Riley even come with a TikTok ready?
And we're commenting on top. Okay, we're doing responsible commentary. Oh my god.
Young kids. So you're against defunding the police? Against it, because what's that? Yeah, what's going to make police officers matter?
What was that?
This guy talked to me.
He recorded the conversation.
Down the street. He's like, we don't need fewer police. We need more police. And it's something I have noticed that the loudest voices calling for defunding the police. Have you seen?
Okay, we're testing if it can kill me in water. I think it can. It went after a fish.
Some of the whitest fucking shit in the world. Can't believe you fucking morons push that so fucking hard.
They want you to not have guns. They want you to not have police while they go live in their white neighborhoods. AOC, She lived in a rough neighborhood.
Let's keep on pretending that defund the police is not about reallocation.
Pelosi with her $25.
Yeah, but it's still a bad way to
people
phrase it,
calling
man.
for this stuff.
If you want it to be
Wait, some of you may not
reallocation,
believe me.
then
There's actually true
defund
evil
is a
at
horrible
the top
word
of the
to use.
Democrat Party. All right, this is the party that fought for slaves. This is the party that was.
Oh,
that
no.
was
The tongue,
KKK
at
members
least.
in the South. You want to talk
I don't
about
know,
the
like,
distrust of the police
So does
comes from?
anything else. It's better.
From Southern Democrats
I
that
don't
targeted these people, and this
know.
party.
I have to wait. Hold on. I just,
this guy another
this is
Professor
like a
Wolf?
small
Oh my
point.
God.
I
I
don't.
don't want to interrupt you because I respect you. We
Like,
can't acknowledge the
I-
Democratic Party in this respect is almost certainly.
Like, I kind of agreed because of like how hard it is, like how this always comes
God, I
up.
wish we were on this
Like,
fucking panel so bad. God fucking damn it. Did they camouflage that?
anyone skeptical of it always brings up the wording, right?
Read Dinesh D'Souza. He debunked that pretty thoroughly.
Imagine unironically quoting Dinesh.
Like, I should ask like a really quick question.
I don't know what else it should be, but
is
yeah,
actually advocating against like
it's
laws
annoying
which
to
would
have
protect the interests
to
or protect,
like, no, that's not
broadly people
what
of
it
color
actually
or minorities.
means.
The reason for that, though, is quite pernicious.
Takes
and I
away
think
from the
everyone would
message.
agree with this because what they're doing, like the ultimate goal of the Black Lives Matter or progressive
Oh, you made
activists
it.
is to basically
Shit, so now I
Mosquito,
actually
though.
have to make
such that
it.
they can then escape the
There's a
consequences of their
mosquito near the
policies. So they know that,
body.
and this is true with Hispanics or blacks or Asians. It's actually they vote as a block almost uniformly because since they're a minority in this country, they have to kind of use their.
What are we doing
No,
then?
bring up Mexicans in Texas did not vote as a bloc. Like, the idea that is this monolith voting is not true.
Which policy?
It should have just been reform the police or something like that. Well, the problem
Yeah.
is that police reform in the U.S. has been attempted multiple times, and there are reasons why it hasn't worked.
Did Riley really say that?
So there's also a messaging problem with just being like reform the police. I think what's his name? That guy who
is because they have police there in what's referred to as the gentrified area, and that's where like all the businesses have come and invested. In, so it's actually creating a nice little pocket that will eventually.
liberals giving the right-wing argument credence is the real bad optics. So what are you supposed to do? You were talking about a country where like 40% of people
Yes, we do actually. So
pretty much believe everything that's being
Said here, yeah.
that's being said here. Or do you just like pretend they don't exist?
Report, isn't that the idea that if there's less police officers to arrest people for crime, it won't get recorded in the crime? It's like if a tree falls in the woods, did it really fall?
I agree that like giving legitimacy to those arguments is a bad thing, but you can't stick your head in the sand either, right?
No, we're
Okay.
talking about reported instances of
Your
police
body is safe except for the goblins.
Okay, I'll see if I can make it. I guess I'll try to avoid the. I saw the route you took. You went through the
Victimization are
forest,
usually the
right?
most accurate. This is correct. We usually go by victimization to like look at crime
Go
issue.
down in terms of arrest, then like yeah, obviously less police. You know,
Right.
if they're going down in terms of reporting, then that's a different thing. Then you actually might have something there. But I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, again, like, if you want me to, I'll share the things that I've read. Like, I've compiled them very neatly and nicely and orderly. But it seems to be the case that, like, when you do that and you also invest in those communities, that ends up reducing crime overall. Because, again, and maybe, I don't know, maybe I haven't, like, reinforced
How do I
this enough,
not-
like, police, when they end up doing their job, which is using force, they do cause harm. And that kind of harm, whether it's displacement of people in those communities, whether it's setting back entire households because there are less people to be able to work in those households and be able to support each other, whether it's getting people involved in our criminal justice system, which is a whole other discussion, and it ends up really harming people. Like, these are things which are going to end up contributing more to poverty, which ends up, in turn, contributing more to crime. And so the result, and again, I'm not saying to get rid of police entirely, right? And I'm definitely not. What we want is proportionality, and to be able to discuss what proportionality means. Because right now, we're over-policing them, even if we take into account the fact that they may commit higher crime because they live in communities of poverty. That's the issue.
So I agree with him that I think you have the causation backwards. Again, crime drives poverty. It's not the other way around. And I think an example like might be.
They're so wrong.
Everybody knows what it is. Walmart operates on a 1 to 3% profit margin on the volume.
How? How are they just
if your
so
shoplifting
wrong?
in a certain area is above 1 to 3% of inventory, it's slightly higher than other areas, then you're not going to get a Walmart in your area. You're going to see more Dollar
Shoplifting
Generals
1%
in
of
there.
Walmart's
And
inventory. That
Walmart's
sounds like
do
an
employ a bunch of people
unbelievable
that are not
amount
the
of
best
shit.
jobs,
What the
but other
fuck?
major retailers have these same issues. So when people talk about how like there's not enough grocery stores in these in certain areas, like this is a reason for that because these grocery stores
Can you
profit
imagine
margins cannot
stealing
support being in these
1%
areas.
of all of Walmart's goods from a
What's the
grocery
name of the
store?
guy who replaced Jon Stewart?
They feel like the corner stores are upcharging them.
I always
because the
forget his
prices
name,
are
the like
higher
British
in these
dude.
corner stores. And there's like a bunch of reasons because they don't move stuff at high
I
volume,
do not
et cetera,
know.
et cetera. But what people don't realize is that the prices are higher in these little corner stores in these neighborhoods, but the equivalent corner store in other
Done
neighborhoods
like
is
the
actually
guy with the
more profitable.
glasses,
They're making less money than you make, even though they're charging
who's like
more, because their insurance is higher
does really
because there's more crime,
snarky
then, you know, it's more
political
difficult to
comedy.
survive. Rioting
I don't know.
The margins have to be higher than
He
military.
doesn't.
I'm
Okay.
curious what we could look up if there's like a financials.
I'm
or
sorry.
Riots had horrible.
Because he
horrible
has
impacts on the city of Detroit that
he
still
has a
came
really
to
good
this day.
segment on
Crime is
the
driving the poverty. It's not the other way around. You have to have the
on
police in
like
there to drop that
police
crime rate because why would I wanna invest my money in an area
basically why
where my goods
police
and services are
reform
not
has
being
failed up
protected?
until
Everybody
now
knows this.
in the U.S.
well, hold on. Can I say a couple things? Yeah, because I don't think that you've demonstrated.
Even if police reform has failed, why would you change your slogan? Your goal is still to reform the police, right?
Basically, yeah.
Like a pretty broad accepted consensus that
But it needs to be
if you have X, Y is more likely predictors of crime.
more than.
Walmart's gross profit margin is like around 25%.
Like you're talking about how people
Like,
have may not be able to access
to my understanding, I could be wrong on this. A lot of the people are. Oh fuck! There's a mosquito. I'm gonna die.
Where? Can you ping?
Yeah, on me.
But the crime raises the price
I'm
in these
outrunning
neighborhoods.
it.
You can't operate certain stores that have bigger volume that will
No.
provide low-cost goods. So you end up with these other stores that are charging more and making less because they have higher
I
operating
don't.
costs.
I just finally saw you.
Like people have to be able to go to areas.
Wait, you were running straight through the plains. Come through the swamp more.
Yeah, I should have.
Live in Brooklyn now, even though
Okay.
15 years ago I wouldn't want to go to Brooklyn. The NYPD went
Trevor
in there, they cleaned that up,
Noah?
and then people were like, "Oh, you know what?
He's South
the fancy
African.
brownstones in Brooklyn are just as nice
No,
as the
it's
fancy
not
brownstones in
Trevor
Manhattan. Let's
Noah.
clean this neighborhood up."
Oh,
jack up the
John
value.
Oliver
Not-
sounds right.
John Oliver. Yeah, it was John Oliver. Yeah, it was not Trevor Noah. No, I was thinking about John Oliver. John Oliver has a great segment about it where he it's the last week night episode, so John Oliver. Yeah, thank you, so
end up in things like food deserts, right? Where they aren't actually able to get like any meaningful, I mean, it ends up being expensive food, but healthy food because it's too
How,
expensive.
like-
like y'all know about like Whole Foods, right?
Like one of the most egregious examples was
Raise your hands. All right, why do you not shop at Whole Foods?
that he
Because it's fucking
cited.
expensive, right? Like that's
I'm
broadly the
gonna die
reason.
again.
But compare that to like the cornerstone stores that you're talking about, or like most other places where people in these communities are actually able to eat. The reason why they're able to shop there or at the places that they do is because they're
Am I
cheaper.
gonna
And because
survive
they're cheaper, they
this?
have to
No,
sell
I'm
lower
not.
quality goods. And if
Yeah,
people
you
have to live
will.
just off of those, then they aren't really able to survive off of that in a lot of instances.
Food deserts are
Defense has more extreme connotations, so it carries more weight. Yeah.
All right, I don't know if you've ever
The thing
been
is,
Memphis, but this is absolutely problematic.
it seems like
people's choices determine what's in the store. They
in
have
certain
all these,
districts,
initiatives to add more
probably what
produce.
has to happen is like
You're supporting that through government, by the way.
actually
And what ends up happening
defunding
is
the
people
police
don't
and
buy this stuff. They want
recreating the
processed food. Like, we
police,
have an obesity
but as a
problem.
new
And it's not
organization
because, like,
from
you can't
the
figure out
ground
to
up
eat
to
fresh stuff
break
in the
apart
United States of America. It's because it's cheap,
the
it's
culture and
convenient,
the unions,
Wait, but that's exactly the thing.
which are
That's the whole point.
Oh, it's also
make
convenient. Like,
real
yeah,
reform
you're gonna sell it, you
impossible.
have to wash it. Like,
That's basically all I wanted
I
to
open
say.
SpaghettiOs, I eat it right out of the can, and you know.
I did a video
Well, okay, especially in
yeah,
any of these
but
places where defunding the police has played out to like not positive results, it seems like a horrible thing to tie your movement to.
And they had produce, and virtually everyone in the store except myself and my cameraman
Yeah,
was black.
the optics get used against them all the time. The argument,
Yeah.
I mostly agree.
A lesser cost than
I'm gonna have to be
So why do you think? All right, so then the question is, why do you think that
turn
is?
its spokesperson here because he does have a
Okay,
counter argument
go
to
for
that.
it.
Which
What
is
is it?
that whatever you do say,
I mean, like,
it is going to be used
I know, like, that's a
against
pretty
you
broad
in the
generalization.
game.
Like,
That's
of,
fine.
reasons why these people make these different
But you
choices.
know
There's
that,
a
so you want to
reason
use
for
the
a person
best
to get
possible
less
thing
access
that
to
can
education
that
and
you
have
can
less
argue
access to
against the
people know that those
best.
choices
If
are
I have to
valid.
argue, well, I don't actually mean defund the police. I mean I want like reallocation of funds and stuff. I feel like I'm doing it like it feels dumb. If I can say, well,
like it doesn't harm us so much. I don't believe
if we're doing like
necessarily
rebuild the
based on
police
education, understand the
or
importance of
like
people making certain kinds of choices. I mean, like, that's a
reallocate
problem
the
here is
or
that
any
we're
like
not
these
thinking
things, I can like
education,
point to
ergo,
like, well,
poverty,
the
right?
police aren't suited to respond to all these things. We're getting deaths out of like public health services, and we need to build up these systems to take over for it instead of having to like backtrack in the very beginning of like, well, I don't actually mean defund.
Why do you think that is?
I'd rather do that 100 times.
Yeah.
Okay, you just talked about mental gymnastics, and you're talking about there's a lot of
there is a certain extent to which having stronger language also will appeal more to your like base.
I mean, if we want to talk about
But your base is already with you.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, well,
But
in this thing, who's your base here? Like, do we want fucking anarchists? I don't know.
No, okay. When anarchists, that's also a problem. I'll admit. When like anarchists co-opt it and are like, oh no, we actually do mean defund the police. That doesn't help either.
Demonetized YouTuber, and they're taking money and then using that to pay for other people's children. It's just like
I think that any actual parent who's in the room, especially after going through this recent pandemic, who's had to pay for a child.
Nerd slogans will surely bring about change.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he means by that, but
Yeah,
it's not even if the slogan will bring change or not. It's a better conversation to have around your movement than a slogan that doesn't actually represent what you want your movement to do. Or if that's what you want your movement to do, you get broad disagreement and contention, and so that's not doesn't seem helpful to unite people then.
poverty rate in this country decreasing up until war. Poverty
Well, it is okay if that was actually what you meant, but yeah, I agree. Like the slogan should mean what you actually mean. That shouldn't be controversial either.
Because as a citizen, I look at the history of the country, and I would be inclined to think whether it's because of the institutions, the demographics.
Defund has more extreme connotations, so it carries more weight, but it just doesn't work optically. There might be people that mean reallocating funds when they say defund, but reform is such a better word here.
Black men, white and black women, like all of these metrics suggest that things are getting worse. Well, I don't know. I'm asking you if we've become less.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of reform here, honestly, simply because of the.
We're bringing this back into the beginning,
Oh
right?
fuck! There's
this is the issue that people
mosquito.
talk about with systemic racism, right?
Is
We're
it
not talking about a bunch of
chasing
people who are individually. We're not talking about a bunch of people
It
who are
is. Oh my fucking god! No.
All right, can you run towards me? I don't see you
We're
yet.
talking about systems that were set in place that were developed
I
long
can't.
before any of us were alive that we're kind of stuck with today.
I'm gonna run into the swamp.
Systems of giving
Hopefully
welfare
it
money to
stops
these people,
chasing
the
me.
systems of affirmative action, diversity quotas, all these things that
No,
are
it
literally designed to help
didn't.
the
You gotta run
downtrodden
towards
people
me.
in this country.
Yeah, they have helped.
No, they haven't, because all the metrics which we just went over have actually gotten demonstrably worse.
Yeah, why do you think that is?
I know, I'm asking you.
Yeah,
The system. Which system?
Yeah,
I
we're
don't
talking
see
about a lot of systems,
Oh
including,
my
hey, let's bring this
God.
back to police reform, right? That's one example.
Circling back. Let's go.
Yeah. And so that's why it's important to be able to recognize.
I was trying to go around and
is like
it
a
didn't
way
work.
to try and resolve the system, but it's obviously not the only way that we're going to resolve the system,
Okay.
because as you said, these problems have still gotten worse or haven't improved. So we want to be able to invest in the communities to try and reduce poverty, and we also want to reduce policing because, and I know that you two probably like, I want to pick up on the point where you said that like,
Ooh, Tally
if you
brings
look
up
over the past
an
year, cities that
interesting
reduced policing,
point.
that they've still seen increases.
Unions in
Like,
theory
broadly
are there to
speaking,
partially
we've
democratize
observed
the
increases in
workplace,
violent
but since
homicides
police
across all
slash
cities,
teachers are
regardless of
paid
political
via
affiliations,
taxes,
regardless of whether or
that
not
is
those
already
cities actually change their police
democratized.
policies. Like, it's not caused.
But
like a
I
comical amount of
don't.
murder.
Yeah, but no. But we're talking about what we're talking about here is that like the thing that you were talking
Um,
about.
Wait, how
whether or
did you
not,
manage to avoid
cities that reduced their
mosquitoes?
policing had any causal effect on this,
You
but not
run
only is
really
there no
fast
tell
and
that
you
was
roll and you
causal
get them to
effect, but there's
attack
also other
something
cities which
else.
didn't
So
have
they'll
those
even
changes,
attack
which
fish,
also
I
saw the same
learned.
kind of increases in crime. So when we look at that, it seems
So
to
you run them
suggest
into
that
other
they're hiding
mobs that
how
they'll
Oh
fight.
yeah, I should have
policing
rolled
wasn't
to
called
avoid
and that is something else.
the
I mean, we could do
sting,
more studies on
Yeah.
this, and that would
and
be
then
awesome. I'd love to
doesn't
do more
attack
studies,
right
but
away.
right now,
Because you
it
guys
seems like
control
I don't
academia.
see. Well, it
Yes,
does
I
attack right.
like
You have to like
police, I like bringing out the
preemptively
point.
roll
That's
almost.
like-
This
Oh.
whole, you know, and I'm sure
I don't even see where this
like, the whole,
mosquito
like, oh,
is.
do you have a source for that claim?
Not
It's
your
just, like,
body,
so
though.
tiresome
Yes,
because-
I like
It
to make sure
was
that when I say
like
things, I've
here.
actually done research into them.
Right,
Like,
so
I think that this is like a
you
broadly
Google
good thing.
things and then like
Thank you.
it's like, yeah, we can applaud the fact that like
I killed the other one that I killed you the first
Wait,
time.
are you?
Okay.
Wait, are we going to conspiracy about the left controlling all academia?
Like only 5% of I think college professors identify as conservatives. I would
All right, so
imagine
let's go.
that
All
would
right,
be-
Huh.
so let's go back to this.
In
Like,
the humanities. In the humanities.
Yeah, well,
I
that's
wonder why.
Like, dumb people just don't go to school.
Thinking of things backwards. Like, do you think it's even possible? You're talking about like, oh, maybe crime actually causes
We should just dunk on
Do
it.
you think it's actually
That's such a
possible
good.
that
Like,
people left just
maybe you guys are
generally
just
actually
fucking
listen to
dumb.
data and evidence
Like,
for it?
it's
No, I think
so
there's, like, a
easy.
top-down
Oh, I'd
system,
love it.
which you are able to basically consolidate this.
Yeah, but then
of
they're
narrative
really
to
not
help
trying to convince anyone.
really,
if
and
they-
so
You can also
if
go to
they go that
onbrain.com and
route.
No, that's a
It's a
great.
data point for
I
anything
feel like
that you
that's
want
still
to
Sure,
strong.
yeah, I mean, like, I make sure
Like,
that,
what does
like,
that
it is
tell
important
you?
to make
If
sure you don't
no
share
one in
any sources.
academia is
I think it's important to make sure
conservative,
you
maybe it
read
means
all of the data
conservatism's
subject
got
matter
like
experts.
some
Like, I
big
have
problems
those
about being
subject matter.
stupid
Like,
as
I'm trying to come
fuck.
into this in good faith. Like, if there's an opposing study,
Yeah,
I wanna
like I
read
mean,
that shit. I want to be able to
it
I
is
want to make sure that I'm not spreading misinformation. That's the point.
just because
Your
it's
point about welfare,
true doesn't make it not an ad
Georgia, your point about
hominem.
welfare. In the state of Georgia, you literally cannot receive welfare unless you're a single parent. Like if you have a two-parent household, you will not be able to get it.
That's
and
not
it's
true.
not like people are having kids to be
You
on
won't
welfare.
get
People are
single
already on
welfare
orphans.
plan.
If they worked,
You won't
they
get
would
single
lose
parent
benefits and
welfare,
have them
but
decreased
it's not
as
like.
taxpayers.
Well, I don't know.
So
Maybe
they
Georgia's
line
got
themselves
some.
up to get the most
Well,
amount of benefits.
the federal
It's not
ones would
just
still
people
apply.
responsible
That's just
what
not true.
accountants is all
There's no
about.
way that's true.
It's not saying that all these people are scammers or even all these people are actually really single parents. Although the distinction between being married and not being married and cohabitating is significant in outcomes for the children. But there's a lot of people that live in that
There
will live
are
in, they'll have a man that actually does live in the home.
a lot of
but
weird
they won't
problems
be
with
married
that.
specifically to maximize the amount of benefits that the
Yeah.
mother can get. Like, I
Right.
mean, look, I do my taxes. I'm not saying I'm above this. I do my own taxes, and I take whatever deduction I can possibly get because I'm responding to financial incentives. It's what we
There
all
are some
do.
weird
Can I go on that real
incentive
quick?
loops that
I
this
think
has
it's
gotten
just, like,
into.
the policies
I know there's a problem of like.
So bad, whether it's with welfare programs or with diversity quotas or affirmative action.
I don't
Now
know
it's
if
like,
I'd
okay,
even
we
say
have to actually
problem.
do this time,
There's
that
some
time,
weird
where
things where like
literally one to one the
sometimes
same as, well, that wasn't
since
true
women
cognitive.
get
This time you have to
the
do it this way. It's
single
like your
parent
side
money,
can't seem to, like, work within the way
they
that
have
it
like the
actually works.
money
You're
and
studying
like
your
there's
data,
kind of like a
trying to get
market
people
to
to
buy
know what we
boyfriends
say.
and so
And
there's like
It's a pretty
weird
big
shit
difference
that
between
it
those two things, is
causes.
that first
That
off, like,
sounds
I
like
was
stuff that's going to be really fringe though.
processes which seem to sort of
Like
manifest
I kind of hate
There's a big difference between actually
like
being able to
conservative
experiment with,
like
demonstrable,
concern
doable
trolling
policies
about
today and, trying to compare that to
edge
trying a
cases
system
of
that
fraud,
a lot of people would argue is never actually happened
or like
before.
people
I mean,
do
like,
really
there's a pretty
fucked up
big
shit with
discrepancy
their
between, like,
lives to
oh, yeah,
get
that
some
wasn't true
like
communism
government
because people
aid,
say
and
it
it's
never
like,
happened, and,
oh,
well, that policy didn't work, that was exactly how we wanted it.
I do
Didn't
really
work out,
have to
so
like
it's different. There's a pretty big
sacrifice
discrepancy between those two kinds of thought
welfare
processes.
that
The point being
helps
No, their bodies
millions of
doesn't-
people over like
No, I don't
weird
think you
edge
sacrifice
cases.
it, but I don't even know if it's that much of an edge case. That's the problem. Do you need your first body at all?
No.
I'm just trying to study this shit and
Not
figure out
at
what's best for
all.
everyone. Right. So that coalition basically has
Just got like
exacerbated all
some
the measures
berries.
we've gone
I
over
was
earlier. Whereas
using.
if you actually like ask like Rogan,
Wait, academics have exacerbated all the issues in society?
I'm going to insert real quick. If you do want to ask a question, line up now, and I'll let you continue.
If you actually talk to, and this is what I really like about black men, is because black men don't have to like be politically correct like white men have been conditioned to. And so if you like ask black men what's wrong in their communities, they'll tell you. Look at Kanye West. I would argue that Kanye West
Oh,
is better
no.
in the black community than anyone on the stage. This
We're
means that
going
President
real
Donald Trump
downhill
has
now.
tribal
Oh.
energy. What does that mean?
Uh,
It means that black men
uh,
respect strong male leaders because they know that in order for order to be restored in their communities, they need that presence in there because clearly what we
Wait,
do
I'm
is
gonna roll.
Weird, like,
So that's like a cool
some
anecdote,
Django
but
shit.
that
What the
doesn't really have
fuck?
to do anything with the fact
I'm
that
ready.
data seems to overwhelmingly
It's
suggest
coming
the
for
things
you.
that we've been talking about. Like that doesn't really
It
have...
doesn't though. It just simply like the things that we've been talking about. We've
It
basically
knew that
like,
if it
You're
came
basing
from
your
me, it was
opinions
gonna
off of,
die.
like, Kanye West. I'm
And
not sure that's the
Donald
best way to be
Trump.
able to like base your public policies.
Riley, you're going to have to bring
no.
Jada to the bar tonight, and we'll review it.
Listen, if you all
That was
have,
me,
like,
guys. I
comments,
clapped
like,
really
people
loud.
who
Did you
want
hear
things
it?
I've been relying on, I make it open source and compile it all neatly and nicely. It's like the link at the top of my Twitter or like most of my social media. And I have business cards. So if you want one, then you can get one from me.
All right, cool. All right, let's do.
Okay, just crouch when you get to the top of the hill because you're close to the goblin camp, and there might be a mosquito that
Diversity
respawns.
quotas have been unconstitutional since Blackie versus California. Doyle, you would do good to read your common law. 2, according to the U.S. Sentencing Commission. So one thing I'm noticing on this panel is a lot of people don't want to contend with the idea that systemic racism is real. According to the U.S. Sentencing Commission, black men serve 20% longer prison sentences than white men for the same crime when controlling for criminal backgrounds. If that is not systemic racism, what explains this discrepancy?
Over closer towards the
Yeah,
camp
I
right there.
As far as diversity quota is true, there's not like a limit. Like, you have to hire this many number of people, but we've seen mega corporations, from banks to communications companies, saying that like we're going to try to hire less straight white men, which would ultimately mean, of course, more non-white people, more LGBT people are going to be hired, which I would argue is basically the same thing, even if not precise. As far as the discrepancy, you mentioned it goes away when it controls for like what, criminal record or something like that.
He made the assertion it didn't go away when you control for.
What does the totem even look like?
It doesn't seem like
it glows yellow.
A multitude of factors, whether it's prior criminal record.
That's the only thing I remember. There's a yellow glowy thing. We wanted to see what it was.
During that, their conduct while they're actually like in the courtroom. There's just so many factors that go into these things. It's like you pick the most obvious one that'll leave like 15 to 30
Oh, look at the fooling is chasing a deer, and a mosquito's chasing it too.
If I'm
Oh
remembering
no,
correctly,
poor
maybe I'll
deer.
be correct on this later, but it seems like the study specifically controlled for.
How did the barley farm go?
Unless there's some other factor.
I planted it.
But first to your first question about quotas being illegal, sure. But I used to design graduate courses on public administration, and it's
Yeah,
kind
I'm
of funny how
shooting.
Harvard,
The first
Yale, all
guy,
these Ivy
you
League
see him?
institutions, and most colleges seem
Oh,
to
it's a
find the
1-star.
same amount of qualified Asians, whites, blacks, and Hispanics year after year. Like it's really weird how whatever percentage breakdown that they get for 20 years, every year over year. It's almost like they have a system to figure out who they want in the class. But as far as the sentencing, I believe that was federal sentences. You could correct me if I'm wrong. I thought it was 10%, not 20%. But most of these cases are plea bargains. So, like, yeah, sure, same crime that they end up with, but we don't know what people were charged with initially. We don't know how good of representation you have. If you can't negotiate a good plea bargain, which 95% of the cases get resolved via plea bargain, then you're going to have shittier sentences.
Well, is this then pointing to systemic problems?
I agree on that. Overcharging, like, it's a pain in the ass.
Oh, there's a shaman.
Who can't afford a lawyer.
Shooting.
Oh, there's a guy
that's a
next to us.
totem right there, I think.
Yeah, so
That's what I was wondering.
That
Yeah.
explanatory factor in what we're talking about. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Probably.
You ready to have your mind blown here?
Yes.
Sentencing disparities. I agree. Systemic racism. And what bill caused that? The 1994 crime bill. Who authored it?
There we go.
Joe Biden. And who signed it into law? Bill Clinton. The Democrat Party is the source of systemic racism in this country.
I mean, every Republican supported it too. It was supported by everyone in Congress. I mean, like, I agree. Like, it was terrible, and it shouldn't have been passed into law. But like, let's not pretend that like.
I fucked this up.
But
My timing is so bad with this guy.
Because the whole point of mandatory minimums is like, if we're going to get rid of these fucking judges, I'm telling you, they're biased.
So this is a totem?
We got to straighten that out with mandatory
Oh yeah, it is.
I think so.
And then we do that for 20 years, and all of a sudden the mandatory minimums, which were the solution to
Hey,
racism,
2 out of 5.
And who did prison reform? President Trump.
Trump's prison reform was underfunded. I think it was the START thing that he wanted. He didn't even allocate enough money for it. Also, his prison reform only affected federal prisons, which is like 10% or less, I think, of all inmates in the U.S. Not a really great.
Oh,
one.
dude.
I'm surprised this didn't come up. Fewer laws
Private prisons
result in lower crime.
are a terrible thing.
So laws such as
Terrible.
drug laws, for example, and gun
Can
restrictions
you
are
carry
both, in particular, are based on
either
racial
of those
fear.
things?
They were spawned out
I
of
dumped on the ground
out
right
of the
by me.
South. That
Or
was
the
a
barley, I
that
suppose, would work too.
in particular, black people would be drugged up and that they would have guns. That's why we have drug laws. That's why we have gun laws. So if we lower the number of laws that police have got to target,
Getting so much money.
I would think, this is my thinking, we will lower
Good.
the number of crimes that are being committed, and we will also help normalize some things. So my question
All
would
right,
be,
picking
how
up your stuff.
willing are conservatives and Republicans to eliminate
Where's your stuff?
drug laws?
Don't worry about it, never mind. I think got it. It was just like resin and shit that hopefully we could combine.
Gun laws in order to help these
So we
impoverished
got
communities not get trundled
another
into jail
totem.
every single time they get pulled over.
That was not painful at all.
Not painful at all.
It was both and.
What are the
let's keep
chances that there's
exploring.
another village here?
Parties are party to this.
Maybe over the ridge.
So I like to
Probably
use
not.
the Uniform Crime Report for my crime statistics because it picks specific crimes that if we all like talked it out, we would all think should be illegal. Rape, murder, like robberies, like felony assaults and all that. I'm fine in reducing, if not eliminating, most drug laws. Like I don't care. Like legalize marijuana. You guys want to go smoke up? That's fine. Like,
Yeah.
Like I think you're a little dorky. I think you're a little dorky that you're always talking about it, but I'm actually totally on board with that. But like in terms of like when I talk about crime, I specifically I hate the
there's
drug
no
argument.
village.
Little dorky.
It's just annoying. I specifically refer to the Uniform Crime
And
Report.
I see a little bit of the
Everything that we
coast.
think
I
should
don't
be
think
illegal,
there's going to be any
national
more
victimization
planes.
survey,
Do you want to try this one?
drug use, so that's not in there.
There's some
So, yeah,
big
sure,
plane
but
over
it's
here.
not
Oh,
what
yeah,
we're
let's
talking
go
about,
there.
At least what I'm talking about when I talk
Okay.
about crime. And like you need murder laws.
So I won't comment on that. I mean,
You
like, I agree
need
with
murder
that.
laws.
What a controversial and
drug laws, yeah, we should
yet
probably
brave
get
take.
rid of them.
So
Murder's
brave.
bad.
Cringe, not based.
Murder bad.
Other laws
Got
as far
'em.
as like other reforms on policing. So we actually do have some data that like in cities.
I
that
mean,
have
I
instituted,
remember
like,
those times
better
where
restrictions on police use of force. So, for example,
these
like,
dang
the standard
lefties were
use of
advocating for
force
getting
is
rid of
a
murder laws.
Right. So it basically says that like when police reasonably believe that
Defund
excessive or
murder.
use of force is necessary to protect or to prevent the death or grievous bodily injury of another person, then that's when they could use force. And a lot of cities and a lot of states are starting to look at instituting a necessity requirement. requirement, that instead of just a reasonableness requirement, that it's a higher standard, that like, oh, you have to think it's absolutely necessary to use force. And what we see is that when cities and states implement this, that overall the amount of police excessive uses of force go down. So like there are some that we can be able to tell are like reasonably good, and also maybe like requirements on police body cams or other kinds of accountability things. Like it just seems good to make sure that we can hold, like not only protect police, but also make sure to hold them accountable because they have one of the hardest jobs in our country, namely to be able to protect us from violent crime, right? Like it's a really sensitive subject because we want to protect them, but we also want to make sure that we're holding them accountable.
Yeah.
Okay, next one. Or did you want to stand for drug laws? You know.
I'm not afraid to take that position. I will take that position if I have to. But
Jacoby Award, $5.
Dude, come on, man, just try it.
Oh,
like,
fuck, there's
if
a
we had a society where you could get like 2-day shipping, Amazon,
Prime mosquito.
$2.49 to your front door, like I would probably take the going away with drug laws for that. That would be epic. However, he brought up discrepancies. Or I'm sorry, plea bargains. I do know that a lot of these non-violent drug offenders who are in prison are in prison.
Oh my goodness,
plead guilty to possession of something, but it was actually they're being charged for higher crimes. I'm curious to get your thoughts because I don't know, but like, what do you think would happen if, say, we eliminated all like marijuana-related crimes or something, and that possibility for taking that deal would go away? Do you think that would be a positive or negative for the way that the prison sentencing goes?
I think it probably would be an overall positive. Like we don't want to leverage crimes that people probably shouldn't be charged for to begin with as a way to try and get them on other charges. Like that seems like a problem more of the structuring of the criminal justice system. Like it seems really weird.
Oh my goodness, dude, I'm being hunted by a fucking lox.
Do you need help?
What's the line? T. Grizzly said, like, them crackers
I don't
1 years.
know.
I told them, holler at me when you're sober. We love
That sounds like a yes.
And it's like the same thing. It's like they're going to come in your face and be like, oh, wow. They're going to be like, yo, dude,
Where's
you're going to
Run?
send you to 30 years for prison or maybe 5 years if you just say that you had weed on you. And then people panic. And it's like this very predatory sort of approach.
But we can be able to like reduce
Okay.
sentences. Like
I
only
think
like
we're good.
for a lot of sentences that
He
people
went
end up
back.
facing
He
in
went
the
home.
system, there are mandatory maximums. There's not as many mandatory minimums though, right? So people like if we want to, or if officers want to do this, like they could be able to like say, hey, we're going to charge you for this, and we're going to do like this many years or this kind of sentence, right? Like they can always take it down. It just seems really weird that we're like basically in a position where we're ending up charging people for crimes that we don't even want to be charged as crimes, right? Like that seems unjust to me. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but that.
Fucking mosquito.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, Yagluth is the name of the boss, so it's definitely those totems. Yeah.
Yes or no for the panel? Do you believe that if we continue to give up our civil liberties with bills like no-knock warrants, forfeiture of property, and the endless privacy issues, we continue to allow police to escalate into a military force on our streets, will we eventually eliminate or reduce crime?
Yes.
Except that we've seen.
Oh no!
Wow. More policing does not always result in reduced.
This guy has no chill.
I stopped listening after he was talking about the police getting like militarized.
Yeah, let's fucking militarize the police. Yes. At least he's not pretending.
No-knock warrants, I don't know if they should be 100% banned, but they should be in situations where you have a serious...
No, it should probably be 100% banned.
Ironically, the case...
Wait, there's a chest there. Did you really get that?
Yeah, I got it.
...on a Taylor case in which the cops knocked, and the reason... And after they
Oh
knocked,
my god, hang on. This mosquito's going to kill me unironically.
If
Can you
they
kill
would
it?
just actually executed the no-knock warrant, she would still be alive today.
That's
But
not coming
overall,
for
we
you
should
yet.
definitely like reduce the use of them. Like they shouldn't be kicking in your door without any expectation that they're going to be met with some serious force.
I
That's
missed
what
it.
that's
Oh,
for.
I got it.
He killed the Grey Dwarf though.
Yeah,
you need to get him to target someone else,
Yeah,
and
and
then
I mean,
you
like moving on, like talking
just
a little
run
bit more about that.
when you're in your body.
I mean, like police, like no-knock warrants were like we want to talk about like history, right? So like
Oh,
those
look,
were
a
during
corpse.
the Nixon administration, like during the war on drugs era, right?
I
And it
bet
seems
you
like
it's
that,
mine.
like at the federal level when they were first instituted, they actually resulted in so many disproportionate uses of force that Congress ended up getting
I'll
rid of
leave
it
it
at the federal
there.
level. Like within, I think it was just like a couple years after.
Hey, I'm
And
gonna
so
check
they
if
really
there's
focused
something
the
special
federal
at this
government already realized,
altar
this shit causes
thing.
a lot of problems. But like state governments still haven't quite gotten quite
sure.
the message, even though like not only do they end up causing harm to people, they cause a lot of harms to police officers, right? Like when you break
Oh,
into
like a
someone's house
secret?
and you don't do anything to let them know, then people are probably going to think,
Yeah, no,
oh
okay,
shit,
it was
my
just
house is
the
broken
pearl.
into. And because,
Okay.
hooray, Second Amendment, people have guns, you might shoot at someone who you think is breaking into your house. That's justified. But if we get into these situations where we're sending police officers basically off to die, I don't know, like again, I want to protect them. So we should probably get rid of them.
And we should fight back against the door maker lobby that wants the no-knock warrants there, because no-knock warrants harm doors.
Everyone wants to talk about big
Got
pharma.
him.
No one wants to talk about big door.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, I was interested in this
The no
discussion
inverted
of how,
exclamation mark, inverted
how
exclamation
policing
mark,
should be done,
$5.
and I'm curious,
Targon still in
is there
checkpost
anybody
in
in this
trophy.
room that has ever
Do we
actually
care?
made an arrest besides
No.
me?
So if it's any consolidation, I
We have so many.
worked in the organized crime division of the Maryland Attorney
Okay, I
General's
can
office. It's not the same as
drop
making an arrest, but
Well, the thing is that
Yeah,
my
let's leave the trophy.
experience with the vast majority
Yeah.
of my misdemeanor arrests was, except for they went to jail.
Actually, we
I
should
did
dump
no
stuff
harm.
off at home
You
and
said
then
that-
go to the
Oh
other
yeah,
side.
because we're gonna
right by the portal.
get near the base.
They did harm.
Yeah.
I wasn't doing harm.
Wait,
I
where
was
are we?
benefiting society.
well, did any of those people who you arrested
Oh.
end up going to
I have
a random drogger.
All right, that's what
I have a lot of
right?
ore.
Like,
It
that is-
feels.
like, let's
It's
two
not
things here,
worth
right?
carrying
That
because we
can
can
be
just
good.
farm the
That's
fillings
going to
near
cause harm to their families.
the
If you take
Sky
a person who
Castle,
provides
but
a massive amount of income,
it feels so
out
bad
of a
like
household,
leaving
then they aren't
leaving
going-
it.
Like that income is gone. All right, that family has one less family member to be able to support themselves. That's harm. Now we say as a society that ends up resulting in better outcomes on the aggregate, but like that's what we're talking about, right? Like it's retributive justice. Sometimes it can be good. It's just better.
Invites Neyman to play Destiny 2.
I've never made an arrest myself to answer that question, but I have handcuffed a few women. Not
Nice
Wow.
shot.
I'm so happy
Nice.
for you.
Good one.
Because that's the only way they'd
Too
fuck.
bad Simon isn't here. Go ahead.
Oh,
Hi.
God.
So I wanted to get the panel's thoughts on a topic.
See, like,
that's
that,
actually been on my mind.
if someone's gonna make a
So,
snarky
but
joke like
in
that,
the
I
course
think
of
it's good to
discussing,
do like a
police problem,
snarky
we talked about
response
it,
to
we talked
hit them back
about,
down.
Statistics with regards to white Americans and black Americans, but I think the panel came up with one of the main
yeah.
distinguishing factors is.
I think like that's like unironically to me one of Destiny's strong suits is like in that moment he would have hit back with that.
He would have
probably.
hit back with that, yeah.
The communities, right? Because
And I think that's like
white communities and black
in terms of like the people who are going to be watching this, I think that's good.
He has a talent in burning bridges. That's for sure.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
It seems like the most important factor is the state of the community.
I like it.
What are the panel's thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I mean the reason why, because I mean, in principle, if we were to like take this on good faith, then I would be likely to agree with you, right? Like the thing that we probably want to hear more about on the aggregate is poverty. Unfortunately, we're in this situation where because we have like one or a couple groups which are disproportionately disadvantaged in society end up being poor on the aggregate, then this ends up negatively affecting them as well, right? Like even if one of the core issues that we're talking about is poverty, which we should be addressing and which should be a big part of the discussion, because of the fact that it negatively affects certain groups, then they become part of the discussion as well, right? That's basically my thoughts on that.
Anything else? Okay, next question.
This is mainly for Riley. So, hi.
I want to see the farm you
right
made.
line between
I'm gonna run to
overpolicing
Sky
and
Castle.
overpolicing, and how much does the individual
Oh,
responsibility
nice.
It's just a plot of land.
Yeah, so that's actually a good question. I wanted the panel to get there because there's a whole policy discussion on the matter of like what is over-policing, because it's a really open question in terms of like the studying of the subject, right? So the answer is probably going to be like broadly, like if we wanted to use proportionality to violent crime, that could be a good metric. Essentially, what we would want to do is probably do like some experimentation where we end up reducing it, see if it ends up causing more harm or causing less harm, and just keep messing around with that number until we get to a point where we've kind of like minimalize the amount of crime that it causes just from reducing the amount of policing. But then also we've
Honestly,
like,
the abstract, I do it too because you like.
And at the same time, we probably also do want to invest more in like social programs. To be
You like have to go that route, but
police have to respond to like people with mental health issues.
it feels vapid when once you
trained to be able to deal with mental health issues. That doesn't mean that you don't send
like you're pushing away you're moving the difficulty off to someone else of like resolving those problems. Once you admit that, yeah, you need to like work out those like metrics and ways of measuring things and.
Whenever the good that they provide does not
I'm not expressing that idea very.
Outweighing the harm that they would cause inherently.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying yet.
All right, next question.
Hi there. This is a question for Rogan. So
Fuck,
you
we
brought
need,
up when Irish people came to America, they were treated like dogs and not really very well and had a lot of fighting tendencies. So why do we not talk about today like the Irish crime stats or the being targeted by police at an abnormal rate? Disproportionately, I should say.
Okay, I put the barley
Well,
here.
it's a good
I
question.
included
It brings me back
now.
to the beginning of the movie The Departed, I believe.
Why are we going to movies?
You know, we fought and finally we got the presidency. You know, so I think it's a combination of things. Part of it is how.
Can we get a kimchi update?
Policies that
after
are
this.
chosen by.
Gotta stall the content. Kimchi. I have my own batch of kimchi fermenting right now.
To a certain party, although I will say, being in Massachusetts,
Do you like
there's
kimchi?
very strong allegiance to the Democrat Party.
No, I'm
for better
sorry.
or worse. I used
That's
to live
okay.
there.
You better be sorry.
I don't think
it's okay. I already know you have shit takes on food.
To the Democrat Party, which is a big problem, I think.
I've got a bunch of
Back to
Easter eggs.
My original argument.
They
that there
taste really
is
good.
No worse catalyst for black communities than Democrat Party policies, just based purely on the results. And you know, I'm someone that. Really, I speak with Candace Owens on the Brexit tour sometimes. And,
Candace Owens.
You know,
Oh, no.
I am one of the loudest people that's trying to welcome black people into the Republican Party. I truly want to help them. I think President Trump did incredible things for them. The lowest black unemployment ever. We had
incredible
wages.
things.
He, initiated the
by
economic
maintaining
opportunity
Obama's
zones to actually
policies.
help these communities. He did prison reform, which reversed Bill Clinton and Joe Biden's anti-crime bill. So I think they would achieve a lot more success for the communities if they gave us a shot. And you know, but unfortunately, there's a powerful force that wants to keep them in the Democrat Party because there's a lot of votes there, and they'll continue to manipulate them. But I think if they make a change one day and come and give us a shot, then things would work out a lot better. And honestly, what do they got to lose? The last 50 years have been an absolute disgrace.
Can I build off on that? As a fellow Irishman,
Nice.
The people who were coming over here in the 19th and 18th century, or I should say,
I dumped the barley in one of the chests.
50% of them coming from Europe went back to their countries once they decided that they didn't get what they wanted from
And
Europe.
I'm gonna start running towards the other planes.
The policies like you're mentioning, as far as creating this sort of dependency state at that time that would have kept Irish immigrants, for example, down and sort of dependent upon.
Meroge's got tension.
When you came to this country because
questions.
there was no welfare state at the time.
Yeah. Okay.
Do I like fresh or much fermented kimchi? I like both.
The conservative side of the panel.
Kimchi.
Riley brought up earlier that among
I
other,
like both, my
developed
Rosia.
countries, our police kill more people.
Yeah,
than
my
ever.
Rosia.
I was wondering if you believe there's
My Rosia. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm probably destroying your
more
name.
likely to have guns or whatnot. What do you
Yeah,
think?
well,
is the
Mirogia?
solution to try to bring
I
down
don't know.
those, higher death rates among American.
Miroguia?
Higher death rates with
Maragua?
among whom?
our citizens.
I like Miraguya.
Police are more likely to kill,
Miraguya, you like it?
Americans
Nice.
than other countries' police are.
That's your
Okay,
name,
so you're
nice.
kind of asking, like, for the Republicans and conservatives, like, what their idea of, like,
Disgusting,
common sense police reform ought to be?
centrist, fresh radicals will rule the
I think
world.
it is mostly attributed to the fact that there's
but
guns everywhere in the United States of America.
like
And if you're
how
not
are you
careful,
gonna
always
do
have that
your
in
like
mind in a way
kimchi
that's just
guy,
not the case in other countries.
like
The London
kimchi
police
fried
don't
rice?
carry
I think
guns
it's
because
kimchi
that's how,
guy.
like, low their
I'm not
encounters
sure.
with
Why do people
people
say
with
that? I'm
guns
pretty sure London
actually
police carry
are.
guns.
Trying to
As far
like,
as, a
Am I
solution
crazy?
for it, I mean, stop
I'm
running
trying to like
stop running from the police.
show off my Korean.
Stop running from the police.
Yeah,
Got
Some
him.
and not all.
Not all, you're right, but
Just simply don't get arrested.
Yeah, I mean, this is literally just the, oh, just don't commit crime, forehead, or like just don't be poor, forehead.
That's not
I
all
do
of them,
agree.
it's
You
only
should
some.
not commit
All right,
crimes.
yes, you shouldn't commit crime. Don't commit crime. Do not commit crime by virtue of the fact that you live in communities of poverty. Just
And
don't be
if
poor,
you
forehead.
do commit crimes, don't run from the police because even when they intend to tase you, sometimes the police are incompetent, just like other people, and you could get shot.
Right, but I mean, we talked about earlier, like we mentioned the fact that in cities where you've had like higher restrictions on police use of force, like for example, raising the reasonableness necessity requirement for use of force, that we've ended up
I
seeing better
love
outcomes
that
both in terms of protecting the police and also in terms
you can
of
just
reducing the amount of harm
throw that
possible,
out
right?
there like
I don't know
that,
why we wouldn't say
and
that by doing
like
that, we
no
have just,
one
like,
bats an
police
eye.
If there is any people out there who are
Oh
individual
my
racists, we can take care of
god.
that. Like a lot of things I feel like
Oh,
are proposed,
it's the
like, I try to be
realities
very
of living
reasonable
with
because I think a lot
guns,
of these things
buddy.
are not like too far out there.
That is true.
Cool. Can we get
Get
one more? Justin?
shot.
Okay. Who was next? Got 1 minute.
Riley, this question is
Okay,
directed
I'm
to
ready.
you, but it is open to the floor.
Oh, you're already further. Never mind. I
What
see.
do you have to say to woke leftists who
wait.
feel that the police system cannot be
There's
reformed and
a-
that we must abolish the police?
It's a bad argument. I don't agree with
Go
it.
check some.
Thank you.
See, it is, that's such a shit position to have to be put in.
Thanks. Are we doing one more?
You're
These
responding to
abolish
this?
fuckers ruin everything.
Just sneak one more in. All right,
Yeah.
go ahead.
One more, guys.
Ah, it's cringe.
I'm ready for the Supreme Court to expand gun rights even more. But I mean, it's not too hard. Like she just answered. No, I disagree with
I
that.
don't even know how to
And
think
like
about
boom.
that. That is beyond. That is some sci-fi shit. Like I don't even want to think about
Sure.
that.
Got
I'm
the-
strongly against it.
I just want to say that is.
Yeah, at least in this,
sharp-looking
I
shirt,
don't feel like
and whatever
it
content creator
harmed
puts out that
her
merch, it's high quality
optics here in any way.
from an artist.
Like,
I think we all can
I think
agree, given what we've seen. That
Maybe not, but now you gotta like do a little infighting thing of like, okay, well we're discounting this group because their optics are fucking awful and they're not like part of our movement. And now all the stupid like leftists who are like, no, we actually want to get rid of the police, anarchism, or make community rule shit. Like now they're all angry that they're not part.
So plan ahead of that because obviously you're gonna have the line and whatnot. So plan accordingly.
yeah. I've had that. I've already talked.
Those systemic strong.
Oh no! Now we have to defend strawman arguments from the hard right. Yeah, my stance usually.
No, that's not Strawman because there are dumb leftists who actually want like police to be a community level thing and not a
I know, like police being a community level thing is usually a pretty good.
Bad.
Thing.
No.
No, it's bad. Why?
No, because now you're well. One, you're like okay. Are we gonna have a community watch volunteer effort? You're perpetuating whatever biases or stereotypes or whatever things that community already has now, because now it's enforcing itself. Right. Yeah. What's going on? Oh, you're dying.
No, I am.
I'm coming.
Okay, so wait, no, it's just a semantic disagreement here. Like the idea of what I hear when you say about like community policing, I'm hearing like having police be close to the communities that they police.
Well, that's not what leftists mean when they say community policing, though, right?
Okay, yeah, that's what I mean. Like we were just having like a semantic misunderstanding
sure.
here. Like
I
understood something else from like that sequence of words.
Yeah.
Oh god. Literally complain about people who have virtually zero real political power.
But they provide cover to shift the conversation away from any like useful thing, because now they're all that the conservative talking point has to reference, and it has to be addressed because they're a real thing that exists and make a bunch of noise.
I don't think you. I don't know.
And this is the lefty thing. Does they always just say, "Well, we have no political power. We can do whatever we want"? As a dumb fuck take.
When I have to discuss this with like conservative leaning people, honestly, what I usually do, I don't want to get into their like flawed perception of the world being those like rabid cultural Marxists trying to take over things. If they start like trying to strawman like that, I just go, hey, you're talking with me. You're not talking with whoever you're like imagining in your head. Please, like, I don't believe this. Please address what I'm saying. And that like at least frames the discussions. I don't really know like to a certain extent, you always will get strawman anyways. But it's also useful to like have better optics.
How is that better optic?
No, I'm like from your perspective, like from what you're arguing,
yeah,
like
yeah.
it's also
That's all I thought.
you can't like completely discount the importance of them. I feel like that's a bit disingenuous.
Sorry.
That will always happen. Yeah, it will.
It's not that it won't happen. It's just we want to frame the ground that's going to happen on, as much as possible. And so framing that ground poorly just seems like a bad move.
I know. I think we'll like disagree, or we'll like have to agree to disagree on this point, on this part at least.
Okay.
Police abolition. For a second I read police abortion. It feels like a big movement on it's not a left idea. It's an anarchist
It
idea.
absolutely is.
No, it's an anarcho-communist
No,
idea,
because
right?
sure, okay, it is anarchist in nature. I totally agree. But if you're like the like I don't know, I've talked to several communists who are all for that kind of thing because they see the police as an institution propagating like defending capitalism. So as part of like the requirements to move to communism, they want the police system in its current form to be about how am I fucking that.
Yeah.
So it's not just
the Cito attacked you. That's fine.
It's not just going to be strict anarchists. You're going to have more leftist representation as a whole if you believe that the police are stopping your ideology from being able to take form.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, cringe.
I got it.
I missed it.
If you look at who is for police abortion, I'm sorry, I can't.
Your inner lefty he just can't hold it in. I just
I just have to support everything, you know. I'm pro fetus killing. They'll likely have the red rose. That's how it's perceived to me. Yeah, sure. Literally talking to the most marginal 0.01% of U.S. politics.
It's not though. This is this is a straw man. I mean, we can say that lefty groups are definitely small, but just to pretend that like they're insignificant to any discourse going on because they're small is like this is just plain. I don't know. I feel like we're just playing games. And it's boring.
I mean, this could be easily resolved with like polls, right, to see exactly how popular those ideas are. I don't know. I've seen like both sides.
We can say they're electorally not powerful at all and stuff, but like as far as the discourse is concerned of what people are going to frame their understanding of the world around, it absolutely matters.
The one thing I've seen a lot, to be honest, is a bit of that like right wing, they're simultaneously strong and weak approach of like those far left ideas. Sorry, where they're like simultaneously fringe, but they're also like the Marxist conspiracy to take over U.S. politics and whatnot.
But I mean, so in some sense, that totally is like a straw man that people present. But in some sense, people are just saying, well, it's fringe right now, but this is where it's headed. They see this as the future.
Yeah,
and so even if you get them to
once you try to press them on like how exactly is this influencing, they'll move the goalposts. Oh, but you know the signs are there. The communist revolution is coming.
I mean, yeah, but like so yeah, I totally agree. But I also don't think that matters too much because if someone believes that that's what's going to happen, it's still going to motivate their understanding. And that's now we're stuck in a very vacuous conversation about how the future is going to play out, and no one can make strong arguments there. But if someone were to believe something like that, they're just going to stick to it. It's I don't know. It just feels like a bad place to be in.
Sure. I don't know what you mean by material analytics in this context, Janet. How does like
I don't know what that means.
How does that I guess you're arguing that there's like some reason for discourse playing out that way, but not sure I don't know if I'm
Okay, so
familiar.
people said RGR did really good in this debate. Maybe there's another one too. I do think she did good, but I don't think it was like I don't know. I don't think it was like amazing.
Because you
either.
wanted to hear her dunk on him. She was actually playing like to the
Way
crowd.
too cool, yeah.
But like, she's
okay.
playing to the crowd.
Sure.
Like I'm pretty sure like whoever
Yeah.
was like moderate conservative, ready to have their mind changed there, probably had their mind like moved more by her
Probably.
than by
Probably.
the like that other guy in the previous panel, right?
Yeah.
Who like
Yeah.
went for the dunks and
I definitely agree that her
confrontational
performance was better than his. I think their conversation overall was much better. They like as a conversation, if that makes sense. Like they talked back and forth instead of like making much longer points that talked past each other in the BLM one. This one was much more strictly back and forth. That guy actually owned his positions. He was like much more overt about his racism. And like just, we just need militarized heavy policing to stop crime, and that was like his solution, and he was just very upfront about it, and people typically hide that, so I think it just made a much better conversation. We've actually run up here on the boat. There's no planes for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
this.
Okay. So we have one totem. Jesus Christ.
Game.
Those are not going to be easy to gather.
We've got a total of 2.
Yeah, I mean, only need
three
more.
more.
Yeah.
3 more. 3 more. Actually, we should run over the other side of this island if we're gonna head back. And map that out.
Sure. Wait, is there? Are you? I think I see a plains here, or is this the meadows? That's gonna be a meadows.
Find out.
Some carrots.
There's not one along the coast for a good while, because I ran up this coast for a bit.
Yeah, this is the meadows.
But seeing where the other side of this island ends, either way is nice. So one of the things that I think struggled in this conversation really hard was they both had like different prescriptions for what causes crime. Riley saying, crime is caused more by poverty than anything else.
Like I saying,
and then them saying,
caused like
poverty causes crime, or crime causes poverty versus poverty causes crime.
Oh yeah.
And that's really hard. We just get to like a complete disagreement on the prescriptions.
Because they aren't even looking at the same reality, right?
Yeah. And my problem is I don't really know how you address that. So like Riley was like, well, I'm not familiar with anything saying that all the studies I've seen say something different, and then his response was like, studies are bullshit. So that I think looks really weak on him. Just say, studies don't actually exist.
Yeah, from the
it's pretty dumb.
Rational argumentation side, that like makes him sound really dumb.
It does. I think Riley needed to push or like reference that again at the end, like a callback to that. I think would have been really strong to say, hey, my description of reality is better because your description of reality is just saying, rationality doesn't exist, and that is not helpful and not accurate. Would have been a really good callback that I was hoping for. Anyway, yeah.
Probably, yeah. I think I agree. I also wouldn't have hated going back to like our reaction to the previous segment or panel. I wouldn't have hated her to like to take the win on the so you don't care about studies, and like paint him a nice story of like how a poor family, like people from a poor family will turn to crime. Like go full like story time, anecdotal, emotional, and hit him with that, and then he'll like attack it too. I doubt anyone, like any of the panelists, are there to be convinced. But I think then she would have like owned him on both sides, right? Of the
and she even seemed to have a sympathetic panelist to that. The one guy that was sitting next to her, definitely agreed with her more on the that crime point. So she could have even played that off of like. To have someone that agreed on the panel that was on the more conservative side could have looked really good too. Because when he even responded that like that people will turn to crime when they don't have other opportunities and stuff. Because everyone agrees that like if you give people economic opportunity, they're going to be much more hesitant to risk it.
Yeah, he was the one talking about alienation, right? At
Yeah.
some point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
He had a good alienation segment about the Irish.
Yeah.
Okay, I found a Draugr village. We can wipe that, I guess.
I'm here. Yeah. Maybe did we go all the way up
Ooh,
north?
more honey.
Have you really gone all the way around this island?
Not all the way around. Here. I've got my map open, you can see. Yeah. I ran up this side because I was going to try to get home from here once, and I was going up, and I was like, okay, this island's not ending, and so I turned around and came back down.
Okay. Do you think it would be worth going north, trying to find another plains? We will be really far from portals, though.
True. Do we have any portal materials with us? Because we totally...
Unless we find, like... the main problem is going to be certain cores at this point. We can farm everything else easily, but...
You know what, Namernim?
Yeah?
Just don't die.
Yeah. I'm okay with that. We're going north, then?
We're going north.
All right.
Let's,
onwards.
Let's see if there's a throne here first.
Oh.
We could always use another...
Do we need one? I guess we can.
You don't need one, but fun.
Right. Fun. You know that clip?
The kid? Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts on
here.
this one, or should we go on to the next?
I'm Gucci.
Gucci.
You got space for the throne?
I don't, but we'll make some.
I can make some too if we need to.
Okay, fuck the trophies. I need 8 wood though to build a workbench to. Well, we can just hatchet it. Never mind.
Yeah, probably right.
So I'm just making some room.
I'll pick up the crap.
Okay.
Got space.
See, we only got 3 of the iron nails and 6 of the fine wood, but still good.
Oh, you can get iron nails from those. That's pretty dank, actually.
Yeah.
Now, if we only find like 30 more of them, we could actually build a boat and go back home.
Yeah. Okay, starting the next segment.
Debate whether or not to strip values of our industry and economy still rages on between 2 camps. One that feels we are living in a dangerous, uncharted, and perhaps apocalyptic time, versus, well, who cares? This is all bullshit. We can't possibly control this. Let's ride this damn thing out before the Earth shakes us off like a bad case of fleas.
We're
With the
talking
lives
about
of our children, our grandchildren potentially
climate change or economies?
I
Can't tell yet.
Kind of the most
I
necessary
can't
end
tell
game.
either.
But what does
They're
that look
pretty
like?
doomer.
With numbers and models continuously changing over the last 50 years or so,
Hmm.
and the interpretation of those numbers and models changing
It's got to be
as the
climate
data
change.
changes, realistically, how far should we all be expected to change our daily
Oh,
lives
thank you.
in order to give this topic the attention that it deserves?
Yeah.
Or should we even bother with the inconvenience? Lead us all welcome back to the stage.
Just fuck
Privileged
it.
Rogue,
moderator,
yeah.
Brian Edwards.
Hello, Smikey for the
Flip
transgressions.
over.
Mashallah.
All right. Stephen Destiny Bono is a popular
I do not
Twitch
want to be
streamer
swim.
who is smart with appearing in mainstream
Destiny.
media publications.
Oh, shit.
He's been mentioned several times by the New York Times for de-radicalizing internet citizens from the alt-right.
Oh, I've
He's one
never
of the
seen
first
this one
full-time
yet.
streamers
I was
on Twitch
Astrid, the
TV,
shield
who
maiden of
continues
the
to stream
forest.
politics, video
I know
games,
nothing of my life before I came here, but my arm remembers the sword and my eyes see the course of the arrow. Now the raven guides me, and I
Energy
fight
industry
the great
professional with
beasts in
over 15 years of
Odin's
domestic and
name.
international experience in a Fortune Global 500 company.
Cool.
She's worked across a
What if
broad
there's
range
an
of disciplines,
NPC?
including field engineering, operations management, and human resources.
Maybe
and
we
spent
can
most
find
more than
Astrid,
half
yeah.
of her career in her current discipline, upstream market analysis and strategy.
Well, we're using econ words.
Mike Harlow. He is a writer, an artist, and filmmaker from New York City. He's toured the country speaking with the Walkaway LGBT Town Hall. He's the creator of the upcoming independent scripted
Destiny
series.
goes straight to his phone.
Is probably the most adorable person I've ever
Did he?
met.
I'm not watching.
Not a good look.
I'm pretty sure me and my
Oh
wife were
no.
adopting him. Mike Harlow.
Yeah, that's bad. And the shrimp posture. Oh no.
Fiora Isabel.
I do like the mask though.
Oh, there she is. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Bilingual journalist, activist, organizer, and co-host of the political
Soy
show
posture.
Convo Couch
True.
on YouTube and Rofkin. She advises progressive candidates in opposition research and has organized several protests and events,
Dude.
Julian Assange, healthcare, and mainstream media.
I've
such as CNN, Fox, and
I've seen
MSNBC.
someone on OkCupid like unironically be like, "No soy boys, please." Ah, It's painful to read.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I'm loud enough for no mics, but it's probably not going to be good for the internet. So I was looking at the New York Post. They've told me that Marjorie Taylor Greene and AOC are going to square off and discuss the Green New Deal like we are going to here. And a lot of people think that's going to be pure cringe.
Oh,
maybe
nice.
it's just for ratings, and maybe it is. But I really do think that something good is going to come out of that because it sets an example that people from such polar opposite camps can actually sit down and talk to each other. And it suggests you don't have to treat the other side like a leper colony or that
no,
it's
it
immoral
doesn't.
to talk
It's
to
gonna
one
be
another. Like personally,
a cancer
I think I'd rather
yelling
see
match.
Greta
Are you
Thunberg
kidding?
and Alex Jones, but that's just me. But I really do think we're going to have a substantive
This moderator's
debate
insane.
here with the people we have on. So let's hit it. I want to start out this way with saying, I want to
Let's
ask
go
this
with
question to everyone on the
idealistic.
panel. Like, where do you
Has high
think
hopes.
He's wrong. Let's go with wrong.
How good the Green New Deal, fits the bill. So why don't we start with you, Fiorella? Grab the mic.
There it is. I didn't see it. Okay.
Wow.
So I think that's two separate questions. I think the threat of climate change is significant. However, I think the Green New Deal is a corporate-backed, Trojan horse to get the monetization on our natural resources, to get monetization on everything that we deem as beautiful, whether it's animals, the environment, because the people who are behind the Green New Deal are the promoters of the fourth industrial revolution, and they are there to pretty much privatize anything that we deem as valuable. The Green New Deal does not address imperialism. It does not address our war economy. It does not address fracking.
It's not for those. It does address fracking.
Economics of how much money we are spending in wind and solar power.
I cannot figure out what
to produce those industries. So I think there is a lot
the
of
Green New Deal is
conversation
bad
from the left to be
optics
had.
because you hear
and people
this.
like AOC are there to put a new face, like
No.
very similar to what Obama had. That is actually
No, but these
going
ones
to
are
take
just
us down the
untrue.
wrong
No
path.
one's supporting
And
these
it's
things, so you
being
can
used
contend
to
them
promote
real
this
easily.
sort of
You don't have to
wokeism that
backtrack
isn't
and
really
say,
actually
I don't support this
substantiated by
part of my
anything
movement.
Of value, anything truly pro-environment. It's all a facade in order to get very, very powerful people
But
into
because
the
Tyrion has to make a different point. Like, it's the same discussion that earlier.
that's like
Someone was
7
like,
and
"Oh,
maybe
do you
0,
support
but from the
like
left. Yeah.
abolishing the police?" And she was like, "Just like no."
Change is a very big deal that we need to be approaching.
No, but it's
we need to be
easier
addressing.
to say,
I get
no,
it,
that's
I don't
not
think it's
true,
what that's
than
worth.
no, I
In terms
don't
of how the Green
support
New Deal
some of my own
addresses it,
movement.
I didn't know it was supposed to address every single problem that has ever existed in human history, but I think that it's hard to like quantify like how much it addresses it because there's not very much like specific stuff.
Or
It's 14
I feel much better saying, no, the Green New Deal is not supposed to address imperialism. It's about climate change. Then saying, no, defund the police people I don't agree with and I don't want them in my movement.
Like a 5 out of 10 in terms of like does it do a good job or not? Because I really wouldn't know until we see how it plays out.
All right, go ahead, Aaron. Start a musician.
Oh, is this going to connect? This might connect.
I would say, in terms of a threat to our existence, 0.
Oh, it's a small. It's like a lake.
9.
I have no idea.
And as far
Yep.
as does it
Oh my
go,
goodness.
how does it actually address the proposed problem? It doesn't. And I think that's
Wait, did she just say
it doesn't really
like
specify
climate
at all.
change?
She doesn't believe in
threat
climate
to,
change,
Threat
yeah.
to my existence,
I
0.
No threat.
Personally disagree on its
Interesting.
premise. And so I think
Very.
the threat to humans and our existence is very low.
Well, as an expert on energy,
Cringe.
by which I mean I'm energetic, I totally agree with what Fiorella said. I think the biggest thing that we've seen over the last couple of years, and especially the last year in particular, is the merger of big government and big corporation. And that's exactly what this is just furthering. So I think environmentalism is important. I don't
we're getting a lot of thistle out of this.
and so many predictions that never end
True,
up coming
and
true,
mushrooms.
that at this point
Great.
I'm sort of just trying to educate myself because I don't know anything and trying to figure out what
Why the
facts
fuck
So
are you
I haven't
here?
decided to be honest.
Me?
But I think
Who the
what
fuck
Green
is
Deal
Red
is like
Shirt?
in
No,
school,
he's
which
saying
is
he's trying to educate
not
himself. You don't
applicable and
educate yourself as a fucking
It's
panelist.
like worse than 0.
Okay, got it.
Get
so
the
for
fuck
people over
out.
here that are saying that climate change is much more like existential threat or in this way, and I know, Destiny, you compared it to like the potential threat of nuclear arms or nuclear
Yeah,
war.
I didn't say that much, but
Okay, but I heard
I'll take that side. Sure, if you want me to. Yeah, I think it's a pretty big threat. Yeah, for sure.
Right, okay. So where are you arriving
I
at
mean,
this
if
position,
if you live in like
debate on whether or not it was
fucking
happening.
India
In terms
or
of- so when people look at, if you look at like the Paris Climate Accords, if you look at like people looking at adaptation and mitigation, so how do we deal with the damages? caused by climate
Maldives,
change? I mean, like the biggest worries are that if we get to a point where
Bengal,
climate change, or if certain parts
as
of the
bad
earth
as
become, like,
nuclear weapons for
inhospitable
you.
to lack of agriculture or just temperatures
Yeah,
that
I think
don't
that's
have it,
an okay
then you start to see
stance to
migrations
take.
from those areas that could cause a lot
Yeah.
of turmoil. I mean, we saw what
Despite
happened in
the bullet
2013
on
with the Syrian civil war and all of that migration, and that would pale in comparison to what like a
Or
climate
like
migration is
Africa,
if we get to that
yeah.
point. And then you start to see other places that aren't necessarily equipped to deal with really hot climates are starting to have to deal with not like I'm dying, but like man, it's really uncomfortable here. Or in some cases I'm dying. So if you look at places like nobody here probably lives in London. Maybe if anybody has family from like Seattle, places that traditionally aren't equipped to deal with warmer weather are now starting to see areas where it's like man, it's 87, 88 degrees outside. I don't really have an air conditioner in my apartment. Like this is actually starting to become unbearable. And if we continue in that direction, which everybody says we are, and if you look at like the NASA climate
Oh,
readings,
no
and the
worries,
average
Dub. I hope
temperature changes, the amount of ice that's at the polar ice caps and the sad videos of
I
polar
hope
bears
you're
falling
feeling
into the ocean,
better.
They can't find their kids. It looks like a
worries.
pretty bad deal.
He doesn't mean no
Trust the
worries.
climate
He
model.
means you can.
Like where you
I
at?
read
AOC
message.
was
Be dying.
12-year emergency. Like what's the
No,
level of alarms
he
that you're at?
you're going to be
We
very
were playing
disappointed
D&D
if
and
you're
he had an
AOC is
issue.
not a good spokesperson
Had
for
to leave.
anything, and I do agree that it has been a huge problem with people like Al Gore coming up and giving us like, in 5 years, we're going to be on the fucking surface of the sun or whatever, and it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, obviously this hurts our cause, and it gives fodder for people to say like, oh, well, it looks like, if we're not literally melting on the planet, then there must not be a problem at all. So I agree that the alarmism is not good.
Okay, and over here, like you're saying the Green New Deal doesn't even go far enough. Like, where are you getting that sense of alarm? And
When I say it doesn't go far enough, I mean it actually doesn't address the issues like imperialism, like war. War causes a lot of problems in the climate. It causes mass migration of populations, and it just disrupts the whole ecosystem. When we're also talking about climate change, that is even the worst purveyor of the destruction of the environment. You have to look at the farming industry.
I think we can
the meat
address these
industry,
things
and how
separately.
all of that is just being used and exploited and subsidized by our government. Like, our government is paying these gigantic farms.
Oh, we talked about
at a
this.
rate that just is destroying our environment more than anything that people who say they're like, the Sierra Club or the
industrial
Sunrise
farming?
Movement, which by the way, the Sunrise
Yeah.
Movement is a subsidiary
Or,
of the
like,
Sierra Club.
A little
It's
bit,
a neoliberal,
or even
giant
subsidies, yeah,
corporation
but
that
from a
really
different
doesn't do anything
perspective.
to actually solve the problems.
Yeah.
You have to look at who's behind the scenes. You have people that work with
I'm
Google,
feeling better,
people
got my
that are,
antibiotics, nice.
bankers. They're all having these summits together into how to privatize nature. That's what I mean by it doesn't go far enough, meaning it doesn't really attack the cause.
Maybe we can have an economic
climate to
plan
accelerate. I don't
for
think
climate
it's as
change
acceleration
and
as
a
people are saying,
political
but I do
plan
think
for
they are
climate
making
change.
this the
And
issue
one of these
by
can
using
address
people like Greta
imperialism
Thunberg
and
who are
war,
exploiting
and
as
the
a
other
child
one
to
can
promote
address
this
like
idea of,
energy
like, oh, we have to
and
do this. This is a new way of
economics
doing things. If you watch
and
anything, watch the recent conference at
the
Davos,
things that the
Lisa
Green New
Gregory said,
Deal
and
is
look
built
at what
around
people are saying and how they want to
infrastructure.
proceed. That is a very dangerous route that we're going in, and nobody's really talking about it.
is your objection? You're saying that some people are looking at this as not a sense to address climate change, but
I
to
hope
address jobs or economic
that's the
change in
response to
economic
that
systems, something like that.
I mean, I
quickly.
think we need to address those things, but what they're doing is they're using climate change as a Trojan horse to implement privatization across all industries, and nobody's talking about it from that aspect. And a lot of the progressive
fuck,
left
I need to
is
pause.
just embracing.
She said this like 3 times now. It's coming in to privatize things. I don't know what natural resource she's referring to that isn't privatized that the Green New Deal is privatizing. Like, do you understand this at all?
I'm gonna try to be as charitable as possible with like trying to understand what she's saying. I think she's referring to the fact that stuff like sun, wind, tides don't really belong to anyone. But then again, you're not privatizing them as much as you're having private companies move in and establish the machinery to exploit those sources of energy.
But
and like the real
is
estate.
it like a zero-sum thing? If I've got a solar farm here, it's not like it's taking away your sunlight.
Yeah, I know. Like I don't understand. Privatizing is when you give money to corporations, just like socialism.
I don't understand.
I don't understand what she's saying, and I don't know if she understands what she's saying, honestly.
Okay, fine.
A solution, which, by the way, the Green New Deal is a watered-down version of the Green Party's actual Green New Deal. It's a non-binding resolution. It does nothing. Neither does the Paris Climate Accord. The Paris Climate Accord is symbolic.
Yagluth will be in the plains, and this is the same island as Yagluth. So we just have to run to Yagluth.
Oh yeah,
and we'll find
you're
a village.
right. Okay, that's a good chance.
Democrats especially
a
are
very good
giving
chance.
tangible solutions to that, which is why a lot of people on the right always say, well, where are the jobs going to go? Well, you need to address that.
To be clear, I'm pretty sure Biden's infrastructure bill earmarks like hundreds of billions of dollars towards like greenifying like parts of the U.S. economy. Whether you're talking about infrastructure, whether you're talking about new jobs created in green energy. So I don't think it's totally fair to say Democrats aren't addressing the jobs part of like green energy at all. Like that bill is a ton marked for like green-related industry.
I don't honestly think it is. I think it's just all talk. I haven't seen Biden in the last 48 years actually like
48
not backtrack
years?
from everything he said. He's been right for the last 48
what?
years. His whole administration is the Obama administration put back in place. They are destroying our foreign policy. They're not going to get out of Afghanistan. They're going to privatize the troops. This is not a man that I
Oh my goodness. We're absolutely we just didn't it just literally yesterday
you're backing what you're backing is the
final plans for the withdrawal come through.
Also a problem that I see in
cringe.
I don't know, but like,
is she a leftist or a conservative? I can't actually tell.
Systemic structural issues.
She must be a leftist, right?
Well, that's true. To be
She's I mean the thing is you can criticize Biden, but she's like going completely off topic there.
Number 2, Biden was the first
Trump
didn't get us out of any.
He got opposed by the liberals.
Yeah, so now we're in.
To be clear, Trump controlled all halves of government, both halves of government, and the president.
I'm just going to pull us out of. I'm going to use the Star Trek transporter, pull us out of Afghanistan and back to Kenosha.
It's fascinating that a man that's going to do so much has so many people lined up to make excuses for his ineptitude. I mean, I don't know what to say.
If he starting wars, I'm glad that he
Wait,
didn't do anything.
she likes Trump though. I don't understand. Who the fuck is this girl?
Biden, right? I think they're 10,
Is-
0, you know,
Infinity.
5.
She like believes the Trump is anti-corporate myth.
Oh yeah, okay, maybe.
Climate change because
I
you
don't
don't
know.
think that it's that big of a deal. You don't like the Green New Deal's address. Like, where are you getting that?
Yeah, so that's right, and you don't have to.
According to Horseshoe Memes, these aren't mutually exclusive. Bro.
Around this issue.
Oh
and,
no.
You know, I've worked in the industry my whole career, and you are not getting the truth. So if you can take away one thing today, take away that. But what I would agree with is this is, you call it Trojan
This is
horse. I say
painful now.
a compelling event. Like, I think it's clear from the discussion so far that the objective is not primarily the environment at all. And so if the true objective is some of these other
Truth
things,
is out there,
don't you
sheeple.
start to wonder why, should there be a good reason for this, and is that compelling event sound? And there are a lot of leading experts.
Live
who
chat
are
during this
using the
debate
common
was
phrases,
calling
they
her a
stress the
Tulsi
science, that
supporter.
This is not settled science. And if you need some references, I can provide some of those. But
that would make
I think it's
sense,
important. Like,
actually.
we should-
This is
especially
the
if it's going to have
Tulsi
these
point, like
far-reaching
get out all the
consequences, we should
wars,
feel
corporations
confident in the
bad.
reason we're doing
It's
this,
conservative,
and I
but
don't. And so I guess that's
populist.
my-
Okay.
Where are you on like the salient effects
Sure.
of climate change? Like, you're not saying that
We're
CO2
like
levels aren't
we are
rising,
like
or
the
that
conservative
the ocean is
Democrat,
changing.
pretty much.
You're just saying it's not anywhere near critical level.
So
Yeah.
yes, I guess what I am bothered most by is the catastrophic nature of that
Where
kind
are
of
you at?
description. And we already
Okay.
talked about it. We just
Good
said
job.
the predictions have been happening for decades. That we shouldn't be here having this conversation. And here we are. So then you have
Good
to, when it
dab.
happens over and over, like one of my core duties is in forecasting. And like if I did that at work, I wouldn't have a job. And so like at some point you have to think like, do I have the whole story? And then it's becoming harder and harder to get
Oh
the
God,
true
you're
story,
so
that's
far.
for sure. And I think it's not unlike a lot of the panels
Dude, anytime this climate denier talks, I'm gonna have a problem. Oh man, you just don't have the full story, guys. Climate change isn't real.
Especially when like these are big things that are being proposed under the premise of something that
But where
is
do you
not
suggest
settled.
to find it? Like, where are you getting it from? Because, I mean, what, you just Googling that? I mean, you're going to get nothing but, like, it's heavily biased sites. Where are you
Yeah, I
getting
think if you want quick information, I would highly recommend a guy by the name of John Robson. He's a Canadian guy, and he's got a lot of good sort of small bites on this material.
Oh,
and then
no.
he cites a lot of sources.
Who's
You
this
can
guy
go
gonna
get
be?
the raw data from there. But the IPCC, which is sort of the foundation of the Green New Deal, the first sentence
Yeah,
says,
wait,
all of this
they're
stuff we're going
good.
to talk about after that's not really related to the climate at all is hanging on this one report from the IPCC, and that should be called into question. I mean, you should at least
Wait,
feel
but that
confident
one
in it.
report is
There's
based
another
off
guy
of
now, his
like
name escapes me, who's a
a
physicist,
multitude
and
of
he actually was part
studies
of the
and
Obama
like the
administration, and
consensus
he
of
is
thousands
either
of
head
international
of scientists or
scientists.
unsettled on
To
this
call it
topic.
just
So
one
he and
report
a
is the
team
most
of scientists,
retarded thing I've ever
physicists, went
fucking
and studied
heard.
These assumptions that are in the IPCC report. And
The report is the
conclusions are not
conglomeration of
what's
all
being
the other
publicized.
reports.
So,
Oh,
it's hard to
I'm
get
gonna be
because
so
a certain
triggered.
narrative is being
Fucking
pushed, and I think for the reasons you guys mentioned.
anti-climate
but,
change
the book is
people.
actually called
Oh
Unsettled,
no.
so I think a lot of these things aren't as settled as they are portrayed.
She has no idea what she's talking about. This is literally the purpose of fuck, I can't remember the acronyms for the IPCC. It's like International Climate.
We've reduced carbon emissions more than the next 12 countries combined, and I just can't imagine the balls that it takes for someone to stand in front of your face and tell you that the world is going to end in 9 years. And I think that says a lot about the education system and how misinformed a lot of people
No one
are. They don't get off
says
the stage.
that.
But I think a lot of people at a certain point don't really know it.
Yeah, I don't think
because
there's
whether
ever
it's
been.
climate change, whether it's COVID, whether no matter what it is, there've been a lot of
There
studies
has been
showing where in all
alarmism,
of
but
these
there's never
issues,
been someone
people on the
being
left
like,
vastly overestimate the
Okay.
threat of something. If you ask them
estimating
how
the
many
world
unarmed black people are
is
killed by police
ending
every year, they
and-
think that number's in the thousands. If you ask them climate change, they think it's a much bigger threat. If you ask how many people are dying of COVID, they think it's way more. So I think it's just an overall picture of everything.
Intergovernmental panel on climate change. Okay,
I guess I
poggers.
would add, you started, I think, by saying we're not in that bad of a position in terms of emissions or things that that are thrown around on the topic. But I would say
I'm
we are
getting
in an
gangbanged
excellent
here.
position
Okay, this is
for,
not okay.
Human life in a lot
I
of
did
ways,
not
and that is
consent to
driven
this.
by
Fine.
energy, and I will say by fossil fuels. And so, really, there are no
Guys,
other
I need
industries
stamina
where I'm trying
back.
to come up with another industry that is not enabled by energy,
Oh my God.
and in a lot of ways by fossil fuels. And so, even our freedom, I mean, freedom of movement, freedom of innovation, you don't
Wow,
have the luxury
fossil
of doing
fuel
things
is
and developing
good,
new technology,
'cause it gives us
saving lives,
energy.
treating people
Wow.
medically, and educating people without energy. And so, if we're going to talk about any negative impacts,
I need
we should
more
also consider
stamina.
that. That's a huge value, and
Yeah,
especially if you want to make things better, because a lot of
Dude, you need to
talking
walk
about
around with
new
stamina
technology, new
potions.
technology,
Yeah,
you
they've.
can't
This is the
develop
second time they
technology,
like
you can't
saved my
innovate unless
life.
you have access to energy.
Both cold and wet,
Of course,
too
we can
much.
drill down into what type of energy, but it's an important part for me that the sort of benefits we get from it and the importance of energy.
Well, no one's saying energy isn't important. I hate this
The green
person.
technology isn't there. It doesn't sound like it sounds like you're saying that green tech, as it exists right now, is simply not enough to power, and won't be.
Okay.
That
Oh.
seems
That's
like
why we incentivize it, right?
I mean, green energy has made leaps and bounds in terms of productivity, in terms of cost per kilowatt hour. Like if you try to Google around for price of solar energy, people.
What about Nostradamus?
In 2020, how did it come down so much? Like you're getting 4 cents, 3.6 cents per kilowatt hour for solar energy.
Nostradamus was actually advocating for
the last girl
that's ever been made in Southern California right now. And then as they deploy more and more of these solar farms, like the cost just continues to come down.
Is that without subsidies?
That's as all of these government subsidies are coming off. I think it's a very interesting position to take to talk about the importance of freedom. On one hand, we need the freedom to do all these things, and then on the other hand, we talk about how upset we are that we're so involved in the Middle East. And you can't really disaggregate our involvement there from things like energy issues. And the last time I checked, we never went to Iraq or Afghanistan to pick up a solar panel or to take a wind farm away from Syria or something. I think that in some ways, green energy doesn't just represent like a better environment or cleaner air or no global warming. It also represents a great degree of freedom, I think, as well, which is something that oftentimes people overlook.
So I guess back to your point, I would ask how you define green energy and what we're considering in that basket, because a lot of times it goes to solar and wind, and we forget the elephant in the room that's nuclear, but which is arguably the cleanest cleanest source out there. And then with respect to the Middle East and something mentioned earlier, fracking, I will
clap
say
for
that
nuclear.
today our imports from the Middle East are single-digit %.
Nuclear.
And it didn't used to be that way, and that is largely in thanks to the technology development called fracking, which is maybe one of the most important technologies that we've seen in the past couple of decades for our country. So.
Fracking
are like energy independence and security with like,
is the most important.
I mean, we're talking from a U.S. standpoint, being able to frack natural gas is reduce oil
I would look at it, we haven't been,
drastically.
I guess the claim was in
Like it's
2019
responsible for the drop
in
in CO2
our
output.
consumption, and that's true in our exports.
Maybe it's a bad investment.
But the energy industry is complex.
Definitely not one of the most important technologies, but yeah.
Over 5 million barrels per day.
Yeah, no, it was just a hyperbole there. That
in
was
order to
like,
refine it in our system here. So
yeah.
this is one maybe gap, I think, in our U.S. refining capabilities. But I will say that.
But like we dropped under Europe in terms of CO2 output,
to the type of oil that they produce,
largely due to switching over to more natural gas.
We have a tremendous amount of resources, but by what I would consider independent, not yet.
Is nuclear energy green?
Nuclear energy is a tremendous improvement over other fossil fuels.
It's not responsible for a drop of CO2.
There's a problem with solar and wind, and that you can't really scale
I know Rayon says
the demand of a grid,
like
and nuclear enables you to do
coal
that.
plants were replaced with gas plants, I guess.
Have good solutions to yet, but personally,
I never researched this. I don't know.
Available. That being said,
yeah. So I don't know how we don't consider that drop in CO2. If natural gas doesn't output as much CO2, and we're switching over to natural gas instead of coal or oil, and we've seen a reduction in our greenhouse gas emissions.
Right? And they're shutting down
I don't know what the argument is.
The last nuclear plant you guys have there, and is 90% of all of California's energy. Are you cool with that? Because like that's already built.
No, I mean, I think nuclear is just, I wish they had a different name for it. Honestly, it's just a scary thing. Like, people hear nuclear and they just go crazy over it. But
fracking
is
life,
the threat to the environment,
not natural.
if you hear about some nuclear,
it is, but that's
everybody
fine.
here knows Chernobyl with a nuclear power plant. Everyone here knows like 3 Mile Island, Fukushima. But like, how many people even remember the BP oil spill? It feels like incidents related to other types of energy that aren't nuclear are forgotten so quicker. But man, anything goes wrong with nuclear anywhere around the world, and we remember it forever. It's the scariest thing in the world.
Sure.
There's also
Oh
my God.
a nuclear reactor at any point in time will become a nuclear bomb. Like if it goes wrong, like oh my God, we have a whole nuclear explosion here. And then you also ignore a whole bunch of the improvements that have been made to nuclear energy.
Okay, I don't like being alone in the planes.
It's a side product, yes, and it's cheaper.
Now are like the medium through which the energy is produced is like if it wears off, it's also the coolant, so you don't get these runaway nuclear reactions. Nuclear energy is awesome. I wish we had more of it. It's just
True.
So you want to see nuclear energy?
Everybody should want to see. Literally, conservatives should like it because they get to make fun of people that like wind farms and solar panels. Left-leaning people should like it because they can make fun of coal plants or whatever. Like nuclear should be like the go-to win for everybody.
I agree with a lot of these points. And I work in the fossil fuel part of energy, but no, I think nuclear is an excellent option for the reasons you stated. But also, when you talk about trying to replace something like oil or gas for its primary use, solar and wind can't do it. And I would venture to say they never will.
You haven't seen a reduction? I'll have to look it up, I guess.
You can get a lot closer to a large
look it up.
energy. I mean, we have, I think, 3 states in the
Oh,
US
wait, where are you?
50%
Oh, you're way far
so
ahead.
I
got backtracked. I got stuck in a circle.
Lower than that, especially on national scale, we're talking single-digit percentage.
Is there any village?
Yeah, no. There's fog. I can see shit. And I got
yeah, no.
gangbang.
Yeah, no. But also international commerce, that a lot of that is done by ship. So bunker fuels. This comes from oil. You can't have
green energy is the real freedom that Bitcoin is trying to create. Fuck your coins to the moon with the sun. Oh yeah, let's take the sun to the moon.
Are you down with fission?
I like that idea.
Actually, I live in Southern California as well, and a lot of people are very much anti-nuclear energy. I think the key to all of this is understanding
nuclear
that all
is awful
of these
because it's not
produce a
financially
threat, whether
viable
it's solar
since
or
it takes
wind,
forever
you're
to
still
get a
needing
return
oil,
on
so
the
people have to be honest when
investment.
they're, I'm a
not necessarily.
That doesn't make it awful. That makes it a much harder investment. True. That's definitely true. That doesn't make the actual process harder. It just makes getting a plant less of a lucrative deal for private people, and it has to be more public, for sure. Because it's a much much more long-term.
In general, considering the risks involved, I would not feel safe with not having like strong public interest controlling it. Because of like, oh, there is a village. I see the bonfires.
Okay.
What their
Just because of like how cost cutting works.
What do you mean? No, it can be a private company and it has regulations. Like nuclear plants are one of the most regulated things in America.
Yeah,
like
if they're
that's
properly
why they're
regulated,
inefficient
then
too.
it should be fine. But like
They have to follow so many
I said
safety regulations.
Government control. I chose my words carefully. Okay.
Sure.
It can be in different ways.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
that
control
also
doesn't have
has
to
been
be
a little
public
bit
ownership, sure.
misrepresented in terms of safety. And this is again coming from someone in a different part of the industry. But if you look at it sort of on a casualty,
This is
even
gonna be a
including
tough
these disaster
village to
casualties
attack.
per unit energy, it's thousands of
Your
times.
money
than
invested in
traditional oil and gas.
fragging
And
companies,
so,
Merogia.
So yeah, I think
You're
there's a lot of
helping the problem. What the
Like, Dustin,
fuck?
where do you want to be? Like, what climate change metrics do you want to get to? Do you like what the Paris Climate Accord is doing, Biden's new plan? Do you think that's accurate? How would you tweak it if you were on the advisory committee?
So these international accords, as was rightly pointed out, don't really have enforcement mechanisms. The goal right now is you get like something in place.
Bringing American industry home? Okay. It's already home. We're independent. Merogia. Pull out.
It's literally in the word. You're saying American industry. It's already
something that is,
American.
the only thing that's been shown, demonstrated as
Got
government
him.
policy to actually affect carbon emissions, and that's like these forms of carbon trading systems. So the idea that like if you pollute more, then
True.
you pay more for
Tax.
it. One of the biggest problems that we have with pollution is that it's free.
Fuck it, you know what, I'm gonna get started
so
here.
If you have a way of manufacturing
Wish me
something
luck.
that leads to a lot of pollution,
I
you might as
no
well
longer
engage in
have
behavior because you
health
there's
potions.
no reason
Do you
not
have
to.
spare health
But I think that
potions?
pushing people towards kind of this like
I do.
global market of
Oh,
buying
cool.
and selling
Yeah,
carbon
fine.
credits, I think would be a good step towards kind of pushing people into being a little bit more aware of
Yes,
polluting.
carbon tax with carbon credits would be based as fuck.
Unlike the Kyoto Protocol that
Okay,
preceded it, is that the,
I actually have a take on this. I researched carbon credits a while ago, and there are problems with them. At least the way they were implemented for now. Basically, well, the main problem I saw was issues of like over less than ethical land ownership being incentivized by converting it to tax credits. Basically, people gamifying it in unintended ways that have unintended consequences. So the example in the article I had read a couple of years ago specifically was how the French main bank, BNP, had bought enormous tracts of land in Africa, then was evicting the villages that had been living there for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Because for it to count as carbon credit generating land, it has to not be inhabited, and then they're like farming carbon credit off of that land being like natural jungle and whatnot. That's a really fucked situation. I think we can like all agree on that. But correctly implemented carbon credit should work. It's just there needs to be like and also maybe
if it's
has more to do.
incentivizing like evicting people so it can qualify for whatever thing, and that's not accounted for.
Yeah.
Or like or regular, not regular, like you'd expect the the justice system to get involved almost for something like that or something.
Yeah. And then the problem is that, well, like it's corruption in like certain African countries where if you pay off a politician, you can buy like huge pieces of land that don't actually like belong to the person selling them to you and kick the people off of there, which is sadly something that happens. Yeah, I know. I just wanted to mention this. Like carbon credits, intellectually, they seem like a really cool idea, but they're actually really complicated to implement properly. You do run into unintended consequences. I just wanted to nuance it a bit.
Sure.
Do is they try to get the more developed nations to buy in through a series of kind of like loans or grants so that developing nations don't have to just suffer because they're not allowed to pollute their way to development like we did, but it also still tries to hold them accountable by forcing them to put forth their own plans to reducing their emissions.
So you just want to change up who gets developed nation status and who doesn't?
Well, no, ideally you want everybody to become a developed nation, but you can't tell developing nations you're not allowed to pollute like we did, so
Right.
there has to be some kind of compensation for it.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, China is the big one. And I suppose India. Where do you put them?
Yeah,
In terms
well, I
of
mean,
what?
there's so many
Developing
reasons why
nation.
China
They're
should
developing
lose
nation.
its development
I think
nation
they're-
status,
I think
developing
second most
nation
polluting
status.
behind the U.S. Or I think third if you include like all of the European.
Yeah, China is
together. There might be
well
other,
on its
things,
way
but
out
yeah,
of
they're a
OECD
massive polluter, obviously, in terms of absolutely
category in
different relative.
general.
Aaron, what do you think? I mean, is this going to work with some kind of like trading caps, like globally? Like, if we were going to do it, like, assuming that the government is moving in that direction where they want to
moving.
address climate change to a certain amount, like, what do you think of like Destiny's idea?
Okay, so one thing that popped into my head, so I'm not a big fan
Look,
of
we're not
the
sped up that
system,
much.
for a couple
It's
of
fine.
reasons, but one thing that popped
Hey,
into my
Melon.
head is like the mention of if you pollute, you don't pay for it. And it's like, okay, if you have a discrete pollution event, you certainly pay for that. And
Why?
You can go through all the examples of that. And then you're talking sort of, oh no, I mean,
What
like,
are externalities?
sort of just things
101.
happening out
Yeah, why is the climate change denier going to talk about now how, like, oh yeah, pollution's totally accounted for. If they're going to pollute, they'll pay for it. So like, didn't you just say that pollution doesn't matter? Why the fuck do you care? Like,
It's also completely ignoring the realities. Like the penalties for companies are so much lower than the like actual
and the
damage
effects
caused.
of pollution. Yeah.
That's such a disingenuous.
All right,
take.
this lady's the worst.
which comes back kind of to even if you
She's
say
lying.
that,
Yeah,
like,
she is
okay,
lying.
You don't pay at the pump. You're not sort of compensating the cost you pay for that gallon for the total emissions that are the cost isn't captured there, so we have to put a
They'll
number to
pay
it.
for it in the future with future
I think it's, again, a bit of a
generations.
dangerous thing to have, because there are
True.
benefits you get to that you also
No,
aren't
not
charged
false.
for there in terms of having the energy efficiency in the total human system. And I get back to like innovation and things like that. So freedom of transport. There's no sort of like tax. Like I like to be able to see my family, so there's pay a little bit more for that. So it's kind of an imbalanced cost benefit. I think if you're talking about that. But
Oh my
then
god,
you
a
also,
2-star fooling
I think see
berserker.
some kind of redistribution. If you start these systems, you see companies that, and it's happening already, emerge out of essentially thin air because we've developed a system that's paper.
That's really
it's like
bad.
derivatives trading and things like that. But so I think that opens up to a little bit of corruption in terms of just trading the credits and not actually doing anything, and you get some kind of credit for. Let me see if I can come up with an example. Credit for preventing future pollution or something
bone
like that.
mass.
It's like that didn't ever actually happen. So
Are you near?
Is that really something that you can quantify in terms of money? So I don't know. It's a
problem.
system for me that is open to a certain level of corruption.
Alright,
So not a fan.
I'm gonna bone mass and just fight him.
Yeah, so I mean, like immediately on its face, so you do pay for the benefit of filling up the pump when you buy a car. Like the reason why you buy a car, ostensibly, is to drive around with it. So you pay for the car, you get the benefit of the car.
Hang on, time out. Suede, I hated that video so much. Oh my goodness. Do you remember, Nam, were we doing stuff? Kraut has the Trump's biggest failure video, and he's supposed to like bring up China, and he references China like twice, and then the rest of the video is just like a history lesson on China for no reason whatsoever. Oh my goodness, it made me so angry. Do you know what I'm talking about at all?
No, I haven't watched
Fuck.
Kraut's videos much.
Okay.
You pay for gas. The problem is that what's created when we pollute is, we call these discrete events, but outside of like literally throwing, a piece of trash in your driveway, unfortunately, pollution is oftentimes very generalized and oftentimes not even localized. So you run it. So like one of the biggest polluting things that you can do as a person is flying an airplane. So I flew an airplane to get here. I'm not saying that, maybe some level of pollution was put in the air, but I don't feel that at the end of the day. Same thing with driving a car. Unless you're leaving your car in your garage, which I hope none of you do, you're not going to like notice that you're driving around and polluting. So I think the idea is that if there's going to be like these negative events that are created that we can't like feel the repercussion of, there needs to be like a dollar cost associated with it, so that we can incentivize people towards more activity that kind of isn't that isn't as polluting, I guess. I guess I look at it in terms of like a parent, talking to a child, why do you leave your light on every night? Well, because they don't pay for it, which is honestly the reason why they do. But if you start charging a kid for electricity in a room, you see them change, or if you punish them for it, you see that being
Rose, like
adapt to the punishment that's being put now on the waste of energy.
That's
Yeah, I
not
think
false,
the
but like
argument,
China's
I
development
disagree a little bit on
wasn't
the premise
through
because it's
stealing
sort of
those stuff. It was
assuming
just
there is
developing their
this,
ports that they already had. But,
negative
yeah.
impact that I from what
There-
I have read and
Never
studied
mind.
is not necessarily there in the sense
Oh,
that
are you China apologist now?
Do you think that carbon is
Shut
Do you think that might have any impact on global temperatures?
I think it certainly can.
Is that something we should therefore reduce?
Like low key, it
Don't
actually
increase
triggers me
global
that
temperatures?
like
So that we don't cause
you
the
can't
rising
get
sea
into a
level,
discussion
carbon
about
separation,
China
like
without
close
someone
to
like
sea level,
virtue
so we don't
signaling
change
how
our,
shitty
river
China
level.
is.
The agriculture we have across
There's
the
a
planet,
wraith.
certain crops like untenable in certain lands. And
Yeah, this
Is
sword's
this-
fine against the
impossible
wraith.
because the temperatures are too high for
Is
us.
this Pala? No,
Yeah, so this
it's
is where it
not.
breaks
It's
down, because
Elysium.
You can't say that those things will happen.
We
In
are
fact,
gonna
it's
get a
because those
kimchi
things have already
update,
happened and
yeah.
they haven't. And when you see the breakdown of these models
Yeah.
and the assumptions, if I'm
Oh, yeah,
convinced
I
that's
do want to
happening,
get-
you don't
I do
sort
want to
of
play
head
Everhood
straight for
Turtle.
that, but that's a bit of
I am
misinformation on that
going to.
these consequences
It's in the
of
plan.
that you're describing sea levels and things like that. So
Okay, so I'm curious. Would you say
Misinformation?
Would you say that liberal
The
academia
sea level
or
rise
more
has been
woke
accelerating.
progressive as
It's
of
been tracked for like 100
these kind of
years.
these kind of like progressive woke school assholes have kind of like pressured and bullied maybe people in government to kind of have this agenda related to climate change that maybe it's not for the best of industry and everything, but we're kind of being pushed.
It's
that
like
way, kind of
literally
around
just go to
government.
NASA's
Okay,
website,
if
forehead.
you believe that, how can you explain the massive investment we see in green energy from like authoritarian regimes like China that don't have to bend to that same political pressure?
I can tell you exactly why China. Because the U.S. holds 4 times the reserves of natural gas and oil that China does, and twice the coal. But if we're forced into renewable energies,
Is this a
90% of rare
kiting
earth metals
simulator?
energy
We're not a
is
major
the ones that are
trader of
commercially
that with
useful
China,
today.
though, I
So,
don't
I mean,
think.
like, that's clear.
But why is China
They go to
deploying
the
its
Middle
renewable
East.
energy grid, these
Yep.
massive solar farms or these massive offshore wind farms? Like, why does China
Because it's good business for them.
even locally? So, like, I'm trying to figure out like why.
Either it's
so
good
powerful
business and we
fossil
should do
fuels,
it
if they
because
have
it's
all this fuel,
efficient,
if they've got all these rare
or it
fossil
doesn't
fuels,
make
stuff,
sense for
why would
China to do it.
Where's the political pressure for them coming to pursue like this kind of model for climate or for energy, I guess?
So I think the motives of China are probably complex, but you also just made the argument that
Oh.
China is polluting more and more every day, and they're burning all this coal, which they are. So it's not like they are transitioning all of their coal production over to.
She's
solar
just
and
not
wind.
answering
It is definitely in their
at
best
all.
interest for the developing world to move that way, especially the U.S.
Well, I guess why? So obviously China is polluting more, not because they've just decided to pollute more, but as their middle class grows, especially after the 90s, more and more people are getting access to first world standards of living. They're starting to use more products that consume electricity, energy, et cetera. So of course they are polluting more, but they are moving more and more into green energy as well. I'm just trying to figure out if in the United States we only do this because of political pressure, and in China where they're a lot more resistant because they're from a government to political pressure, why do we see them making these same movements towards green energy? Like shouldn't they just
He's
be
asked the
polluting
same
away
question
fossil
like
fuels,
3
just
times
exporting all the
now.
green energy to the US 'cause we're suffering
She's not getting it.
Yeah, and I think generally they are, although I don't have these transition numbers on how. Do you know like what sort of contribution to their total power stack is coming from wind or solar?
Oh
I
shit,
don't
there's
know that
3
firsthand,
shamans.
But the general trend is that's exactly what they're
Oh.
doing. So that's.
Oh my, dude, she's not responding.
China, it's in their best
She's
national interest to go
dumb.
green. That way they don't get cut off from oil if like the Europe and the U.S. like decide to.
Destiny
like,
needs
shut them down.
to frame that question
back to
differently
some of
because
the
it is obviously
comments
not
before,
getting through, and he
what do
just
you mean by green?
repeated
You
it.
can't go entirely green in a lot of these cases, so it's like you can have both, and what is in their best interest
What I mean
for
by
them
green
or
is like
for us?
pushing electric cars and,
Here,
and that kind of.
he should have said like some of the ones that if green energy is an inefficient investment, then why is China still investing into it? And if it's not inefficient, then we should invest into it too, right? Like something like that. Yeah, we needed to reframe that because just repeating it when it was clearly not going through, and she wasn't going to answer that, just asking it again. I don't know. That feels like a waste. I don't know, how do you feel? What do you do there?
Maybe you could say like makes her sound dumb, but I don't know. I think this is the part where like after the debate, people like in his chat were saying she was like asking him to repeat the question to like gain time to think about an answer. I don't know how true that is. But,
but then she never answered. No, I
Yeah.
think she. I don't know. Her response was just so off from any of the topic, though.
I honestly, at this point, like, I hate to say that she's like completely delusional. It's hard to
Well.
deal with that level of like not living in the same reality.
Well, climate change is not important. Okay, not a threat. 0% chance it'll end anything important. You know. No, it's fine. Go on.
For them, yes, all of that kind of energy storage, battery components, and the storage capabilities you need for these unreliable sources like solar and wind to a certain extent.
Yeah,
they have
India
the
has
market on
enough
that, so it is in their best interest to drive
trade.
that
Like
up. That doesn't mean they're going to stop
they
doing
have
other
enough
things,
shipping
but, yes, that's in
to
their
do their current level of
Yeah, I
trade.
just want to say I agree with both of you. Like I think it
Okay.
is in their best interest to do it.
Yeah.
They have cornered the
Never
market
mind.
on it, but that means that it is absolutely possible for us to do that as well. And I think it's
Maybe-
only, it's
maybe
further
ex-
ahead, and
well,
you have
okay,
high-speed
here.
trains in China. You
Hang on,
have
pausing again.
transportation systems.
Do it.
Even if you reframe it, I don't know that she would give a real answer. But if you're an audience member and this question gets reframed like 2 or 3 times to be really explicit to make a point like, hey, either this is efficient and we should do it, or your point doesn't make sense about what like political pressure is the only reason we're doing it, then I feel like if you've built that argument up each time you reframe it better and better, and I'm listening to it, it hits home harder and harder each time that she's not answering.
Yeah.
So even if she doesn't answer your reframed question in the same way, just repeating yourself if I'm listening to that is weaker. Because then, you know, I can just, she just didn't understand or something. Or like it semi works because you're like you're pushing that point. So like it's still good, I would say. But the rhetorical effectiveness goes up if you can make it like super explicit what point of their argument you're calling into question.
I think I agree.
I just find to.
Ours. It's their infrastructure that they've adapted really well to, something that we could learn from that I don't think it really gets talked about. The infrastructure of the United States does contribute.
Yeah, how can you just say everything's misinformation? I'm right. Obviously, like such a. How do you do that?
And I think China has actually been able to smartly have a quasi-capitalist
Guys,
system,
everyone's wrong.
in its
This
own
international
economy
body,
to
they're just
actually
lying to
make
you.
money off of being quote-unquote green. Obviously,
Just
you're right. They're still
do
using
your own
oil
research.
for those for the production of wind and solar, but they are figuring out ways to start to move away from sole dependence on oil, which I think is something that we could learn from.
Okay, Mike.
What was the question again? I feel like we've gone in a circle
Okay.
here. I don't even know what we're talking about.
We might have. But
Oh no,
where do you
this
want
red shirt guy.
Do you want to comment, or I can shift it? Okay. So, are you worried about like climate
Trent
change
wants to
being
know
used
what
as
is the threat
almost
according
leveraged
to
by
you.
Davos and sort of part of the Great Reset?
The
as
threat
narrative
of
only
climate
for
change?
Some other nefarious.
Yeah, what are
Absolutely.
like
I
if
mean,
we
I
keep
think
CO2 output at
they're trying to
baseline?
do is they are
What will happen
propping up
and
characters
when?
like Greta Thunberg. Greta Thunberg is, I think, a genuine person. I think there's a manipulation by people to.
Okay, at baseline. Oh gosh, at baseline.
Oh,
okay,
I
if
fucking
all
got
if
he
all
one
emissions.
shot me.
What one
Oh,
shot you?
No, a 2-star.
You
filling.
failed
I
the
didn't
don't
dodge.
die.
I failed the don't die. Oh no.
Well, you got a long way to
I got a
run, buddy.
long way to run. Oh my.
You should bring a portal with you.
I do. I should.
Oh no,
this is so bad.
In my current understanding, if somehow we all went like neutral on carbon right now, we would still see sea level rise in this century. I think. Oh shoot. Fuck, I don't know the number. Hang on, we're gonna look it up. So we're gonna guess first, and then we're gonna look it up. I want to say it's like 1 to 3 feet is NASA's estimate. Perfect. So even like I think that's pretty consistent. So that sea level is going to cause like massive displacement and death, and we're going to see. Hang on. Okay, wait. Before we read it. Okay, so we're going to see sea level rise of 1 to 3 feet. I believe we're going to see temperature rise of 1 to 3 degrees Celsius, which will have like disparate increases across places, but in general, reduce crop nutrition, cause more high heat events, and cause more natural disasters. That's what I currently understand. That would be the threat. And then geopolitically, that threat is that causes destabilization and humanitarian crises in mainly developing nations, which then cascade into developed nations and cause, anytime there's crises or destabilization, it's opportunities for more unrest and extremist governments to take form.
And sign with the hard-hitting questions. Why is Elysium on this panel if he's not an expert? Why are you on this panel?
True. Why? Where's okay, here we go. Where's their overall estimate though?
Oh, how do I cross the mountain if I guess I can go around it?
Oh no.
Hopefully.
You're gonna have to stay on the left side, aren't you?
The right side. I'm not going through the plains. Fuck the
The left,
mosquitoes.
right? Okay. Oh, you mean that first mountain? Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. Yeah. All right, good luck. I can run back because that's gonna be hard.
I think I can run through most. Oh no, there is a mountain that I have to cross to get there. Oh no, I need to go back for
Yeah.
a frost potion. Fuck.
Okay.
While I was looking at the map, there was a troll that crept up behind me and just.
Oh
smacked
no.
me. Oh, it's another. Oh no.
I don't know. What does Tyrannit mean by the threat of climate change? Is that like are we on the same page there, or does he see it differently? Have you guys talked about it before?
Yeah. I don't know what he was expecting.
Okay.
I see it worse. Okay, he responded to your question. He sees it. I died more than 2 times this session.
It's like in time frame. I would say, I don't. See, the biggest problem with climate change arguments is I don't think we have like a good time frame. So anything from within the next 40 to 100 years, a lot of these events are going to start going off more. But even in like the next 30 to 40 years, we could be seeing we're already seeing the rates of natural disasters increase and their severity increase. So like crises could begin happening much sooner than when like sea level will put countries underwater. Or like large cities are going to have to deal with increased what do we call them? Severe weather events, whatever shit. I can't remember. Much before like the effects will be completed. So in my understanding, within like these are things that are going to have to be much more addressed within the next like 40 years. It would be like my time frame. Very tentative time frame, because the time frame is the worst part about climate change arguments.
Oh yeah, it's
in Africa, like Africa's population will definitely grow.
I should not be watching chat. I need to survive this. Eventually, the wind just never ended. Oh, there's the troll. He's right behind me. Oh.
Yeah, right behind you.
Right behind me. It's literally Derver. It's a 1-star troll too. Fuck.
Ooh.
Wonder it one-shot me.
Well, I think any troll will do more than 25 damage to
no, I'm full on food because like otherwise I'm gonna have no stamina and it's gonna not be possible.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You know, you got sausages, right?
No, I went with necktail, a carrot soup for the stamina because it's like one of the most stamina efficient foods, and 1 lox meat for like good measure.
Wait, no serpent stew? What do you mean?
What do you mean? Yeah. Good idea. Next death, I'll eat. I'll go in the serpent stew. Look at me, people happy. I'm looking at you. I actually am a very diligent chat reader, as you all know.
Very diligent.
Except when I play like StarCraft, I guess. Oh, and I've got frost resistance potions.
Okay. Wind. Okay, we're starting again. Yeah.
Can we like meet up right where you are? Do you mind waiting for me? Because like if I run into wolves even during daytime on the mountain, I'm just dying. Right.
Yeah. As we come back even more. Yeah.
Use the fake.
Cool.
The Sunrise Movement, like I said, is directly tied to NGOs. Their finance disclosures are, like, if you look through them, there's tied to not just multinational corporations, but like the Sierra Club, which doesn't do anything environment-wise. And when you talk to the Sierra Club about the farming industry and the exploitation of land and how much land that takes and what that does to our environment, they won't talk to you. And that's the thing. Like, they're not really looking for solutions. They're looking for privatization.
They won't talk to her.
They want to manufacture consent for this privatization by putting on the guise of being green and pro-environment without actually doing anything.
What is this privatization? Farming is
to this
relatively privatized. It's subsidized. Like,
this era
what does she mean?
Big tech with the corporate sector in our government that is going to censor everybody that is trying to talk about these things. I mean, you can't even talk about the
oh no.
There's literal videos on
it's what she said earlier, right? Like with some like Tulsi meme, right?
When it's actually out
she
there.
Really is.
Okay. You have to always look at when you look at the environmentalism.
Big tech.
Who's behind this? Who
Censorship.
Who benefits from these things? If the people aren't benefiting, then you have to really take a step back and really see what their purpose is. And their purpose, of course, is to make money. But we're not all going to see the benefits of all those investments.
And robot dog policemen for sure too.
That part.
Right. Destiny, do you buy it? Do you think that's like what she's saying? Like this being manipulated in that way, or that's the goal?
I'm not. There's a lot to unpack there.
I have a comment. Is there kernel of truth of what she's saying there?
I mean, there's a kernel of truth to flat earthers. I mean, it depends on. I mean, like, not to say that it's on the level flat
earth. I think that was really good.
Even the concept of a great reset isn't necessarily that bad. It's interesting that we like turn off our brains, I guess, when we think of government policy. If you're a small business owner, right, or a business owner at all, like any problem represents an opportunity. If it is the case that we need like some great level of reinvestment or some massive level of government spending or some type of stimulus to get certain projects off the ground, I don't think it's bad to take a look at like, well, maybe there's a more efficient way that we can allocate these projects, or maybe there are different ways that we can distribute like the contracts or something to society. Like necessarily that's going to be the case. In
terms
of like does this benefit big business, I mean, everything the government does.
The shriek of the Valkyrie.
businesses are already big, of course. Like disproportionately speaking, like they're going to be benefited more than anything else that the government does. If you talk about corporate tax cuts, the big businesses are going to be more represented. If you talk about any type of like assistance to businesses, large businesses are going to be represented. In terms of, I don't know anything about this area.
That's not good for the environment.
Well, it depends what you're talking about. So you talk about farming law. When it comes to agriculture, big business is crucial for the environment because nothing is worse for the environment than small farmers. Small farmers are some of the most destructive. I don't know if we're going to talk about India later, but small farmers that do their own thing, the monocultural crops, the planting just one type of crop over and over again, the setting the fields on fire when you're done with it, the robbing of the fields of nutrients, the horrible use of pesticides to grow one crop over and over again. When you look at like a big business and you apply it to agriculture, your environmental outcomes are actually way better than these individual family farms. So it just depends on what you're looking at. When you say, I just don't like it feels like very Bernie-esque to be like big business bad for environment, big business bad.
I get his point, but I feel like it's disingenuous. Because people aren't talking about like OECD farmers when they're thinking of small farmers in this discussion. They're thinking about the more like
some of these green energy companies are now
more traditional farming, which will be less exploitative of
pesticides
pesticides and other things if it's actually done properly, right?
Make a comment on one thing you mentioned. You said you can't even talk about certain topics, Great Reset or whatever it is. You can't even talk about climate change. And when you say we know it's being used to push forward things that aren't related, and you say I see all these other places that I can't talk about things.
Why?
Great Reset or however you want to put it, whichever examples you want to come up with.
Maybe not so much in other countries, but I'm thinking of like the
it's a certain kind of problem that's put, and I just had to look up
the like local circuit trend, for example, that happens a lot of like you want things to be farmed locally and by like smaller farming operations that will
why don't we want an economy of scale?
I think that we should take back
because economy of scale does industrial farming is more efficient on an economic sense, but there are ecological externalities, whether it's like a huge pesticide usage and other things.
But do you think that, let's talk about India, that
more traditional smaller scale farming can go that same route, and in which case it would be just as bad. But the thing that's like idolized in like hipster circles of like, the farm to table restaurant and whatnot is like responsible small scale farming, which is really, I haven't seen yet anyone try to establish those like farming methodologies at a large scale. And I don't think they're necessarily scalable. I think it's okay to argue that maybe we have to accept like a sacrifice to the economy of scale, at least in countries where there isn't really a threat of famine. Like we talked about surplus a bit yesterday, right? It's probably okay to sacrifice a bit on the economy of scale side to have it be more like ecologically efficient.
Can't we take both? Can't we like produce it in mass and then have it be locally distributed? Oh, it's a rock.
Yeah, but like I'll reiterate, I am pretty sure the methodologies that are more ecologically friendly aren't scalable necessarily.
Oh, okay.
Oh fuck, I'm going the wrong way.
I could see that.
Google isn't just a small business exerting its power. Google is a multinational corporation that has direct
I'd like some
government
proof from this
influences
typical
with
Destiny
food
argument where
and
farming megacorps are actually more gooder. Yeah, it would be interesting to see like an actual study on that. But I'm not super skeptical of that claim because like small scale farming can be also super damaging as well. I just think like he's not addressing what they're actually talking about because I feel like they're thinking of the like Western smaller scale farming
do you think
thing.
that capitalism shouldn't exist? Do you think that all these should be nationalized or expropriated? Or
My
what do you?
personal
A big
ideology
thing
is
with small
irrelevant.
versus big farms,
it's very relevant.
resources
Everything
within the
you're doing right now
community.
these are fair
Yeah,
critiques, but these are critiques of
yeah. So
capitalism.
I also mentioned like closed circuit.
Critiques of corporatism.
No, there are critiques of
I'm gonna stop
corporatism is
talking
the
over
natural
the
end to capitalism. Anytime you amass capital as an individual, you use capital to buy more capital, and anytime you have a political system that allows you to use that capital to get time with any type of senator or lawmaker, then your end result is always going to be some form of corporatism. We can't pretend to be a capitalist and not say that big corporations
are. If
are
YouTube
okay.
and Google were to be fair, that would be one thing, but they're not. They only go after certain people and certain groups based on ideology.
Oh gosh, they're just doing the right wingers are persecuted with censored. Okay,
based on the fact of our government. These technocratic corporations are working in tandem with our government.
Terms of service are not fair.
You stand outside that narrative, they're silencing your voice.
It's so disingenuous also when you understand like how like Google and YouTube algorithms have basically
I would change the fact that
made the alt-right what it is today.
Should either stop being both publishers and authors, or should just
in many
become
ways.
a
Maybe not
complete
entirely,
public
but
as a public
I think it's fair to.
That's what they've become.
So if somebody wants to post death threats
Yeah,
on
she
Google,
really
on Twitter,
did fuck over her
I'm talking about
argument.
censorship.
I don't know
if you
why.
are citing a threat That is for the courts to decide. You don't get to decide what is
I'm not
misinformation.
going on
Neither does
mountain
Twitter.
with that.
Neither does Facebook. Neither do Silicon Valley executives.
So if
We
you
need
have a
courts.
website, let's say that you
We
make
need
a
legal
website,
process
certain
before you
content
can be
on that
banned
website,
from
you
social
should now be
media.
forced by the federal
This
government
is-
to host every single person that wants to post
Yeah,
on the website now. You have no
we're
ability
now
to
we're now
During
like
news
socializing our social media platforms.
Which is an argument you can go for.
I'm talking about
I
obviously I
think
don't
they're
have the wealth
bad,
of
but
influence
yeah.
that Google and YouTube and Twitter have on our government. You can watch the hearings where they go and they basically these congressmen demand that these executives go and like become the police of the internet.
I don't think the connection works exactly that way. But
There was a person
People.
approached by the sheriff, the LA sheriff, for a tweet they did against Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. There was another person that was approached by law enforcement for a tweet they did against Ted Cruz, and another person. I mean, this is happening right now. You cannot say anything about COVID. You cannot say anything about.
Oh my
election fraud.
goodness!
You
When you
cannot say
threaten to
anything
kill
that is remotely
someone,
threatening to the
you
police
narrative,
get,
and they're
you
using
get checked in
on
on.
the door.
Oh no!
and all this bullshit.
It's ironic that Destiny's now going to have to defend against that too.
For merely interviewing somebody that Ryan Christian from the Last American
This history.
who was talking about COVID, and we just asked him a couple questions.
Why is it so hard for people to just answer the question?
That you are just saying, oh, it's a private company.
Because they know they're going to look terrible if they actually answer the
Saying,
question.
oh, that's just a byproduct of capitalism.
I'm sorry, but it absolutely is.
Well,
and
then I guess
I'm
you
very,
have to become an anti-capitalist and to find a solution.
And if that's the case,
Defending
that's
it
fine. I
in
wish people were more
Kenosha as
honest.
well.
I'm very
Yeah.
empathetic to arguments about censorship online, believe me. So I definitely understand the pain of being demonetized on platforms or being attacked by certain people as a result of things that you said online. But this is a critique that is levied at the system. And it is very frustrating to me that certain people in this country have advocated on behalf of workers' rights or protected classes or all sorts of other things, or even when it comes to polluting in rivers or in different environments, where people are saying, hey, these corporations have too much power.
Okay,
These
I think I can
corporations
meet you on the other
destroying
side of the
environment,
mountain.
destroying our workplace or destroying our cities and towns.
Oh,
What do we do about it? And the Republican response
going
for
around the
decades, my entire
mountain.
lifetime was, oh, well, go start your own city. Oh, well,
To
go start your own thing.
the
Oh, why
left
don't you
or
do
the
that?
right?
And it's like,
To
okay,
the right.
well, why don't you, well, hold on. So why
Check
don't you go
out the
start your
map
own
real
social media?
quick.
You
You
know
can
how
do
are
that.
they going? You know, how are any of the alternative social
Yeah,
media
sorry,
platforms?
I didn't
Obviously,
realize you were
the
coming
most
towards me.
frustrating
I
thing
figured I
is
would,
that in the past, people were
like if I
complaining
started
about
going up
losing
the
their
mountain, I
jobs,
ran
losing
into
their
wolves, I
entire
would just
political
die.
existence in some of these cities.
So,
And people just, oh, well, go
decided
move, go
to
work
go
somewhere else.
around.
You guys lose your Twitter accounts, and now you're marks.
I do
Now
have
you're gonna
two
socialize,
frost
Google, and
potions,
you're
so
gonna
I
socialize
could have
Facebook,
done
and
it,
it's
but
restrictions. Like, I wish you guys would have come around a little bit earlier. Like, jeez.
Where do we draw the line when we lose our
It's not
Twitter?
about Twitter. It's the fact that that is step one, which is we are clearly seeing it spread everywhere else now.
Obviously, Twitter needs to be inscribed in the chart, in the human rights charter.
True. Why didn't Marx talk about Twitter enough?
Corporations can do whatever they want and having no problem with that. So if you are against big businesses being totally
Who's this
free to do
red
whatever they want,
vest guy? Oh my goodness,
You
he's
want
so
people to stop discriminating against
cringe.
each other? You know what? I can get on board with that. I hope you feel as strongly about Twitter or Wells Fargo allowing people to have accounts there as you do about certain shops cooking cakes for gay people.
Well,
That's all I'm saying.
there's got to be. Okay, well, there's got to be a less hypocrisy on both ends. I agree that
Red
is
Jacket
hypocritical
guy
of some
woke
people
up.
on the right to talk about censorship and then want other people they don't agree with censored. But I honestly am seeing it a lot more on the left.
Yeah, far right is omega cringe.
So I don't like to.
I'm a leftist. Literal Tulsi Gabbard here.
People like the new wave of progressives like the
I'm
squad
a
who are
leftist,
literally telling
guys.
people, hey, go police everybody, go rat on your neighbors, go do this, go do that. They're actually
Oh,
used to
hey,
be the
Kanzi
people
Blanca.
that stood against
Hi.
authoritarianism, that stood against censorship, and now
Here,
all I see
wait,
is an
come
embracing
here.
of that
Here.
whole narrative
Cool.
to go and tell on your neighbors if they were at the Capitol on January 6th. I think we have seen these extremities come from the left, not just.
Oh,
I think
no.
it's fair to say that there are hypocrites.
Telling on your
but that's not a
neighbors
solution.
they were
The solution is
involved in
actually
the
acting on it.
Capitol
Real quick,
riot.
just to make it germane to climate change, Aaron, have you seen like somebody specifically get demonetized or lose a channel for a take on?
Remember we were talking about climate change, and now we're talking
Yeah.
about social media?
That's funny because I was thinking to myself here.
They literally derailed. She derailed the conversation from the very start by talking about
actually, I would
like
say,
war and foreign
it's actually-
policy.
It's even more.
Well, that was-
ingrained
yeah,
in
that was
science
the
of it
lefty.
because, like the IPCC report, everyone is familiar with the hockey stick. I think if we're having this conversation, do you know that there are other takes on that? And do you know that the
Okay.
IPCC itself
Oh, no.
eliminated these other views? And the reason was it diluted the story, and I think
Oh,
that's a
there's
direct
a
quote.
troll up here.
So it might not be individuals, although I mean I'm sure there are examples. But
Oh no, it's raining.
University
Taking
level.
funding away.
Yeah, funding, of course, and then I would even take it to industry because now you are seeing limited access to capital to companies who don't conform with the ESG sort of movement. And you see the private equity firms come out and say we have these
Oh,
requirements. we
hi
need you
Melon,
to
by the way.
to adapt
I'm
to
sorry,
these,
I saw you
15 ESG
pop up in
categories
chat
or we
earlier.
won't lend.
Ooh.
So
No.
it has
No.
Melon doesn't count.
So
She's
it's
not really
implicit,
here.
like in the policy that that's what it is, and if you're
You
not, you're
count
not.
for me.
Yeah.
So, can you? Like, what do you think? I mean, are we? If you want to get climate change, like if you want to get climate change, you want to solve it, right? Then and I want to talk about like what. We can agree
What are
on,
we
like,
doing,
on
Elysium?
specific policy,
Are we
but
going up the mountain here,
can I
or
have,
are
like,
we going
somebody else
around?
says, yeah,
No,
I think
no, I think we avoid the mountain as much as possible because it was Okay, if we're gonna go up,
on.
I mean, these are like three.
It's
very,
gonna
very
be
different
like up
topics. So
here.
the idea of censorship on
Yeah, that's
or we
why I'm
try going
asking,
around the
because
entire.
otherwise we're going around.
Problems that exist there.
Let's just go around.
Difficulty in pursuing certain types of research.
I think chances of dying are way higher, just from dragons and.
Oh yeah, dragons will fuck me up because I have nothing
Something about
shiny.
climate change itself is also like a whole conversation. I think it's tempting to mix up all three of these, but like I said earlier, anybody that wants to sell you one grand narrative to explain all of life's problems, I think is always selling you snake oil.
Talk with right
Where do you wanna
wingers.
see? Like,
It's
if-
time to talk about
how do you
social
feel like the
media.
culture weighs
Quelle
on the other side? Like, where would
surprise!
you
Yeah.
compromise on climate change policy for America? Like, I mean, Biden's plan. What parts do you think might work?
On a panel
and
about
where
the
do
Green
you-
New Deal.
What hills do you want to die on?
True.
So I may take a slightly different angle on that because, like I mentioned, I sort of disagree with the premise, at least the one that's stated in these documents we're talking about here. But what
Don't
would
like
I
this
recommend? What do I think we
climate
could do better?
denier.
Like, for example, like electric cars, right? If they are in fact more efficient, like pound for pound on energy, doesn't that make sense to just from a basic conservation, like better light bulbs?
I think then the consumer would make that choice.
Leave it up to the
on electric
market.
vehicles,
Pac. Why are you angry?
Maybe it's well understood now, but
Let the
you know, electricity
market
still
play
goes
how
into
it wants to.
So,
Let
that
people
still involves
limit
generating
investment to what they
electricity
want
to
it
run
to
those
be.
vehicles and
Then
manufacture them and
this
et
just
cetera, but
she just
where
defeated
do
her
I think we
own
could make
position.
improvements,
So hard.
So I think if we're talking infrastructure, we could bring in the pipeline and energy transportation piece. This is a place where I think the government maybe, or the U.S. in general, could do better because our refining system is quite outdated. And these days we're producing, without getting into too much detail, we're producing a lot lighter
Arguing
oil
with
than
the
we used to. Our
video.
refining system is
True.
not really set up to process that type of oil. So we could definitely retrofit that. And that's when you start to get to energy independence. Because we're crude oil because of the type of oil that it is really in order to run our refining system. So refineries, pipelines, I think these are good investments for the U.S. And like I said, I think nuclear is a good idea. So.
All right, what do you guys think? Where are you willing to compromise your position? Where do you want to?
I got gray doors chasing my ass, my naked, my sweet naked ass.
What should Biden do to try to get enough Republican support to get his bill passed?
He doesn't need it.
In terms of
Well,
asking a political question, the easiest way to
that's
solve
just
these
not
jobs. We're going to create a lot more jobs if you allow us to do this. This renovation. There's going to be a lot of federal money. There's going to be a lot of contracts on the table. There's going to be a lot of
Stupid
jobs as a
Senate.
result of that. I think that's the way forward politically to sell it to Republican voters.
I don't think Biden is going to do anything regarding the environment or anything to
can't.
reduce oil because he takes oil money. So that's.
Oh
just
my
the bottom line. What I
goodness,
think
dude.
people should do
We get
is try to
climate
focus
denier
on
and then we
how,
thrash all the way
when
fucking
we
back
look into new
to
ways of energy
fucking
production,
retard
to minimize
leftist.
the
Oh
use of oil,
no,
always,
it kills me.
accept those that are needed
On one
to
side,
create new energy.
you
I
know,
think
let
that's
the
something
market
that
do
we need to
everything.
come to
On the
terms
other
with. I think
side,
it's something that a lot
you
of
know,
lefties come to
Biden
terms
has
with
some
in
oil
terms of to
investment
pretend
giving
that
him
those
funds.
new
He's not
energy,
gonna do anything.
like those new energy productions do not at all have anything to do with oil. It's ambiguous, and I think the more honest they are about admitting it and finding solutions and talking to
Tub stream is
people,
tomorrow.
there's going to be that aspect, but I reject the
It
notion
is?
that all of these
Yeah,
topics are separate.
it is.
All of these
Actually
topics, whether you're talking
happening?
about
It's
the
actually
censorship, whether
happening.
you're
I got
talking about
everything I
energy,
need.
Whether you're talking about
I'm
the
excited.
privatization of our environment,
I-
all interrelated
I
because
hope
it's
you
all,
are.
the product of the system that we're in. And if people aren't allowed to question,
That's the
if they're
whole
not allowed
point,
to have
right?
discussions and to figure things out on their own, if they are just told what to think, that is dangerous, and we're never going to find solutions. The solutions are going to be found for us and pushed by these.
We're gonna have to go up the mountain
all they
while
want to do
being
is
wet.
privatize energy, privatize
Rosing, guess I'm not watching the Eminem tomorrow.
for a very small percentage of people. I think it's terrible to
My
think that
body's
none
ready,
of
but
these
my
things are
mind
related.
is
Everything is
timid.
related, and in order to find solutions, we need to have conversations like the ones we are having, because there are things that I don't know that she just pointed out that
Oh,
are
yeah, I
really,
need to.
Important in understanding the actual.
Losing
like,
the debate to Red Jacket guy because at least he showed up arguing with the video.
Nobody's talked about cows. not at all. I mean, the University of Michigan has told me that in order to make Biden's plan a reality and be able to hit the goals that they need to goal, that 90% of red meat consumption in the United States got to go away. I mean, is that just a fun thing for the New York Post to put in the newspaper?
I mean, animal agriculture drives a decent amount of greenhouse gases, but I don't think it's that much that it would be that significant. Like, I think automobiles alone, although that includes shipping stuff, I think it's like 35 or 40% of all greenhouse emissions in the United States. I've done a lot of
I still think Tuesday is a mistake, given your potential viewership.
90% of red meat consumption is like needed to.
Yeah, I think that was one of their ways that they said they could get there.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah,
I can do like Tuesday and then the weekend too.
90%. I mean, like your numbers are accurate in terms of the
It
contributions
works.
from message, is what we're talking about.
How am I going to become
And
a
then it's like,
hot
does it
tub
move the needle?
streamer?
And what's
Oh
the cost of
god.
that? And so I think it's silly.
Yeah, because that's
Hot tub streamer.
social cost.
Yeah, and this is
I'm not
something
gonna
that
sit in
people,
cold
really bad at
water.
sometimes, and you see a lot of big pushback sometimes when you make these huge moves to get
Sure.
rid of, like if you're
I'm
in California,
freezing.
like the paper straws,
It was
and
not
you
gonna
get the
work
push
out
towards some of these
well.
things, and the overall impact is like almost negligible at the end of the day, and it's just an annoying thing to deal with, and then this is like something that everybody feels the annoyance of. And when you
What
try to
if
stuff, like any potential reward
getting
comes
like
from, you know,
reducing
paper
meat
straws
is
would
like
be
the
less
wine
beneficial
for
anyway,
too
so,
many
I think
people?
it's good that, you only have so much.
That pushes them away from
attention span will
addressing
drive a
climate
person to,
change.
fixate on a certain topic.
What if we just give that up
Capital to target certain areas,
so we
you should
can
probably
make
focus on
it?
big drivers that have more realistic outcomes. This is one of the reasons why, for however you feel about carbon or contributing to global temperatures, carbon trading is a system that, when implemented, has real effects and does move the needle on how corporations like move around carbon and how they pollute. Banning paper straws or telling everybody to eat red meat is not realistic. It's just not going to happen anytime soon.
We ban straws so that billions of masks could end up in the ocean.
I'm a
They
vegan.
say
these
that's
are-
not-
I'm a vegan actually, but I don't think
the benefit of the mask outweighs its environmental impact, you know, because then otherwise the people fucking die. So
I would be down with a two-pronged effort on meat. Like on the one hand, regulating the practices of the meat industry to make sure they're they're more in line with
90% of meat production. I think it's how
ecological concerns.
Is it sustainable? Is it good?
And on the other hand, raising taxes on them to both like disincentivize and also to represent the extraneous cost of the damage.
True, Rayhound. We need our artificial meats. We need to pick it up, just grow it.
Oh yeah, artificial meat.
Yeah.
Nice.
Who wants it? It's a really scary world when we talk about like using antitrust to break up social media companies because it's hard to know.
What if I just kill him? What if I just execute him right now?
That's I don't know the answer, but like I mean, all of these platforms. It seems like there's always going to be like too far on one
Do you
side.
have like a
Either
random
people spreading
food?
insane
Like,
conspiracy theories across
my
social
lox
media
meat
that
is
go
running
out
out.
harmful, or it seems like you're cracking down too much on certain conspiracy theories, and then you end up catching like some people that shouldn't be caught in the filter. I don't think you're ever going to end up in an area where it comes to policing these kind of online social medias where everybody's happy. So you kind of have to figure out like what harm is acceptable to you, and like what are you willing to accept at the end of the day. I wouldn't
should we climb up here? That's where I climbed up earlier.
I would say absolutely yes, and the people that are
how
spreading
big do you think this
disinformation
mountain
right
is?
now have been the government, have been mainstream media,
It's
CNN,
pretty
MSNBC,
big.
Fox. Every single one of them
I've
has
been
spread
through this
conspiracy theories about Russiagate,
part.
conspiracy theories or kept stories in secrecy, like the Hunter
Oh
Biden
my
story,
goodness.
or about elections.
Wait.
You can't even talk about elections. You can't talk about ivermectin or COVID. I think the
I expected the climate change denier to be talking right now if she's going to the Russiagate. But no, it's the leftist. Oh wait, makes sense because you have to defend Russia for some reason. Oh gosh. Oh no. Never, I can't do it.
You don't understand where the ecological concerns come from in beef production. The amount of energy that needs to go into account is insane, even in a perfect situation. No, yeah, I understand that. It's like the portions of grain and what's its name, water are insane for like one portion of meat.
Yeah.
But that's why you need like to tax it, I guess, to represent the extraneous costs. Yeah, actually that's it. Just fucking tax
Sips
it.
on Coca-Cola. True, Derby. Oh, why do people insist on defending Russia for no real reason? Actually, it's raining and we're wet. I don't think we can go up the mountain.
The frost resistance means works on with being wet. It fixes it.
Oh.
So I
Okay,
have a spare
if
one.
I
I can
can't.
give it to you if you
No,
get up here.
I'll just wait.
And you have like extra HP, so.
Mm-hmm. Can I stop freezing, please?
Just get up to where I am. You'll be fine.
Okay, I need to get my health back before I do that.
Oh, okay. Or you could like get up here and make a campfire or something.
Okay, give me a second. Oh, now it's raining again. Cringe.
Yeah, that's why like you're not gonna stop getting wet unless you get up here where it's no longer raining and do a campfire.
I don't have enough to do this. Wait, campfires don't need a workbench.
No, they don't. Just need 3 wood and
I don't have
2
wood or stone.
Okay. Do you have?
I don't have things to drop. Do you have wood or stone? I can give you a hammer.
I have wood. I have everything. I'll build it for you if you come.
I'm coming. How far up are you?
Well, look on the map.
Yeah, but is that all the way up the cliff or halfway up the
No,
cliff? It's hard
halfway.
to tell.
It's halfway.
Okay.
The real hard part of the cliff is coming.
It's the friends we make along the way.
Just
Oh
tell
my
them to
goodness,
go
my
and accept
stamina's-
killing people for the greater good. I have a moderate proposal.
Oh, my
modest
stamina's so
proposal, sorry.
fucking low.
I could kick you up. How do I have more stamina than you? What are you eating?
It's going up so low because of raining and.
Oh,
and-
wet. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a fire?
I don't have a hammer.
Oh.
Oh wait, I could probably build one. Was 3? Oh,
Here,
I didn't
I
have
really
enough
need the
stone.
fire. I really need the fire.
I'm not
Here,
gonna have
come
enough
get my
stone.
hammer.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it. And oh no, I'm missing stone. I need more stone. Okay, get down. Get down.
I hate you. I'm gonna die now. Wait.
No, don't die. Don't die. Yeah, just yeah. Wait,
Right.
okay, wait. A healing potion. There, I gave you a frost resistance potion.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Let's just go. And here,
Yeah, my
your
hammer.
hammer. Yeah. There you go. It's there.
I'm never trusting you again. Yeah, just come to the mountain. I'll build a fire for you. I got plenty of wood
I
and
just wanted to
stone.
give
Yeah,
you the frost
it's all
resistance
good.
potion.
It's all good. Uh-huh.
It is all good. Look, we're alive and we're gonna be fine. Chill.
Uh-huh. Just come up the mountain.
Like, if you were climbing instead of complaining, we would already be all the way up.
No. I spilled chocolate.
Any hot chocolates in chat?
Any hot chocolate?
I need more stone literally on top of Big Stone. I think this is a conspiracy by Big Stone, actually, denying me access to stone. Museum doesn't understand how Derver pits work, too advanced. They are super advanced.
Information are those actually spreading it, and I think it's not up for any of us except ourselves to judge what
Yeah,
is true and what isn't.
ironically, I'm gonna need you to get up faster. I only have 5 minutes left on my frost potion
On
now.
the left, you need to go back and start embracing
That'll be fine.
the freedom of
We're
people
going.
to think for
We're
themselves.
going.
Just on that topic, as I've brought up a couple times, if you care about media literacy and you ever want an appreciation for the mainstream media, taking any amount of time to read through any alternative media will instantly increase your respect a millionfold. You can make fun of CNN or MSNBC or even Fox News all you want, but compared to the insanity that is the alternative media on social media, which it sounds like, based on how many times I've heard you say Russiagate, it sounds like you're probably a little bit in those circles. The veracity in the reporting.
Was debunked.
What is Russiagate?
Russiagate?
Oh, no.
Destiny, what's alternative media? I got Will Chamberlain staring at me.
The people like the O'Keefe, the Project Veritas fans. Where
I don't know. Why are we climbing that? Why don't we go around? It's nice, safe, level ground. But no.
Where?
Every single thing.
To the right?
Reeks of bullshit.
Yeah.
And for anybody with
Look,
even
I have I have literally just 5 minutes left, and I don't understand how this is so hard for you.
Because stamina comes back so slowly.
It's all propaganda.
Wait until it's full, and you can go up.
It's too long. I get impatient. I go up before it's full.
I was talking about the money.
Talking about what money?
The backing and arming of neo-Nazis in Ukraine.
You just
that
jump.
people weren't allowed to talk about.
There you go. Wait until it's full.
Yeah, but waiting until it's full is the
If
problem.
you actually read through more than just the headline, I think that the biggest appreciation of mainstream media you'll get will come from there because
Mostly peaceful?
We did beat the dragon, Derver. Dumb
Go
fuck.
up here.
Was it alternative media that sold an entire war to the
Stop
American
here.
people under false pretenses?
Thank you.
I mean, in some cases, yeah.
Oh, no.
You'll find different.
Cringe.
There's accountability for them when they lie. There's zero accountability.
There absolutely is. Heads roll when people lie. In mainstream media, there are people.
Who's one person who's ever been held accountable, especially over the last couple of years?
Over the stuff relating to the head editor of CNN's.
You're gonna need a full bar, probably.
Assange is in prison right now for exposing U.S. war crimes, and you're telling me that CNN and MSNBC are held accountable.
Right, so we have a conversation on Julian Assange if you want, but okay.
Green New Deal just got crossed out. Integrity of media got put in. Next question.
I'm wondering how much our liberty should be restricted.
Wow.
The governor of Iowa has proposed that all
Oh,
gasoline
I'm
or
getting
fuel
shot at
sold
by a
in the state
frost
of Iowa
dragon.
is bio. You have no choice in that. Very little
I'm
bargaining
gonna be
about
fine
clean
though.
air.
Don't
Little
like.
raise the price of corn. I mean, how
Okay,
much of this
I'm
should
gonna
we
hide.
accept that would restrict our liberty as far as what we want to eat, what fuels we want to put in our vehicles? Do I want to burn up my 1988 Lawn Boy with gas that runs too hot?
I mean, we accept restrictions on all sorts of things. We already accept restrictions on the types of foods we can eat, on the types of
What's
gas
my
fuels we
opinion
can burn.
of
There are
Joan of
regulations, there are
Arc?
restrictions now. You want to legally pollute in some states.
She seemed to be, for someone who was probably schizophrenic, she had an incredible influence on French history.
CO2 pollution? Because
Why was she schizophrenic?
I'm talking about the price
She
of corn subsidizing
literally
California.
heard the voice of God in her head telling her what to do.
Responding more generally to the last question, pushing 100% biofuels.
Okay.
I don't know anybody that's seriously proposing that. I'm sure there might be some Iowa state legislator that's doing it, but I would be shocked.
Which it's not necessarily schizophrenia.
Anything
I'm
bad over
just,
here?
but it
I would just say,
probably is
how
not
much should you accept
like
that
a
you see
sign of.
value out of it. You
Great.
should be getting something for that.
Derver, this is a different mountain. You know there's more than one mountain in this game.
I should have just said neurodivergent. I'm sorry.
I guess my contextualization of Joan of Arc is she's just like super headstrong, confident. Like whenever I've seen like a military engagement with Joan of Arc, she's just like, go attack it, dumb fuck. Skeleton behind you. Or maybe I could be wrong.
No, yeah, she was a brilliant military.
No, she wasn't brilliant.
She wasn't brilliant.
Yeah. No, she was a horrible military strategist. Every time she just advocated just go straight and fucking charge.
And then you say, I mean, there's very
And just, she didn't win.
Dragging on my ass.
For example, when you're driving
Well, maybe you shouldn't be running ahead.
Oh, you're too slow. I'm getting impatient.
I'll then be patient.
The point that I made at the beginning that every industry is enabled by it, but in terms of jobs, there's a tremendous volume of jobs that are enabling everything else we do. I don't know whether it's a one-to-one replacement or less than one or more. under, I don't even know if there's a proposed number on jobs on the green side.
I think when something is vague, you usually know what the answer is. It means you're going to get screwed.
That's not discrediting women at all.
Jobs, but that's probably true of every new push into the future. I mean, even when we look at the jobs that we have in manufacturing
Joan
today,
of Arc, more like Joan of Forehead.
Trump tried this. Trump tried bringing back certain manufacturing jobs to the U.S. But
Was the effect more so on men or empowering for women in French society? I think Simone de Beauvoir had a much more empowering effect, especially since Joan of Arc ended up, being burned at the stake for like being a heretic or whatever.
For instance, like the Keystone XL pipeline, people sold that as like American jobs. I think the end of the day, the estimate was
I
like
don't think she had a long-lasting like positive effect on gender equality.
For that, it was 36 jobs. It was 36 jobs.
You buying that, Aaron?
No, it's on the order of thousands, but it's more far-reaching than the jobs, I would say, for Keystone.
Okay, we made it across the mountain.
Yeah, we did. But
did you have the stuff for the portal?
To say that the
no.
gas industry or fossil fuel industry,
because I was afraid of dying.
Is not generating any new jobs.
It's
very much is related to supply and demand and the growth of the industry. But
I don't see how those are connected, but that's okay.
Because if I die with the portal stuff,
especially like geothermal that's neighboring to oil
and gas,
just
pick it up.
Wind.
Sure.
It requires a high level of technology, and a lot of that.
Go ahead of me.
Hey, where's your body?
My champion. Where is the body? It's. I don't have the marker because I died elsewhere. It's near that village. You see it, the bonfires ahead, right?
There's ore.
We are not going to be able to bring the ore back
anyways.
anyways.
Just simply start by reducing their
Oh,
intake
yeah, I see my body.
Meat every single day. There are so many new products
Okay.
that you can eat. You do have to be careful with soy products because
Pretty far
again,
ahead,
there is a lot of genetic modification in those products.
There is a goblin
the
near my
industry has
body.
progressed so much, whether it's vegetarian or vegan, in giving people just substitutes for meat. And I think just
There are like the last two goblins of the village, though.
It's helped me feel
They don't
more energized,
respond?
But I mean, that's an individual choice. I think if everybody cut down a little bit without asking everybody to hate me.
I aggroed fucking flies, two flies.
Oh
I'm
shit.
getting all these ads from watching your YouTube channel, Destiny, that's saying that soy is reducing my
Nice,
testosterone.
thank you.
I don't think that's the case. But
I've always wondered, is that really like?
I don't know.
I'm just gonna bone mass
I get that
and
ad all
go
the
in
time.
for
I
my
don't know what
body.
it's saying about me.
I saw Destiny had a YouTube video about
Nice
Little
shot.
Caesars. Were you saying the fast food was good, or where do you stand on that?
Where's the goblin?
We're at the tower, both of them.
Oh, for that, I mean, I think taxes are really.
We got another
yeah.
two mosquitoes.
Good thing I bone massed.
Unhealthy foods to push people towards healthier foods is
Yeah.
probably the way to go. I think a lot
I
of
died.
choice at the end of the day based on what
Fuck.
people just buy whatever's cheapest sometimes.
Why did you just go
I'm
in?
impatient. I don't know. I'm so dumb.
Why?
People take a healthy
I'm
choice,
so
like, we're on
fucking
choosing
dumb.
or
I'm
you
sorry.
don't know what to do. And isn't that kind of up to the individual?
You got all the way here.
Quick background.
Yeah, a little closer to the mic.
Yeah, I'm just gonna bone mass and go for my body.
Because it was like
on the uranium fuel cycle for nuclear reactors.
I thought bone mass would work better without armor. Also,
So at that time, we knew that there was a cleaner fuel cycle for nuclear.
which it
thorium fuel cycle.
doesn't.
does
You
not
take a
produce,
shit ton of
does
damage
not produce
still.
plutonium, and as a result,
What do you expect? He's a
two
2-star.
We have enough thorium in present electrical consumption for about 2 billion years.
It's the
of,
mosquitoes that kill me though.
consumption.
But yeah,
Not
I
only
think
that,
I could be
South
wrong.
Koreans, along with the
Fuck.
National Laboratory in New Jersey, are
Okay, we'll do it again.
a tokamak that can do nuclear fusion, and they're
goodness,
planning
he
to build
hurt.
a
I'm so
There's
sorry.
good bone mass on too.
2036. So I don't
Fuck.
know. I guess
I'm gonna
I have
die
no
now.
Comments on
No.
whether whether that's going to be
Don't.
viable for green energy. It's
Please
zero carbon.
don't.
Yeah, I know we talked about this last
Needs
night.
to be
Aaron,
close.
about what do you knew about thorium reactors, and it wasn't that much. And I don't know if anyone does.
It's nighttime and the goblin spawned.
Oh, probably go back to the mountain then. Survive.
It always feels like they're 5 to 15 years away from like
If you
being
can.
viable.
Whoa.
It always feels like they're not quite there yet in terms of being scalable and everything.
But what if somebody, a general question,
I'm gonna need,
shouldn't we, rather than like push money into the current existing green energies, pump it into more research?
Fuck, I fucked
instead?
up. I'm
And there's a
sorry.
lot of research happening right now.
It's
But
okay.
the problem with research is, and this is why we use.
I should have
private
brought a
research, the problem
portal.
with research is you don't know where.
I'll do it now.
What is going to end up being the thing. It's hard to pick winners. Like it might be.
But isn't government suburb cities picking
Fuck.
winners?
It can be, yeah. But this is why a lot of like our depending how you feel about it, like innovation in the pharmaceutical market in the United States is largely driven by private investment, private research. It's hard for the government to just say all the money is going
I
here.
jumped
You're
instead
gonna
of
want
rolling.
Because it might be 20, 40, 50
Did you
years
die?
later. It's like, okay, well, this was a
Yeah.
we shouldn't have picked this technology.
Oh,
It's viable
no.
on like a larger level. I haven't heard for thorium and cold
There are
fusion, these
too many
technologies that are a little
goblins,
further
and I
away, so
missed.
What you gave me that
no.
graph about like all 22%?
Well, at least we get to go
Oh.
back together.
It's
That'll be
90%
fun.
of the government
True.
investment. Like,
Yeah,
do you-
great.
What's going to research and what's going to like, crime?
Yeah, I guess I don't have that level of detail, and I'm not super familiar with the technology side of nuclear and more oil and gas.
How are we going to survive going back though?
Next one.
We'll just
Hi, first
survive.
off, hey, Mike, looking good.
We'll go around the mountain. So through it.
I'm glad that we touched on nuclear energy. That's very important. But one thing.
No, we're
that's
not going
really
over,
touched
because
about
there's no way we
is
survive going
indoor
over.
vertical farming that
The dragons
uses
are gonna kill us,
roughly 90%
yeah.
less water than a conventional farm. That produces
Unless we bring like
how
shitty
impactful
bows
or
and
how important do you believe
arrows,
plant factories are going to be
we
regarding
might be able to fight them.
addressing climate change.
I missed that.
We can just run.
Something factory?
Plant factories or indoor vertical
Where's our
farming.
Finewood? Or is it in
Anyone got that?
Stargate Command?
It's not something I know much about.
Either.
It's another thing I've seen posts on it, but it always feels like it's like not quite there yet. Whether I don't know.
This is very analogous with the Rust experience. Go somewhere, get mauled, continually run back naked to grab your shit. Yeah.
True.
Effective it would be.
It's very popular in Japan. They produce a lot of food. I think it's like 10,000 heads of lettuce like on a daily basis on just a handful of factories. But it's still in its early phases. I mean, we're not at the point where we could
Phages?
wheat or large-scale crops, but smaller crops, definitely.
Sounds cool.
One thing I can say though is like the water efficiency usage of plants goes up with higher concentrations of CO2. So a lot of these technologies will actually enhance the level of CO2 in order for the plants to become more efficient. So
no, because the nutrients in the plant goes down.
No, like this is a real thing. Like plants thrive in CO2 environments, but like the point
but their
she's trying to
nutrient level
make-
decreases.
You can pump subsidies all day, but the idea is that you would eventually get market incentives to take over.
Does it?
The net.
Like how many years can we say that
There's a
we pump
level
subsidies?
where it's
Like, at what
beneficial,
point can we say that subsidies worked or
but there's a net level where any gains you make are reduced by the nutrient, the protein reduction. And then if it gets even too high, the protein reduction makes it negative, and you get a net loss.
If you're talking about like
Okay, I was not familiar with that.
You would have to know like how long does it take a business to like become more green? Like what is the expected investment of a business to do? Like,
regardless, her point
if you
of
put a cap and trade on a company, and if it goes green, it takes 5 years to recover the cost.
I know what her point was. Like getting more CO2 in the atmosphere is going to be good.
And then it would depend on what it's
Yeah,
acted on. And then
for plants.
There's like so many factors.
Poggers.
Like what makes a policy successful heavily depends on the policy and like the type of policy it is, I think.
And I don't have an
Okay,
answer. But
we're just gonna run it.
question.
It's gonna be fine.
Wait for me.
I mean, it should be effective, right? We should
Okay.
have some way to measure whether what we put in place.
20 fine wood, right?
And what's your measuring point? Like CO2
Yeah.
I think it depends on the time scale and how you measure it. But I'm just saying.
25
it's a great
lean,
question, like,
2
you should
cores.
Have that in mind.
They talk fast. Yeah, we're listening to it in
Sorry,
like
I'm not sure what your name is.
1.5 times, right?
Destiny?
No, him. Yep. Okay, sorry. So,
You have a link.
You bully.
So I was just a little bit confused because I don't know if you've kept up to date with them. If you've seen the recent story.
Yeah, it'll
on
make
CNN
Canada more
director
farmable
Charlie
if it
Chester,
gets hotter.
He admitted to that CNN
Hells
engages
yeah.
in propaganda regularly on video. So I'm just confused as to how that is a conspiracy theory when he's admitted to it on video. And there's a lot of different people who have done that as well. So I just don't really understand how that's a conspiracy theory.
When I'd heard this phrase earlier, it was that CNN prefers stories that are more sensational, which you're literally describing every single media company ever. I personally don't know this particular story because I haven't followed it recently, but Project Veritas is one of the few organizations that I would bet against without even hearing what they've said because they've engaged in so much deceptive misinformation over the lifetime of that organization that I instantly know that whatever opinion they put out, if I take the contrary side to it, I am 100% accurate on whatever I would say. So.
You took a frost resistance meat already?
No, we're just gonna avoid the mountain, right?
With
We
having
can't.
video proof, like what else more do you need? Do you know what I'm saying? So,
We can just go around it.
I'm pretty sure we
What I'm
can't.
wondering is like you're saying
We could
that
try,
Project
but I'm
Veritas
pretty
is
sure
shit
it's
can
not
right away,
possible.
But
You don't
this
even
is
know
some of
what
their
they're
best piece
saying.
of journalism, and you don't know about it.
I'll grab one
Piece
for
of
you.
journalism that they put out before it gets
Okay.
vetted as their best piece of journalism.
I
And
Worst
it's
case, we
gonna
lose
get
them.
into it,
and it's
I
fine.
just think it's quite unfair to label something as
Was this like a
conspiracy
long,
theory because we're questioning the,
planes
narrative that's
before
going
you
on. I
got
think that's
there,
unfair,
and
especially
you're
if you have
afraid
the research,
we don't want to
especially
run
if
through
you
it?
have the
It's like if you're looking at the map,
So Project
Yeah.
Veritas had this girl go on a date with this guy like 8
Mountain
times
from
Tinder dates,
here
and she was collecting
to
video
here.
evidence and asking about CNN and things
Mhm.
like that. And he basically
Non-stop,
stated that
and, like,
CNN
from what he
engages in
saw, like,
propaganda. And there's
Yeah, what
also
about
another
this
story-
side?
Uses propaganda. You just propaganda.
There's a mountain here. I haven't
There's
like
another
looked
story back,
like down
I guess
here.
maybe a year ago is when they really
We can try.
No, even if there's a mountain, we can go along the water.
Russia scandal with Trump to basically make him look
Probably,
bad. They
yeah.
knew that it was false. They knew that it was fake. And CNN has
Should we
admitted
try
that
it
they
or
knew it
not?
was fake. And so I don't understand how
I don't know
We
when
could.
you say the Russia stuff was fake. Like, are all of
I don't know if we will gain.
I'm telling you
It's
that-
a risk,
I'm telling you
right?
that
It's a
CNN I'm telling you
gamble.
that
We
CNN
might
I
gain
don't know about
time, or we might not.
Sorry, you're not a debater though?
It's actually misinformation to let you hear somebody's own words in context.
I just want
I mean, if we ever heard words in context from James, I would be shocked because
This is the direction you want to go? No, wait. Let's not go through those planes. We'll die. We have no equipment. We need to go like this way.
If you ever get
Okay.
bored, the funniest
North.
Wikipedia article is the Project Veritas one because you can go through every single major breaking story they had, and you can see that every single time a third party tries to independently verify any of the veracity of any of the story, it all ends up being bullshit. You don't have to take my word for it. As conservatives love to say, do your own research.
Okay, so I've had like you can both be critical
Oh, wait,
of Project
stop.
Veritas, and some of the reporting they've done has turned out to be false. They went
Stop
into,
running.
for example,
Stop
during the
running.
Bernie Sanders
Sorry.
campaign, they went into one of the Bernie
Stop
Sanders offices
running.
trying to frame a narrative a certain way. Is their
Oh.
narrative usually right wing? Absolutely. Should you discard it without actually knowing what is being said?
Maybe we should
No,
have kept it
and-
for
and the
later,
fact
for
that
when
what
we
was said is substantial. It's something
go
that
up
we
the
should look
mountain.
into. It's the fact that a lot of us on alternative media have been
Good
saying
idea.
forever that CNN, MSNBC, all of these same
It's a really good idea.
regurgitate the same propaganda, the same exact words. I could find videos of them saying, what do they say? This is a threat to our democracy. This is a threat to our democracy. Every single news station says the same thing. The fact that they expose something should be looked at regardless of how you feel about them as a case-by-case issue. I agree that they're not the most trustworthy news organization. However, I think the guy literally said that CNN uses propaganda. So you have to look at it as a case-by-case
And he said
basis.
their goal was to get Trump out of
That
office.
was
and they
not the
accomplished
quote.
that.
The quote was
Which,
that
I mean, it's kind of just
CNN
confirming what is
picks
clearly
stories that will
Sensationalized.
make the most ratings, and sensationalism is a problem, but it's definitely not
Not the same thing as propaganda. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's not a problem that picks sides. There was a word for that.
I feel like the
A
last
partisan
question
problem.
addressed the
Yeah.
topic that we were on. Destiny, this is for you, and it's a fun one. So devil's advocate argument, kind of hypothetical. If if humans are adaptable, and if climate change is going to lead to more arable land and places like Siberia being, I don't know, better for farming, whatever it is, and
Still a net loss.
live on the coast, so those are the people that are going to get displaced anyway. And
Oh,
plants
no,
do
that's
well
not true.
better with CO2s. Is there an argument to be made that, well, you know, even if it is global warming, it's not that big of a deal?
Yeah, that's an
mean,
easy
like,
one. First off, it's
believe
like
it
a
or not,
drastic
our stuff can
change
disappear and
that
humanity
will
can carry
happen
on
faster
your
than
geothermal fence in some manner.
ecosystems
Like,
can
even
adapt
at
to
that
it.
level of catastrophe, we would carry on for some time. Will global warming be the end of humanity? Is it like an extinction
And-
level event? Most likely not. I find that very hard to believe.
You are an optimist. Damn it. Conspiracy theorist.
However, I don't think that we generally try to figure like, oh, well, will we go extinct or not? So in terms of like extinction, I don't think it would take a lot for that to happen. However, it would cause a lot of damage that would make a lot of people a lot less happy than they are now.
He should hit up the like Siberia releasing CO2
I
thing.
think we are. The timer's saying we gotta get moving.
It's
So,
like a detail, but
appreciate it
kind
all.
of matters to the
Giving us a clever
specifics of
idea.
the question.
So we have 5 minutes, I think,
The
before our
Siberian
wealth
tundra
inequality panel come
melting is
release
one of the
a lot.
biggest factors in like the predictions being so dire, simply because it becomes a feedback loop. It should become a feedback loop very soon, according to the simulations, where the more it melts, the more it releases greenhouse gases. So even if we stop producing greenhouse gases at some point, it'll the tundra melting will produce enough to like keep temperatures going up.
There are enough either runaway or feedback loops that like we are going to be stuck with
like
some effects of climate change over the next century, no matter what happens now.
Yeah, and like Siberia is specifically one of them. That's why I thought weird that they would like quote it like, "Oh wow, now we can farm Siberia." Well, that's not what we really should be wanting to accomplish.
Yeah.
Where are you going? So are you gonna go?
I'm
you're
curious
just
about the
going
west
across-
side of the big mountain. Yeah. so
Okay.
just-
Let's stick it together then, right? It'll be easier.
Okay.
If we work together. Dreamwork makes the team work. Fuck.
Yeah.
I need to go around this stupid lake.
Yeah, it turned into like a weird marsh thing here.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know what you're looking at, but I think you should have followed me.
I'm sorry. Just go. Just keep going north, and we'll get around it.
Siberia
together.
will turn into a mosquito-ridden marsh.
Because I've been to here, and it's definitely. Oh, whatever. Okay, I'll just kind of wait right here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm almost there.
To the next panel. We're
All right.
about 2/3 of the way through the video.
Yeah.
7-hour mark out of 10.
Fuck.
So there's maybe 1 or 2 more panels left. I'd guess just 1.
Yeah, I think there's only one panel left. Honestly, the big meme is in. I'm not gonna say anything. No spoilers.
Oh no. Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. No spoilerino.
In the chatterino.
Nico House. Nico is a United States Army veteran, political analyst, and founder of MCSC Network. Nico founded the largest Bernie Sanders organization in the
Oh wait, no,
country,
I
Airline
completely
Students
missed
for
this
Listeners,
panel.
During
I
Bernie's 2016
think.
run for the Democratic Party's nomination, Nico House.
A
And our last
Bernie.
panelist, Savannah Hernandez is a right-wing reporter and political commentator whose passion resides in uncovering truth. After getting her start in protest and riot coverage, she
Truth.
garnered the attention of national outlets and has been featured on
Truth.
Fox News, OAN,
We need to go
Newsmax,
straight north. There's a
News
mountain
TV.
we
Savannah
can go
Hernandez.
around. It's a small one.
I think that's cross-aisle respect.
Wait, so who are these? We've got a
Okay,
Bernie
thank you so
supporter,
much. My mic seems,
an
like,
army
super hot right
guy,
now.
a journalist.
My parents-
No, just you, bro.
I'll take my compliments where I can get them.
Well, someone who
my
worked
parents
in the
told me
Bernie
for a long
campaign,
time that
right?
the pursuit
Like you
of
said.
money is not going to lead to joy, right? Now, I do remember like the quote from Gertrude Stein, who says, "Those that tell you that money can't buy you happiness don't know where to shop." So I think maybe there are two sides to every story, but I think it's obvious that inequality exists, right? It exists, I think, across. sexual
What's their
dimensions, across
topic?
racial
100
dimensions.
Swedish
I guess
krona.
should we get to
Destiny,
is
please
equality
familiarize
I'm guessing
something
inequality.
to go for, because unless we enforce it with a hardcore top-down control, we're never going to get to equality. But what kind of equality goal do you want to shoot for? Is it even something good to go for? And I'll give you it, Nico, because you gave me the compliment.
Okay, so past this
They give it to you
mountain, we
everywhere.
turn left, right?
So
we've had this conversation before. I actually don't necessarily believe in racial equality or gender equality. More so racial, gender, whatever, equity, and specifically equity of opportunity. I don't believe that in order to achieve equity, we have to have like crackdown control, whatever. Like at bare minimum, we could have for a long time just enforce the laws that were currently in place, but even still, we can just enforce the laws and then make sure that we're holding people accountable. I know a lot of people here firmly believe in, quote unquote, free market capitalism. And yet and still, we see
Move
at this
to
very moment the Justice Department
equity instead of equality. Seems fine.
To shut down cryptocurrency exchanges. So how can we consider ourselves a free market capitalist society, especially when we're talking about a currency that is not controlled by the Federal Reserve, that has not been divvied out, if you will, to the most powerful people in the country who can then artificially deflate the stock market? That currency is all of a sudden being challenged. And so what it comes down to is
not the crypto.
It's the equity of opportunity. All of a sudden, everybody in the world has the exact same opportunity to invest in this currency and have the exact same outcomes. That's all most people are asking for, right?
That's not necessarily true.
I mean, this sounds like the
first they came for the cryptocurrency.
The concept here is this is a securities regulation issue. You know, like cryptocurrency.
I wonder if he's
security, and so basically the government's just
saying that because he expects.
No, they're actually suing for money laundering.
To go well with the
audience to be like libertarianly and like
Not everybody has access to
usually
the
libertarians
and love crypto.
or the knowledge of the word to do it. So
I wonder if it's like an optics thing or if he's really
okay, so actually, I want to
really big on it. Yeah.
Equity and equality. Let's start there.
Rosenberg's trying to pull one. I know what's about to happen.
Sounds like Milton Friedman to me. Do we need to continue for the next hour and a half? Like I think we're done.
So Nico, are you for equity or equality then?
For equity. I mean, equality, I guess, would be cool, but
it's equality of opportunity versus the equality of outcome. And so I'm for equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. Is that not what you're for? I think we're all
I feel like equality of opportunity, if we're going to parse, like, yeah, equality of opportunity is also acceptable, but I just conflate that into what I consider equity. But if
man, you're the leftist here. You need to disagree with us. Like,
like
we're all in agreement. This is the right wing side. So if you're just going to agree with us, like, can we talk about something?
Look, can I just say really quick?
Wow, post that they all agree meme.
Can we get a fucking hand, please? Comment says it's not a partisan issue. So we all agree.
I mean, you can argue the left point if you want.
It's just okay. Me and Lisa have really been playing this like shouting match for like the last.
I'm just running north so to find like the mountain. Because if there's like a passage here, then we can just go straight north, right?
You're gonna bring reparations, aren't you?
Yeah, that's where I'm gonna go.
Well, there goes the debate.
I said
what is happening?
Equality. If we're all agreed on equality of opportunity. But what the heck is equity then? That's different. It's just how you say it.
Say it one more time. Equity? Yeah. I mean, at least by the definition that I hear too, it just once again, equity is literally equality of opportunity. Whereas equality is like, okay, cool, I'll put you all on the same, starting line, and you all also should reach the same finish line. But let's not take into account the fact that like, oh, this person has to jump over hurdles, this person has to jump over mudslides, this person has to jump over, this person gets a clear path to the finish line. Oh no, but you're all going for the same finish line, and you all start at the same point.
Do you think that America right now offers equality of opportunity?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so that's where.
Okay, so what would be the key changes you would make to create a world in which America?
Jeff Bezos is a failed businessman who is the richest person in the world because
of
Intel, which is the CIA's venture capitalist firm, investing in him because he played ball. He gave them what they wanted. He gave them the access that they wanted. He's closing deals in cities that otherwise he would have no access to, taking the data from that even in those failed cities.
But why does that bother you?
It bothers me because I have to sell my soul to the most corrupt intelligence community in the world in order to have an equal chance of being as wealthy. That's not equity of opportunity. That's called being a corrupt bastard. And that's not the same thing. We all agree that there is a certain moral standard that should be adhered to where maybe, I don't even want to call
characterizing
it
Jeff Bezos as a failed businessman.
Guaranteed sellout by sellout, not selling out my own morals, but literally selling out the whole world in order
yeah,
hard position to take.
Sure, I don't hate it because I fucking like I personally fucking despise the cult of personality that people build around like those company CEOs, whether it's Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, what's his name, the Apple guy who died.
He was going to be the second richest person in the world.
Jobs, yeah.
Yeah, Steve Jobs.
I'll give you another example. Mark Zuckerberg, also beneficiary of the.
I feel like it's kind of a reactionary hyperbole to push back against the.
Peter Thiel.
Yeah, I know Peter Thiel. Yeah.
I figured you would. You got. Everybody tell me how smart you are all day. So. That's how Mark Zuckerberg all of a sudden is worth $80-90 billion, while like Jack from Twitter is worth like $2 or $3 billion. How Steve Jobs never even got close to.
There's water here. Wait, should I go come join you?
In this specific
I don't know. I'm running along the edge of water right now.
That says if you are willing to play ball by the standards of the government that I feel like most of the conservatives, the libertarians, and the progressives all distrust, unless you play by those rules. You can't be.
Actually, it really makes sense if he's a libertarian, if he's on the Bernie side.
Or even have, of course,
the libertarians loved Bernie.
If that is the standard for being Jeff Bezos, I feel like we all have a problem with that, right? Everybody, you want to sell the CIA to be Jeff Bezos? Would you do that? No, that's why we're all here right now.
But it sounds like you're making an anti-corruption argument.
But opportunity, if there's not equity of opportunity, because opportunity is suppressed. And if it's suppressed, it is corruption inherently.
I don't even know what things they're talking about.
Well, I should
what is the topic?
Right?
Shut up.
Like, rather than just like ran off. I mean, it seems like two big issues. One is that we're distinguishing between like people worth tens of billions of dollars.
Where?
Only single-digit billions of dollars, which does not strike me as like the
Where
most
did?
quality
Okay, it's fine.
right?
Cool.
Like,
I gotta be mining on RuneScape right now. Wait, can I do it on my phone?
In particular, the
Shut the fuck up,
funding
Disney.
for either Facebook or Amazon that is the driving force behind their particular success. I mean, rather than
Tesla.
Like,
Anybody want to know how Tesla is so successful?
well, I mean,
Your subsidy, your tax dollars.
Yeah.
Fail business, but your tax dollars.
dude, I sued Elon Musk, so like, don't even start. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, I sued Elon Musk. Tesla's a fraud. It's a joke. Separate question.
What? He's a super billionaire, and you're sitting here next to me.
Well, I mean, but you're actually making, oddly enough, to the point we were talking about cryptocurrency earlier. The idea that cryptocurrency might be subject to securities regulation. Well, part of
I didn't really see Bezos as a personality, though.
You guys remember when he falsely announced a buyout of his company? Right?
Yeah, he's definitely less of one than Steve Jobs or Elon Musk. That really play to the
protected by the very system that we all
to that image
because of who he is and who he had
or
access
played.
Yeah,
Steve
I
Jobs.
Oh shit, there's a village here.
You're
I
supposed to
wasn't
provide the
paying
fodder for
attention.
disagreement, right? You're a leftist. Like, I'm sitting
Actually,
here being
found
like, you're just
okay.
telling me Milton Friedman and corruption is bad. I'm like,
I'm
I grew up
catching up to you
libertarianism, and
slowly.
I'd be down with that. That's fine.
Savannah, what do you... Hold up. Just so for everybody who
They're
swears
running
that
after
the
a
left
deer
and the
right
right
into
agree
me.
on
Oh
shit,
no.
We all agree on this. All of us.
All right, I'm going to try and interject some disagreement here.
I have portal materials. I don't have a
I'm
hammer.
the Seizing University in Dallas. I'm not going down there.
We need a hammer. Do we have tools to get a hammer at all? What do we need?
And we can gather like wood and stone.
So we
Right?
started a program at UNC where we
Yeah.
I'll
wanted
start
like the lower income areas
working on it.
because of actually
Okay, I'm getting really
realized
laggy.
that there were a lot of
The
people being
problem.
overlooked.
Nice.
So they spent a lot of money getting people from 8th grade all the way
Yeah,
through high
we're
school.
in a new
and making sure
location
that
and,
every opportunity to get
my
UNC,
computer's
giving
too
them all
hot.
an opportunity. So like that's the only reason I want that endowment money. But if you're talking about Harvard, well, take that shit. I don't care.
Okay, good.
Okay, so I want to
So we agree again, guys.
Give me a second to see if I can
So we started this
reduce.
whole conversation off about millionaires and billionaires, but I know too, I want to talk about equity and equality in regards to the average American person. You know, we're talking about millionaires and billionaires, but in regards to your average person, your average American, the people that are watching this panel right now, right? What are some of the, what are the equities and inequalities that say a white person has that a black person does not have? What opportunities does a white person have in this country that a black person does not have? Because last time I checked, the president of the United States was at one point a black man. That's the highest point of, the highest.
CPU too hot, the real threat of climate change.
Did she literally just pull? We've had a black president. Racism is over.
Yep.
No. Oh, no. Okay, hang on one more second.
Yeah. Ah, you are right. We didn't need to go around the mountain. That's good. Let me know when you're ready.
Oh no, you want to hear? Never mind. Fuck off, cat. Okay. I'm super ready.
All right, let's go. I'm gonna have bone mass buff, which is not gonna do us much good.
But either way, going back, okay, do what you want. But again,
can we?
Oh fuck, there's a mosquito.
I would rather just go slow. Oh.
That brown or black people do not have.
So.
Okay. Here, it's on me.
Sure, can I punch it?
I brought up the quote-unquote millionaires and billionaires.
No,
because I wanted to
it
compare
doesn't
two
do
white
damage.
men
We need to get it to
who
fight
both
joggers.
had resources, but one was actually a successful businessman without our tax dollars subsidizing him.
That sounds
versus
like a
the man
very
who's the richest
fun
man in the
plan.
world only because our tax dollars.
Oh, there's an
subsidized him.
archer above
Not
us.
equity of opportunity.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
ask me, two people, all
Oh, the
things
mosquito's fighting him.
business, I'm
Good.
taking Mark Cuban.
Okay,
It's fine.
let me go.
Run away.
Now,
Run away.
that was under considering race, two white men who didn't have to deal with the systemic suppression that a lot of
Okay,
minorities
I'd
women-
really prefer to go crouched and slow
Yeah,
rather
okay,
than
yeah,
fast.
let's see.
Two people who didn't have to deal with any of
I
this.
think we should probably like grab leather armor and troll
and many of you
armor.
I don't think it'll make much difference because if something kills us, if something hits us, it'll kill us.
I'm referring to reparations is because we don't have to go back
No, for the
100
sneak,
years to look at
I
what
mean.
FDR did with the New Deal. FDR
Oh.
almost single-handedly destroyed
And
the
it would have
New
worked
Deal.
with the
It was
bone
through the
mess.
New Deal that he introduced redlining.
Oh my God.
The
Oh,
redlining
man.
disallowed black and brown people to
I am
own.
so sick of redlining too. I'm going to debunk everything that you say on this in 2 seconds. So go ahead.
Well, the last case of redlining, which is a
Hey,
Jim Crow
where are
law,
our bodies?
was prosecuted in 2015.
Sight of him.
It was supposed
Are there
to
any
be
left
ended
in the
in
or is it all
over here?
the Nixon era.
Okay.
Prosecuted in 2015. So what that means is that people's
Alright,
loans
let's
were being
get yours
they were being
first, right? It'll
denied
be
loans. They
safer.
were being denied business loans, and in the same community, I'm sure a lot of you all may have lived in the inner city or visited the city, and like you've seen like East Asians own like a lot of the corner stores, et cetera, et cetera. It's because when they came over, they were actually allowed to take out business loans. Black people were being denied business loans. You'll hear this mantra, oh my God, I can't believe black people are destroying their own community. They're not destroying their own community. They don't own shit in that community. That is, and it is out of that ferocity and that
My
frustration
Rogia,
that
how
they
could
are
you
willing
fuck
to,
it up?
quote, destroy their community. But it's not rational. It doesn't make any sense. You still gotta live there. But at the end of the day, when you don't have opportunity,
That is a good
when you
counter
feel like
argument,
yours going
Marogia.
out, what
I
else
should
are you
use
going
that.
to do?
What are the
Because
opportunities that black
Go ahead.
You know that other people were redlined. You know that other people were redlined, including Eastern Europeans, the Italians. If you look at South Philadelphia, I'm not done. South Philadelphia, for example,
I'm not done.
Black or brown people living there at all, and they were also considered D-list mortgages. Also, we have white bankers and black bankers giving.
Not at the time. Not at the time redlining was created. Not at the time redlining was created.
2006. It's 2006. They did a report.
Okay,
in 2006, they did a report, right? And everybody always cites this that black people were getting were not getting mortgages at the same rates. They had to get their subprime. So the Asians were getting, like, everybody was lending more to the Asians. White people were denied like 22% of the time. Asians were 12. So you're saying that white bankers
my body's
and
right
black
there.
banks discriminate against
I don't know where yours is at.
black bankers discriminate against blacks, right? Or not discriminate.
It's
Gave
like
them
there.
less loans 2 times as much as the white
At
bankers.
the village.
So let me go ahead and clarify.
At the village.
Black bankers or not black
Like
bankers?
in the village.
Black-owned banks.
No.
Black-owned banks.
We'll have to lure them out.
Durham, if I don't know if you've ever been,
What we'll do, well, we should already have done probably. I'm going to build a portal here.
Oh yeah, this is close enough for sure. Yeah, you can throw the because this will be the boss spot too.
We already have a portal on the other boss spot.
It's called because it was literally erased from existence.
But we can have one here.
Yeah.
In Oklahoma, and a lot of other banks around the country were destroyed and obliterated, like literally or economically, because the black banks were some of the only banks that survived the Great Depression.
I'm gonna name it.
This is a historical fact. FDR made them shut down anyway.
Wait,
other.
We're not about to have a bunch of black
No, just name it E. E should be open still, right?
Okay, it's E.
3 months, coincidentally enough, after Black Wall Street was destroyed, and 2 months after.
Oh no.
Bank was
It
established in Oklahoma.
never mind.
Fun
It's
story.
nothing.
So
Nothing is the tag
those
that's sitting there.
scenarios where,
Okay,
quote-unquote,
so we can
black
actually use it.
Had opportunity to provide to
Right?
black people. They executed.
Yeah. Okay.
Black bankers who worked for
We can actually come back.
like JP Morgan that failed in the Great Depression. They don't
You're a Ye poster? No,
like,
true.
oh yeah, I'm a black guy. You're a black guy. Let's
Can't allow confusion on such important
And as we
issues.
know, statistically speaking, when you go higher, you get.
Okay, as long as there's not a mosquito around these trees.
Can we solve
We're
the
set.
redlining issue? Imagine
Don't see one.
Yeah, I'm talking. I gotta bring it around. So everything you said about Philadelphia is absolutely true, but the difference is there weren't black people at all in the area really like that at the time that the Italians were suffering.
Yes, they were. They were in North Philly. Yes, they were. They were in North Philly. They just weren't in South Philly.
Okay.
Why were they almost exclusively in North Philly?
What?
Why were they almost exclusively in North
You're
Philly?
safe.
Because people self-sort. That's what they do. They come over. They want
People self-sort.
You
Oh
have
no.
immigrants. You have immigrants that are coming over. Nobody like Irish.
So then you have to address why do people quote unquote why
When
do
we're
you think
talking
black people quote unquote self-sort? Now there was a point where they self-sorted because actually I know it's gonna sound super weird for everybody, but there was a point where segregation was actually working.
So I'm just going to do it to him.
Huh? Say it again.
I said I love how you talk over me all the time. So I'm just
We
going
can
to
just get above this, right? Like, there's a simple way. That's what I was talking about.
Go ahead, Mr.
Okay, so redlining is an issue. So we have a new program. If you can demonstrate that your ancestors were the victims of redlining discrimination, i.e., they
I'm
applied
a
for
Ye
loan and
poster.
failed,
I'm
then
also
you
a
get
paper
X amount of
poster.
money as a
I
one-time
pay
thing.
both
It's a settlement,
sides.
right? Essentially, like basically the way I look at it, it's like class action litigation, right? There's a systemic wrong for the government, i.e., black people
But
being
it's more than
discriminated against
that.
housing.
So it's more than that. See, this is the problem, right? So everybody wants to, oh, this is it. That's all we have to do. That's all we have to address. No. Everything comes from something. There's context everywhere. Redlining affects housing and home loans. The number one way to build wealth in America is what, everybody? Housing and home loans. So all of a sudden, 4 or 5 generations ago, where my grandmother or my great-great-great-great-grandfather was redlined, the great-great-great-grandmother or grandfather couldn't inherit the house. Then also, what's the number way that people took out business loans back then? Or paid for business.
The speed up.
You can have to shit talking. Yeah, supporting a girl in green. Like, what am I even supposed to say to somebody
So
like
we
that?
can't
What
just
the
be like, oh,
fuck?
it's a one-time settlement, your family was denied, oh, because everything is good. No, we can't pretend like history didn't happen. And that's really all people are asking for is if we're going to address equity of opportunity or equality of opportunity, then we have to address
Seen your
the root.
baddies?
We can't pretend like what we see is always
Yeah, I see
happening,
both my
when we all
bodies.
know that's not the case.
Right. I mean, that's the entire point of the solution, right? The idea being that if you can just demonstrate
I
your
don't
ancestors were
see
redlined,
goblins
clearly that has
yet.
some impact
Are you
on
going up again at
the
any
ability of
point?
your family to transfer wealth between
You're saying a
generations, right?
one-time.
Oh, I see
When
the
you
mosquito above it.
eat in your fresh kimchi,
Because you gotta count for
you already
If
fuck
you
you
can,
say
if you
it.
actually can sit there and demonstrate like that you were redlined against, I would say like maybe
Fresh
not
kimchi
million,
and fresh
50,
memes
maybe it's
only.
500,000 or something.
Bro.
Right. But it's like for my
what neighborhoods you live in?
Freshest memes.
What neighborhood?
What neighborhood you live in where a house?
Town house.
Like, because you have to account for the fact that I was denied my house. Also, I was denied the opportunity to live in a district
Stop the
that might
audio.
go to a better school. And if we understand that 90% of all schools paid for by property taxes,
So you're just
It's
saying
class action litigation, man. You don't get like all of everything you were harmed for. You get like
no,
the settlement.
no. Okay, so we're gonna
Oh my
talk about
God.
So you're a lawyer. If we're talking about class action litigation,
Right.
then that's another
There's-
debate, another discussion,
I
another
agree with
topic.
Locks.
But if we're gonna talk about true
It's
reconciliation,
okay,
we
though.
have
Locks,
opportunity, 'cause that's what our discussion
come
is
this
about.
way.
I'm not gonna inherit a
You
house. Like, I
agree
mean,
with-
does everybody here inherit a house?
A
like,
lot of
growing
people,
up? No.
a lot of the wealthiest people in the country, and people who
Okay,
are
so there's
upper
this
middle
one
class,
goblin.
and then
There's
upper
yeah,
middle
both
class,
goblins are at the
and
base
rich.
of the
That is
little
how they
tower.
got there.
Okay, I'm gonna have to
You
run
don't
the
to
walks
pay
off,
for
then
a
I'll come
mortgage
back.
and
There's
property
a
taxes.
goblin
All of a
chasing
sudden,
you, too.
It is your life is substantially
Great.
different. And now I'm going to the same night school my grandmother went to. Oh shit, my
I'm gonna
grandmother
stay
also got
here
into
in
Yale.
stealth.
And how do you get into Yale? Legacy. Everything compounds. We cannot ignore reverberating impact, and that's the problem that I have with this conversation. That everybody, and it's almost like a natural thing. It's because that's how we are as humans. We are very much present in the now. But reverberating impact is real.
In the now.
Intersectionality is real. There is no one issue that never caused another
Okay,
issue.
I'm way
And that
back.
is what we have
The
to really
goblin's
take
on his way
time
back too.
To sit down and
Okay,
study.
I'll
And by the way,
hide.
why I'm very thankful for these conversations because we can't. Nobody else wants wants to have these conversations, so we can never even address reverberating impact. And so, like, once again, if we're going to address
I
equity
should
of
go
opportunity,
prepare
we
stuff.
have to
It'll
look
be fine.
at where the
What could go
disequity
wrong?
started and address everything that happened up to this point. And I know some people think that's really inconvenient and really uncomfortable, but guess what? The people who were fucked over were probably more uncomfortable than we are having this conversation.
Oh god, I've just removed chromatic aberration. So much better.
Family, like, shot up in war. I mean, are you
Chromatic what? Oh, the blurring?
No, the colors in the corner.
Goblin.
Well, no, I guess that's when I was a kid.
The colors where?
Yeah, but so
in
I
the
would say
color
that it
aberration in the
depends, right?
corners.
So
Oh, we need to go. We need to
there are
move in.
ways to get
It's
out of
nighttime
draft.
soon.
Money was one of those. Oh shit, here we go again.
Or we go back and sleep.
Money can literally
It's
get
one
you
or
out of
the other.
draft.
I'm gonna jump in here and say,
Watch out, one of them's 2-star.
Nico, you always go.
Hello there, chat.
All he asked you is if you just
Who's
go
that?
away.
Oh, it's
Seems
RJ.
that Dad has, is going to get
All
ice
he asked you
cream,
is if you die in
so
the
I am
military,
going to be
okay?
babysitting.
And therefore,
Okay, I'm
you know,
gonna
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of
should you be compensated?
like
let them
like
go on you,
like
and then I'm
military
going in.
workers?
Okay.
Now, military
yeah,
workers
I'll be
have
right
to
back.
take care of the like gold star moms and things like that. But do you think that they?
Absolutely not. Why? Because
Alright, they're coming back to
unless
you.
you were wealthy,
Uh-oh.
everybody was getting their ass drafted.
I
You're not,
couldn't get everything.
women
I'm
were
overloaded. Shit, I
uh,
not have the Megan yard.
I don't think women should be.
No.
I don't think women should be in the military. Really, so.
Oh well, I mean that's a different. But
Oh,
that's a different
fuck.
question. What I'm saying is, as far as
Did you
well,
die?
so
Oh,
then at that
no.
point, then there is kind of
Maybe.
this
I wasn't looking at my health at all.
I mean,
Okay.
but so let's just say everybody has the same opportunity to get drafted.
I should have
Everybody-
bone mass
like,
buffed
just
you.
for the sake of this
I needed to let my
everybody has
health
the same opportunity
regen
to
before I
draft.
started the
Only
next
separator
fight
is
because
money.
I forgot
Then it goes
about
back
it.
to exactly what we've been debating. Why is
Yeah.
it only separator money? How did that money get accumulated? Why did, and if that
Okay, can
money
I jump
was
into this
ill-gotten,
conversation
or if
because I'm
somebody
actually
was
kind of
not-
bored with this topic and I want
Oh,
to
are we
talk
gonna
about.
start? Hold
I'm
on.
sorry, like,
Oh,
I'm actually gonna jump in
wow.
because
You
we're
go
talking over me, and I'm going to jump in because you were talking about how we do need to address history, we do need to talk about that, but
Getting
also
kinda
at
bored.
what point do we finally say, okay, this is where we are here and now. We need to take personal responsibility, and we need to, in the now, address and stop the generational pattern of poverty. Because, for example, we were going to be talking about reparations in this conversation, and so I've been doing a lot of research into that, and how when you throw money at something, because money is a tool, and you don't teach people how to use money, and you don't train people how to get out of that same pattern.
Oh, this is
then we're
actually
never gonna
true.
get out of it. So let's talk about the here and now. I understand the historical context here, and we can't argue that, but at what point do people have to finally be held responsible to break that generational
rough.
pattern?
I'm so glad you said that. So
You can
first,
come safe
this
with your
idea that
body.
black people don't know
Like,
about
Not be
black
held
people is ultimately,
responsible,
like,
but
just explain to everybody, Black Wall Street was the richest
training,
in the entire fucking country.
like, has
They
to be
burned it to
part
the ground
of
because
any
The people that use payday
Whoa.
loans
forward-looking
are
policy.
Oh, the people who are victims of redlining. Damn, that's crazy. For real? Yeah, but guess what? In Alabama,
Then how
that's-
are
hold on,
there
let me
black
finish.
millionaires in this country then if black people are so oppressed and do not have the same opportunity as their white counterparts? Like, how is that even an option
Say the
here in
first part
this
again.
country?
Say the first part again.
How are there black millionaires in this country if there is no opportunity for them to be able to get to that point?
No.
No,
one's-
answer the question.
No,
How?
I'm gonna answer.
How?
No one said there's no opportunity, but that's not the debate. We're not talking about absolutes of no.
Okay,
and
then
Yeah,
yes.
I
asked
think
you a
we have
question
to
at the
kill
beginning
them.
of this debate that you still have not answered. What
Yeah,
opportunity
welcome.
in this country do white people have that black or brown people do not have?
Oh, it's almost
What
dead.
opportunity?
Nice.
We're talking about
And the other one's a
equity and
1-star.
equality,
No
right? So I
wonder
wanna understand from
they're
your
like
viewpoint
wrecking
what
us.
opportunities it
Okay,
is.
so let me provide you a Harvard study that was
Okay.
done about CEOs and their hiring practices. Black people were being denied over and over again, specifically because they thought that there was some higher chance that black people were doing drugs at a higher clip than their white counterparts.
Yeah, that's kind of
Turned
stuff
out when
that Destiny
they
was
actually
not in this
went back
panel,
and
on the
asked
Green Tea
them,
panel,
the white people
or
who
the
were
Green
actually
Tea deal,
higher
so.
did
Yeah,
drugs
no, I
at
feel
a
that.
much higher rate than black people did. So just in that
Yes.
moment, we were talking about upper,
Yeah, I need to go
upper level,
get the rest
middle
of my
management,
equipment.
a little bit higher than that. Immediately, there's a discrepancy, and that's just one example.
Okay,
I
but
could
like
give it
that's being resolved now with like the massive DEI push at like every major American corporation,
But,
right?
Nico, I
Like-
think what you're specifically
Okay.
talking about is what they delisted. They in this
got a
specific
cool
example, you
totem
weren't
here.
able to look at the criminality of the particular people. You weren't allowed to say, are they a felon?
Yes,
So on
now
so
is a
so
great
what
time to get back
happens
into
is race
ESO.
became stand-in.
All right, I'm not gonna answer the rest of the
Hey, what did I
comments.
get rid of
Okay,
here?
since I don't know whether
Like, about the Among Us ones, like,
Trophy,
what
yeah.
the fuck is that?
They
Race
did
and
it.
name both.
So right, but
But what's the reason
they
for that?
Got
realized
50
So you
thistle.
say have two groups, right? You have a group A is like 30%
pretty cool.
alcoholic,
I
and
need
you have
wood.
group B that's 2% alcoholic.
This is Wisconsin, then Group A is 90%.
Wait a minute. So and so wait.
Beer
just-
here is very
Not
good.
good.
But that's what you
What
have,
was
right?
my?
And so
Oh yeah,
you're
my
not allowed to like
those
check
potions.
to see. They all show up on the day of their job sober, right? You're not allowed to check to see. You make machine parts, and it's dangerous if somebody comes to work drunk. Which group are you going to pick from?
Oof.
The group that has
We're
you're
doing
gonna
like
pick more applicants
hard
than the group that has
racism.
50%
Okay.
alcohol rate, right? Because your chances of having an alcoholic being higher or less.
So like,
Oh,
so
wait,
that is
do we have all the
assumption that we know this is
trophies?
going into the hiring process. What I'm telling you is
But
they
you-
had no
but
idea.
I have
they
one
had-
too.
No, I'm talking about this particular study because this is how things were done at this point, which is why
You got a
it was
trophy
such
here?
big deal, because they were
I
finding out
yeah.
that people were being
I
discriminated
managed to get a
because
trophy
obviously,
here
one,
earlier
their race when they
before I
actually
died.
interview, but you were even lucky to get into the interview depending on what
Nice.
your name was. And so what they found out, of course, once again, is that
barley, a lot of
all
flax.
after the fact, the people that they thought were not capable of doing the work, the people that they thought were not that they thought were drug addicts.
I need to
you know,
dump stuff
criminals,
off, so I've got
et cetera,
room in my
irresponsible,
inventory.
Those weren't the people who were doing the drugs and actually were irresponsible, and they didn't get the jobs. So you asked for an example. I gave you an example, and I could give a plethora of examples. But
Yeah, I'm
really
gonna hit
what
up
we're
the
talking about is
portal.
wealth inequality
I need to repair too.
And if we're going to address wealth inequality specifically, then we once again have to start where the inequity began.
So what would you do to change wealth inequality as it stands today in America?
I have no opinions on the Pepe or
I would tell everybody to invest
thing.
into Bitcoin. I would,
Yeah, I have to think about it.
Stop.
Also, the Ray token is a really good token. I don't know if y'all invested.
Besides crypto.
Well, so you don't think I'm joking, but I actually believe that blockchain is the way that we achieve the best level of inequity.
No.
I think it's one of those, because blockchain is basically an accident for those of you who know like
He's
Satoshi story.
actually a crypto enthusiast.
You mean you wouldn't start with like getting
That's
kids
okay,
out
but
of
I
the-
don't
out of
think this
classroom so that the
argument
regular kids in the classroom can pay
stands on
attention?
any
No,
feet.
I'm gonna tell you why you don't do that. Because I was a little kid.
Acquiring wealth in crypto requires capital. You're only gonna get rich off of crypto in the first place if you already have the disposable income to. But
I went into a crypto scheme. I bought a little mini miner thing. We'll see if it works.
In those scenarios, a lot of times all you have is your family. I was that in really kid. I was taken out of my AG program because of the circumstances that I probably didn't deserve to be in.
Hey, if the prices keep on going to the moon, then you're going to get your money, your investment back.
Yeah, it seems probable that I can.
I don't have like a good.
It really depends on electricity costs where you live too,
everything
though.
you have
The
is
efficiency
and yet you still
of
have a
what you're
4.2
doing.
GPA. So clearly there is something else missing, and luckily for me, he was able to fill that void. But that void was filled with opportunity.
I'm talking about like,
Hey,
like
I hope
5,
it
6,
works
7
out well for you.
Kindergartners are now like throwing desks at teachers and stacking them with pencils.
They need
They're just-
therapy.
Well,
How are you
okay,
laughing?
but
I'm
they need to be
serious.
out of the classroom until they
Yeah.
get that therapy so that
Me
the
too.
other kids can pay attention.
Or you
and-
give
We
therapy
need
to
more
teach them how
fucking
to deal with those troubles, because they're
space.
doing it in the classroom, but you don't know what the other kids are doing at home.
Or is this like a public school management debate?
No,
all
I'm
of a
just-
sudden?
I'm just saying, like, you know, like,
I'm
these are
not.
the
I don't have an MA in education studies, man. This is not
No,
what
but
I'm
my thing
qualified
is
to
that,
talk about.
like when you really start looking at the problems that
influences.
when you really start looking at
Okay,
the
I'm
problems that most
dumping
people say are, contributors to
fueling
inequality,
totems
they say
in
education,
the
they
egg
say access
chest.
to resources,
That's
they say,
apparently the
you
random
know,
shit
that
chest.
minorities
Okay.
live in like poverty, like there's so many under the poverty line, but really that's not true when you go by World Bank
There's
and
still a lot
consumption
of
ones.
minorities or there's a lot of people.
No, I mean like when you go by like consumption as compared to income, that's not true. But anyway, so
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll get
We
away.
have so many
is
red
that, like,
mushrooms. That's good.
those are the things that are notoriously like associated with inequality between the races, right? So, but you're talking about blockchain. So what do you really want to change? Like, where would you start? And what outcome do you want? Do you want everybody to have the same outcome? Do you want everybody to have the same jobs? Like, what do you want?
Hold up. Now I want to make
Who
sure
said this?
everybody's here. I've been pretty consistent on what the outcome I want, right? It's equity of opportunity.
Right, because otherwise I'd want sartorial wealth
I think there is
redistribution.
equity.
We start off agreeing.
I don't know if that's Versace or what those shoes are, but that wealth needs to be redistributed.
But other than blockchain, you haven't told us where you think the.
Well, you're saying other than
are-
blockchain, no smoke, like blockchain pay my goddamn bills. And I got a lot of them. Okay.
No kidding.
And in blockchain, in a market on the left,
He likes
progressive
blockchain 'cause he has
minorities are
it.
actually blacked out more.
Oh, no.
I know it sounds counterintuitive, but work with me. Where's Fiorella? Are you here? Oh, she's out there talking. Okay, Fee will tell you, we are blocked out of progressive spaces. And they use their money and their network and their resources to keep us out. A good friend of ours, a good friend now, Martin Floriani, started a platform that paid us in blockchain that was only and exclusively paid based off of the value you offer to the platform. Guess who, when all things were equal, were the most popular people on the platform? These guys over here.
But that's not because...
Hold on, let me finish. So we had equity of opportunity between both of us. And now I have on some solid gold Ray-Bans and some gold shoes, and I flew here first class. So my point is, when you have equity of opportunity, then we can talk about talent. Then we can talk about resources. Then we can talk about who you know. But before we even get to all of that, we have to address...
How is who you know? How is nepotism talent?
My conversation about blockchain, my conversation about blockchain is based on the decentralization of the funneling of opportunity.
I'm going to be charitable. He misspoke.
Not all of them are racist, but a lot of them play along with it. We know the country was racist because
That's a bit of a yikes.
Because of that, we know that certain people, everybody who had power at that moment were all white guys. So there could never be a black JP Morgan because he literally was not allowed to be a black JP Morgan. So now you have to fast forward. What is
I see with crypto so everyone can.
All these social constructs that we created at that time, they may have been rebranded, but those people who came to the wealth, who benefited from it, all of them
I don't even mind.
And so once again,
in this specific argument, I think it doesn't work.
That's funny because anybody want to tell me who the other Oprah
But like he really is making himself sound with like his like everyone can be rich and like have real opportunity with it.
Oh, actually, Nancy J. Walker's great. But she's not.
That he's like.
She's a millionaire. She's
way off topic.
Because it's also like completely off topic. I feel like.
2 years old, right, or 5? You
I
don't
he
understand
doesn't
blockchain.
think so.
Let's talk about like equality of access to education.
It really
Do you feel
makes
like
him
there's
sound like
disparities there
he's
and, like, how
here to sell like a book.
First, get rid of the Jim Crow law of 90%
Yeah.
of all education being funded by property.
I'm gonna put a.
It's not a good look.
Okay, the question on the table. What do you think?
Yeah.
Education should be
Oh, you want to put the ore in? Oh yeah, you want to put the ore in?
I'm just gonna put it in a chest. It's fine.
Yeah. And we're never getting coming back for
The
it.
thing about this is it's like I'm sitting
Probably.
here like I'm waiting to disagree with Nico about something. It's just not happening, you know?
But I mean, it's close enough to an ocean that if we ever stop by here.
I'm just like, yeah, I mean, it's true. Redlining, you know, that's a real harm. You got to redress that. Yeah, okay. Destroy public schools. They're awful. Sure, why not? Okay.
So what are you going to replace public schools with? What do you got?
So in Miami, we have charter schools that are specifically dedicated to people's specific needs, and they haven't been as corrupted because they were there before it became politicized. The original reason the charter schools were invented, and you have freedom of choice because of that.
Correct.
Black kids get to go to great schools.
You sound like a
It's amazing.
Republican.
No, I understand like.
Is this literally like pro charter schools argument? Like, where's the left wing argument?
Listen,
I'm waiting.
Okay. There was another small village we need to hit up. But we could do it during daytime if you want to just go back real quick.
We got to protect the USPS, even though they were destroying the USPS under Obama, is because they understood there's a real
I think I saw a totem there.
Because, well, all of our politicians are cheaters. So they couldn't weaponize that.
Wait, that would be the 4th totem. We'd be one away. Oh my goodness. Imagine.
Were a great idea, and in a lot of ways they are still necessary. But then we cannot ignore the middleman, which is the politician that will corrupt.
He's arguing against himself. He's making the argument he'd hate. You're black and rich, so where's the lack of opportunity?
Are you Milton Friedman reincarnated?
I don't. Sorry, I don't get what part of the argument you're referencing. Sign.
I'm trying to pick out things for us to argue about. Can you please, like,
I know. Hold on.
Go back.
No, he is arguing in ways against himself.
Okay, controversial take. I'm not sure how much there's like kind of.
Did it put you through?
I think everybody.
Yeah. Every time I go to sleep, it puts me through the portal. It sucks.
Like.
It's no big deal. It still puts me to sleep.
And the solution to wealth inequality is for black people to buy Bitcoin. I mean, like,
hey, but black people buy Bitcoin. I'm not. That's not a joke. Yes. Right.
No one's. No one's pushing him on any of these too. They're so bad. Just buy Bitcoin, forehead. It's like, okay, with what?
Okay.
So it's coming from what?
Well, why would they? Because
I was assuming like I was going to.
They're conservatives. They're like, okay, he's making a dumb argument. Sure.
Yeah.
Dig your own grave.
I mean, it's sort of like you have to be really well.
I love this.
Okay.
I am anti-income tax.
Wait, what?
Oh no.
Fucking
Bernie, bro. I'm so triggered.
Dude, you literally are like a stealth Milton Friedman infiltrating.
He says I'm anti-what?
Being like, I got this great new leftist idea.
Income
tax.
tax.
Income taxes.
Oh.
Listen, I got another one for you. What if we just make
He's actually a libertarian.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Don't we want government to be like small as possible, have the people run everything so it can be drowned in the bathtub, right? We're pretty much in agreement. Yeah, she agrees.
Dude, you need to just go to Grover Norquist and be like, I'm your new employee.
Yeah, better than that, I'm at Better Discourse. When
All right,
we realize
I'm here.
that we actually agree on more things than we thought we did.
Oh my god.
No, I don't even know what's happening right now.
If I was just at home somewhere.
Fauci is at home somewhere calling me a nigga.
Lead me to the next
I'm not joking about
place.
that. He literally has said this.
Oh yeah, wait, I remember. We saw it.
You guys apparently values ice cream more than y'all. You can take that one.
I think it was this direction.
My God, say.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we see the bonfires.
Yeah.
All right. So what?
Basically, someone would argue that if there's black CEOs, then how can there be any lack of opportunity or inequality? At the same time, he's arguing that because he succeeded with crypto, that's a great equalizer. Oh yeah, I understand. Yeah, that's done.
Outside of
Yeah.
black Americans.
And his other big argument around
The
it
indigenous community would probably be the first one. So I'm
is just like, okay, the Black Wall Street, there wasn't black opportunities and stuff, but like,
Why are people talking about Vosh and chat?
Imagine.
You ready?
the problem was just saying, oh, we all need to have the same opportunity. Well, he started out saying, we need more than just like resetting the opportunities because we have to see where like these differences came from in opportunity.
Like, hey, we're going to come in here with the same ideology, and if whoever's better at the job.
Oh, maybe I could have just summoned all of them.
Fight the others.
Comanches took their land peacefully.
They'll be fine.
Was it from under indigenous and were they operating on the
Kind
same
of.
grounds?
I mean, they just
It's
kind
not
of raped
cutting
and
them.
pillaged their way through the American West to seize a huge amount of territory.
No, they did. But here's the thing. That was the standard for all.
I should have brought more arrows
and
with
there was
me.
an understanding
Yeah,
that
same.
we have to go to war.
And we can always go back
but they
after
didn't
this
say,
one.
Hey guys, want to be my friend?
They
We're friends.
respawn
We'll
really
just chill. Like,
slowly.
we'll just hang out, drink beers, maybe even take like
Okay, we
13,
got
14
one.
shots of Don Julio. I'm not speaking from personal experience from last night.
We can
but,
just break the shields
you know
here.
what I'm saying? Like,
None of them are starred,
You were
so
on the police panel. Like, isn't that the same? Like,
I'll
well,
go
you-
for the
I'm not
shaman.
gonna
Actually,
die
he's gonna
because
be
that's
annoying
their
if he's
understanding.
sniping us.
Come on.
Like, I know you don't want to talk about police, but maybe we can disagree about that. I don't know.
No, definitely. I mean, I don't want to talk about police. I'm not a fan
Okay,
of
shaman
police.
down.
So,
Anti-government.
So you said indigenous one. Do you identify
He's
any
just a
other groups?
libertarian. Like, that's literally.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Libertarian socialist, yeah.
Nico, if you're anti-government, then who is
My roll didn't go through.
Oh no.
right?
Didn't go through.
I don't understand the
Didn't it go
government
through?
operations from the government, which you says is corrupt.
The people provide.
Oh, that's bad.
In the system that we're currently in, the government is.
He actually is a libertarian, though.
So it's
Honestly.
like, I'm anti-
No, this guy's
So
super
you're gonna have
libertarian.
to
Yeah.
take taxpayer dollars away from the average American and give it to the black community.
Say it again.
I said, so now you're going to have the
He
government
is
take
the
taxpayer dollars away
imposter.
from the American or from Americans and put it into the black community.
Well, one, it wouldn't be taking anything away. I mean, like they can just fucking type buttons and like the money's there. I don't know if y'all have heard, but we literally just increased the military budget.
Oh no.
Isn't that interesting? And nobody
I
makes
hate
this
it.
argument. Like,
I hate it.
More than willing to hear because it's true. I can't
Hey,
believe they're taking my money.
have you ever
and killing
played
brown
Among
people
Us?
overseas. That is an outrage. I have to go hold a
Yeah.
conference about this. We have to talk about it on a panel. No, but hold on.
Yeah, I can't believe I died to this stupid smashy guy. He's so easy too.
I mean, no. Listen, okay, so also, I guess this is.
Yeah, Among Us is fun.
Biden is demonstrably worse than Trump is. It is not even close.
Biden is demonstrably worse
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
than Trump is.
Oh no, this is so painful. Dude, how do they find this guy? These three conservatives are so happy right now. Oh, this is cringe.
But I'm specifically referring to tax dollars in a very specific circumstance being used to kill black and brown people in a way that we've never seen them use against European white people who practice the same economic ideology. So hold on, let me finish. So why is it that when it's time to reconcile with people we know have been done wrong, it's, oh wow, I have to actually give people an opportunity with my money? Whoa! Like,
Okay, how is
it's
giving
not,
people
Oh,
an
he's
opportunity,
stuck.
though? It's really not,
He
because
broke
again,
the
like I said,
stone. Look at this berserker.
Oh, and he's stuck in it. Oh no.
But that's kind of the same thing, assuming that black people need to know how to use money.
No. It's like lottery winners. It's like lottery winners. You give lottery winners.
Yeah, did you know that
and then
70%
they're
of
broke.
lottery winners,
that's
2
a
to 5
one-off.
years, are
That's a
paying
one-off,
us?
right?
Because
You know
again,
that?
we do not teach people how to use money in this country. So again, if we're just throwing money at people, that's not creating
No.
opportunity
We don't
for
teach money.
anybody.
We don't teach people how to use money in our schools, which is horrible.
Agree.
It's ridiculous.
100%.
However, once again, it's almost insulting
Hmm.
and condescending to assume that like, oh,
I have to
black
save
people
some
don't know.
arrows.
I just explained to you.
No, I
We
said
had-
all Americans don't know how to use money. I'm not
Well,
saying
no,
that the black community.
no, yeah. So
what I'm saying here too is how does money equate to opportunity if you do not know how to use
That's what I'm
it?
saying. All Americans didn't start Black Wall Street, which is the wealthiest city in the country. Black people did. So what I'm saying is, when
Listen,
the
I'm just here to watch chat.
opportunity was
It's
provided,
some weird argument. I don't like any of this.
Anything
Oh, he dropped
I'm sorry about
great we were at
He dropped one. He dropped a fooling totem.
Oh, nice. Cool. There's a shit ton of foolings attacking us.
Oh,
Almost
nice.
10.
I'll say it again one more time.
How come we're not
Oh,
seeing that
some of them
happening
ran back. We can
that
fight
happened
this.
historically in the past? Why aren't we seeing again Black Wall Street comes to fruition today with the black
Because I just
community?
told you. Oh, sorry. So
Today, not in the past, today. Why aren't we seeing that
I
now?
thought I made it clear earlier. FDR literally destroyed our banks to make sure we can.
Oh, okay, so he's like he's the libertarian anti-democrat. Like, it's such a meme.
So now there's no opportunity for black people to compete on
No,
the scale
that's
at all.
Biden's the worst.
No, I don't do absolutists. I don't do that. I never said there's no opportunity
That's the
whatsoever.
question, is you're
I am
using
here.
historical context, but let's look at it.
I'm all
Where
for
is
like
the
holding Biden
opportunity
accountable
to
for his
black
mistakes and
community?
criticizing him, but not like this.
Not like this.
Not like this.
What's up, bro?
There's a lot of dudes here.
So Fayetteville, North Carolina was second per capita in the murder rate.
They're fighting.
And although it's a military city, it was actually at the time the #1 human trafficking city in the world. I guess because it's a military city also. So the road that I lived on was called Strickland Bridge.
This is going to be a rough base to take over, but I see the totem. We're going to get...
friends with one of them. His name was Thomas. He died, unfortunately. But he
Can I
died.
miss? Oh, there's a rock there.
To be frank. And the difference between
He's shielded up.
We were all fortunate enough to go to
Okay, next panel. Yeah, this panel is a shit show. They're not actually... This is literally just for conservatives like circle jerking each other.
Was because I happened to trying to get an easy A.
Okay, is this shaman gonna come near us?
The speech class teacher was a debate coach. When he
We're gonna hit him.
saw how willing I was to engage, that I was willing to speak, that I had a good heart,
Ooh, someone's using needle arrows, are they?
You're gonna do debate, you're gonna fail my class.
Yeah, we have a
And
bunch of them.
Which was like ridiculous, but like, you know, I'm like a nerd in high school. I'm like, oh man, I gotta do debate now. And that was it. It was, you have to go to every single tournament. He lied to me. Literally lied to me. You have to go to every single Saturday tournament as a high schooler. My life was miserable my freshman year. And then, guess what? By my sophomore year, everybody else in the student congress, which is the hardest debate event you can do because you're literally competing with 25 other people in the room who were admittedly much smarter than I was my freshman year. By my sophomore year, I would fuck with them by going up, holding up a legal pad like I had a bunch of points up, and then putting it behind my back and reciting everything off the top of my head. But it started from me accidentally.
Wow.
Yeah, I aggro with 3.
But it ended with your personal decisions to dictate your own
should
life,
be
correct?
fine.
You made the personal decision.
No, I don't want to.
Now you can say that you're professor.
No.
Oh, there's a 1 star.
That's a lot.
No, you get to talk.
I'm gonna bone mass.
So I get to talk. You said that you're professor.
If we get enough this, climb up on the rock behind you,
decision to go every Saturday.
and so we can be safe for a bone mass. And then we can fight him.
And your life would have gone very differently.
Okay, maybe it wasn't a personal decision. She's just yelling. No, I love you, Savannah. But like, but it is a personal decision. And even so, even if you say that it's your mother, right? It's your mother having the personal decision. It's your mother caring enough and being invested in her children enough to prioritize education. Right.
But that is 100% true. And of course, we can all get into the family argument, but the family is an extremely important. Like that is a foundation.
Is this a little Askers moment? Wait, what are Askers?
Is money. Hot damn Bojangles.
Who asked?
And why is that?
Oh,
Because we
who
incentivize
asked?
the black community to live off the welfare state, and we disincentivize marriage.
That was FDR. Yeah, 100% agree.
Yeah. So again, we're.
Shaman fuck.
How again does
But you
money
just
create
He's
opportunity?
said that people are incentivized
shielded.
to
I'm
not
gonna
be
go
in
melee
marriage
him.
because of money.
Because of the government throwing money at these communities, and again.
So
'cause
if we
you
don't
wanna-
need the government to throw the money at the communities, and they have it before they get divorced, they're incentivized.
Dude, we have enough to do the boss. Do you want to do the boss today?
Okay, but again, going back to so we're
we
talking about
could.
reparations, right? At the core of this argument,
We
is
could
that
wait
give
for
people
people,
more
though.
Where's Callum and
But again, like
Skits?
we have seen with the welfare state since the 60s.
If we want to,
Lyndon Johnson, we have,
because it's kind of hard to farm those, right?
Very hard.
So
This is the most we've ever found. Yeah.
Choose how to spend my money.
Probably should wait for other people.
I thought we were in agreement that we didn't want to do redistribution of wealth, right?
I think that would be cool.
No, we're talking about in this particular case.
Okay.
Because like, don't get me. I agree with what you're saying. FDR.
Why was this guy talking about his high school? Yeah, who asked? Oh, sorry, I missed. Why was he talking about his high school?
That's why I hate it. Like whenever like Bernie Sanders at the time when I was with him in 2016 would compare himself to FDR because I'm like, bro, that's not a good thing for everybody like me because he wasn't for us.
You just were in the wrong party. You're libertarian. You should vote for libertarian.
I don't believe in political party.
He is libertarian.
pro-union in what sense?
Like but the historical like fact of unions was like to unionize and kick out, standardize your ways to kick out black workers who were willing to work for less.
So I'm pro-union in the same way I'm pro-BLM. The movement, the idea, of course, but BLM, the 501c4 organization, these unions that have been hyper.
Are you kidding?
Absolutely not.
Okay, what do we disagree about? Right, again, like, wait, I too think Black Lives Matter, yes, right? Like,
Okay, we're going now.
Yeah, going. Yeah.
This is too cringe.
This is just a circle jerk.
Dumb.
This is actually just a circle jerk.
Wow.
By some, because of their.
Oh god, that panel was so bad.
National discourse on
What?
controversial events. Elijah Schaefer.
Wait. Isn't that? Ooh, that name sounds familiar. Is he a big free speech website guy?
Jack Posobiec,
Yeah, we're going back in a
Intel
second.
veteran and a correspondent.
I don't know.
For One American News.
But I listened to a little bit of this. I have some spicy takes on him.
Okay.
But I don't think I'll have to elaborate much. He'll dig his own grave.
I love the solution of, hey, just make money. No, it was a really good panel. Really good panel.
The final panel of the evening.
Ooh, I nailed it. Holy shit. American Sniper.
Birth of a radical.
He missed.
Ideology or identity?
I don't. Okay, I do.
What is a radical?
I was like, I don't even need to run. I do.
It's kind of a complicated word when you think about it.
I don't know anything else about him.
There are many people throughout history of radicals.
Okay.
Stories of triumph.
What do we got?
Stories of disaster.
He runs this,
We
the
got-
Blaze. Oh, the
Radicalism is not something that's
Blaze.
only
Yeah,
held or
I've seen
criticized
that
in the past
before.
tense.
Oh, there's a mosquito here.
A major portion of today's world has evolved into fundamentalists based on various dogmas of our political and societal spectrums. Why is this happening? How or what is causing this dramatic polarization of normal everyday people we see and hear about on a daily basis?
Why do I have Flint?
And when these
of all
people have played their
things?
hand by presenting their extremist views while discussing them in hopes of converting others, is there any hope or anything we can do to change them?
All right, that
Is
was
there
a
a point
good,
of no return,
good
or is it
farming
possible to help
run.
them understand their extremely polarized nature and bring them back to a more reasonable and
Need to
logical
plant
understanding?
the flax.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Get some more going, and
people
then
of
we
all
can
ages,
upgrade our
please welcome
armor.
back to the stage, Carrie Smith.
Oh, right. I totally forgot about all those things. Okay. What
Jordan Lancaster recently graduated from Wake Forest University in 2020 with 2 degrees in political science and communications and is a reporter with the Daily Caller. She has previously wrote for The Hill and the Washington Examiner, and over summer 2020, Jordan was on the ground covering riots in both Washington, D.C. and Portland. Jordan Lancaster.
I think the plan here is going to be
So Fain can be
get more
found on
iron,
YouTube
get
at
more
Poisoning
flax.
the Well. And he's also a Twitter content creator,
Get big
streamer,
upgrades.
and comedian. He got to start working with Joe Scarborough at the Florida Sun in Pensacola before moving to Atlanta, Georgia.
I forgot there was even
He's
new
been featured
gear
in
we could be
magazines such as 6
getting.
Degrees, Jezebel, and Maxim.
Oh shit! Why did all this barley got
Elijah
to
Schaefer
get
is the host
destroyed?
of
Oh,
Blaze TV's
because
Slightly
Lux
Offensive and is known for his street interviews, weekly
Lux
podcasts,
has
breaking news
destroyed
coverages, which
our
regularly plays a role in national discourse,
cultivation ground.
controversial
Ooh,
events.
do we not want to have it there
Elijah
then?
Schaefer.
We just need to wall it off. It's annoying, but I don't see.
And
how
our
else we
final
do it.
panelist of the evening, you may have heard of this person, I'm not sure. Jack Posobiec is a Navy Intel veteran and a correspondent and the host for One American News. And in November 2020, released a documentary called Antifa, Rise of the Black Flags, and will soon be releasing a new book, The Antifa, Stories from Inside the Black Bloc, which recounts firsthand experiences infiltrating Antifa. Jack Posobiec.
I stunned it.
Antifa.
Hi. Welcome back. So my first question tonight is about radicalization, as Justin said, which has become a hot topic of late, with articles like the New York Times 2019 piece, "The Making of a YouTube Radical," generating a lot
How
of
the fuck did I not get on this panel?
disagreement.
Isn't that article
radicalization
literally, like, mentioning
increasing,
me?
or are we just noticing it more?
So, it's amazing, right? So look at this stage that we've got up here, and it depends on, whose interpretation of, who we are in the stage. Are we radicals or are we regular people trying to figure things out in this country, right? So if you read various outlets, we've got what?
I
An
forgot
insurrectionist,
to bring the
a
cultivator.
propagandist, a communist anarchist, and a Fed.
We should just, like,
right?
make one for
all
this
trying to have some conversation.
farm,
It's going to be
right?
Fed shill.
Sure.
Right? And so when you look at the way the New York Times talks about radicalization, it's the radicalization of YouTube, and et cetera, I think we need to take back a second, right? And take back a step and say, radical politics has become America's new pastime, hasn't it really? Like, don't you know doesn't it feel like everything is becoming more politicized as everything goes on? Is there anything, I would ask
We're
this
in a
question, is there
partisan
anything in America
era,
that has
for
not become
sure.
politicized?
One of the most
Can
partisan
anyone
we've
up
been
here
in a
name
while.
one thing?
Yeah,
It's not
I mean,
political.
it's
You
also
go to
fair
the
to
zoo,
respond
you're
to
getting
this with,
products,
like,
you go to the zoo, we're seeing something
everything's
political, right?
political.
You go to watch any movie, there's
Where
something
you-
political. They literally just made the last Wonder Woman, and she was like fighting Trump throughout the movie and all these different things. And so, kids
Wait.
cartoons,
Not
superhero
even
movies,
close.
I call
That's
them,
okay.
cape porn. But so many of these different aspects of our lives, and whether you're on HBO watching
Why
the
are
latest,
there
the
politics
QAnon
in my
documentary,
media?
and they're all going to get us through the 8chan internets, and then or you're trying to track down your coworkers because you secretly think they're communists or you secretly think they're fascists, and you actually think that like these are just people. You've forgotten that they're just people that you're working with.
There's
that you're sitting next
people,
to, that
forehead.
are probably just trying to get through life as much as you are, but instead they want to put people into all of these different buckets.
Politics
where
has
you
also
want to
definitely
everybody
risen
everyone
as a
against each other,
pastime
rather than
itself.
having actual people sit down and have.
Like that's a fair
I don't know,
point too, but like
label them as sus, guys.
political
Are you saying that
extremism, I
a
don't know
focus
about.
on identity increases or
We
decreases
talked about
radicalization?
sensationalism
Is that part of what
earlier.
we're seeing happening now?
I
Yeah,
think
I think politics is really interesting, but more
U.S.
importantly, is the
media
denial today of being allowed to
has
have identity. I think that
managed to
extremism is denying
turn
a
like
person's ability to
politics
identify
into
themselves.
an
For instance,
entertainment
young
thing
people, right? I was talking with my buddy John
at,
earlier.
at
Young
like
people are
the
hypersexualized and trying to
highest
understand
level
their
of
sexual
anywhere. That
identity
happens
and
everywhere in the
hyper
world, but
LGBTQ
U.S.
issues.
media has
Probably
like
because at a young age, you can
is
have
like
identities, being
the
American, or even celebrating your culture or your customs, and all those things are racist today.
the
Having
best
any
at
identity
it.
is some form of extremism, especially if you're white. And so we've sort
From
of
what I've
rejected
seen.
identity in this country.
Oh
And I see a
gosh,
lack
this
of
guy's
that
already
today,
cringe.
Which is why people are looking for some meaning, they're looking for some answers, and they're latching on to anything or any pre-approved ideology that's
Oh, he's gonna
being,
get worse.
I guess disseminated to them through the media.
I don't want to spoil it because it's.
I mean this very, very clearly. I think that some identities breed extremism simply because the elites in the media have labeled certain identities as extreme. And when you talk about, for instance, like racial or ethnic identity or any of these things were never a very big deal for a long time in American culture. People made racist jokes, people had stereotypes, you would explore your racial identity. But if you go into Google today and you look up white power, you find that it's an extremist and hateful identity. That, every article talked about this as racism. But if you look at black power, if you look up Hispanic power, if you look up Asian power,
still aren't
they're
there.
put in a positive connotation. And so what I really do think is that in the midst of all these
Are they?
identities,
I'm pretty
really
sure
extremism in
any
our country
black
has been
nationalism
reduced
has
to
a
only one
negative
thing, is white
connotation,
supremacy,
buddy.
white power,
Oh
and, I
no.
would say misogyny. So
Oh
straightness,
no.
the male identity and the white identity. And I don't think we really have conversations in the mainstream at all about actual extremism. Maybe 10 years ago, a little bit about Islamic extremism, but even now that's Islamophobic. You wouldn't want to be a bigot. Well, I don't mind being called that, but a lot of people mind that. But realistically speaking, I would say that's why identity doesn't really matter. There's only some identities that are extreme.
Well, that's kind of related to one of my questions, and maybe something I want to pose to you, Sophane, which is that social justice warriors have also been called extremists and radicals by some because of their focus on identity and their belief in judging and treating people differently on the basis of race. So my
we're
question
gonna need to
is,
fence the farm.
in your
I
opinion,
agree.
how do social justice warriors differ from an ideology like white supremacy?
I guess I have a different idea of what an extremist is here than what you guys are positing. This sounds cutesy to me.
He's
But
gonna
in
break through
2007
this
to
rock.
2017, 73% of domestic terrorist murders happened at the hands of right-wing extremists. In 2018, that number went up to 98%. People dying. This isn't about being on Twitter and being a little edgy or pronouns in the bio. It's not a cutesy thing. When we're talking about extremism, we're talking about people who are committing murders.
People like, for example, Connor Betts, the Dayton mass murderer of Antifa.
Sure. I'm not saying
Anecdote Andy.
that extremism is exclusively.
He should have repeated the stat. Oh my goodness, he should have thrown out the 90% stat again.
Of
Fuck.
murders, that were committed by extremists were committed by right-wing extremists, but a majority of them. And this radicalization.
There you go.
And I mean, these are just statistics. The radicalization that's happening is happening through this funnel, this alt-right funnel that starts innocuously, and it can go either way through social media, and that. Social media like Facebook, Twitter, and most importantly YouTube uses algorithms that try to show you things that, hey, you like this video about, Star Wars. There being too much, racial diversity in the new Star Wars, and they're ruining it with the black, with the black stormtrooper. And then they're like, oh, if you like that, maybe you'll like this video. And it keeps going down these pipelines until you're watching more and more extreme content. And that was kind of the point of the article that you started this with, the New York Times article.
Yeah, we're gonna need to fence this
These
off.
things are real, and it's not just about our differences on, on Twitter or our cutesy labels, or like I said, pronouns in the bio. It's about things that are slowly walking people down sales funnels that end up with them grabbing a gun and walking into a room where innocent people are and targeting them because they have lost the plot.
You don't think chemically castrating children is extremism?
Nice.
Like realistically speaking, when you think about actual algoritms, algorithms do not favor right-wing
Ooh,
content.
hers.
By big tech companies, they actually suppress right-wing
Look,
content. They consider it to be
this
extreme.
one's
They even have a
hollow.
category
It's a
today
hollow
called
rock.
borderline
If you
content,
fall
which
inside of
does
it,
not
you'd be
violate the
stuck
terms of service,
forever.
but disagrees with their
If you
political
didn't have a
ideology, which in
pickaxe.
Silicon Valley leans and skews into the far and extreme left. And what's interesting is what we're seeing today is that extremism is taken as just somebody with a gun shooting people. Not only when we look at those statistics and we break down the 73%, which I hadn't heard the most recent one, by the way, and your glasses are epic, but on top of that, just a little side, but on top of that, when you actually break down and say, what is a right-winger? A lot of times it's like, well, he posted once about this. Right now we're finding even in the military, they're finding who could be an insurrectionist. Well, who has had a MAGA post on Facebook? I mean, these delineations and these questions of what we're trying to understand.
The wildlife is bad. They hurt our crops.
Also, extremism
They
is
must
coming in a
die.
lot of different forms today. It is not
the existential threat of guns. In fact, most Americans are at greater threat to their BMI than to actual gun violence. Like, there is great extremism in this nation, and it's coming in all shapes and forms. To deny right-wing extremism
That's something we could address.
would be foolishness, and I don't deny that, and I agree with that. But also, you have to realize that if we're going to reduce extremism down to some dumbass who was on 8chan too long and somehow shot some Muslims he thought he was taking over his country, then we are absolutely being controlled and manipulated by the media. I mean, as we speak, I mean, I just saw a video, I think it was actually in Florida, where there was children drag queens at a adult fetishized drag show, which is sexual entertainment for adults, being paraded and moved around just recently and being given money. That is some sick shit. That is demented. That's extremism too. So I think the definition of what extremism is has to be defined.
And the thing that I would mention about that article, and I'll go back again, right? You go through some of these definitions of
the terrorism
that
is
as a matter of fact, right?
The same as
I would posit that certainly the Pasco shooting happened in the United States. The Dayton shooting happened right after that. But years before that, the James T. Hodgkinson mass shooting.
Hey, it was the classic like right-wing virtue signaling. Hey, we're anti-pedophile.
Facebook, the endless scroll. But he had been attracted by those things. He believed fervently.
It's a tough position to take. Okay.
It's a very controversial take.
Sat outside a baseball field and lived in this YMCA for like a month and waited with an SKS, was a version of an AK-47, so he could kill Republicans because he thought they were Republican terrorists or Russian terrorists or some kind of traitor. So there are people from across all spectrums that are susceptible to this.
And fucking up the sound again.
But one thing that I would also point out is that there are people that are more marginal or marginalized that can become more susceptible to this. Those people, by the way, take for example,
Oh wait, she retweeted it? Okay.
Well, there's the FedEx shooter, right? The FedEx shooter, right? We all remember this one. The FedEx shooter that just happened. It was in Indianapolis. This was a guy who had been fired by FedEx. He had been reported to the FBI. He had been reported to the police. They had completely done nothing about this. They should have actually committed him into our mental health system. They should have they call it 5150 in some states, right? Done an involuntary commitment, put him in, taken his guns away, and prevented him from having the ability to have a gun. But because
he's going for the take his guns away position.
We dismantle our public mental health system because we'd rather decide to give people pills and then push them back out on the street where we can't even tell if they're actually following.
So how do we rebuild the mental health
entire institution that we had in our country that we're not dealing with it. So now where are those people spending their time? They're on the internet.
Follow up with it. What's his plan to rebuild?
YouTube, and suddenly you get like a Mark David Chapman situation where he starts reading Catcher in the Rye. And
Let's throw that bill in there. Let's rebuild mental health. Pog. Maybe if we put some resources into mental health from our police funding.
People that are more susceptible to that is not the fault of the person who wrote that book.
Universal healthcare. I love it. Glad to see you on board.
I'm totally for government-funded mental institutions.
Okay, this is when I start to really have a good nap, This is when I start really fucking cringing, because I know those two motherfuckers when they're like, yeah, let's get mental health back on the board. What they actually are like dog listing there, and what the like lefty guy on the panel has to like let go because he's not going to be able to like press them into that corner. They want to put
everything's sexist. Nothing is racist. Nothing is sexist. So I think we have to.
You're going to see the guy on the left is actually a crypto-fascist. When he's like on board with mental health institutions being state controlled, he's like let's put the homosexuals and the transsexuals in like insane asylums. Like he's not going to say it, but it's going to be really fucking obvious.
Look, I was a member of the anti-SJW community for a long time. Now I was.
That's why I like cringed so hard. Like they're not talking about the same type of mental health.
Standing there on the left of it, I was in it, so I get it, and I wasn't a fascist, but I did recognize I was in a funnel. I was on my way. Now, can we help that edgy kids are on Twitter calling each other fascists and commies? No, that's going to happen. But it is a real thing, and you do find yourself being radicalized through communities that support your effort. 8chan, Paul.
So I really like the fact that you brought up that communities do this and communities support this, because one of the issues that's run into
have I done satire on stream? No.
We'll get back
is that a game?
Is that censorship actually drives that. And studies have actually shown that censorship is driving people into these social media ghettos. You get censored on a mainstream platform. No, I've never been censored, but many people have been, right? Obviously. Then you get you get stuck into one of these places because you still.
What's going to prevent them from breaking through the walls?
But now you're stuck with who? Other people who have been censored. And now you're
nothing.
Back one another.
At least prevents them from like padding in there.
To sort of come in and be like, hey, you guys are stupid.
Randomly.
Go look at this.
Like Lux is
I think I have.
Right?
Here, I have a bunch more. I just throw on the ground.
Now you're stuck in a place
in front of me.
one of these spots where they're allowing people in.
It's just wood walls are cheaper. We can always upgrade to stone walls if we need to.
I just care.
Cool thing for conservative Trump guy to say.
I totally forgot we have new shit.
Right, Twitter is an amazing thing. Twitter actually is a very powerful, positive tool, and it can
Objectively
be used
wrong.
for a lot of good. Right,
iron and linen.
But instead, we seem to play these gotcha games.
Iron and linen.
I got you. I got you back.
Somebody said gotcha games.
Just sort of like what we're doing now. And I'm not saying that Twitter is going to make things better for that, but I am saying that censorship absolutely drives people.
Iron and linen. Okay.
That very funnel you're talking about.
Yes, they feel like they're losing.
How much iron do we have here? Do we have enough? We need 30 iron for a set.
after years of looking at this,
Oh,
don't know what
dude.
the right answer is. I know it is not, you know, having
We totally
to
have
go to
enough.
Akun to post their manifesto.
Yeah, probably.
Well, yeah, they had to rebrand.
I think
yeah,
we're
to Akun. I mean, I don't even think Akun exists anymore. I think, yeah, I think they finally got
I
chased
can't
off.
see shit here.
But you don't want to find yourself in these anonymous boards. I mean, you still go to poll on 4chan, and it is cancer. It is brain cancer to this day. And so you don't want to find people there posting these, you know, anonymous, you know,
Difficult
posts
version,
and
do it.
doubling down and becoming more extreme. So it would be nice for people to be able to participate on the mainstream
Oh,
social
it's like
media
a
platforms.
geography
I
test.
just
All
don't
right,
know where
I'll
the lines
try it
are
after.
drawn. I do feel like some lines need to be drawn, just like we have with free speech. Nobody can stand up and yell fire in this room right now. That would be against the law. We've established that. So that's a line. And maybe there need to be other ones. I don't know where they are, but I think that's why we're having conversations like this.
I do think one thing, and I see Elijah wants to say something. One thing that I've actually been thinking about this question myself as well. Like, how do you prevent people from, you know, breaking free of that sort of teamification of politics that, you know, I mean, that goes back to the 2000s, right? The early 2000s. It's not what's best for the country, what's best for different groups. It's what's best for my team, what's best for my group. And then that team, it started out just being like red and blue.
How do you
Democrats,
solve
and
partisanship?
then that, you know,
Good luck.
bifurcated, and then there would split. You had splits in there, then you had splits in movements, you had splits in ideologies. So we kind of need to get back to this idea of, instead of us being on, I'm on this team or I'm on that team, it's an idea of not what can help my team win, but going to people and say, okay, what are your outcomes? What are you driving towards? What pragmatic wins do you actually want to achieve through whatever action you're doing right now, right? You know, cancel culture has become this like pastime. You know, celebrities canceling other celebrities, people canceling other friends, canceling friends, coworkers canceling coworkers, students canceling teachers.
Wait, Aquaman, you what?
Parents canceling teachers, and it's like, what kind of world do we hope to achieve, right? An eye for an eye leaves the world
It's a
blind, right?
canceling bonanza.
World, what kind of outcomes do you want? Or do you have to say, we can put that aside for 1 second and say, hey, I was offended.
Canceling epidemic.
I offended you, I apologize.
Everyone's talking about COVID, but
of apologies,
no one's talking about
bring back the concept of having that actual reconciliation between people, because
the canceling epidemic.
Right? We're all in this country.
The real problems.
Crazy paths that people talk about.
Don't you think it's crazy how people are trying to cancel COVID?
I think you'll actually start breaking down some of
Crazy.
this teamification, balkanization.
This left-wing cancel culture.
Talking about what extremism is, and I think it's
coming after diseases now.
What I think most people think of when they hear that word is white people committing mass shootings, and there's some sort of extremism in this funnel, in this pipeline. But let me be clear: we live in an extreme country. Everything about this day and age is extreme. And the real extremities that we don't
You wouldn't
talk
be
about,
watching
for
this without
instance,
Destiny.
is the fact
That's
that I can
rude.
watch Joy Reid on mainstream media try to
True.
justify
Calling
why
you
we should
out
let
on it
black
because
people play with
someone
knives
else
with each other
will
when they're minors.
transgender, not
AKA, we should let
transsexual.
black people kill each other.
Oh,
If I didn't know
yeah,
anything,
sorry.
what I learned this week is that it is racist
Oh, thank
to
you for
protect black
correcting
people.
me.
That's what I learned from
I
the
appreciate
recent
it.
police involved shooting of a minor
guys
who
do
had
this?
a
It's your
knife.
guys' fault.
They're saying
You
that
left
no
them
matter
bitches.
what,
You're
if
the
you
ones that
intervene in a
empower
situation of
us.
black people and you're white, you're a bad person. And you know what? White people, just let black people kill each other. That's what you should do. Because if you stop black people from killing each other, you're a racist. And that's what I got from the
Yeah,
Now, that's extreme.
etymologically
It's extremely
makes
disrespectful,
sense.
not only to police, but to black people, to white people in general. That's absolutely
We'll
insane.
get to talk
I also
about how
think on the other
Neyman
foot,
is
then,
cancelled
extremity is not
after
just the
tomorrow.
rhetoric that is seen as being normal, but also the fact that
True.
when we want to talk about the real problems in this country, the people who point out truth are considered extreme. It's like we always talk about, let's say we're in Kenosha here, let's talk about Jacob Blake. Well, it's like just this weekend, 24 people were shot, predominantly black men, by other black men, just an hour and a half down the road in Chicago. Nobody gives a damn. And yet they say that you're extreme if you say something like 13% of the population commits over 0.5% of the violent crime. Well, it's like, actually, that's not an extreme statement, because in fact, you're right, that is racist
Oh, yeah.
and blame black people
I
for
fucking
violent
told
crime.
you.
Because in reality, 13%
I
of the
didn't want to
population
spoil it,
is not
but-
committing over half the violent crime. Most of the violent crime is committed by black men, which if we're just taking averages, let's say is about 6.5%. It's not being committed by children and often the elderly. It's a certain age group. So in fact, actually, almost half the violent crime is being committed by 3 to 4% of the population. And I'm just pointing
Oh
this
my
out.
goodness.
If we were allowed to speak
Literally,
the truth, and we could approach and
1350 is
solve
too much
something
for
and
him.
actually look at
It
issues and help
is
people, to me,
650
extremity
actually.
is being
That's
used
his
to keep our
argument.
country regressive. And anybody who actually points out the truth, anybody who questions the narrative, anybody who comes out and says, hey, I actually see a problem, I
truth.
want to talk about this. Those people are labeled extreme, but I think it's extreme to ignore those people. And I think the reason why we're in this problem is because we have a boogeyman of extremism, and it's just avoiding tackling the real issues in this country and actually confronting the hard truths that we need to talk about to have a more functional nation. If they want a multicultural, a multiracial nation, if you want a peace and a loving country, if you want a country where churches stay separated, but we still have
We
freedom of
just
speech and religion,
snuck
you've gotta have
that
some damn hard
multiracial
conversations, and you need to
nation
confront
in
reality.
there.
But we are in a country that cares about comfort and not the truth. We
I
are
don't-
people
this
who
guy's
continually tell people,
legit
if
a
the
crypto
closer we get to the
fascist.
truth, the more that we will blacklist you, we will exit out
have
of the
no doubt
conversation,
about it
which is
after
now why we
listening
have
to
banned
him
I mean, he
talk.
sounds
that are on the side of Amazon and Walmart.
like he's
what
the
fuck?
ethno
Sorry,
state
I know,
here.
yeah,
Great rage with the machine.
Yeah.
Man, that was a lot. That was a lot.
You
I
need
feel like since I'm the
multiculturalism.
token
That's
leftist, I
literally
have to say, I didn't think I would find a
fascism.
way to up the ante on 1350. Wow.
Yeah, it's like
Did that, though.
crypto
But
because he's
when
not.
it comes to
It's not
shooting
that
or the
crypto
stab,
here.
the
He's
girl with
he's
the,
going for
you
it.
know, with a knife.
I
who shot
guess.
at a police officer.
What was her name? I can't pronounce her
Makia Bryant.
It's Makia Bryant.
How do you say it?
Makia.
I do have
He's
to
not really
say
hiding it.
the officer did exactly the right thing in that position. As a
Like
leftist,
to people like
that's
us
exactly correctly.
You're not the only leftist saying that. I don't know if you watch Don Lemon or Chris Cuomo. They both said basically the right thing.
That was the right thing. At first, my reaction was, let's see the full unedited videos. I was a little cautious at first. I think I actually, Brian, I actually tweeted him because I thought he was a little early on that. Sorry, Brian.
So there was actually a point I wanted to make earlier when we were talking about, well, the panel was talking about policing, and they were getting into this, and I think it kind of...
Yeah, in case we needed any bronze. There was already copper there, so I just put the tin in.
But for some reason, I didn't really hear anyone talk about specifically the rise of the internet, the rise of social, which you mentioned social media, but also the power of viral videos to be able to invade the mass public consciousness.
The audio
right? So the
when
question
Destiny
is,
captures it too is so bad.
Great job talking about this, that murder rate
It's like a chorus noise though.
1990s levels, right? We're from 2019 to 2020. I think it's sort of the dual effect of defund the police and the lockdowns that kind of brought this on, where that is continuing, that's completely continuing into 2021. However, the videos that we're seeing, it's not necessarily something new, right? Police violence has always happened, violent crime has always happened, but the ability for us to all see it in real time, that's what's new. And if you watch the Derek Chauvin case, that was something that people on both sides in that case, all the experts kept saying, we don't usually have this much video when we're.
I understand the point of the knives.
It's actually unprecedented that we now live in a time of, it's essentially mass surveillance, right? Like not only is it government mass surveillance, it's mass surveillance.
If you look at closely at the stats, like the raw stats, the damage is garbage, but backstab 10 times damage instead of 3 times on the sword.
Yeah. But it's
Um,
still barely more than just hitting a backstab with the sword. And then you have like a way better just normal hit on the sword.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We handled it a lot better this time. To an extent. There were still riots. There were still riots after the video came out. But
a lot.
The idea of saying, what's the context rule? What happened in the 10 minutes prior to this video? That's what we need to start asking. But another thing that I would also point out, because we were talking about how, and I forget exactly who said it earlier, but they were saying that, police are more worried about what's going to happen if they get
iron
too far.
expedition.
I thought to myself as I was doing this, I wonder if I already had a bunch of carrot seeds
What kind of videos? What kind of videos,
in the seed chest.
What kind of videos do you think police watch all the time? They watch the videos of police stops, traffic stops that go wrong. And so those viral videos that come out,
Yep,
seen,
of course.
Speaking,
We already had a bunch of carrot seeds.
Really
Oh yeah, we have
that
the
a
shit
traffic
on
stop
them.
ends in something terrible.
Yeah.
Like, statistically speaking,
Well,
people get,
now we got more.
I live in DC. I see somebody pulled over every day on the way to work on the highway. So I know that they don't all end in something dangerous or something where lethal force is carried out. However, when every police officer is watching these videos on their phone saying, oh my God, I could be next, this could be the one, you're getting the same situation, right? You're getting these heightened tensions on people that are on, it's an aisle, I guess you could say both sides of the blue line. And I think it's really something that has been gone unaddressed socially, it's gone unaddressed politically. It's just been something where these videos come out and then it's much easier to just use it for your own political benefit, right? And say, oh, this video benefits me, so I'm going to post it more times, or this video benefits me, so I'm going to post it more times, rather than trying to come to an understanding of, hey, this was a specific
Okay, we have a lot of honey.
I don't need to rewire my entire life just because of what I saw in one video. And we don't need to rewrite our entire police code.
We're going to need iron. We're going to need an iron expedition to upgrade this.
Wait, we have enough for both of us to get a full set of armor, not to upgrade
We
it.
do?
Is the conversation
Where is
that
it?
we are having in the mainstream,
In the
media,
chest.
Is it the right conversation
By
about
the smelter.
radicalization? Because
No,
I know,
downstairs.
Sophane, you said you were in that funnel. Would you say that you were a radical anti-SJW?
I mean, I'm always a little radical.
You're always
we do have a lot of it.
No, I wasn't a radical.
Hi, there you go.
I would consider myself. I was
But we
a
still
radical.
should
I
get
had a
more.
radical belief system.
Oh yeah, because
Or
it's
we
only
still
10.
could get more.
Oh, it's only 10 iron
My
per.
belief
Oh,
system,
that's
I
really
would
good.
look at it with some distance and say
Oh,
that was a
shit.
radical system of
Yeah,
belief.
I'm
When you look
gonna-
at the
I can
mainstream
work with
media,
that.
and I was doing research for this panel, a
Just
lot
need
of the
some
articles
linear
that they're
copper
writing are
here.
articles like the New York Times piece about the making of a YouTube radical, and pieces in Huffington Post about
All right,
white Christian
upgrading
radicalization
my
as a
armor
violent
then.
threat. And there were a lot of these that
Let's
came
go.
out after January 6th
Okay.
about the threat of radicalization in white
Get,
Christian communities. Is that the right
not a
story?
big
Are
upgrade.
we
The
having the right
Derver
conversation?
server?
Is that the biggest
Hang
threat
on.
of radicalization that's currently happening in
Let's
this
look.
country, in your opinion?
What we should do, we
to bring it
should
back to
also
social
like
justice
get the full
question, Is there
upgrade.
an ideology that the mainstream is not addressing that is just as dangerous,
What
even
does
if it
that mean?
hasn't resulted in as many shootings as you're talking about yet?
Oh shit! I just used up all
I
the
think actually
linen
a good
though.
source on this would be Ben Altemeyer's book. It's called The Authoritarians. It's called The Authoritarians, and he talks specifically about some of the dangers
What that
of
meant is that-
evangelicals and authoritarian following thinkers. I think that's why you see some of these things, like some of the focus
We
is
want
on
to-
evangelicals and how easy it is to go here. Are there radical, thought processes on the left? Absolutely. There are, and we need to keep our eye on those as well.
We
But
want to.
If the big,
Oh, this looks
the big
good.
target is murders and domestic terrorism, that's not our big problem at the moment. I'm not saying that couldn't be coming down the line, but what we're
Let's see how
seeing,
much the upgrades cost.
January 6th happened easily. That happened easily.
Would you say that
Well-
currently at this
Oh,
moment,
the
you
upgrades
say
only
that
cost a
white
bit of
supremacy
iron.
is a
That's
greater
great.
existential threat to this experiment
That's amazing.
Is that-
Yeah, only 3 iron to upgrade
I
one
wanna cut you
level,
off, but you're saying,
like
the
level
funny thing
2.
is you get in here, and I love how people always say
So
this,
we're gonna
well,
get huge
because of
value out of
domestic
the iron.
terrorism and stuff, it's right-wing people. Why the hell are those people on the streets? And also, 2, why is the FBI, when they know about them, not doing anything about them? Because we keep finding out the FBI knows about these people. Well, why don't we have mental institutions? That's another conversation, but I can definitely tell you it's not because the fascists shut them down. Number 2, it's like, well, why is the FBI not bothering with these people? Because they're too busy trying to lock up grandma for taking a tour of the Capitol Rotunda, putting her in prison without bail for inciting an insurrection, when God knows that no cops were killed that day, and everybody knows that the medical emergencies from me watching somebody die that day was actually like an officer, for instance, pushing someone off the wall.
One cop definitely died that day?
Oh, no.
I'm not going to justify that day, but I can tell you I was at the Capitol, I was in the Capitol, and I'm okay to say that, and I can tell you that the story that was given about today does not reflect what actually happened. What I look at with extremism is
we planted a lot of flags, right?
Everything we got and everything that was already growing, I replanted.
Well, you don't know what American culture is because you damn well live in it.
Oh, wow.
And once it's ready to harvest, it generates 2 flags. But I think we should just replant everything. Like reach that critical mass.
How big?
Not only is your rings righteous,
right now it occupies like a third of the field.
That's cool.
Oh, we do not have enough. Oh no. Okay. We lost about 5 or 6 of them too. That's fine. Right, we lost way too much. They need to be way more spread.
Sorry, what were we saying?
We're losing like 20% of our flags to being too close.
Oh, are we? Oh no, that's okay. I didn't realize. I'm sorry. I didn't know there was like a distance meme.
This is the biggest threat to you, but it's not. Now, maybe in that specific case, you might look at it and go, that was a bad case, but we distract from the bigger issue.
Show me how to cultivate properly.
We have massive problems, both at our border, economically, with Chinese influence. There are extreme problems with bribery from the communist government that are controlling our institutions. Even from what I'm understanding from someone I was talking to today, Chinese money partially may have influenced the local government allowing the riots here in Kenosha. No, I'm telling you.
What the fuck is this guy talking about?
You'll find the guy from Harvard was taking money from the Chinese anyways. With the pandemic, ends up getting arrested as well. There's a lot of big problems in this country.
Oh, needs more room to grow.
Mostly one thing: racism, white supremacy, misogyny. And it's not because those are the greatest existential threats to this country. It is because that's what the media wants us talking about, because they know.
Yeah, we could make grids if we want to make it like
the issues and trying to actually find solutions to our problems. They want to keep us divided by thinking that there's some boogeyman out there that can never actually be defeated, because truly it doesn't actually exist to the capacity that they say.
Elijah, that was a lot. That was a lot. And
I'm a lot. You're a lot too.
But
how do people feel so confident just like throwing
in telling people that the
events
2020
to
election
conspiracy
was stolen from Donald Trump?
I said that it was, I'll say my kosher word, it was fortified. I believe that the systems, self-admittedly, from the Time Magazine article, that people did change and radically change the culture to try to influence the outcome of the election, 100%. And I also think that Donald Trump, whether he lost fairly or didn't lose fairly, it doesn't matter, because only losers complain when they lose. I'm worried about how we're going to win. So.
Well, part of this problem is we have different issues on the left and the right.
Losers complain when they lose. The immediate follow-up should have been, is Trump a loser
in the
then?
United States, in the success. They look around and they see success, and they feel like they're not getting a part of it, that they're not allowed to play in the game, and the game is stacked against them. There's real problems. In the previous panel, they talked about redlining and issues that have gone back, to steal.
See if he'd bite the bullet on that. I would have loved it.
For being able to generate generational wealth over time.
God, this guy needs to. Oh my God, fuck me! I hate so badly. This is the one I want to win. This guy 100%. Oh, fuck me.
But on the right, part of the big problem is simply purposeful misinformation, making people think that things are happening when they're not. The government is not communist. The Democratic agenda couldn't be any farther from extreme. If you look, the left isn't like the right. The left, most leftists hate me because I'm too liberal. I'm a capitalist. There's these giant divides, but on the right, it appears to be this campaign of fear that is radicalizing people. When we're on the floor of the House of Representatives debating, COVID relief a month or two ago, the Republicans were talking about Dr. Seuss. They're talking about how white culture is being taken because we're eliminating Dr. Seuss, and Mr. Potato Head is now just Potato Head. And these are the things that are making people just have this fear.
The mess of beds is beautiful.
Where on the left, things were taken away
it's
a long
where
time
our community
ago.
sleeps.
They're two separate issues with very different solutions.
Well, I think there's a couple things there.
I'm going to use up my obsidian arrows, and I'm going to use needle arrows.
Left-wing driven cultural inquisition right now. Right now. It's driven by critical race theory. It's driven by cancel culture. There is one side in this country that has cultural hegemony, and it ain't the conservatives, and it ain't the Christians, right? It is the left. It is the people that, you can say left, you can say liberal. I'm aware of the distinction. I do respect the distinction. But that is the side with the power, the influence in our institutions, in our government, to the point where we even saw just that.
You have like 6 heads,
the 2017 baseball attack. The FBI didn't even classify that as domestic terrorism because they didn't want to include it in their data. They classified that as suicide by cop. Right? That wasn't suicide by cop. That was domestic terrorism. But the FBI didn't even classify it that way. Because
the FBI is conspiring to hide
terrorism. Worldview that says this type of thing doesn't happen. So we have to classify it as something else to make it fit.
Everyone knows the FBI is like a radical Marxist organization.
True. Yeah, exactly.
That's trying to cover up Antifa terrorism.
American culture being taken away and being changed. It was
What's
changed.
hobos,
It was
huh?
changed.
Nothing was changed.
Aquaman?
Those books still exist, and you can still read about them. Nothing was changed.
Why do you hate hobos,
What I agree
huh?
with you on completely was that Republicans totally screwed up the COVID relief. Republicans totally should have not gone, tried to, what did Mitch didn't go for $600. He wanted $600. Then he said no to $1,200. We got $2,000. The obvious answer was to back $2,000. I don't know why he didn't. He committed his own political suicide. It reminds me of when those Buddhist monks were sitting there self-immolating during the Vietnam War, because that's exactly what Mitch.
It is a bit overcrowded.
Well, here's the thing. You're talking about how the government and
Guy
systems are
goes
being controlled by
way
the
hard.
And yet, right now, in 35 different state legislatures, there are anti-protesting and anti-riot bills, 81 of them, on the floor being voted for. One was just passed by
How many states was
Nico's
that?
hero DeSantis.
In 34
just
states?
last week.
34 states?
30. I think it's 30.
I'm
34 states.
happy we got
We need
this
to
much
get it to 50 then,
thistle,
folks.
though.
We need to get it to 50.
But these are the things. This is what
We're all
I'm
set
Not
for
for
a while.
anti-peaceful protest. Not for anti-peaceful protest. But I don't think
that's
it's
exactly what it is. The one that DeSantis just said, it makes it illegal
Completely
for you to
supported.
protest, to go into the street.
That should be illegal.
So protest should only be convenient and where they can be conveniently ignored. That's not protest, and these are limits on free speech that you're fine with.
But for example, I live in Washington, D.C., right? Most of the Washington, D.C., it's extremely liberal in terms of its protest laws because a lot of it was written during the Vietnam era. It was for the anti-war protesters who were actually kind of right about that. And you are actually allowed to protest just about everywhere you are in D.C. The National Mall, you're allowed to protest in Lafayette Park, you're allowed to protest in so many different places. However, if you are going to block traffic, if you are going to attack the president's inauguration, like happened
Let's
when
go
Donald
look at
Trump
that
was
armor.
inaugurated on January 20th, 2017.
I can burn
when he
like
talks
all the
about
thistle
attack that
on
took place,
sausages,
the people that
right?
were attacked the night before, the people that were
Yeah,
attacked
that's what
the day
it's used for.
of, right? These are the types of things that are not protests.
Oh
because
shit!
They veer
No,
into
we're waiting.
that
We're
area
saving the
of
Dragon King
non-peaceable
beds
assembly.
for Sky Castle,
Right, well,
which is
look,
our
I think
other.
the really important thing I need to
meme
deal
that
with
we
at
still
this
have to
moment
build.
is if somebody wouldn't mind, get me another Jack and Coke.
We got to keep this battle going, folks. We got to keep this going. Bartender,
So,
if we could, please.
I have a question for Jordan, actually, and this is a question that I've heard Professor Jordan Peterson ask before, and
Oh,
I'm
no.
going to paraphrase, I don't think exactly right, but he says that in this country we've come to a place where the right is doing a good job of reining in their extremists, and on the left we're not seeing exactly the same thing. So, how would you
reining them into federal fucking prison after the Capitol riots. What?
The left has not been
He's
reining
just,
in the radicals on
you know,
that side.
pandering to.
You're an angel. Thank you.
I mean, I would say just look at who the FBI is looking for right now. We have January 6th, which I think was bad, and then we have, let's take, for example, Kenosha, when they burned buildings down, also bad. Who is the FBI looking for right now? Are they looking for the people that burned down buildings during the
Both.
BLM riots?
What do you
No,
mean?
they're looking for the people who were in the Capitol on January 6th. So I think that it's not about whether the right is reining in their extremists or the left is reining in their extremists. I think it's a culture thing where only one
Wait, what?
side is getting, talked about and getting kind of pushed into this category, and then we're not dealing with this whole other side of extremism that's going on.
And I want to bring up some data and to back up
Wow.
what you're saying, and also it kind of goes to what you said, and then it
Tragic.
responds to what you were saying is also it ties it all together. Because you were talking
Very.
about killings and body counts, right? Well, the body count in the United States went up to 20,000 murders last year. The homicide rate vastly expanded in every single major city, with the exception of Baltimore, because Baltimore had already kind of hit peak homicide and started coming down as people were leaving the city in terror.
It's similar to
of all
peak
places,
oil.
Of all places, you're going to hear Jack
Yeah.
Fox.com actually did a study of the cities that implemented defund the police policies that as a result of BLM protests, and they came in and found that because of decreased policing in these areas,
Oh, nice.
because
The
of defund
windmill's
police policies,
going strong.
they estimated, this is Fox again, this is not me, 6,000 more people were killed, dead, gone, murdered, because of these policies, because of these anti-policing policies, right? That's 6,000 Americans that should be alive. Why were they not put in place? Because of the extreme policies that were pushed, and because of feckless politicians that decided to bow to the mob and say, we've got to get rid of the police because we're so worried about us getting our doors torched.
I'm
us getting
sure
our
that
homes
study
doused in blood, like happened to this defense expert in the Chauvin trial. They're so terrified of this mob
Has
that they've
very
for political purposes that they're literally willing to allow
explicit
people to
methodology
die,
on
to
that
actually die
causation.
in the thousands in the name of political correctness.
I feel like you are misinterpreting some of that.
Maybe that's too strong causation, but like,
Riley handled this exactly.
that doesn't seem far off.
Earlier, I'll defer to that. So
I don't, one of the biggest problems with the like
He literally
community
said
stuff.
She handled it much
that
better
was
than I was
like
able to. So just copy and paste what Riley said.
new
Right?
policies to restrict policing with the goal of like preventing abuse and brutality are directly responsible for 6,000 extra deaths simply because there was a correlation. That's like
Marjorie Green Taylor
that's
ironically
pushing
came
back
back.
hands.
They realize that to win a war,
Like his
you have
argument
things
is
that are
so
unpopular, things that might be
disingenuous.
unethical. So they've taken people like AOC who may not
But like
be qualified
every time
to
we've
be
really
served
tried to
check
push
IDs
the,
to serve you alcohol, and
I don't know what
you
these
do as a
policies
bartender.
are that he's
And then
referring
she's
to
telling you
too.
that it's
It's like he
racist
could be referring to really mundane policies, and really just the pandemic is what explains everything.
Yeah.
You wouldn't say that AOC is violent, though, or that
God,
she
please
promotes
get me
violence.
on here. Oh my God.
I'm not talking about Maxine Waters.
Yes.
Maxine Waters, yes.
I would say that AOC might be the most powerful person or woman in Congress at the moment with soft power, not in terms of policy. But these people are extremists. And the reason why I say this is AOC's purpose is not to pass policy. Like, and I still think this is where I agree with you. The right are a bunch of feckless losers are complaining.
Pelosi's literally the speaker. How?
Win for once. Everyone's out there complaining. Oh, AOC.
He said like not in terms of policy, but in terms of soft power.
Are you an idiot?
Okay.
Are you an idiot? AOC's
I
job
don't know
was
if
never
I
to pass
agree,
policies,
but
to
like,
change the Overton window. It was
that's
to
what he
make
was
more
saying.
extreme policies seem like they were normal, so that over the years, any other actual policy the left
She's
submits
definitely
doesn't look extreme
influential,
because it's not the crazy Green New Deal
Yeah.
of AOC and her party. It's the Green New Deal of Biden, and it's dumbed down. So my point is that the left.
I need to go hunting, I think. Do we have any meat in here?
Okay, so we have 80 sausages, 20 lox meat already cooked and ready.
They get it. And on the right, we're so afraid of the left's rhetoric. Like the right universally rejects
We have no longer. We don't have any raw meat left.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go hunting, and
She's the most complained about on Twitter, thus the most influential. Yeah,
there you go. That's
how it works, right?
Who invented the society and the culture that
We
made
should just
mass
elect
school shootings normal?
audio.
Who's inventing and pushing the idea that mental illness
We should just elect
is amoral,
presidents
makes it everyone,
by
"Oh, you can't be mentally ill." No, you should get help. Who destroyed the
by
family?
who has
Who's
the best
taking God out of our
ratios on
communities?
Twitter.
Who made the nation that dumb
Yeah.
people America is an idea, not a people?
That
Took
would be
away
a true
unification.
democracy.
Who's trying to open up the borders, decentralize, not assimilate, and make us lost for our identities? Who's
Skeleton
doing this in
surprise.
public
Skeleton
schools to take power away from the
surprise.
parents? I'll tell you
Oh,
what,
look, I
Hitler,
see him.
Okay? It's not some Nazi on his 8chan
shit.
message board. We know who this is, and that's why the left always
Chill.
sits around and goes, "Well, we're not extreme. We're not shooting up schools." Well, are you? Because you kind of are. The left is the system, the country does produce moral rot and decay and leads to dysfunction and destruction in a nation. And it's
kind
true.
of are,
And I'm
though.
not saying,
You
that's why
kind of are,
Maxine Waters
but you're
did
not. But you
actually
kind
lose
of
the
are.
trial by saying that I hope they do the right thing, and that if they don't, that you should get out in the street.
I like how he threw in the classic like, oh fuck this.
No, she didn't do it exactly enough to get in trouble. But she did it smart enough.
He threw in the classic like fascist argument of like of moral decay in the modern world.
Ask the same question: why young white men feel disenfranchised? Feel
Ooh,
like
look at this skeleton.
Just slipped it right in.
Who the fuck is demonizing white people? Exactly. There is one group of people every day who goes out there and tells young white men that they're not as important as black people, that they need to shut up.
Jesus, I guess church is obsession. Oh my God, the sermon. Holy fuck.
And he
Yeah,
went full.
I really.
like,
I wish
white
people
power.
would interrupt now. Like, it's obvious this would be like some cringe.
He has no identity, and he's going to go do something stupid. I mean, that's really the truth.
Who the fuck
Cringe
asked? Oh my
recited
God.
speech thing.
That Gish Gallon. And it's, I mean, we start with this the rant about AOC.
It mostly just pisses me off because he's outright. He's actually like almost mask off fascist and.
From one of those equal to the Green New
Yeah,
Deal,
but at that
honestly.
point, just like interrupt him, right?
Yeah,
Like, hey.
sure.
Besides maybe a
Well, the
yeah.
question's not who is dumber. The question's who's more radical. So do you believe that
I believe they're more radical than AOC. It's not even close. They're
Wait, if we're going to talk dumb,
members of Congress
if we're going to
with
talk dumb,
guns
we've
behind
got
while they
to
do
talk
interviews.
about Mazie Hirono. Mazie Hirono is just, I mean, come on, does that even know this woman? I mean, not only has she just blatantly, she can't even get through her talking points when she's in a hearing. I don't even know if she's actually read it before her staff put it in front of her. This is not a smart person. And you want to talk dumb, right? You've got Joe Biden as the president of the United States.
He's replacing Donald Trump.
The guy who can't even like come downstairs to get out of bed
And
when
he
the
still
Japanese.
beat
How many times did Trump like trip or fall or like Jesus Christ?
Showing up. Like basically, the end of the day is like we all know Kamala Harris is going to be our next president. She will. Ladies and gentlemen, she will be our next president. She is waiting in the wings. She is the heiress, right? But the question is, the Democrat Party put up a guy.
Don't think
who is
she
a
has the
puppet, who is a
political
literal
like.
puppet man that is like paraded
Wait,
out.
maybe
There's
after,
as if he's supposed to be the one who's actually.
maybe after
no.
the presidency she will have, but
You're
saying
worried
that
about, like,
right
some,
now
you know,
is
just elected person in
It's
Congress.
dumb.
Like, no. Let's
But
put the
there's a
actual person
huge
who's in charge
effort
of
to
these
push
things.
that
He says he's in
narrative
charge,
so that
but
when
he
she
knows it's- but I
does
also say
run
one thing that
next,
I would add.
if she
One
does,
thing
that
I
it'll
would
be
add is
like
it's not just the left, right? It's not.
a
It really is
forward
divided
fight
left
for the
and right.
next
Why do we have
presidency
control of
already.
Germany? It is
Yeah,
because
yeah, for
after
sure.
Occupy
Yeah, it's like the
2011,
right-wing
when the Occupy
fear
movement started
mongering
focusing
thing of
on the
like,
1%,
oh,
when they started focusing on Wall Street,
because they've also prepared for it by like saying her up as the leftist influence at Biden's side.
Yeah.
Started pushing
Yeah.
racial narratives. They started pushing
Like acknowledging Biden's like more of a centrist, but watch out.
It's all Kamala pushing
pulling
him.
the
She's the
strings.
socialist, and she's
Yeah.
against guns too, so it's hard. They've pushed really hard talking points on it.
Yeah, so it sounds like he never had a mask on in the first place. It's true. he did never really try to hide it.
Is far more efficient
No, he
than
really didn't.
de-radicalization. Meaning stopping someone joining is a
They
lot
like
easier than
president
trying to
based
pull
on how
someone
well
out
they play
once they've
Forex
joined.
games? No,
That
I'm
being
based on how
said,
well they play
I wanna ask the
FPS
question,
games.
whether you
We're in
think
America.
Fuck
your problem with
FPS
radicalization
games.
is coming from the left or the
No,
right.
no,
Once someone
Hey,
has
you gotta respect the
Namerman.
guns.
Is it possible to reach them?
Namerman,
And how
do you
does one
play
go about
Civ
doing
5?
that? Would you start so big that you were in that radical
Yeah, well, I can play it.
Shouldn't I be talking to the actual radical that said he was at the Capitol on the 6th? Wouldn't that be the guy to
pretty
start?
hard
Like,
on
shouldn't he
it
be the one we're trying to de-radicalize?
yesterday. I'm down to like buy it and play it, sure.
But the answer is
Sorry,
absolutely.
wait, say the
it's easier
last
to
part again.
de-radicalize people than it,
I'm
to,
down
stop people
for
from becoming
Civ 5.
radicalized.
I don't have it.
De-radicalize
I've
them.
played
And
very
that gets
little,
back to
but
how
I'm
we
down to
handle
learn.
The news.
Okay.
You know, how we handle
Because
narratives that
you were
given
hanging out with
to
Chinchilla,
the parties.
and they want to play Civ 5.
What goes on in
And
so,
Tekajin was like,
and how the
okay.
algorithms are funneling.
Yeah, so I wanna practice and then go beat him up.
Cool. Oh yeah, let's do a Rocky montage.
Poor people,
Yeah.
marginalized people
And
away,
Rozerg's like a Civ 5
that the rest of
professional.
us are getting to
Oh my goodness,
He's
with
gonna be able to
Rozerg
coach
play?
us. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, yes, it'll be perfect, dude. We can bring in so many players and they're gonna get destroyed.
Because I think this kind of discussion is important. Even the parts I may disagree
I
with.
I have no idea if he was like right or not, but the way what he was saying, he sounded very confident in being better than anyone else in that podcast at Civ 5.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we'll have to fight Rozerg. It's been years since I've played Civ 5, but I love it.
Rozerg is a professional in everything.
He's a professional at being bad at Destiny
As soon as
too.
I realized we had chosen
got
him, I was like, this movement is doomed. I need to find something else. This is not how it's going to work. The next thing I know, he's hosting a show with JF Garrison.
I find it interesting just in like the storyline of this whole like conference.
Later on the Daily Stormer is an article about how Andy Worski may be the savior of white nationalism because he's finally giving them a platform. And it was like too far. I saw the whole thing was like in front of me, and I was like, I can't be a part of this. I was
like
on
like
the left
of
and a little
the
embarrassed
panels
by
being
how
slowly
social
and
justice
slowly
warriors were
cringier,
and some of the things they
and
were saying,
ending with like
and
this
the next thing I know, I
fucking
found myself watching
full-on
discussion on
white
race
nationalism
realism with
apology.
Richard
So what I was going to add to that was one thing that, and Elijah knows this and Jordan knows this, that something that going back into 2018
Worski,
that I spoke out about on the right and caught a lot of crap
A long
for,
time ago now.
If you watch the HBO documentary,
how do you
this,
make bread?
That, I did try
A lot of the
to an
flour
extent
stuff,
to police
if I remember correctly.
Like cauldron?
Right, and that was
oh yeah,
the
cauldron.
on, right? That I spoke out against
Cool.
directly.
40
I
health,
spoke out
70
against
stam,
forcefully.
2 health per tick.
I even talked a little bit about how, I had heard some of the earlier posts, the first
That's
guys that were kind of behind it on 4chan.
really
or at least
good,
claim credit
actually.
for it on 4chan. And I did my part in trying to actually bring
But
those
You're
people
really good.
to
10 flour
explain
per
that
bread.
what it
Aw.
had become was so far beyond what they had ever intended for it to be.
It also
as a
lasts
stupid, internet
1800
meme, that
seconds.
they never
That's
intended for it to become the movement that it became, and then this
Yeah, it's definitely a good
distortion
stamina meme.
of politics that it became. And
I think it's like a good combat food.
obviously, blew way past
we can
2018
grow it
and
too.
continued on and even grew larger. But one thing that I do always say when people come to me with an open mind, they say,
wait, I'm not sure.
and they say,
I
"But
think
Jack, don't you think
growing
that
the
it could be real?
barley
Don't you
is
think-"
like
you know,
one
and
for
you
one.
can tell they want it to be real so much.
No, I don't know.
One thing that I've just tried in my experience, and
It
I've
can't
had
be
good
one
results
for
from
one.
this,
Why would
is
you
to
ever
say,
grow it then?
Yeah, no, that
have
would
you
be
gotten any
stupid.
results from this? Have you gotten any tangible results from following this thing? Has it given you some value in your life? Has it made your relationships better? Just your interpersonal relationships? Has it made your work better? Are you making more money now? Are you having better health? Are you having better sleep? Personally though, I actually haven't been having great sleep on this trip because I forgot to bring my MyPillow. Of course, I left it at home.
Discount code POSO.
Friend.
Discount code POSO.
That's a radical pillow.
No, but no, in all seriousness,
This is the kind of politics
what are you
that
getting out of it, right?
we wanted
What have
to.
you achieved from following?
Hard hitting.
You've decoded so many.
This is politics.
They call them Q drops. You've decoded. Wow, that's amazing. That's incredible. Do you get a prize? Do you receive something in the mail? Do you see? Are you like winning? Like what?
Oh,
are you
I died.
getting
I'm
From
not
this,
gonna
right?
realize.
This sense of achievement.
From what?
And so
I forgot to
trying
eat.
kind of divert, like, instead of
This is
attacking
why
them
I
and
eat all the
belittling
time,
people and
okay?
screaming at them and saying, "You're stupid. You shouldn't follow this. You're dumb. You shouldn't what
Don't
idiots."
die.
Actually
Skills.
trying to meet them with respect.
Your
and meet them as a person
skills.
And say, you know what? Hey,
Because
that's
I
really
want to check up on
interesting, but
on
is it
our
really teaching
field
time?
and
kind of try to ease off.
That
on
was
something.
the Skeeto, of
That's
course.
Just, to me, something I've found to be effective. And again, it's not like a light switch, but you're
I'm
just planting
sorry.
that seed of, hey, yeah, maybe I should, talk to my husband more, talk to my kids more, whatever it is.
I was going to say one thing interesting. Speaking of QAnon, I think that the entire establishment media has been set up actually to run cover for their conspiracy theories while demonizing and exaggerating others.
no.
Take QAnon. I have friends who believed in that. I have people who have believed in a lot of
Really?
things, right? Some people.
You think he hangs out with
some people
QAnon
believe
people?
Basically anything somewhere in the world.
No way.
And I knew
No
what
way.
QAnon was. I knew people thought that Q was, had this
Well,
plan.
let's see if you want a
and I would
decent
have fun
Civ
with my
experience,
friends,
that
they'd
might
be
be
like,
even
"Oh,
be
it's
worth
gonna
picking
happen
something
tomorrow
like
at
Civ
12," and then
4,
I'd text my
so
12-year-old,
you're
I'm
all
like,
on a
"Did it happen?"
semi-equal
It's like,
experience level.
"No, tomorrow."
Otherwise,
And
you're
I'm
going to
like,
get
"Yeah,
try-harded.
man,
It's
I coded
okay.
it wrong.
I trust
Yeah.
Rozerg.
No, you
Yeah,
didn't
I'll-
extrapolate the denominator.
I'll see you at 12:01 tomorrow, But
Rozerg is
going
going to
through that,
train us
one
into
thing that I
being
saw
the best
was,
that
let's say
ever
on January
was.
6th, the
Fuck
reason why
yes.
people stormed the Capitol is because they were extremely pissed at an election that they felt like was handled poorly, and they saw the pushback when they tried to vent their anger online, let's say on Facebook and things, you'd get deleted and suspended, and these start making people think that
they weren't allowed to vent, so they had to just, storm the Capitol.
God knows that, you can't criticize it because
I've heard that argument often too. If only
very ostracized and alienated, and they were
if only the left was more understanding, we wouldn't have fascists.
Out of anger, and the things that I've heard from
people, you're just forced to
you're an extremist. It's like some of those things
just overthrow the government.
I'm the one who told them that people said those things, like to hang Nancy Pelosi and kill Chuck Schumer. Who do you think told the New York Times that people said that stuff? Yes, me, because I'm not pro-extremism, but I do understand extremism, not just at the Capitol. When I'm in riots, some riots, I get why people are angry. I get why people do what they do. I understand why people act.
You just come out as a narc.
But what's interesting is that when the Capitol violence ceased and ended, if we lived in a serious country at all, if the United States was still a real nation,
guys, he was the imposter. Oh my God, self-report.
Oh my gosh, people are really pissed at us. They're very upset. They tried to just kill us. Maybe, just maybe, we kind of messed up on something. Maybe there's something wrong in our country. We should solve it. Maybe it's not us. Maybe it's the media or corporations. We got to figure out why this was.
The windmill just killed the Skeeto.
This guy's like a trip where you know this, like halfway, like, oh God, I must be looping this because here I am in the middle of another 10-minute fucking monologue by discount Alex Jones over here.
Can't even speak very well. And just said, let's continue to incite violence, send Maxine Waters out, pressure trials, and continue to try to shut down investigations into audits in Maricopa County and the election, and let's just continue to squash those people. Now, what's interesting is I'm saying this. Not only does that breed more extremism, but what I think also continues to breed people to act out in another way, which is why I think a lot more violence is in our future. Watch, we're going to continue to see a lot of violence in this nation. It's going to unravel.
Oh, it's a 1-star.
The way the media blamed the Capitol riot. Well, they can't even get the name right. Insurrection? What is it? I don't know. But I know that they're called
Insurrection. What is it?
QAnon. I'm not joking. Like almost
everyone. Just a word.
Every documentary coming out.
What does it mean?
Caused the Capitol riot. That's not what happened. And so it's like the media took QAnon, which was actually kind of an innocuous thing of some crazy, some crazy people and some people who just maybe not.
I jumped down here and there's bad guys.
Guys here have a like low HP
and it's like that's my point about extremism in this country. I was there. I tracked things. I tracked things before. I went to every stop, the Steel rally. I covered as a reporter. Everything after in the events. I've been involved.
He's been at every stop the Steel rally.
Interesting. I work with professional people, and I can tell you, QAnon was not the source of the Capitol riots. It was the anger of the people against the government. They felt rigged an election. The media ran with it. So we have a boogeyman again of extremism. Thinking QAnon in history, it'll be recorded that QAnon is a dangerous conspiracy theory ended up leading to an insurrection at the Capitol. And that's just not reality. That's not the truth. And
Imagine
that's the real
dying in
extremism
front of our
is the media
farm.
running with narratives.
I managed to get the fully glitched inside a rock.
What it really wasn't. And I think that's what's radicalizing people against them.
Well, the issue is
that's
Q
awesome.
was there, and Q was well represented
Q
of all
was
the
there.
crowd, and unfortunately
So were t-shirts, like playing t-shirts, like everyone was wearing t-shirts, so like
they were
wearing clothes the problem? It's like, no.
And there's a guy at the Q shaman was at the tip of the spear. It's really hard. Maybe he is.
So we've talked about some of the contributing factors to this polarization and the radicalization that's happening from the media to viral videos to the internet to censorship and people being isolated in these echo chambers. What are some of the solutions? And I know, Sophane, you said you didn't come with solutions tonight, but I'd like to end on a slightly hopeful note. So what are some of the solutions to overcoming this polarization?
I think, and this is, it kind of piggybacks off of what Elijah was just saying, but also, so number one is asking people, what do you get out of this, or what are you hoping to get out of this, right? So just constantly asking that question.
Hi,
what do you hope to
viewers.
get out of this? Are you just going down the rabbit hole? Go down a rabbit hole.
Truly better discourse. We speak about QAnon as civilized Americans.
For these days, right? Is to go down rabbit holes, but
just
constantly
can't say the N word, so now I'm storming the Capitol.
Are we giving ourselves the kind of self-care on a daily basis that we need, or are we just like it's like mental junk food, right? There's so much mental junk food on the internet versus things that actually can benefit our lives. That's one thing, right? Constantly asking ourselves and challenging ourselves to ask these questions. Number two is it's really as simple as this. Why did I speak out against violence going back all the way to 2017, even when like left-wing violence wasn't even that prevalent yet, when political violence hadn't even broken out? Why did I do I got a lot of crap from the right for breaking up the Shakespeare in the Park speech or the play when they were doing Julius Caesar as Trump and they were stabbing him to death.
You called them all Goebbels.
I did call them all Goebbels because they were.
But Goebbels wasn't in the audience. He would have been the producer.
Fair enough. And so the issue with that was when you normalize political violence on either side, it's not about, what are the direct results of that. It's about starting that funnel. It's about allowing violence from a political side to be justified. And then what summons up afterwards is always 10 times worse. You don't allow political violence, period, from any side. Shut it all down. Get rid of it. Whoever it is, stop it. All of it.
Jordan?
Okay, what does middle left have to say? There we go.
Demonizing entire groups of people based on identity. I think we need to stop looking at young white men and saying they can't have an opinion. We need to stop demonizing masculinity in general. We just need to stop telling people that they need to shut up because of what they look like. That's not fair. That creates radicals right there. Because then you have people who have been told they need to be silent because of what they look like or because of what gender they are. That's not fair. We need to stop doing that because there's a whole other, that creates radicals.
It's a radical notion that we shouldn't judge and treat people differently on the basis of skin color these days. Yeah, so we do want to get to questions.
Can I answer that solution question real fast, though?
Yeah.
I want to answer the solution. I think that we need to realize that not all extremism is bad. In fact, the media and
Did you
corporations
just
and those in
kick
power
me?
have said that anybody that's fighting
I
against
just threw
a portal.
sexual revolution,
I gained you
the
time.
post-communism in this country,
Kick me?
authoritarian police state, that
I
we're
moved
extremists, that
you
we're
into
alt-right
the
YouTube or whatever they would say.
Sky
I think
Castle,
almost the, like,
because that's where
alt-right
you're
people, I
going.
just say we're
Get
epic,
your
because
accent back.
in the end, when
I
we're
helped
fighting
you.
for what's right, sometimes
And I couldn't kick you. You
and so
have
sometimes
PvP
you have to be
deactivated, by the
blunt
way.
and bold, and you have to have action. And I think it's important
Wait,
because
what?
without extremism, our nation wouldn't
You're
exist.
not
The United States was a nation
PvP
born out of extremism. People who
That's
extremely
not
wanted
true.
independence, they wanted autonomy from
Really?
the crown,
I
and they
couldn't
used
kick you,
violence
though.
as a means to achieve that. And we owe them our
You
very
had to have.
citizenship, and most likely,
I
the course of
couldn't.
events, our lives. And so it's interesting, though, that to
Oh,
your
fuck.
point, kind
Could
of
have
disagree
warned
with
me
it.
there was a fooling right
Political violence
outside.
is our nation. And then people stand around and go,
Fine.
See, that's like a boogaloo talking point.
no, because what I'm saying is that that's why the left,
Okay.
that's why the left
No
uses-
violence.
wait,
Okay, I'm trying to decide if
I'm
I'm
saying
just
the
super
left knows
biased
that. That's why
or
they're so
if
successful in
RJR
using violence
and
as a means of
Destiny's
intimidation. So I think
talks
we're
are just so
trying to
much better.
understand
Who fired the first shots at Lexington?
Even the first guy's talk was better than
It's
any
still
of these
pretty
past
big.
two.
It wasn't, and
I know
because
the past two are absolute shit shows. I don't think that's like a biased thing.
You could say the Sons of Liberty did. They didn't
Like
resort to
this,
political violence.
like this talk, we have literally like,
I'm making very sure you're not
on the one hand, conspiracy Andy with China actually caused the
Yeah,
Kenosha
that's
riots,
a good one.
and then like actual
but we should be having the conversation of what is good
actual
extremism and what is bad extremism. Sometimes you have to do
I
radical things and be radical. We shouldn't be shutting those ideas down in society.
1350
A lot of
is
nature
not
and
enough.
do great things to be an adventure, to be
Andy,
Yeah, that was
over on
an
the left.
interesting one, huh?
Extreme behavior,
So,
things that can
like,
change and
yeah,
affect
no,
the country and
none
the
of
good, the
them.
welfare of us for the better. And those that are negative,
Okay.
that cause problems,
Do you have the
that are destroying
cultivator?
us, taking us back,
Yeah.
like you said, where what is it adding to your
How
life?
much
Is
do
it
you
bringing
get
value?
for each
We should
flat?
make sure that we have a clear distinction. 'Cause I think
Oh,
it's
no,
the heart and
we
feel of the
can't
wild, of the
harvest them
wild,
yet.
where we
You can't even
talk
do it
about
yet. It
stuff
says
that
it's
they
healthy.
didn't like how we
It's
were
healthy,
ruling
but
and
it's not
civilized.
ready
And
yet.
it's in the American
I was
spirit
just
to
trying
be
to check
radical,
if I
but
could
think that kind
remove
of radicalism that
the
looks for the
unhappy
common good of
ones,
people, that unites
but I
us, that
can't.
brings
Yeah,
together
no, I
and
think
conquer
there's
evil,
a-
and that which is tearing us down is what we should
Yeah, I'm
focus on.
gonna.
Against
I saw you made a
sedentary
second
evil,
cultivator. I'm
united
gonna
extremism can be useful in some
like.
situations.
I'm gonna put the box
Is there a
here.
question that I want to ask you guys? What do you
Yeah,
think?
no, that's fine.
Wasn't
Yeah,
stolen.
yeah. We can separate
Your
them.
culture's not being destroyed. The commies are not running the
Not
government.
screaming at each other. Oh,
We're
true.
not gonna have
Actually, wait. We can put a box.
I don't necessarily agree with everything you
Yeah,
just
we
said,
can put a
but
box in here that
we're
has
gonna
the
move on to questions. I
cultivator
just
and
wanna
like
say
we can
one
put
thing
the
that-
barley
Yeah,
and the
I think
flax
Myth
in that.
Informed is
Perfect.
doing a great
Okay.
job
Yeah, have
beyond the
it
Bitter
near where
Critics
we
Conference
use it, right?
and having-
the big round for Mythophone.
Yeah.
and
I
having
will
people.
continue to hate on you on Twitter. You guys know it. You know the deal.
But also, I want to say thank you to people like Sofang for coming out and, as you said, being in the minority, being 3 against 1. And for those of you who are watching, at
I was
home,
tougher on
and
Elijah than I
you
was
were,
on
you were.
Sofang.
But for those of you watching at home and who are in the chat, I was watching you earlier. I want to say thank you for being here among us. And if you would like
Wow.
to actually grow up
Oh,
here and be
no.
here next year,
She
so that
heard
there's
it.
more than one person on the left on the stage, the organizers would like to hear from you. So please let them know if you would like to be a part of these conversations. And I'd like to open it up
No.
to chat.
Hey, this question I guess is for anyone, but Sophie earlier you said that
It's growing.
in the debate that the events of January 6th happened
It's
easily.
fucking 3 months
I agree with you,
late
but there's a
too.
nuance that people don't often talk about. Elijah, you were
Should we
saying
go
earlier
a
as well. I was
space-
doing interviews with people. I never was inside the Capitol. But,
The meme has
four.
come and
It
gone.
takes some work to get there. I can go space of 4.
Iranians for
I
Trump,
need to go back to
Sorry,
getting
fuck, I was
stoned.
What did you guys say? Should we have a question? I don't even know what I would ask.
Reasons. There were also far-right agitators with megaphones.
He better ask a
encouraging
question.
people to go back to their hometowns and
Oh,
take
I
over their local Capitol buildings. So
can't
no one's
open-
denying this. This is
How does who know what?
it was-
Just
it
state
was
them?
a-
Please ask something.
It was an issue that
Ask them about the Capitol.
we're
What
all
should I
talking
ask?
about. And my question is, I'm going to read a New York Times article, title, not article. The
Wait, the
headline-
moderator
Any
called it out?
interesting
What did she
memes
say?
in this debate shit?
shitty memes.
I don't know. Let's do highlights after. See what.
A few weeks ago. My question is,
Oh,
I'd like
among
to ask
us.
you to compare the
Oh,
events of
shit.
January 6th to the BLM rally back in June of 2020 at the White House.
How much will you guys
And my
donate if I
question
go up and
is
start
it fair to
explaining
say
the Attack on
that
Titan story and ask them if they support the
insurrections
Eldians
versus
or the
protests
Marlians?
are potentially defined based on the presence or absence
Do you
of
guys think that
security
Aaron
forces?
Yeager was in the right?
January 6th and the night at the White House.
Oh no.
It was absolutely an effect of the security forces, whether or not the National Guard was there, the three letters were there. During the summer of 2020, I've never seen, and I've been in DC almost 10 years now, I've never seen so many three-letter agencies be called up. We like the Bureau of Prisons sent people, and they were all staying at the Hyatt
3 months ago. Yeah.
And they were running around in buses to enforce the curfew, right? That was security that was like nothing
necrophilia.
I'd ever seen
Well,
until January
it's back
7th,
now.
when barricades were placed on the street, and I couldn't park my car in front of a building with razor wire on top, and troops asking me, hey man, what are you filming for?
Destiny only has the power we give him. If we don't buy into the meme, he has no power over us. He cannot force it on us. Yeah.
How do you think?
Yeah. There, and I do think that a confluence, an absolute
Like,
confluence
there's
of
not
police
much
and
analysis to do for these ones. These are just dumb. Sorry.
And left those Capitol Police officers,
That's the analysis.
and others out to dry.
Okay, the analysis. First panel
That is
was
just wrong. That's just wrong.
I was BLM and
this is a question for everybody. You know,
and
some people
transgender
want
issues.
investigation on the January 6th riots.
Oh, it
and
scared
some
me.
people want an investigation on like the BLM riots. But can we all agree?
There were
we all
good
unify that we want
the
an
people
investigation
like
on
defending the progressive side on those issues were
As Nico over there likes to remind
pretty
me, all of this is being
knowledgeable.
done
I would
because
say
they don't want us to talk about those
they
FTE
knew
tapes.
their talking points and their studies and shit.
Mr. No Sweat.
Sure.
He was standing there. I was watching him during that funeral, by the way. I was
Compared to the later ones,
Come
yeah.
on, with all that suit on.
Yeah, I think they got rolled over though.
Yeah, so my
at the end, they really held their ground for most of it.
He got his tone fell apart at the end, and
Yeah.
should have been. If it's going to be that aggressive, he should have been aggressive earlier.
Yeah, like the main guy who talked a lot ended up getting very aggressive and emotional towards the end, which can work, but I don't mind it that much, but I think it probably did a disservice to his argument.
Statement. I don't think it's likely for that to happen en masse.
what
People
was the
love shiny
second
things.
panel?
Like our brains work in certain ways. There's a
RJR
reason casinos attract a lot
on
more
crime.
swath of people because
Yeah,
it affects a lot of the short circuits in
yeah,
the
RJR
mind that we want more and we want more.
was in a rough situation where she was like 1v3 and then plus the moderator, so actually 1v4.
Look at something like GameStop.
Because those moderators aren't.
Look at something where
She could have played that. There was the conservative that was next to her was pretty sympathetic.
Yeah, true.
Actually presents
diamond
hands. You gotta have the
It was,
diamond
like,
hands,
rather
folks.
moderate.
You have those diamond hands, right?
God, why can I been on this goddamn fucking panel? Get me in place of that girl. Fuck me. God damn it. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me.
Wait.
It's like the pro wrestling aspect.
Has
of the
that
party
girl
system. Like, once
said
you get beyond-
anything? This entire panel?
Earlier. Yeah, she had like one line earlier, and she talked very. Little.
Oh no! I didn't even know she was there.
Get beyond talking
Feels
about the power
bad.
structure of the cathedral and corporate America in this country, then you can really start making an impact. And it's something where I think
They're all
when you mentioned,
mansplaining
Maxwell
over
and
her.
Epstein, right,
True.
These are issues
Rude
that
as
are not
fuck.
political, but they do actually affect us all.
Yeah, I was going to say to that, I don't think it's likely, but realistically speaking, I've been finding myself more in line with people on the fringe of the left than even people on the right for one purpose, is that we need to break up the corporations and the monopolies in the United States of America. And I think if we
Populism,
if we confront
hell of a
corporations, we
drug.
would solve like 90% of the division in this country because it's as long as there's profit to be
90%.
made from our fighting, that it'll continue.
Oh, and I meant to say this earlier, and I didn't actually. You reminded me that not only is
The previous, I think the highlights for me are actually like the failures here. Disney's panel, which was supposed to be on the Green New Deal,
Check him out. Check out Jack.
got derailed within 30 seconds.
But also the whole panel. I want to harken back to a question that Kerry started.
They did more.
In that,
Oh, I did have wood. No, because 20 that's for the cart. They did more talking about social media censorship than climate change almost.
Yeah.
Too far ideologically. Have we answered yet?
Then the panel after that, where the guy who was supposed to represent like left wing
What does it look like when the left goes
ideas was actually a libertarian. So it was just like a conservative circle jerk.
From Che Guevara to whatever, but I don't see us really having that problem.
And then
here.
this panel,
right now, the
I
left
think
is going too
the
far.
Che Guevara.
Sorry, Tanky.
the guy with the sunglasses does an okay job defending his like stances.
But it's you, Tankies. Bring it back a notch.
But
We
he's
help
literally
people
up
without thinking
against
Stalinism.
like a crypto-fascist and the conspiracy
I would
theory
say when the
Andy,
left goes too far right now is like this
which
Loudoun County,
makes the
Virginia,
whole
okay,
discussion
Have you ever heard
like,
about this story? They had a
really
Facebook
bad.
group of teachers and people on the board of Loudoun County School District who were using their information from their official positions to go after family members.
He
and
started out
parents
really
of
good, I
students
think.
who were against the teaching
He's
of critical
definitely
race
dropped
theory in
off.
class. And they weren't
Oh,
saying,
in this
"Oh,
panel?
we need to talk to them and
Yeah.
bring them in and have discussions
Yeah.
about this teaching." They were
He was
saying,
like agreeing
"Post
with
their
some of
homes,
the
post their
stuff,
addresses,
and
make sure we know who these names
Yeah,
are,
he
make
was
sure we know
like
who
building
lives.
bridges
This isn't
between
like
their
the government
opponent's
doing this on a
ideas
high
and
level. This
his
is
and
accounting
like
sector, one of the wealthiest
establishing
countries in the United
parallels,
States. But
which
these
I think
are
is a
local
nice
teachers
way
going
to
after people in their own
to
district.
argue
That's fine,
And
yeah.
the situations.
That's the
Yeah.
type of radicalization that I'm extremely worried about in this country because you're taking the politicization
That was definitely his
of something
strategy
that really
going
is
in.
down on the
He's like
fringes,
presenting
and you're
himself
pushing
as
it
the
right
guy
to the
who's like on the left but
that
understands you.
because Posa wanted
He
to make sure
understands
we're
your
not sponsoring
concerns as
political
a
violence.
conservative.
Understands you?
I think where you go too
Yeah.
far is, I think what I'm saying is that when we've gotten to the point where the left and the right are now using violence to try to achieve their means, that shows you because people have seen violence be effective. That's a sad place. That's where
Sad
we
that
come
the
to
one
going,
person
my last effective
that
means is
supported
violence. And I
Bernie
think that's
was
a
like
pretty
the
good
worst.
place to draw the line. I mean, when people were out here in Kenosha protesting and they were upset about a police-involved shooting, that is totally fine. When they push and start breaking lampposts and burning down a car lot, now that would be just too far of a crime for the person. But when the left, I think, goes too far is when they try to justify criminal behavior because it achieves their end goal and violence. And
so
I find
much
the left
shit in it,
recently has tried to dismiss
and it's
their
not
political
super
violence
fleshed out as
while
far as I know.
hyper-condemning
It's
right-wing
pretty
political
hard
violence
to
on January 6th.
discuss
I
in
think
this
that's a
format.
great
It
disservice
just turned-
to the
yeah, it could have
population when
been
you
a lot.
selectively
Like
condemn
it
violence.
literally got
politically disagrees
completely
with you. I think
derailed.
that's where we've
They,
really
at
gone too
no
far today,
point did they
and it's
talk about the
enabling
Green
and I
New
think
Deal. It
encouraging
was
more
a
civil
shit
unrest
show.
and violence in the country. And so, yeah.
I would also say that
there was some
a
lot of time of denial.
The Derek Chauvin trial, people are threatening, we're going to riot if we don't get the verdict that we want. That's not okay, whether or not you think he's guilty. That's not a way to, conduct a criminal trial. That's not
she's talking.
who we are in this country. I think that's way too far, and that's a good example.
I know it's hard for you to acknowledge the existence of women, but
this question is to the entire floor. I want to hear from each panelist. How can SJWs be de-radicalized?
How can people like me be de-radicalized? The woke.
The woke SJWs, the people who believe in critical social justice.
Just under, okay.
Fix the problem.
And, if everyone's going to speak, I won't go long because I see the line. Human nature is real, and accept human nature as.
I just wasn't paying attention. You're right, Kartoffel.
You can't, educate your way out of that. You can't spend your way out of that.
You
can't
play
evolve your
Civ
way out
5,
of
right?
that in anyone's conceivable lifetime. Human nature exists. Hobbes always wins in the end, and the only real thing that we can do is react to human nature. You can never rub it out completely.
He's promoting React content.
I don't know how to
Cancel him.
radicalize the woke, but you can help de-radicalize the woke with trans rights.
Yeah, there you go. That was the line you
example.
said,
I
like.
don't know if I'll just say I didn't understand that answer.
You radicalize him by fixing society.
Or did you guys want to address that one also?
Only those two panels have responded.
Right. So how do you de-radicalize the woke?
Yeah, that was a pretty cringe Kartoffel. I
Don't forget
agree.
the best night's sleep in the whole wide world.
Slightly offensive. Subscribe. How do you de-radicalize the woke? This might even be redundant, but wokeness is profitable right now, and that's why companies are on it. It's also a great distraction from the other issues and the power grabs.
Why is it profitable?
They're currently trying to put in play,
Like,
as well as
add one more. It's not that wokeness itself is profitable. It's because people believe. Yeah.
And I think that woke is an advantageous way to keep people dumb and numb.
This
just like
argument of wokeness.
Wokeness distracts people.
Apparently, I'm an American. Yeah, we'll check that out in a second, decoy. Did I beat Brood War? No, not yet.
Not yet.
You shut up, you Jump King abandoner.
I
haven't abandoned anything.
General blase, not care about politics. People get sucked into wokeness and they don't understand their own ideas and they become radicalized because they get rewarded in society for going further and further down the extremity. And honestly, that's what I'm saying. Is like you might even get a job more in some ways if you're trans than if you're just gay, or you might get a part on a TV if you have something if you're disabled and trans. And the more that we reward certain types of these hierarchies and these ideas, I think the more
This is monologue number 14. Can we cut monologue 14 just for the YouTube VOD? Tag this or timestamp it. Monologue 14.
Write an article about something absolutely radically crazy, you'll actually get the views. So we're rewarding that kind of extremism.
Wait. If we're going to talk about trans rights, now, Sophane, are you going to endorse the transgender candidate for governor of California, Caitlyn Jenner?
You know what? Not likely. But
what, a transphobic comment?
But I will use her preferred pronouns.
With a trans,
Caitlyn for president, right?
Jordan, did you have an answer to that question?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Elijah, and I would just add that in order to stop rewarding extremism, the right needs to stop accepting that the left is going to dominate every culture. We can't accept that they're going to dominate corporations, they're going to dominate celebrity culture, that they're going to dominate the internet. The right needs to start pushing back on that. They can't just let that be, dominant in our culture, because then
maybe it's a good thing she wasn't talking.
That's how extremism gets rewarded.
Next question.
Is it on? There we go. All right. So this could be, well, I would hope to get an answer from both sides. So obviously, and
Americans in chat,
So how do we deal with people today that operate in bad faith online? Clearly, those on the right don't want to see more people being pushed towards Antifa, and those on the left don't want to see more people being pushed towards.
I know. I'm American. That's already a pretty bad track record.
Right, that infiltrate more moderate communities in order to try and push them towards their respective fringes.
All right. I actually. Think Jack's
she sounds kind of sus.
My
God, I expect better from you.
Ask what's in it for them.
Better memes. That was your first mistake.
But I don't see a lot of people on the left. Sometimes what the people on the right see as radical on the left, like preferred pronouns and these type equal representation in media and diversification. I don't see those as and so maybe building some bridges there with people on your side before they go too far. Once they go too far, burn the boats, push them out to sea.
Chairman Mao, when he eventually had to deal with the Red Guards towards the end of the Cultural Revolution, because the Red Guard youth had gotten so just radicalized, they eventually actually had to bring in the military, round them all up, and just push them out to the countryside because there was nothing else you could do with them.
Oh no.
Go ahead, sir.
That's an interesting take on
so is he
Chinese
saying
history.
we should take all the radical white supremacists and just push them out of society?
Would you consider that a victory?
Oh,
that would be an easy follow-up.
He already is pretending,
legislation is necessarily
white supremacy is not a problem.
Change in America today, right? You see things through executive orders. You see quantitative easing being pushed by the Fed.
Oof.
You see inflation that's being driven by so many things in our government outside of legislation. I mean,
Did we get a kimchi update? No, not yet.
Everybody just knows that.
Fight me and try to get more than 42%. I'll try.
Stock market, it's going to be bad. But a lot of this is driven by things that are not necessarily legislation. That being said, I do think that
legislation is deadlocked.
You're not going to be able to get things that are that radical passed.
Go ahead, sir.
This is mostly for Sophane. You talked about the funnel,
and the videos that people watch and goes, down the funnel. Now, when I watch those videos, I just go kind of bad take. Are you saying the existence of those videos is bad, or are you saying how people interpret it and how that gets society kind of looks at that?
That's a complicated issue. The sales funnel itself has a lot of elements. It's not just, maybe it starts with edgy jokes, and edgy jokes are on their own not a problem. But as a community begins to, reinforce people in the
first
edgy jokes
they came
become
for our
normal,
edgy
maybe
jokes.
You're using racist language and everybody thinks it's hilarious because it's shocking at first, and next thing you know, you're just continually moving down. So a video with edgy jokes, should that be censored? No, I don't think so. I also don't have a whole lot of faith that corporations are going to start changing the way the algorithms work to show a more diversity of interests. And I'm not even sure that us as viewers of YouTube would even respond to that. We do know that there are studies showing that a diverse cast on a TV show, if you watch diverse television, or in this case,
because
diverse
the US and
YouTube,
France,
that your brain
the US and France have a
has
deal.
Problem associating these characters you're seeing on TV
it's
in
like
a
part
different
of
way
the
than it would be
Hague.
if you were hanging out with us before they were your friends.
Not like
So
the Hague
when you get a
Convention, but
diverse
it's something they
diverse
signed
cast,
in
it actually
the
helps
Hague. So
you see things from other perspectives and see people
they
of
have a
other races
deal.
or ideologies as more human.
If you owe more taxes in one country than the other, than the one you don't live in, you pay the difference. But you're never double taxed.
Or someone show it from a different race or background. Doubtful. But I believe that the answer to stopping the funnel is somewhere in there, and the lack of homogenizing what you're viewing, no matter which side you're on.
But people are still responsible for their own actions, right? So I mean, it's not just like
personal responsibility.
I've watched YouTube videos that turn into like the I don't even remember what it is, but like talking about how Earth was seeded from an alien race, and like
over
not
here? Where the fuck was I?
I'm like, wow, that's crazy, but I don't start believing it. You know what I mean? I just say, wow, that's crazy, and I turn it off. I'm like, how did I get on this?
But some people are more susceptible to that kind of thing.
They are.
Type of
But you don't think shutting down the funnel, which they did, this is just on the question, you don't think shutting down the funnel has actually breeded more radicals, where someone might say, well, I just thought that was a fun video, and I thought that the person had some good points, but now that person, let's say they're hiding this person's channel or banning them, now I've got to actually go to their website, or I've got to start wondering, well, what is it that they're saying? And I've got to
but people don't do that.
That's not how it works. Yeah, that's just objectively wrong.
There was actually more across the board.
Once you stop platforming something, it actually does die out.
Because I would be trying to
Just look at
monetize,
Trump.
trying to make sure I didn't get it like a strike or get it pushed out. But the more that they were like,
Ooh,
actually,
we need to make a pen and try to
I'm
tame a
just keeping it
board.
as real and as raw and as open as possible. And I'm going to find out my real
that's
who I am. And
coming
I call that being
after
radical
Stargate.
or like being extreme, but meaning it was like rather than trying to push more blanket ideas out for the general public, I
shit,
tried to cite
Ethan's about to ask a
something
question.
really ideological and hardcore
hey, chat.
for what I did. Nothing I'm saying is illegal, extreme out there. What's funny is that that's my point. Is that as they've done this, I have found
just
that it's
don't
actually
become a
made
racist
people
for it.
a little
Yeah,
more
just don't.
hardcore, a little more blunt, a little more like. So what if I say an edgy
What are
joke
you
now? I'm
doing?
already basically
Sorry,
canceled.
Mr.
I'm like
And so it's like,
really impatient. I want the flags to grow
help the problem,
already.
or if it's actually made the problem worse.
Well, I'm not sure. Like
Make
we
it
talked
grow.
about earlier, I mean, I don't think censorship.
Where
is
can
the
we find
answer,
iron?
Necessarily shutting down the funnel, but changing how it operates and finding a way to put
maybe
more
in the
diverse voices
swamp?
in front of people. That's not going to work with
Yeah,
everybody.
that's
Some
the
people
last
want a
place I
homogenized
had
view of
to
the
search.
world.
Still,
But
there's definitely
be
still
good.
some there. I should
So
say.
we have time for two more questions.
I'll go grab a swampy and
Yeah, so when Biden
get
came
on
into office,
that.
it seemed like his goal was to turn the temperature down on the American political discourse. I noticed that we're talking a lot about radicalizing Americans, but suspiciously we haven't really seemed to talk much about Trump's contribution to the constant egging on of the American people against the media, against the three-letter agencies, against the government, against people in banks, against people in other countries. How much responsibility do you place on Donald Trump for constantly dialing up the rhetoric when it comes to attacking like every other institution that exists in this country?
Good
and were you
question.
guys calling him out as viciously as you are Democrats now when you hear the random senator or congressperson say something on the news that's vaguely threatening?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Thanks for covering my gap there, Steve.
Can you repeat that last bit? It was like we have not like great audio here.
Were you guys as vigilant calling out Trump on his inflammatory rhetoric as you are now whenever you hear a Democrat say something that comes off as inflammatory? Because it seems like
what inflammatory rhetoric?
What about what?
Like what specifically?
What inflammatory rhetoric did Trump get? The one about the stolen election, the one about how every single three-letter agency is corrupt enough to get him, the one where the
wait, are you
media? Do the media again.
Are you not?
I literally served in the intel agencies.
Okay, as an American, that's
I think I have a pretty good position on this.
Oh, sure. So which intelligence agencies do you trust over the American ones?
Wait, which do I trust? None of them. You shouldn't trust these things. Like, don't.
How do we make foreign policy decisions? Who do you trust?
Oh no.
Who do I? Not to make a foreign policy decision?
Yeah, am I stuttering, or can you understand me?
No, the audio like really stops.
So, as somebody that worked in intelligence, you're telling me you don't trust the American intelligence agencies. Which intelligence do you trust?
What?
What part of that didn't make sense?
It's just with your mask and the noise.
If you worked for the American intelligence agencies, and you don't trust the American intelligence agencies.
Yes, because they're stupid and corrupt.
Yeah, so who do you trust?
Who do I trust? What do you mean? Who? Like,
your
entire question is ridiculous.
My question is, no,
like you're saying, am I supposed to trust? No,
oh
no. You're like, who do I trust? I trust actually looking at real sources. I trust people that don't use confirmation bias. I trust people that don't have 50 to 60 to 70 years of corruption, like the Central Intelligence Agency.
What do you work in intelligence? You don't have access to DoD reports if you're not working in intel. What do you mean? You can't verify that information. What are you talking
about? Like, you really think I don't have access still?
No, an average American citizen doesn't.
So you're just wait. So you're saying like if like I'm gonna spin this back. You actually think that the CIA DEA and the FBI and the rest of the three letters are all, and the NSA are all out there just telling you the exact truth, and they have the best intentions in mind, and they're not interested in going and starting, these forever wars in Iraq and Syria and spinning up
ones
stuff
that
with
Donald Trump
Russia.
advocated for.
And the ones
I never said any of that, actually. What I asked
no,
you,
I'm asking you specifically, you want to trust them and take their word. The people who have lied to the American people for generations.
Donald Trump told over 30,000 lies.
I just think it's funny that you're saying
intel agencies from a position like
I should grab
I'm a guy who was in the intel
your
agencies.
own intelligence
they
research,
lie a lot. They lie to Congress. They spy on Congress. They spy on staffers. They dig up dirt on people. Like, you should not trust them.
So
Never
who do you
trust them.
trust?
Who do this is a silly
What are
question.
the alternatives? I mean, I'm actually interested to find this out. What are the alternatives?
He can't answer it. Oh my goodness, he unironically can't answer.
Contract? You work for the government? Or it's just an incredibly paradoxical answer for somebody that worked in intelligence to say that we need to do our own homework. You know that the average person doesn't have access to the same level of data that anybody
Right,
working
that's why I'm saying it's a really easy cheat to not trust the intelligence agencies.
So you just do the opposite? You trust what, foreign intelligence? Do you trust Saudi
see,
Arabia?
again, there you go. You're like putting words in my mouth. Oh, you must do. This guy must say you were trusting the foreign intelligence agencies.
You can't answer the question. Of course you're going to put assumptions there. Give him options. This is
They have
fine.
an echo chamber that they believe in. It's called the BWAB in the United States government. It has very tied to Foggy Bottom, State Department interests, right? They shape intelligence to fit certain interests, to push agendas that then lead towards foreign policy outcomes. This is the reason we've been in Afghanistan for 20 years. Doing nothing. This is the reason that we knocked off Gaddafi in Libya for no reason whatsoever. This is the reason that they lied about Saddam Hussein.
If the three-letter agencies were so invested in foreign wars, then why did Bush and Cheney need to make their own special division to get unfettered intelligence in order to justify going to war in Iraq? Like, everything that you're saying is completely historical.
I'm with you, dude. Like, Bush and Cheney.
No, you're not with me. You're saying the exact opposite.
Like, I'm totally with you. Bush and Cheney are bad people, man. Like, if you're gonna don't point a gun at your head, dude. Like, you're just wrong. And maybe you'll be educated at some point. I mean, I can tell that you haven't said anything. Do you see this, dude? Like, do you see this? Like, how do you think I got that? Like, you don't even know. Like you're just sitting here saying, oh, well, I'm just some guy who has these ideas, and I've got confirmation bias, but I've never. Like, did you serve in the intel agencies? Did you serve in the? Wait.
Oh,
no.
no.
You just accused me of stolen valor.
So they cut off his mic here?
You just accused me
It's going to be hard
of stolen
to...
valor.
Well,
no, shut up. Did you accuse me of stolen valor?
He never explicitly accused him of stolen valor. He said it was dumb if he couldn't figure it out.
Did you accuse me of lying about my military service? Yes or no?
Because he was basically calling him out for like...
Like, this is my opinion on it.
He said, what agency could you have worked for?
I don't remember the exact question. We can replay it.
Because you disagree with my opinion. You can't handle it. You can't handle that I have a different opinion because of my lived
Among
experience
Us.
spending time in the intel agency, because your feeble, weak-minded attempt to attack somebody using like Wikipedia articles and BS that you looked up on Google.
What the fuck am I watching? We're watching the end of the Kenosha like better discourse conference, which
okay, so this got super
I wish I could this
derailed.
fucking panel so much. Holy shit.
But pushing that he couldn't answer that of who he can trust, that would have been so good.
I thought we were doing
he
pretty good
tried.
there, and I thought Jangles was going to come and fuck it all up, but this guy.
That was pretty good.
Seriously, thank you for coming.
I can't believe I got on the fucking Green New Deal panel, dude. Fuck me so hard. God, I fucking hate my life. Holy shit.
And I would like to reiterate.
I need a microphone. God damn it.
If you are on the left and you're wondering why we don't have 50-50 representation of people on the left on every panel, that's because it's hard for the organizers to get people on the left to agree to come out and have these conversations. So if you would like to be a part of this, why don't you say something that people find interesting enough that they start paying attention to you, and then let the organizers know that you're interested in saying those things here. So thank you. I'd like to give the microphone.
All part of the memes, my dude.
I feel bad. I feel flustered.
Oh god, the crypto guy just came up to give the intelligence.
Yeah, the
props.
crypto guy like gave him a hug too. Ah.
This guy's clearance was suspended. He doesn't even have access to duty reports. He shouldn't legally. Oh fuck.
Yeah, the guy was talking about like how he has still has access to reports. His clearance, he no longer has any security clearance.
Oh, his clearance is suspended. I didn't even know that. All right.
And so like he
God damn, I wish I was on this panel so much.
I don't remember Disney's exact question there when after they muted his mic. But it allowed the guy to go on about like stolen valor when that wasn't. But yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's just something along the lines of like, what agency could you have worked for where you like have these opinions, pretty much.
Yeah, something along the lines. The guy's like it's once again this like classic thing of simultaneously strong and weak. Like he's proud of having worked for an agency that is like super corrupt and misinforming people, dangerously to the point that no one should ever trust them. Like which one is it? So should we trust? Why should we trust you now? By optics side, he got fucked there. I mean, the fact that like the mic's cut off, and then the guy's like,
oh no, I thought you meant that guy. I think him not being able to answer that. No, not Destiny. The guy that he was talking to. Him not being able to answer where you get information from looked horrible.
That's horrible, but Destiny, then people not hearing what he asked, and then it being like accusing someone who did military service of stolen valor. Like the fact that the guy could like reframe that for free, that was bad looks for Destiny. Like that's gonna haunt him in like conservative circles for a while for sure.
I mean, oh man,
just like
he just couldn't even understand how that question worked.
Yeah.
Of like, okay, well, you can't trust our agencies. Who do you trust? And he's like, well, what?
Because I can give the disinformation that you can trust. Yeah.
Yeah.
My disinformation is the best one. As far as the room is concerned, the intelligence guy slammed that. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like for the people in the room, like Destiny like ruined any image he could have had there, I think. Let's have the wishbone since we're looking for iron. Ooh.
Do you have to have the wishbone?
No, but so I can find like secret iron without going into a crypt.
Oh, right. Okay, I understand what you mean.
Oh, I need a second pickaxe.
Yeah.
Was there a black iron pickaxe?
Not that I've seen. So far, iron is our best. Pretty sad.
Very sad.
Oh my goodness! I haven't got the cart inside this time.
Okay, this is horrible. I can't mine this. I found iron and it's like barely above sea level. So you start digging.
Yeah, I don't think you can mine really in the swamps.
You can. Sometimes there's actual like rock, but I like
before it gets underwater.
Yeah. I've seen it happen.
Seen it happen.
Yeah. Anecdotal evidence.
True. Start with the middle one.
Is that a crypt?
Oh, what were you gonna say?
A crypt? That's what I said.
Yeah? Uh-huh.
Oh, that's a Surtling spawner.
Admitted to a felony live on stream, yeah.
Who admitted to a felony on live stream?
If he like had intelligence documents.
Oh. Yeah, true.
But
without security clearance.
Yeah.
Actually true. Yeah. Okay. What are your thoughts on the best moments?
Hang on, give me 1 second. 3, 4. I can just look around.
That question goes to chatters too. What are your thoughts on the best moments?
Ew, we're listening to okay. Best moments. So people saying RGR's talk was the best I understand now. I definitely think her conversation as a whole was the best.
Yeah.
That was the most productive, probably, I feel like, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, from like quality of the discourse thing perspective, sure.
Yeah.
Which one was the best memes though?
Yeah.
I'm asking the hard-hitting questions. Can't answer them, Elysium? Feeling the pressure?
Know. Feeling the pressure.
How's the Valheiming going? You're asking Elysium, you're not even asking me, Skits. Shame.
Shame.
Oh, by the way, Skits, we have the keys for the next boss. We have everything we need for it. We have the portals set up.
Hi, Skits. How's the... it's going great. Yeah. I'm so glad you asked.
Actually, you know what? I'm glad you didn't ask me. Elysium needs the attention.
Mm-hmm.
Kimchi.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the kimchi update. Give me
Yeah,
a second.
when you give me the update.
All right.
I'm still thinking about the recap.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Okay, I cleared out everything here, right? I'm safe. All right, I'm gonna go get the kimchi.
Mm-hmm. Should I kill him real quick? If I count the stamina. Okay. RGR's talk had the most like concrete back and forth and good points. Destiny's talk had a lot of good climate change beginning, got super derailed, and just went off in like censorship, big tech, weird. The lefty on that conversation was just so garbage. It ruined it.
She wasn't the real lefty. She was something, but
Conservative populist. Like I don't know what she was, but it was awful.
Like I want to identify as a lefty, and I don't want to be in the same basket as her. If that's what being lefty is, I'm not. I want out of there. I'm done. Okay, there you go. This is my other Tupperware.
Wait.
It smells good. It's got night. It's let's taste it actually. You know what? Let's have a little. Oh, it's not fermented enough yet.
Okay.
But it's close. There's not enough spice. Yeah, I already knew I didn't do enough. I didn't put in enough, like, prepare enough paste. The next batch is going to be better. But it's not bad. Probably could have left it another day outside to make the... It is pretty pungent, yeah. Probably could have left it outside another day, just to let it ferment faster. Alright, okay, give it back.
We didn't get to many prescriptions. Well, okay, so hitting memorable moments. When the guy... Actually, never mind, I'm gone. Never mind, we'll wait 1 second.
I have my headphones on, don't worry.
Oh, okay. When the guy, fuck, I forgot what he actually said, but, dang it, sorry, phone. When the guy described black crime, and then like just fucked up the population thing, like the proportionality, and that was a big moment that wasn't super capitalized on, but that was like very memorable to me because it was just like absurd.
I honestly think it's hard because if you start going hard on the crypto fascist guy, you're gonna let him control the rest of the conversation, or you have to like which I wouldn't have hated. Like calling him out on his bullshit would have been sweet too, but that would have been a rough discussion because like the other two would have probably would have played to his side, but yeah. Probably not what that dude was trying to accomplish in the first place, right? He was really playing up the like I'm gonna be your buddy thing.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm gonna be your buddy on the left, and like we're gonna find out where we can agree on rather than fight. I feel like that was kind of his point. In a lot of ways. But I do wish though that shit was addressed, because that was like coming out with 1350 is not enough. Actually, it's like that shit does need to be called out. So it is kind of sad that it wasn't.
the beginning of Destiny's talk felt like it was one of the strongest prescriptions. They got to actual topic prescriptions. They got to like a carbon credit and tax system is like a possible outcome.
Sure. Yeah.
Which felt good.
I'm okay with the talks not going to prescriptions, because if the people you're talking with don't even agree on the nature, on the description itself of the world, you have to spend your time like fighting over that. And then like in your closing statement, you would address actually the public and like what you were looking to accomplish from the worldview that you argued for and explained earlier, right? I think it's okay in this kind of very confrontational scenario to focus more on trying to describe the same reality. Like pull people out of their like right-wing echo chamber version of the world.
That seems fine.
But yeah, and obviously you have to come in prepared with like solutions to the problems you're describing and stuff like that.
I don't know if I pick up this stone half the time.
Oh god, the intelligence guy either misspoke or worded it in a way that would be very easy to misunderstand on the fly. So you're attacking someone for lying out about their military service? Oh, is that what he said? That's hilarious. Oh no.
Oh, that's like the summarization. I don't think he... Did he... There's no way he said that.
I know, apparently signs saying that he did. I mean, if he did, he clearly misspoke. Like, that was not what he was trying to say.
Yeah.
Seriously, fuck him. Fuck that guy. That was...
True.
I'm
dumb gray dwarf in our base.
Do you think, who do you think won in the very specific won in a very specific sense? Like, do you think the optics for like people who might be on the fence, like our understanding of like whoever actually this debating actually mattered for, and hypothetically, who do you think like ended up ahead in that from that perspective?
Ooh, that's pretty hard. When the one... Shoot, which conversation was it? I think it was, the second to last one where they got into, trans issues a little bit, right? Or were there multiple?
No, the first... well, there was the first one where they got deep into trans issues.
Oh, yeah. They did it in the first one, too. Alright, because the last guy was talking about... well, he was, like, straw-manning this stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he was talking about, like, trans issues are extremism, right? He implied that at some point. Oh, God, and that wasn't addressed. That actually, like, thinking back to that...
They moved on past that. I think that was bad. The first conversation, even getting into trans issues, wasn't good, but I think like the big point there was that fuck, why can't I go up this wall? That supporting families doesn't need to mandate values. But I don't know if that was really capitalized on, if that makes sense. I don't think he really pushed that.
No one put it so simply as you just put it. Right. That was kind of what they were trying to go for, but it ended up getting like bogged down in specifics.
But I think overall that first conversation ended up more, if you were a neutral bystander, it ended more on his side of like, you know, do we want the government to be involved in this at all or not? And you know, there's
by his side,
you
you
can
mean
point
the
to plenty of
progressive side?
situations. Yeah, the progressive side.
Okay.
Well, like there seems to be plenty of situations where we'd want the government to be involved in families, even if we have like some qualms with it. It seems.
Yeah, like when that guy
it
was
seems
like,
really reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't want to protect children from. You want the government to intervene where there's child abuse. Like that's rare. Hey, good night, Roser. Thanks for watching. That's rare for like in the left versus right debate for right wingers to offer like such an easy dunk on like children's issues. They usually the virtue signal so hard on that stuff.
So I think that first one leaned towards more of the progressive guy. Let's see, the RGR one, I think was probably pretty neutral. She had some good points about it, but they never got to like capitalize prescriptions, and it just ended up with like a just descriptive difference of, I see crime as the problem and I see poverty as the problem, and so I don't know that like each side really didn't make a case so much for theirs. They just said based off of that, this is what we should do.
Yeah, sure.
Even though I think there's definitely the best conversation of the ones. Destiny's one, I don't know. If you're a climate denial, I don't know what kind of discourse you're even in. I think
he was like talking to crazy people.
Yeah, I think the Tulsi Gabbard lady really destroyed a lot of that conversation. So I think it'd probably lean more right. If you're like a neutral person, just because like the topics that went off and like there was just a lot of stuff that there's not really good to give pushback on. Like what did she meant by privatizing resources and stuff? And it just like came off as a lot of like weird stuff that would probably push a lot of right people away.
Sure. I think that could like the thing is that.
But then
like,
she did say a bunch of like random conservative stuff after that too. Like yeah, she's just all around bad. Anyway, sorry, go.
I feel like that's I don't know. It's really hard to evaluate like without polling people. I guess like what effect she could have had on the discussion because either everyone saw her as like fucking batshit insane or people who are like, you know what, I do hate the influence corporations have, so this makes a lot of sense. Like I could see like her line of argumentation working really well on like uniting people who getting people behind her like weird stance who usually wouldn't be.
Yeah, okay.
But also it's like to anyone who understands I guess like where different political theories stand, it's also like surrealistic hearing those like different opinions stacked together. So like to those people, I struggle to see how she would have sounded convincing. I don't know. That's like a tough one, I think, to evaluate, right?
Yeah.
Oh, not to mention just caving to the question. Oh, that's a fair point. Signed by like, what do you think about abolishing police? Like, say you're not in favor of it, but go on to explain that police reform is still required. Yeah, she could have done like another layer on that actually. It's tough because you don't like if you're trying to convince like conservative crowd, you don't want like she was definitely going in with like the first thing she said, I'm for I want our police to be safe. I want them they're doing a hard job and everything. She was definitely going for like pandering to the classic like pro-police perspective and trying to build bridges there. So maybe her like just being outright no was actually the better optics. I don't know. It was obviously to disarm the audience, but what's the point if you don't capitalize on that? Yeah, it's just I think you're right. That would have been better if she found like the right way to slip that in. But if she then slipped it in the wrong way, she would have sounded like when people say no, but actually yes. if she like phrases it the wrong way or too aggressively. But I agree with you. I think you're right. Like she should have taken the opportunity there. That's what you're there for, right?
That could have been okay.
Oh, and oh man, I seen the crypto hug again. That's the bit that gets me the most, probably, or the moderator is saying, I thought X person was gonna fuck this up, but then you've got this, and points at Destiny. Yeah.
Yeah, the fourth one
Destiny
was just a circle jerk.
As the bad guy, like right at the end there. Oof, that's rough for him. Sorry, yeah, the circle jerk is terrible.
It is. Yeah, so the fourth one was just circle jerk. That one obviously would point you more right.
Yeah.
Because that guy was like their perfect lefty talking point guy that they'd want
False
forever.
lefty, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a Bernie bro.
Nah, he's a libertarian.
He's a libertarian Bernie bro.
Yeah, I doubt I would be surprised if outside of like 2016 when he worked on the campaign, he ever like continued participating. That was, or he like doesn't know that there's other candidates that represent his opinions better. I don't know. That was a weird one. But yeah, like either you listen to it and like you buy into that stuff, and then it's like a circle jerk that works in your direction and you enjoy it and all that stuff, or I guess you push back against it and then you're I don't know if you can, I don't know if you could like actually like stand listening to that entire conversation if you're not if you're not like pilled into that shit.
And this last one I think was pretty good actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the long-haired dude had a lot of good responses to stuff.
He definitely did his research on like radicalization, and he was able to push back. As far as the subject itself was concerned, for sure, he was on point, I think. It's a bit sad that he had to, I understand why, but it's a bit sad that he had to like give up so much talking points to the like crypto fascist guy. I'm just gonna keep calling him like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't really see. It's a rough situation. I don't know if he could have done better, honestly. Yeah, but like the problem with those panels is they always veered off topic. Like not as bad necessarily as Destiny's one. Like as much as that dude in the last panel was really well prepared, I think, for the radicalization discussion. All they had to do was like start jerking off to like at the end, like actually like treating transgender people for gender dysphoria is extremism. Like okay, like now we gotta go the full circle of the trans issues discussion just to get back to the starting point, right? How do you deal with that in a structured debate?
Yeah, I don't know if you can.
Yeah.
Or if you even try to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like it seems like it was kind of like really easy for the right-wing panelists to just like have like get dunked on during the panel and then just finish it off with a couple like zingers and dunks and like hey, the crowd clapped. They got it. It's a bit sad to see. I don't know. I'm feeling a bit doomer after watching that.
Doomer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just farming, you know.
Farming?
Small scale farming, ecological farming.
Saying farming makes us doomer?
Maybe.
Maybe.
All right, I harvested the flax and I replanted it. So we're gonna start having quite a bit of it.
Yeah? How many we're up to?
We are, when I planted here, we were at 64.
Oh, okay. That is quite a bit.
So since it's going to double up, that's going to be, we're going to have a harvest. And this time I spaced it out properly. So we should have a harvest of 108.
Okay.
I think we replanted once again.
How did this leveling get so off?
I think we're okay with having the entire field be flax, right? And then maybe like having the second barley field for bread.
Okay.
Because we need like a lot of flax for our upgrades. So I think we need to like ramp up this, and like food is not that much of an issue where we need bread production right now.
No. Yeah, definitely not. We have many alternatives, so.
The most ecologically ethical farming is farming omega lulls in Twitch chat. Yes. They dominated discussions and got a lot of the lefties to basically be friends. Terrible moderation. Oh yeah, the moderation was terrible.
Well,
like, it was super biased. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Righty's definitely won. Me by not watching it. True. And also too many memer speakers. Yeah. Basically a political rally. Yeah. Yeah, I think like the lefty speakers, that's also what's like sad. Like the lefty speakers there were basically just to legitimize the event. Like, hey, we're actually the free speech people. Look at us. We accept lefties.
Sure. I'm like overall more okay with that though.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. What's the no one goes there? Like,
Sure. I see what you mean. Yeah, but like, like it creates cross-pollination, I guess, in a way, right? The alternative is to have actual moderation. Oh, my sweet summer child.
Yeah. I guess. But at this point, yeah, we're kind of
we were pretty far away from moderation there.
Okay. I think that's good enough. It's level enough. We can come in.
Momegal duration. Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, do you want to rename portals with me for a little bit?
Sure. Let me finish planting up some barley because we're not using all this space. If I don't.
That sounds great.
Like whatever's left over, I'm gonna turn into bread. I'm not too worried about. Like, we have like 100 barley. We have flour. We have like 100 barley in a chest. Yeah, that's what we make with barley. What do you mean? What's he talking about? And invite people that actually want to discuss instead of theater. To be fair, like that's always going to be part of a public event. If you want like a real discussion, you're going to have it off. You have to have it like off camera. The people in those kinds of events, they're not there to convince each other. They're like all, and I want to say grifter, but in like a morally neutral sense. Like they all have their own like influencer political careers. None of them are going there to have their minds changed. So what they're doing, they're putting on a performance to try to change other people's minds, ideally, which I think most of them did on both sides. And then some are like there to meme. I like honestly that like Bernie bro libertarian dude, he was there to like he was actually there to like show his crypto. Except he never like pointed out what coin he wants people to buy. That was a weird one.
Well, he said Bitcoin at one point.
Oh, okay. There you go. Pumping up Bitcoin values.
Mm-hmm.
Always. Even if it's arguing for effect, there's a difference between that and whatever this was. Yeah. At best, they were just shouting at each other. At worst, they were monologuing their conspiracy theories for 10 minutes. If you're just stuck around waiting for shit to grow, why do you not have an industriously large plot of land? Yeah, we're gonna. This is gonna have to become bigger. I'll work on it. Right now, I'm just gonna finish planting this. I'm just gonna finish planting this. What I'm working on right now. The problem is we don't have enough flax seeds, and like that's the limiting factor here.
Why don't you get more land?
Reappropriated from the Loxes. No, not another crypto. No, we're not doing a crypto discussion turn. It's just in the what's his name?
Does crypto free the people?
In the fucking in one of the panels, there was a guy saying there was a guy saying supposedly he was like someone who worked on Bernie's campaign, but he actually was a libertarian, like an unironic libertarian.
Big farm West Waste.
And labor coin frees the people. And he came onto the panel to tell people like his only solution for income inequality and how it relates to race issues. His only solution was that black people should buy crypto. That was literally his whole all he did on that panel for like I don't know how long it was. That's what we're talking about. Get more land, farm more carbon credits, buy more seeds. True. Gotta get those carbon credits. Alright, I'm
what did I miss? How did
he also wanted reparations though? He was just wildly inconsistent and self-centered.
Oh, well, they never even got to that part of it.
Yeah, he did mention reparations at some point, but it was like lost in all like so much other bullshit that yeah. He didn't really argue for it, he just like mentioned it, right?
Yeah. He said he was in favor of it, but they never even got to what that would even mean.
Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't there like for real topics, I guess. I'm sorry, like yeah, no. That was horrible.
He wasn't for reparations for draftees?
Reparation coin. He was in favor of it, but basically had to keep going back to the point that a one-off payment doesn't fix every issue generated by the past. Oh, that is true.
Okay.
Okay, is it normal that like portals blew up upstairs? Oh yeah, I picked up all the like the fine wood and circling cores. You want them? Probably.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Well,
and
we're gonna go. We're moving them all.
There you go. Got them. I need to put shit away, and I'm coming, and I'm all yours.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep the swamp key for later. Probably gonna go back at some point. Get more iron. I got some turnip seeds, by the way. I know those make you happy.
They do. I'm so close to being able to carry everything.
Yeah, that was a rough one.
Okay. If I...
You want me to bring the circling cores? So you're not picking them up? Okay. Alright, so yeah, I'll hop in.
No, you need to stay here for home.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay.
Actually, wait, no, you don't.
We can do like other portals first, but yeah, I'll just go back and let's do this one.
If you can, all you have to do is destroy the one on the table.
Destroy it?
Yeah, because we're gonna set home is gonna be.
Oh, I see home. Okay, I'm destroying it then. Good.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, it's so much nicer without the portal. Oh my god, I'm gonna be able to sleep without
yeah,
without falling, like getting sucked into a portal. That's gonna
Okay,
be so
this
nice.
one is home. Then to the left, we'll have Sky Castle. Oh. Oh no, I think I messed up actually. Sky Peak. Okay. Actually, I don't know how we won't need to go. Well, it's only if we need to change a name that we have to have send someone through one of each. Okay, so these are our three base ones.
Yep.
We come from Stargate Command to home, back and forth, and we have 2 different ones that go to the Sky Castle.
Yeah.
So now downstairs, because we come in here and we can run downstairs. We're gonna have to put shit around. Here's all of our outbounds to all the different places.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Hanaki Meow. How are you doing?
Image go.
Sorry. What? Alright, which ones do we need to rename?
Everything.
Oh, Dead is pretty terrible. Where was Dead already?
Where does Dead go? Yeah, can you ping
where
it?
it's where? Oh yeah, it's where I picked up the boat. It's like here. I could go through Dead and then go back to Dragon Boss.
Okay.
It'll be a bit of a hike. Oh, oh yeah, give me Aether buff and I'll go do it real quick. Okay.
Okay. When you get there, can you ping where the Dragon Boss portal is? Because I didn't actually put it anywhere.
Yeah, sure.
Think.
Let's do that.
Okay. Here are the stairs. These are mountains. Is Poop Peak really a portal we have?
Yeah.
Hang on, wait, I put a space.
Alright, I pick up black metal scrap.
Is this really just like a portal to right here? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so this is going to be for M3, which is our whatever 3rd mountain portal we're going to get. This one is Rothgar. Okay.
What the fuck is this Dangshun?
Our altar. Did we placed an altar one? Yeah.
I don't know. Sign. An altar one. Yeah. Yeah. We have an altar portal. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. I probably should tweak the follow message in chat sign. I haven't touched any of that stuff.
What's the follow message?
Dankeschön, and then the name of the person who followed.
Whoa, why don't you like that?
I don't mind it. I guess this is not a German stream, so it is a little bit weird. Hey, non-Germans have the right to use German language, right?
I don't know. Sounds a little sus. Shoot, is that the... Yes, the right way.
You should have hit me with that good old, like, cultural appropriation when I was eating with chopsticks.
Yeah?
I feel like you missed the chance there. Oh god, I'm wet.
What did we call our swamp ones? Do we even have a tree boss?
Oh fuck. Wait, sorry, I'm busy. Shit. Oh no, I'm dead. No, I'm not dead. Fuck.
Swamp one is memes. Which we want to rename.
Fuck me. Oh my god. That was so close.
Did you actually die or just close?
No, I didn't. I was 1 HP. I need to get off the mountain. I'm gonna die to freezing now if I don't.
Wait, this is supposed to be memes.
I had to like burn a health potion and a stam potion to survive. Please. 7 HP. Stop. Stop freezing me. 4 HP. No! Oh my god! That Skeeto was attacking me at 4 HP. I managed to melee it right before it stung me.
Oh no.
No. Okay. Let's chill for a second and get rid of this. And I'm wet again. I'm gonna need to like... Oh, fuck, a dragon. This is perfect.
Sounds like you're doing great.
I'm having so much fun. Ignore your panels below. I went to go creatively copy them and there was nothing to yoink. Yeah, I need to work on my stream. To be fair, no one fucking looks at that shit, okay? And I do, and some people do, and you do too, I know. We've like talked about it, but you know what I mean.
Fine. Yep.
Oh, okay, it's not raining anymore. Okay, I can just chill and wait.
Did you put you put a portal at second plains boss, yeah? Or first plains boss, I guess we call it.
Yeah, but I don't remember
No, it pinged
the
as
name.
big boss. Okay.
I don't remember the name.
You called it Lich Boss, I believe.
Well, yeah, wait, let me double check. Lich Boss is... Yeah, Lich Boss is here.
Okay.
And then we also have a portal here now. We have a portal at both boss emplacements. Well, there goes the Eikther buff. It was nice having it.
Well, we'll have to decide which one's which, but that's fine. We have no portal at the tree. We need to build that at some point.
What tree?
Okay. The tree boss.
Oh.
If I put a spot for it.
Do we need it,
It says
though?
Ashlands and Surtling. I mean, if someone ever comes into the world, yeah.
Oh, yeah, true.
We want this to be
If you want to like
comprehensive.
speedrun them through the bosses.
I guess we have one empty. What was the C for? Oh no. Do we have anything that starts with a C?
I don't know.
Ashlands, Surtling. What starts with a C?
We should rate each other's bios, top tier plan. Oh yeah, we could. That would be
no.
funny. What do you mean, oh no?
What was M? I think it was the boat.
Oh, I think I remember why I didn't mark this portal, because it's actually really next to the... It's right next to the boss.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm absolutely certain that the dragon eggs respawn.
Oh, okay.
Because, like, we use the dragon egg that's near the boss, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's back.
Okay. We need more fine wood.
Oh, I should probably, like, pick it up and put it in the into the sconces, right? So then it respawns and whatnot.
Into the what?
The sconces, that the emplacements for it. Uh-oh, that's a stone golem.
Oh, yeah, that's not a bad plan. Because then if we ever need it'll respawn, we'll have one already there.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I like it.
I should mark the dragon egg too, so we can like come from time to time and do just that.
And prep it.
Yeah. Oh, but there's another egg marked. Okay, maybe they don't respawn. I don't know. I'll see what I think it's the other egg that we used. And we did need 3 eggs, so I don't know.
We do
Probably
need 3
used
eggs.
both. What is the structure again?
Game, why?
I think your bio sign has to include a very revealing picture of your thighs, because let's be real, that's the main appeal of your stream. Well, have you ever watched Signwave stream?
No.
He also streams World of Tanks, or used to. He hasn't in a long time. I like watching him play World of Tanks. It's comfy. I was supposed to play it with him at some... Is he tank girl? I was supposed to play it with him at some point, but I totally like never did it.
Oh my goodness, Nammernam.
I got recorded on Tinder, so you know. Damn. Yeah, so what I wanted to say is he's mostly has recently in recent times been streaming from time to time Zwift. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
On Swift?
Zwift.
No.
Zwift is an application that lets you LARP biking. So you're like on a bike, and you have a system. There's different systems for it, but you like have a system that lets you lets the app control like the resistance and whatnot, and then you're in front of a screen, and the screen like shows you real or fantastical. Don't you dare use the term LARP.
He's mad.
Fantastical like tracks. So you can like do the Tour de France or
Rainbow Road.
Rainbow Road, yeah. And you're on your bike, and with like other people, their models are biking there. You like unlock skins for being a super dank biker memer.
Oh no! It's fine, totally fine.
Yeah, no, it's actually fine. I don't think there's MTX for the skins, is there? Right, there probably is. I'm genuinely fuming right now. I'm sorry.
Biking, LARPing.
But it kind of is. You're live, you're acting, and you're role-playing riding a bike. But you're really riding a bike. It's basically for like indoors. But
you're inside riding though? And you're just like looking at a screen. Is it really?
It's basically like a way of making like indoor biking a lot more fun.
Mm-hmm.
And it does look fun. Like,
yeah, LARPing's fun.
I'm gonna stop sign. No, sorry. I love you.
I'm not sorry. No.
No MTX, no? Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, the skins, you have to unlock them. Which makes sense, because it's like on a subscription
So it's
model.
like gamified.
Yeah, it's gamified. It's gamified, and it's like virtual biking, basically. But you're doing real biking because you're on a real bike with a real setup to like measure, and then it's got like all the cool metrics of like your the portal here is called E. This is the original E. Oh no.
Which one? Well,
where I am.
This is what we have E tagged to. Okay, so hang on. I need to get more things so I can build more portals, and then we'll rename it. So actually stay there and don't come through, because E will be our everything again.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you. It's all good.
Poor sign. Okay, actually, wait, this is really good because I need to go soon, and we can have our portal set up for next time.
Yeah. And we're ready. Okay, we need to like make an appointment with the other memers from on the server, right? To do the
Look.
Or we.
Oh my goodness.
We could
probably. It's so clean up here. Go.
We could probably do it, the two of us, but I think like it would be cooler for other people.
It would be more fun. We'll see if we can do it on Wednesday.
Yeah, like I'm not even thinking in the sense that it would be easier, which it would, like with more people, obviously, but rather in the sense of like a lot of people like contributed to building and farming and everything on the server. I think they should get to be here for the final boss, right?
Yeah.
This is where a clip is probably the easiest way of describing it. Oh yeah, true. As
okay, so I made a dragon.
You called it dragon?
Yeah, so if you can rename E to dragon.
Yeah, it's renamed. Cool.
This one was supposed to be E. Right. Oh, wait, we had an E portal. Oh, because you were bringing another portal back. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, the dead portal doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm coming in through dragon. What's the next one?
Can we rename memes? Can you hang on? Memes is over here somewhere. We want to rename it to swamp something. Okay, so that's our normal. Here's our bosses. Here's our mountains. This side, the left side of the thing is all the bosses. Okay, so we've got swamp boss and memes. We want to make memes into swamp boss 1 if you want to run through. And then change it from the other side. And we've got tree boss. We haven't put a portal to yet. Yeah. Oh, there's only enough room for swamp boss.
Okay. I'll put it without a space. Swamp boss 1. That's fine.
Oh. Okay, that's a good idea. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Oh wait, I can't change this one yet. Okay, I'm gonna run through Swamp Boss and change it to Swamp Boss 2, and then when you get back, you can change it to Swamp Boss 2 without a space thing.
Yeah. So you're through it.
Yep.
Okay. Boss 2. It's renamed.
Okay.
What's the next one? Tree boss. That can stay as that. Oh wait, why do we have a cart in the middle here?
I just used it to bring in stone. You can break it if you want. Just, yeah, it's just we're transporting.
I have a spicy retort, the LARP trolling, but I need to keep it to myself as it's too spicy. Uh-oh. It's not stream friendly. Yeah, you can DM it to me.
Okay, let's see. We have which boss was E? Yeah? No, that was Dragon. Which boss we want to rename to? So we got memes and we got Swamp Boss. So we need to do this on the map too. Okay, so this is Swamp Boss 2 now.
What
you've been using homes for portals.
What was the name of this one? I feel like we're gonna lose it. This portal.
Sorry, ping again?
Here. The Yagluth.
There's nothing. No space. Like,
oh, it's the nothing
empty portal right now.
Okay,
yeah,
so we should
we're gonna go
rename it
through
as
and
well.
rename that to something. Yeah.
Where is it?
Okay.
Alter, Trader, E. Oh, it's gonna be on this side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Oh no, it's unconnected.
Hang on. The other one. This side. It should be this side.
Oh, this side. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going through. Rename it. I guess rename it Lich Boss.
Yeah. And this one is gonna be Lich Boss 2 because I think the other position doesn't have a village by it, right?
Yeah, it's safer.
And it needs no space too.
I'm
so
calling this one
2.
Lich Boss 1. No, Lich Boss 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this one will be Lich Boss 1, but we don't have a portal at Lich Boss 1 yet, so it's going to remain empty.
We don't? Oh, no, we do.
Oh, wait, you moved one there.
I went there, yeah.
What did you call it?
What did you tag with a space?
Oh, okay. Right, okay, so we'll rename that to Lich Boss 1.
Yep, going through.
What?
That Lich pronunciation. Yeah, ever since I heard that in Divinity Original Sin, I'm always going to pronounce it Lich. I love it. Lich Boss 1. It's renamed. Yeah, this is where we're going to do the boss. I think it's the safest one. The plains is very small, so not many mosquitoes.
Yeah, we won't have to fight other things, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we got Sky Castle, Swamp. Hang on, let's rename this to Dragon correctly. It's like right here. So I'm just updating my map as I go.
Yep. Go ahead.
Sky Castle home.
Oh, I should be eating.
I'm gonna rename this one to Cert Lane. You're able to come back, right? Did I fuck that up?
No, it's unconnected.
We're leaving him there.
It's not like I want to watch your stream or anything. What's up, Kino? What's going on?
Alter Trader. Right, we need to alter one. I'm gonna put a trader thing down, even though there's a big mark.
Actually, let's keep 10 wood. Just in case.
I know they're home.
Neglect.
Rothgar.
Do you feel?
Where's the High Rothgar portal?
High Rothgar.
Is the?
I think it's on High Peak, right? Or did we move it? No, we moved.
But can you
it.
run through Rothgar
No,
to
we
see where
moved
it comes out?
I see it's here.
Yeah.
It's here.
It's right there?
Yeah, I actually have it marked. You want me to go through it? Are we renaming it?
No, it's just saying right off. I'm just changing. If anything has a portal, I'm changing to the house symbol.
And it's just named Rothgar also.
Yeah. Oh, we could see if High Rothgar has enough space. That'd be cool.
I don't.
It probably won't. It doesn't matter.
No, it won't.
Okay. Ashlands is over here.
Ooh, we should have a big fireplace in the middle here for like when you're wet, so you can.
Oh yeah.
You can go to mountains without
a big bonfire. Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy. Or hearth even. We're inside.
Hearth, yeah.
So these are meme portals. We've got Ashland, Cirtwing, and C. I don't remember what C is tied to.
C, like the letter C.
Yeah, is what the nomenclature I used for it. What
I've
could it
never
have
been
been?
through it.
I don't know if we even have a C. I think it.
Yeah, I don't
is a
think we
stand-in
ever
for
had
something
one.
else. Fuck. Do you have any fine wood?
I have enough to build 2 portals on me because I
Oh, you want to
constructed
put
some. Yeah.
portal on each side?
Yep.
So the portal edge like goes up to the stone. This is how you can like tell where they go.
Like
no.
this.
That's okay.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what you mean.
That's fine. Okay, then we need to build. So I need to get enough fine wood for 3 more portals to finish out the room. Ooh, and I think I can bring a portal from Sky Castle even.
Can you?
Because I think one of those is no longer going to be necessary.
Wait, why do portals with an empty name still have a connection?
Because if there's a second portal with an empty name, they connect.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay, so I need a little bit more fine wood. And then we're done.
Alright, I'm gonna hit up the Sky Castle again. See if see where our flax is at.
Oh boy. Oh, it's this iron, I see. Okay.
Oh yeah, I've been smelting the iron I brought back.
Okay, we're gonna have to light this room and everything. That'll be a whole separate thing.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I called it Ashlands with a E. We'll find out when we try to do that portal, I guess.
Yeah, it's with an E. I remember. Alright, all the flax is healthy. Cool.
Healthy.
It's gonna grow well. Good. And why do we have random piece of wood?
Gonna die of a mosquito.
Can you make kimchi in Valheim? Sadly, no. Oh, that would be great.
The mosquito did not win Aquaman, okay? It was a life or death shot, and we made it.
I just punched because I alt-tabbed and I tabbed back in. And I was next to a flax, so I punched in the air and it destroyed the flax.
Destroying our supply.
Oh.
Oh, how's the new armor? Is it any better? I totally forgot. Are you in it?
Yeah, I'm in it. Well, it's better, yeah. It's +2. I had second level upgraded, right? Silver armor.
Okay, right.
So I only got
Okay.
+2, but then the upgrading it is gonna be really cheap. I'm gonna do it right away, actually, because I can.
I have to make mine still.
Yeah. But we need flax. We need a lot of it. That's the problem.
Lot
Like upgrading my cuirass only costs me three iron, and I get another 2 armor from it. So I'm gonna do it right away, and then 6 iron.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we no longer need flax to upgrade them. That's actually really nice.
Just iron?
Yeah, just iron. So we can keep on upgrading them. We're just gonna need to farm a lot of iron, but I think
a lot of iron.
That'll be pretty easy.
Oh, I don't think I brought enough wood, did I? About to find out. I think I'm gonna be off by like 10.
Yeah, because you only need 30 iron for a set, but you need... How much?
Is there any fine wood anywhere?
Maybe here? I doubt it, though.
Actually, we just won't have the C one yet. Okay.
You can come cut some up, right? Off from Sky. We need to grow fine wood.
We can't.
You can't? Oh, no.
Not that I know of.
Oh. Wait, what trees is it? It's birches, right? Don't we have
trees.
birch seeds? I'm pretty sure we have birch seeds.
Oh, we only have beech seeds.
Oh. Alright, linen, and we... Okay. 20 linen, 20 linen. Okay, so 55 linen. You need 55 flax per armor set. And 30 iron.
Oh, C stands for Colosseum.
Oh, that makes sense. No one saw what I just did. Don't tell
What
him.
did you do?
I might have upgraded my armor, or at least the pieces of armor I have now to level 3. Hey, look, it's the iron I farmed. I'm entitled to it.
Nice, man.
It's like so cheap, right? You like 3 iron for one upgrade, and then 6 iron for the next. I imagine the next one's 9. Yeah, next one's 9, and that's probably going to be the last one, or maybe the one after that.
Actually, that's fine. We'll leave that. That's a good meme.
That gets me up to nice armor level.
Ashlands. Wait, I just did the wrong things. What's going on here?
Need some help? I could also go mine some more iron now. Oh, I need a second iron pickaxe, actually.
Yeah, that'd actually be really nice. How do you spell Colosseum?
Yeah. Core wood and 20 iron. Fuck, I'm not gonna make it now. Like, we have crypts still to do in the nearby swamp. And, like, when you walk out of the crypt with a broken pickaxe, you're, like, full of ore already. So I don't think it matters having a second pickaxe there. Better for, like, people to be fully upgraded on armor first.
Okay. So these 3 are yet to be done. What were we missing? Ashlands. How did stop autosaving? What's wrong with Ashlands?
Game just told me I'm sheltered. I feel personally attacked.
What was the name of the portal at the Ashland?
Ashlands, plural?
Oh no.
I
never
don't
mind.
know.
We got it. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good.
It's all
Okay, I
good.
don't think we need to do any stone here anymore. We don't need the workbench here anymore.
Aren't we missing an
Well,
upgrade
we should always have a workbench. What?
on the forge here?
Possibly.
I'll double check after, like in next session. We have some downtime. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot more iron, but mostly flax. That's important. Art. Or at least it is for now. It won't be. Actually, flax is not going to be what matters.
My goodness, it takes stone.
Yeah, we're going to need... We're going to need more farmland. All right.
All right.
You said you were gonna stop after this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I stole 4 of the fine wood for the boat.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
We can always cut up somewhere. You know what? Okay, well, while you're finishing up...
This is going to make smoke. Oh, we have to make a chimney.
Yeah. I'm going to go cut up some fine wood. We're going to need it.
Well, tomorrow, make a chimney.
Yeah. Has lands.
You can put hearth on top of hearth. Okay. That's the wrong thing. Why? There we go. The smoke's gonna get bad. How do you funnel smoke well?
I don't know. Like, you're the one who's mostly been working with it, right?
That's tomorrow's question, is how we're gonna funnel the smoke out of this building so it's not completely full of smoke. It should dissipate, right? They're not gonna like leave it here.
Oh my god, there's too many
forever.
fillings. Okay, I'm getting out of here. Turns out, cutting up fine wood in the nighttime is a bit more dangerous than anticipated. Oh, come on.
Okay, well...
Oh my god, that being said, the needle arrows, they fuck shit up.
Yeah?
They do, yeah.
They're pretty cool. Well, it looks like Portal Command is online. That's all we truly need. So once you're back, I think we're good for today.
Yeah, give me just like a minute.
Got a cool skylight. Oh my goodness, it's actually pretty pog. Pretty pog skylight we got here. You can see the trees and the stars. Beautiful.
I'm just cutting up the slog. They interrupted me.
Just hotbox it.
Hotbox it, yeah.
We're gonna hotbox our portal room, guys. Just run through. It'll get you nice and toasty. Okay. Under the starry night. It can be like the elves. Before the sun's... Actually, the sun's rising. Cringe. Ruining it.
I got 20 fine wood. I'll be back.
Okay.
To the base, and then we're all set.
Get my well, we'll do upgrading armor next time. Okay, we need to put something. We need to think of something cool to be in this little upper room for like the 3 home portals.
I think what we should do is we should put like trophies to visually represent like different areas and also the homes. I think that would be pretty cool.
Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah.
So like a couple ideas. Since the castle is like around a stone and made of stone, it would probably be the stone golem trophy. Mountain portals should be like dragon heads or wolf heads. Swamps should probably be maybe ooze trophies. Well, those don't look really cool. Maybe Draugr trophies. Stuff like that. You know? I think would be pretty cool.
We can make an encampment around the hearth and just pump it full of dragon eggs so they hatch.
Yeah. Where do you want the what's this called?
We need 4 fine wood to be added to the chest with all the other ingredients for the boat.
Okay.
So if someone wants to make a boat, they're not.
Okay, tomorrow. Not tomorrow.
Suddenly.
Maybe if I join tomorrow, if I
14 actually. Go.
I'm gonna move shit around. Okay, the blast furnace needs to be downstairs. I'm sorry, or all the work.
You're gonna have to blow up your. Yeah, we can do that.
One or the other, but like.
Okay.
And if all the workbenches are upstairs, we need like roofs and walls because you can't like get attacked by fucking the mosquitoes while you're working on crafting.
I mean, it'll probably be easier to move it downstairs, but you're gonna have to blow up some parts of the ceiling to do that.
Oh right, I forgot the ceiling. That's fine. We will like add little arch thingies to. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Or we just move everything upstairs. That could work too. Honestly.
But then it's all exposed, and you got to make a new roof.
Yeah. That can work. And then, but then also we're wasting all the space downstairs. Yeah. Yeah, we'll figure it out. It's not a big deal for now.
Okay.
Oh man, we're gonna get so much flax. Can't wait for it.
So much flax.
What
if I run through there and stab all the flax and then it's gone?
Then that's gonna be great. Are you volunteering to go farm up 108 flax?
It doesn't seem to respawn anywhere, so at that point it might just get no more flax and cry.
Well, there's still what's there? I mean, there's still plains that we haven't explored, but yeah, that would be a huge pain in the ass if you did that.
Oh, the door closed. There we go.
It would be pain and suffering.
It does look really pretty though. Very orderly rows.
Oh, home isn't like the meadows, so home would be a deer trophy.
Oh yeah.
Someone's yelling outside.
It's not harvestable yet though.
It's surprising considering yelling. There's like 40 fine wood in our home base.
Oh, okay. So there was extra.
Yeah. I put the fine wood I farmed together with it. And we'll probably have to harmonize all that stuff too. So you don't have to like go through different chests and different bases to find your resources.
Yeah, I think we're gonna like try to move everything we can to Sky Castle once it's built.
Yeah.
And that'll become the central area.
I agree. I'm gonna put the swamp key back in case it's needed. Alright, we're gonna need to like a couple more poison potions, like 1 or 2 batches. Healing potions, and yeah. We're all set for now.
Our windmill is empty.
Again. Yeah. Could be grinding up.
Empty. Fine. We have all this clean wind power, and we're not even using it now.
Can't you plant ancient seeds, or are they completely useless?
I have not seen a way to. We can try.
Okay. I'm done.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What happened? Oh, just
like we're like throwing shit into the boxes where it has to go and stuff. Oh wait, I'm gonna grab those arrows. Let's see. Boom.
Arrows.
I'm done. Well, there was like 5 needle arrows eyeing me from the chest.
Okay.
Being like, hey, Grab me, grab me. So I have to grab them.
I agree.
Oh, this will be nice too. We'll have like an area, like our full area of smelters.
What do you mean?
Well, in Sky Castle.
Yeah, I think we might move it around. But, like that whole left area seems like the far side from the farm seems to have a lot of open area where we can put a bunch of smelters and stuff.
Yeah, I think we will just. I think what we're gonna have to do, honestly, we're gonna have to extend the size if we're gonna have like a big smelting area.
The wall.
Yeah.
Okay, that could work too.
I know. We will see. We'll see when we move it over. Definitely gonna have to raise the roof for the smelters. Yeah. Not the smelters, but the higher tech stuff. Ooh, the windmill probably has to be outside, doesn't it?
I doubt the game. It probably can't be enclosed. So as long as there's not a roof over it, I doubt the game actually is gonna care. But possibly.
I think what we can do, it wouldn't be. It should make sense. I think as far as the like workflow goes, to have the windmill with the farmland, specifically the barley farm. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that seems fine.
Okay.
Because it all goes together. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's outside, and yeah, you're like farming barley, and any excess you can dump into the windmill. I think that works out nicely.
Make the bread. What if we make a bakery?
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the cauldron right next to it. Oh yeah, that would be good. Like just having all of it next to each other.
What would we name our bakery?
I don't know, but then we also need like an alchemy area with the fermenting, like the fermenting barrels, at least a couple of them. Well, 2 of them should be enough, and the cauldron next to that too.
Okay.
What other like workflow optimizations can we do? I think like all smelters, coal kilns, and workbenches should be and like forged workbench, all that should be nearby. With the main resource chests. That's all I got.
Yeah. But that's gonna get hard. That's gonna go against the sky castleness.
In what sense?
Because those things might be floating high up in the sky.
Not if we use them. Yeah, I think those things take up so much space with like once we have the like all the chests and all the smelling and everything, it's probably going to be like ground floor. Unless you really want us to be like working, like actually crafting stuff up in the air. But I thought like up in the air would be more like beds and like memes and aesthetics than like the actual. Because we're gonna run out of real estate real fast up there, and it's gonna be really like a pain in the ass to organize once we do, because we can only build so much off of the main pillar.
Yeah, it'll be a problem.
Yeah, Kino, you want to get modded? I can mod you. I can't have a single chatter in my Twitch chat that's not modded. Can't have that in a 10 viewer stream.
Okay, I'll come through and ban people.
Oh god. Quick, I gotta mod Kino before Elysium bans him.
It is the only way.
Do not abuse your power, Kino. Don't be like Elysium.
What do you mean?
You're modded. If I catch you abusing your power, I fucking swear you're gonna regret it.
Do you think the goblins will ever regrow their crops?
Doesn't seem
or once
like
we stole
it.
them once? Yeah, is it done forever now? Because it'd be real nice if we could go steal some of theirs again.
Yeah, and we will see right away, like from the Sky Castle, or like from the ramparts, we literally see the goblin villages, right?
Yeah.
They
haven't regrown it yet.
Nope. And honestly, they haven't respawned either, so...
True. They,
I
like,
think-
the little roving goblins have, but they're, yeah, the village has never come back. Maybe the faraway village will, though, because we didn't kill everything there ever, I don't think.
I'm afraid they won't. I think that's just like how it works.
They're just gone now?
Yeah.
We've pushed them off of their land?
We've genocided them.
Whoa.
I feel alive, witness me. Witnessed. What was that line in Mad Max? Something chrome and...
Shiny and chrome.
Shiny and chrome. You're gonna live shiny and chrome, or... Ah, God, I need to watch it again. That was such a good movie.
What are your skills at?
I lost so many points. I was like above 50 in all my main stuff, and now I'm like I run. I think I hit 55 at the start of today's session. I'm back to 48. Bows I hit like 33 or 34. I'm back to 28. Pickaxes I went over 40. I'm down to 37. Swords I'm at 34. It's rough. Jump
I'm
at
like
39
at best with things, you know.
Yeah, it happens. It's okay. It was a lot of fun, dying and running back and dying and running back and dying and running back and dying and then finally getting back.
I feel the same way.
And then doing it again. Like 20 minutes away from the portal.
You know, don't die.
Yeah. Dude, that second death I really fucked up. I had it under control. It was a 2-star filling, but it was a spare thrower. So like all I needed to do was to strafe around it and just
and you'd like just wait for him to throw.
Yeah, I got like distracted and I didn't.
Wow, wait, yeah, the faraway camp isn't respawning at all.
Yeah, they've
been completely murdered.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's finished. I was hoping they would, because that would make it much easier to farm the like ore. It doesn't matter. The ore is not that useful, right?
No, we have like 2 stacks already saved up at Sky Castle too. I don't think there was many equipment pieces that used it. I guess all the weapons do. That's what it is. And we just made the sword.
We can upgrade our axes with it, which is always nice. Oh, I should look up
Our
the damage
axes?
of the axe. Yeah.
Is there actually a dark iron axe?
Yeah, there is. Look up on the forge.
Okay, that seems worthwhile because, yeah, the axes and the pickaxes get durability problems now.
Yeah. I wish there was a dark iron pickaxe. I mean, maybe we're like missing a key component, but...
Shit.
Black metal axe is 5 linen, 20 black metal, and 6 fine wood. And it's 95 slashing. Oh, so it's the same damage as the black metal sword. Ooh,
really?
Yeah, we should have just yeah, we should have just made the black metal axes.
How's that possible? How's it that good?
The knockback is better too. Oh, but the parry force. Okay, but the parry force is 20 on the black metal sword, and it's 0 on the axe.
Imagine parrying.
And the durability is lower on the axe. Which is a problem I've ran into. Let me see the upgrade for the sword, actually. 10 metal. Oh, and 5 linen. Oof. Oh, but it goes up to 101 slashing? That's like 6 damage increase. That's not bad.
101 Dalmatians.
Yeah. Good one. Oh, and the parry force increases.
Got him. We're doing American Sniper.
I actually kind of want to upgrade my sword because like on those long expeditions, it breaks down. Oh, did you just die? I just saw you die. Oh no.
I think I blame the game. It lagged.
I came up on the rampart and I saw you jumping in the air, and then I saw a tombstone fall down.
It's, you know, I blame the lag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what noobs do. Yeah.
Actually, I've got to recover my body first.
Yep.
And then we can be done.
You He's never done.
Okay, when I did snipe him, I did half of his health in one shot, okay? It was sniper.
Who are you sniping?
The little goblin boys. There's 2 of them. And then, you know, it does the autosave at bad times. Bad times.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's a mosquito. What can go wrong?
Need some help?
Possibly.
Possibly.
It's looking good. It's looking good. It's looking good. We're running.
Okay.
We're running. Oh, nope, they saw me. Shit. That's not good.
Oh, I see you.
Where is it? I passed
it's not there. Yeah, you passed it. Okay, I'm eating and coming to help. Need.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, the windmill. I thought it was a thing. I think I can put
Okay. Run towards me.
I can eat. Oh, Pog.
Oh god, it's a 1-star. Thanks for warning me.
You're fine.
Okay. Okay, dude. you wanna get hit? How much HP do you have right now?
Do it.
Oh, I did nothing. Damn.
Oh, because we're bone masked, yeah.
Oh
It's
yeah,
not gonna
yeah, because I
matter.
just bone masked you, yeah. True. The heck? Oh, that's Skeeto. I'm gonna go fight it. Gotta get those needles. We're gonna need feathers soon at some point.
I've been killing birds every once in a while.
Oh, that's good. That's why we haven't been running out of them. I've been lazy.
Okay. I think this is a successful day. We got enough things to summon the next boss.
Yeah, that was that was a highlight of the session.
Yeah. Finished right, and we got through the entire Kenosha event, which wasn't actually very good, but I'm happy to have like the understanding of what happened for future conversations.
Honestly, watching it with someone made it a lot more fun. I'll say that. Cause god damn, I would never have pushed through its entirety otherwise.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, okay. We're at 64 armor. Oh boy.
Ooh. Oh, wait. Before you log off. Oh no, the flax isn't ready yet. Oh, I wanted to get another crop going. That
would be ideal.
But it's probably like tomorrow in game time that will be ready. I don't think the plants grow during nighttime. I could be wrong on that. And the sun is currently setting, so.
Yeah. That's okay. We'll do it. We'll do it tomorrow.
We'll do it.
Okay. Logging off.
Cool.
Okay. Anyone's listening and they want to play Civilization 5, at some point this week I'm going to set up when we're doing our training times, if not on the weekend. And fuck.
Oh yeah, and if
we're
anyone's
going to start
listening,
practicing that game.
check out my hot tub stream tomorrow. I'm gonna be the new the new big hot tub streamer. That's what you gotta do.
That's gonna be pretty pog.
It's gonna be amazing. I got cute outfits. I'm gonna have donation goals.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. Look, honestly, I don't expect anyone to donate to me. So what I'm thinking, I want to have your input on this, and like sign if you're still watching and whatnot, because y'all are my my professional streamer clique. I need your professional input. If no one's gonna donate, which I fully expect, and there's I'm still not affiliate, so no one can sub. There's not gonna be like Prime subs or whatever. The only people that would donate to you are actually working because it's a fucking Tuesday. I'm gonna do it in the evening. Like during prime streaming hours, obviously. I'm not gonna do it like in the afternoon. When people are working and whatnot. God, you really hate the fact that it's on Tuesday, do you, Sign? Anyways, what is American, Pepega? Okay, true. Like, yeah, okay. Look, what I can do, I'll do like the Euro stream tomorrow, and if it's fun and if it works, I can like try an American time one or something like that. I don't know. Or maybe it'll be fun and lasts until the wee hours of the night, and then the American crowd can hop in. I don't know. Anyways, this is 100% a one and done deal. Maybe not. Probably though. Yeah, I'll acknowledge that. Okay, my question is, no one's gonna donate, probably, but I do want to show off like all the different outfits. So, do I just set like I need to have a donation goal for like the meme and to clown like the classic hot tub stream. And also go like if people donate, that's great for me actually. I like money. And but do I have like a hidden? Do I like just time myself, and even if the goal hasn't been reached, I like change outfits and stuff? I feel like I'm gonna have to just to like keep the memes up. I don't know.
The easiest way to do it.
Yeah, but I want money. Okay.
Well, you can fake it. You can put the thing, and then be like, well, you don't get the next outfit, and guilt trip it, and then if it doesn't happen, then you can just switch anyway.
Yeah, if I go ham on the guilt tripping and I switch anyways, then that's going to be like really shitty. I mean, like that's going to be obviously. I'm not going to go that hard. Yeah, but yeah, I see what you mean. You could do it as a chat interaction thing, so like they have to guess a word or some shit like that. Ooh, that's a good idea.
Oh, that's better. You can just make it some sort of interaction
like
to move on, if the donation doesn't go. But
yeah, that's a good idea. Did I look at your meme earlier, Decoy? I don't remember. Can you link it again? Ooh, lordy, is that League of Legends content on that side? She's support? What are you talking about, Ultima? What? Oh yeah, but I like, okay, that's a good idea, Sign. Thanks. The chat interaction thing, I like it. Like where at least something's happening, and yeah. Or keep it random and have an online spin wheel thing, so every 15 minutes you spin and there's a chance it lands on the outfit change or whatever. Specifics.
Oh no.
Can be refined. Ooh, bring in the gambling crowd. I like that.
There you go. I'm excited. This is gonna be pretty good. Gotta get those gamblers.
Yeah. All right. The stream in the slots section. Oh no.
I see you got the whiteboard prepped for it and everything.
I do. Yeah. I like having the whiteboard. I should get back into the habit of like writing people's names on it, or even like outside of the memes, just like when I get a follow and whatnot.
How
much of a dono for Sharpie my name? Oh yeah, definitely. Donos for like name Sharpies, and dude, honestly,
oh no,
I'm gonna set a dono goal. If you want bathwater, you're gonna be able to buy my bathwater. That's.
Oh my goodness.
That's
okay,
important.
We're hitting cringe levels I can't take. I love you. I'll see you guys later.
I love you too. I'll see you later. I think bathwater is a pretty important commodity. Kino was here. Okay, Decoy, what was the meme? You're gonna have to. Okay, I'm typing just chatting, and my brain fire. I was starting to type just Valheim. Too much Valheim. It's actually harmful. No amount of dono goal is going to make up for the shipping costs. Oh no, you get to pay for shipping too. After the dono. Right. I don't know if I'm actually going to do that. Check the meme channel, sure. Oh yeah, I remember you posting this. Sapphire RX 6900 XT Toxic Extreme with Navi 21 XTX-H GPU arrives to Europe with the price tag of 2,000. What? What? 2,600 to 4,200 euros? What is this GPU? Oh, it's like, it's with an AIO? Jesus Christ. It's overclocked to 480 megahertz over the reference clock? Jesus Christ. That's not the meme, it's the comments. You all... Oh, wait, no. There was a specific comment here. Oh, a decoy, minus 46 points. Oh, no. €2 for a car? Lucky. What are you saying, decoy? Why the fuck does it have a fan on it and an AIO? I don't know. What? Yeah, I guess the fan is for like general heat in here, and then the AIO is like directly onto the chipset. I don't know. Oh, I get the meme. It's check the. Oh yeah, I checked your DM sign. Yeah, I get the meme now. It's the like separator. But well, no, I actually don't get it. It says 2,599 euro. I still don't get your meme, decoy. Oh, because you linked it to me without the comment you're responding to. Okay, like this is the comment you should. Yeah. Okay. I understand. Okay, I get the meme. Wowie. Yeah, he bought like €2 for a car. Yeah. And this is the European way of usually of writing this down. Yeah, for some reason I only was on your comment, linked on your comment, but I get it now. In France, at least, this is how you write 2000. This is one way of writing 2000 for sure. Okay, sure. You're telling me to check the memes channel. Damn. This shit slaps. About 2 minutes in it hits the corner. Oh. Oh. Is it gonna do it? It says 2 minutes in, but oh no. Can't I skip ahead? It keeps loading more. Why can't I? What's with this video? This has to be some sort of bait. This is bait. Yeah, this has to be bait. Like I can skip ahead. Almost. And the video ends. It actually ends on 2 minutes. Nice. Good one. I got past. I gamed it. Proud of myself. Oh, this is R/AMD. Okay. That explains a lot. Jesus Christ. Does this even give you a performance advantage at the end of the day? There's more though? Is there? Or because I already checked out the stuff above. And it stops here. Any like videos? Or do I like have to reload? No, I don't know. It's not working. No? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, because you thought I hadn't done the stuff above, right? That's fine. Oh, I should rename my stream. It's no longer a Valheim Monday. Ooh, to be fair, I think what I'm gonna do, I have some Gnocchi. More clocks, more good. More cooling means longer clocks to have more good time. Yeah, I know, but like there are diminishing returns in computing, in high-end computing. Turnip is an unfaithful viewer. I'm thinking like either like what do I do? I'm kind of hungry. I kind of want to chill. I already like streamed all I actually streamed all fucking day, so it's probably okay to stop here. Because otherwise, what do I do? I could continue StarCraft. With games that are GPU frequency dependent, you just keep scaling. Yeah, but like, it actually is. It doesn't it work like diminishing returns? The same like hertz for your screen refresh rate. So like going from 60 to 120 hertz doubles doubles the speed at which your frames refresh, and you go. I think. Oh, fuck, I need to do calculations again. So like. Alright, so like at 60 you have 16.7 milliseconds between each frame. So at 120 you're gonna have half that. And then if you go up to 180, for example, wait, no, that's not 1,000. You only gain like 1 millisecond instead of gaining like 8 milliseconds. You're gaining less and less stuff. Doesn't matter. It just means you can turn on all the eye candy and still have high frames. Yeah, true. If you're at that point, yeah. Like, what games do you need to do that in at this point, right? Because like a 3080 will cost half that price. A 3080 will actually cost half that price. I guess for 4K, okay, for 4K gaming maybe, right? For 4K gaming, the 3080 won't give you the highest possible frame rates. But then, like, isn't the AMD DLSS worse than the NVIDIA one? And that's what matters a lot in, and that's like what matters a lot for 4K gaming. It's the quality of the DLSS. Rust, you don't get to be a Rust legend without a 4K Euro card, really? Is Rust that demanding? It doesn't seem like it should be demanding. A Commodore 64 modded to mine Bitcoin. Nice. All right. Yeah. I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna chill, make some food. Try to go to sleep relatively early. The Rust spins up the fans on my PC constantly, but I'm running mostly maxed out at 2K. Okay. By 2K you mean 1440p, right? AMD still hasn't rolled out their DLSS version. Oh. That sucks. Okay. Yeah. I sometimes regret a little bit going for... I don't regret. I love having a 1440p screen. But... it could work better if I didn't... it would work better if I didn't... like for the streaming at the same time, since I don't have a real 2PC setup. If I had a real 2PC setup with like capture card and all that, where there is like no cost to the computing on the gaming PC, then I would be perfectly all set. Ooh, I could play some Valorant actually before going to do stuff. Before chilling out. I could. Tyrant, are you still there? Would you be down for a game of Valorant? What CPU did I get? I got a... oh, I went ham. I got a 5950X Risen. I think I'm just gonna switch over to Valorant. For like one game. Can't finish a stream without classic Valorant vibes. Alright, I'll turn it on Discord. Okay, close this. Get some music going. You could buy my Mobo off me, then buy 5600X, 6800X, then move the 5950X and use that as your second stream PC. Yeah, probably. The thing is, I don't need a second stream PC. That's the kind of stuff I'll consider when like streaming actually earns me some amount of money that's significant. Like if I start like getting a couple $100 a month off of streaming and making videos and whatnot, then sure, I'll consider it. Can you learn to become a real streamer? It works fine off of a single PC setup. That's the problem. It's hard to justify the costs of like a full-blown upgrade just for that. But if I start making income off of it, then sure, that would justify like small upgrades to the setup. The nicest part, honestly, would be that not even the quality. I'm in your voice channel. Oh yeah, sorry. The nicest part, in my opinion, would be being able to... Hey, how are you doing?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
I need to connect my CPU fan again because it disconnected.
Oh shit, that's bad. Oh no.
It's actually fine passively.
Okay, that's scary though.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I wanted to say, there is a real big benefit in having a 2PC setup that I would love to have. It's that if like OBS, if like my main PC, my game PC crashes or I need to reboot it or whatever, I'm still streaming. It doesn't interrupt the stream. I think that's the biggest benefit, not even the performance stuff. Because then I would have like the microphone and the camera all hooked up to the streaming PC. So I could like always just switch scenes and hop into and have it be uninterrupted. Bukra. That was... Fucking got him. Ding, ding. Alright, let's invite... Oh, Elgar. Ooh, someone wants to be friends with me? Guess I'll accept them. I love how Valorant can actually like just consistently divide my viewership by half. So like I was at 10 viewers, I'm at 5 viewers. It's I can feel the esports passion rising.
I also stopped watching.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't want to watch Valorant.
Yeah, why would you? React to this, then open on stream. Oh yeah. Okay. So you mean I can click it and I have JavaScript deactivated anyways. Oh god.
Booba TV.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
Black Widow workout.
Do you think I can stream my hot tub stream on that website? I have to. I have to embed it in there.
She has an annoying accent.
Oh, who? There's like a million streams up here.
The #1, Taylor Javot.
How do you get embedded on here? It's gotta be like... Yeah, no.
What people are paying for her to write it on the yoga mat. You can't even read that. It's a fucking point.
Yeah, it seems like it's curated, so I'm never getting in there. Okay, I'm starting up deathmatch.
Match found.
Yeah, I'm never getting on there.
Yeah, you don't have Booba.
Who knows? Look. I don't have booba, but I'll let you know my nipples are very nice. Okay. I'm
when I run, they get hard.
That's not the only thing that gets hard. Hey.
Did you see my new running record? Wow.
No, I didn't see. I didn't. Like I saw the message, but I didn't look at it.
Wow.
Wait, did we just get out of?
Nice.
Match found.
I'm ahead of the German guy.
Nice.
By like 3 minutes.
Ooh. That was a 10-kilometer run, right?
Yeah.
I need to get started with that. That will help me like stay in shape and stuff.
Why do you need to stay in shape? You're like 60 kilograms.
Yeah, I need to gain weight, like gain muscle mass.
You don't gain muscle with running.
Like I need the cardio, true.
Yeah.
I genuinely need the cardio. I'm in terrible shape just because I'm not like.
Another fight.
I don't have like a weight issue. In like the classic sense doesn't mean I don't need weight. I don't need a good workout. Oh fuck.
Nice.
That was you. Oh no. Ah, that was so bad. Oh my.
Hey, it's
that
me.
was you. When I turned around, you were. Oh.
Hey, it's me.
Okay, face me when I'm actually aiming, like in your direction. You'll see what happens. There you go.
Hey, it's you.
Oh fuck. You're in perfect shape for a gamer. Yeah, by gamer standards, sure. Which is my whole fucking point.
Wait, is gamer standards like really thin or really fat? It's both.
One or the other, both work, right? You got the stick figures and the. Oh my, you're in good shape, like as far as aiming goes here.
Well, thanks, dude.
Hot fragging.
I really appreciate that.
No, look, IRL. I see.
I'm not in great shape. Not yet. I'm in okay
in
shape.
game. but also IRL, you're in. Maybe I don't know. I haven't seen your body, but I've seen some indicators you're in way better shape than. Every time I see you, you like keep looking better. So.
Every time you see me, you think, wow.
Ended.
I do think wow. Yeah. No, like seriously, I can actually do it. Aw, fuck.
I'm gonna buy aviators.
Bye, boys, gone.
Do it.
I already have some, but they're too small. So I'm gonna buy like real aviators that are one size larger.
Fuck.
Because I have a big head.
Okay. There's a guy here. There's always a guy along here. Just far over. Oh, there you go. Oh! Oh! Pain. Oh, this Yoru. Damn. I was sure he would not be able to transfer over to me. Considering how he was like spraying absurdly. Oh no, I whiffed. Bad from both of us. Oh man, I'm catching up to you.
Right up. This guy.
This guy. Oh fuck, this Sage though.
Nope!
Sorry, I was waiting for you. I only waited like a second, but I had to. I heard you coming. Oh, I spray! I moved during it. That was so bad.
I was waiting for so long.
Oh my god, of course there's another one long. Oh no. Oh, fuck. The second I turn around, she does that. Ah, there you go.
News was gonna be you.
Can someone do me a favor and record a streamable of Neyman when he gets banned tomorrow? I need foreclosure. You're gonna be able to see it live, aren't you?
One dead.
I mean, you're gonna record it.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have the VODs anyways. There'll be the VOD on YouTube, so YouTube's not gonna ban that kind of content. I'm probably getting banned from Facebook gaming though, if it like attracts any sort of attention. That's gonna be a hard sell. I probably should check out like the Facebook gaming TOS like tomorrow morning. Or before starting the stream. Probably not, I have this thing worked out, you see.
10 kills remaining.
Good thing called work, you see. In the evening, I thought you only worked during the day. I thought you had like normal like office hours. Am I mistaken?
Tomorrow is King's Day for us. So I'm free.
Nice.
Fuck the king, bro.
Fuck the king. Till like 6 PM most days at this point. Yeah, then you'll be able to watch me. I'm not gonna stream that early, I think. You'll see it live. Aren't you happy? Aren't you entertained?
5 kills remaining. Taken out.
Okay. Hit them with the K.
Okay. Ketamine. I want to try ketamine.
1 kill remaining.
Have you tried ketamine?
Nope. I'm not. Doesn't seem interesting.
I won.
From what I heard about it. As a drug.
Chin up, that was good.
Not interesting. K-hole. You don't want to go in a K-hole.
No, that doesn't sound fun.
It's like ego death.
No, I'm really not. I'm really not tempted by ketamine at all.
Match found.
I'm so good.
What do you mean?
I mean, I won, and the second was
oh yeah, you
32
did.
kills.
Yeah, the second was me.
Match found.
Beat me.
Hey, you ranked down.
Yep, I did.
Nice.
It is nice. I love it.
Is there like a Is there like a streaming service?
No.
Like that's game streaming, but like not safe for work.
No, strangely enough, like Chatterbait doesn't allow like video game streams. It has to be only erotic content. But people like screw around. They will like do drawing art streams, but like naked, or I don't know. There's some like gray area, but mostly it's not allowed.
I'm gonna make that. Can I be? No.
If you want Phoenix, I'll play Sage. So we only have 2 duos. I'm fine with that. Oh my fucking god, Rain now?
I'm not really bad Sage though.
No, I'll play Sage. It's fine.
I'll play.
Oh, Reach. Okay, play your Phoenix. It's all good.
What, 3 duelists?
No, 2 duos.
Raze, Breach, Phoenix.
Breach is not a duelist.
What's Breach? Initiate. He has a flash, I have a flash.
Yeah, it's good. Like Breach Flash mostly works for teammates. You can flash yourself, but it's honestly not that good. It's not as good.
Well, flashing yourself is never good.
You know what I meant.
Breach, clear a path. I will keep us safe along the way.
Okay. How are you doing, team?
Guys, let's go. Let's go. Wait, if I up my gain, I can do that. That'd be pretty fun.
Please don't.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
How did that sound?
Yeah, that wasn't too bad.
That was max gain. That was actually max gain.
No, that was okay. I thought it was going to be a lot more painful.
I should just scream louder.
Barrier created.
I'm
There's
rotating
boys
in.
here.
Yeah, say. I can heal you. Just hide.
Healing.
I'm falling back.
Go to the right, dude.
She might dash through her own smoke. I'm blind. I should have dodged that.
They're in 3 and ramp.
Spike down A.
I fucked up. Raze is low in upper ramp.
2 ramp.
One enemy remaining.
One more ramp. Or heaven, yeah. that was a good round.
Nice.
I'm saying that when we haven't won yet. Definitely could have gone the other way around. That was all good. Shit, I really should have killed that raise. So do I... Ooh, I could get a Bucky here.
Most of them are going for armor ghost.
Oh, that's shitty. Can we like
we
actually
full
buy, please? Yeah. I'm buying a Bucky.
Yeah, thanks one. Thanks, Brim.
One is A.
And steps
yeah,
in garage.
B, sorry.
I'm going B, I'm going B.
For you.
Enemy spotted.
No charges.
I'm in water. Going mid.
One CT? No.
-6 stress.
Yes, CT.
One enemy remaining.
Last one.
He's heaven last.
Round B.
Heaven last.
Sure, I thought he was in.
I'll play.
Nice. Any ghost?
Burn
No.
bright.
I pick one up. That's for me, because I'm playing a shotgun.
Two of them don't have money for Vandal.
It's fine, it's fine. They have money for next round.
I'm talking about the enemy.
What? What are you saying?
Two of the enemy don't have enough
Oh,
money.
but you
yeah, they had
lose
forests.
HP.
What the fuck?
Only armor.
They're gonna go half armor.
You lost.
They're gonna go half armor, Vandal. That's fine.
Sage, can you hear me?
All raised. For you.
Thank you. My bad.
In front of
Nothing,
A. In front of B, sorry.
Wait, don't give up A. Just anchor. I hear steps 1 or 2 in garage.
Yeah, something garage.
Smoke's down.
Wait, don't throw Molly now, because they're either backing off. I heard steps backwards at least. One's mid. I'm blind.
Launching smoke.
Turned, we can't see if they go ropes.
What?
We can't see we're smoked off.
Okay. Seems, yeah, push mid. Mid, rope.
Ah, fuck, I missed. 2 more in ropes, or 1 could go back mid.
30 seconds left.
Oh, you should have just held the angle.
I should have tried something.
No, you just had to chill. You literally had to do nothing. Hold the ropes.
What I wanted to do was just peek, actually.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. That was a situation where you really didn't have to.
One push planting in the corner.
Nice. They don't have time.
Spike down B.
Good job. Right side corner.
Well played.
Nice.
Who said this wouldn't be fun? I'm having a blast.
Pretty good.
Yeah, this is good.
That guy's jett is called Uchiha Itachi.
Jett is going to have an op, okay? She saved for 5,500. She's going to go half armor and op, 100%. So don't take like peeks where she can pick you off. Force her to attack with the op.
Barrier created.
Step mid. 1 person. 2 people mid. 1 is from sewers.
Can you heal, Sage?
Sure.
Healing you.
Thanks. One is in front of B.
I'm smoked
It's
off.
fine, it's fine.
I'm still
They're not breaking the wall.
Did you say A?
Yeah, I will stay.
Oh my fuck! I didn't get it off. I would kill 3 guys in mid. My god.
Yep, you would have.
My bad.
Raze is in front of you. Ah, fuck. That was bad. Shit.
Stole them. I'm coming
I'm
behind.
smoked off. No, they're going ropes now. Your flank's not gonna work. That's the useless fucking flank ever.
Yeah, they're...
Dude, they know we're coming. Like, they're...
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
I'm gonna heal myself. Should have planned earlier.
Here.
Let's go! Flash out!
One enemy remaining.
Nice, good job, guys.
Nice.
What?
That was... I was confused by the animation.
Yes. There were two. No, wait, was it one?
It was just one person. It's just the... fucking animation.
That
Or
was
two people,
weird.
I don't know.
Who am I kidding?
I think there were
My
two.
knees are gonna kill after this.
Yeah, because the one, that's just the animation from the weapon.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, yeah. Ah, I missed so many shots. I should have gotten more kills, but it's fine. Our team's doing their work. They actually EQ'd last round, or just half bot. They're gonna have a full buy now.
Yeah, they have 3 ultis.
Let's give him a tactical win.
Wall raised.
Steps mid.
I'm flanking.
I gotta pick mid. She had a scout for some reason. They're still half buying.
Nothing. Probably B-ish.
Nope.
Oh, I'm
High
coming back
Brimstone
there.
needs to
Okay,
stop.
one more there. Sorry.
You will not kill my ally.
The enemy jet is low. I should have gotten her.
Don't they know it? Brim was A.
One B. Moving back, I think.
Yeah, good. They're going back mid. Oh no, there's no. Never mind. They're smoking B. They're executing B. Got blinded.
Prepare for hellfire!
30 seconds left.
One garage, one pillar.
Last player standing.
One pillar low.
You're
Garage low.
ulted. Run in.
He's behind the boxes, 2 boxes, behind the 2 boxes in front of you.
One
Never
enemy
mind. That was,
remaining.
the mind games worked, I guess.
10 seconds left.
He's default, I think.
Careful now.
Faked? He
He
had
doesn't
faked.
got time.
Say that. Yeah, well played.
job.
Sorry
I
for...
heard him. You should shut up.
Sorry, yeah. Wait, he stepped after the plant?
Phoenix,
Yeah.
Oh
you
shit,
love
I didn't
stuff
hear
like
it. I'm
that.
sorry.
You can brag as much as you like.
He was
I didn't-
stepping all around the pillar.
I didn't hear it. I thought those were your steps, actually.
It will be A now, I think.
Probably, yeah, because they failed on mid.
Okay, wait. I got an idea.
I'm gonna play it safe so I can res someone, possibly.
Wall raised.
Oh, it's fucking B.
Someone's
something
mid.
B.
Maybe I'll meet. Fuck.
That's okay, that's okay. We got this. Flash mid.
One
Can you jump
went
again? Jump
water.
again, please, please, please. Jump again, and I'll peek out at the top of the wall. Oh, I failed. Never mind. Oh no.
One HP.
Guys, we
one
need to
HP.
stop flanking them. They're waiting for you. It doesn't work. No, I can't. I
Yeah,
can't.
it
This
was stuck.
sucks.
Where are they going?
They're
Mid.
mid. One ropes, jet.
They're going A. Probably water and rope.
I'm gonna res you, I guess, if we get a pick.
Last player standing.
One behind me already.
Oh, fuck. Guys, we've been flanking them every round from sewers, and they've seen it. They've countered it. We need to stop.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem, no problem. Just want to, you know, make sure. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't want to flame. Like, it's all good. It's nice to,
problem.
like, try
Okay.
shit out. But it's not working. Do we... Yeah, let's fucking force it. It's a shitty force. It's a bad force. Though.
We
shouldn't
just
force
gave them a tactical win, guys. Reset the win-lose
it.
streak.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
them.
exactly.
Barrier created.
One guy, yeah.
Reloading.
Nothing mid this time. Oh. I'm gonna...
More than 1A.
For you.
2A, please.
Still 1B.
Blinding.
Okay, can... Oh, no. Peek this.
Steps A.
Res.
Okay, it's A, I think.
Your duty is not over. So what I mean?
7A.
Thanks.
Reloading.
2 and have an A. Careful.
Nice.
Flash out.
Breach
Two
is
steps
also.
on A.
Nice, big.
I got spike.
Spike down.
Oh, fuck
A.
me.
Going close.
Oh,
Res.
oh,
Enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Well played.
Yep.
That was good.
That was all my callouts.
Y'all better keep up.
Yeah, those your calls were good.
Can someone get this?
Oh, never mind.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was good, yeah. If we win this round, like kill all of them, then next round they have to half buy.
Barrier created.
In front of B again.
Why are we doing 3A
Jett
when it's
round.
usually B?
Eliminate.
What the fuck?
What?
He waited for me.
Tapping.
Yeah, I got Guardian. That's what you do with the Guardian. You just tap him. I only need 5 bullets, you know?
One enemy remaining.
Nice. We don't have the bomb.
I
We
still got A.
played safe. Alright, that's well played. Nice.
I'm just gonna
Let them try to get through me.
wait this round. Yeah, okay.
Alright, what the fuck? Their Sage has 7,000, but the rest of their team didn't... I don't understand what they're doing with their economy.
Yeah.
Can I get a drop?
Breach, can you drop him? You have the most money. Or I can drop you. Okay, thank you.
You have the most money. Why are you lying? You.
I'm greedy. I need to buy crypto, okay? I need to buy Dogecoin.
Okay, Breach, dropping a grenade here.
Get out of my way.
Steps mid, lots of them. They're breaking my wall.
A looking good.
One garage, I think.
Jett and ropes, watch out.
One enemy remaining.
The last one was garage.
Okay.
Maybe mid, take care.
Phoenix just scouted
man.
with his ult.
Okay.
Why the
can
fuck do you
scout with
peek
my
that? What does she mean? He's ramen.
Here.
He's half HP.
Okay. I should go for body shots then.
30 seconds left.
I think he's still in garage.
Yeah, still garage.
He has no time. I'm gonna cover it with you.
10 seconds left.
Nice saving.
Healing you.
Nope.
My power does not.
I need to drop
Ask
someone.
for aid, and you shall receive.
Wait, Breach, ask for a drop, please. Instead of buying your Vandal. I need a drop. Thank you.
Take care, there are 3 ultimates now.
Oh god, the enemy raise is toxic, yeah. Just saw it. Be required.
They are pushing.
Alright, let's A. That's probably A. Ooh.
Fire in the
Good
hole!
luck trying it.
I got so fucked. Just wanna have them? Yeah, on site? Oh.
Prepare for hellfire.
Minus 40. Okay, good job.
Okay.
Peeked out at the right timing. Boom.
Either
Once
like
more into battle.
I'm at A and they do nothing,
Yeah, or they rush out with
or
ults.
they all rush out with ults.
Yeah. And not much, yeah, unless you like hit...
They will go away.
Unless you like hit the flying headshot
think
against
they
the
will go
raise, jumping towards you, there's not much you can do.
I don't know.
Breach, I'll let you take one shot and wall after, okay? I'll wait the wall.
Open up the sky.
Don't hear any steps, watch out on A.
Barrier created.
Oh,
What the fuck?
Guess
They are here.
They're not pushing though. Oh, they are. They're smoking now.
Reloaded.
they're 4 spot.
Wanna flash us out? I'm blind.
No.
I slowed it. You can chill.
You will
Think
not
this one?
kill my allies.
Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be bad. They're on site.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Just have to, just gotta ace them. Fuck. This shit. I think I want to get kills here, actually. Right? They used all their ults, and I want my ult. Fuck, no. She has the op. I'm backing off.
Last round before the switch.
We cannot keep our goods after this.
Insta win when Jett left. Oh no. I can drop. Please ask.
I need a drop. Equipment.
Oh.
It's last round, so.
Sorry. Yeah. Shit. Give me. Wait. Sell the operator breach. I can give like 2 vandals. One for Brimstone and one for you. I think that'll be better. Brimstone, ask for a drop now. Good job. Thank you. Some steps. Garage or mid.
Garage. I'm blind. They're smoking off.
That's a bad smoke. I'm gonna slow him down.
Nothing, man. Why are we all leaving here?
I'm stunned. I can't do anything now.
They're all
One's
leaving.
at the pillar. Oh, they walled over.
Healing.
Nice.
One enemy
Wow,
remaining.
tried. We have the bomb.
Spike
Last one,
down,
garage.
B.
I heard her step.
I fired.
Reloading.
Could go mid now. Oh no, she's there. Good half.
Even
Switching
with numbers,
sides.
anything can still happen. Remember that.
Okay, I got lineup, so can you plant here?
Where?
Right here.
Here on B A side.
Okay. Yeah,
Right
let's execute A
Easy
then.
one.
Sounds good. This is gonna be hard though, because they have armor, because they have a lever. But yeah, we should try to win this.
Smoke's down.
It's slowed.
I think we broke the wall. Yeah. Oh, it was slow. Okay.
No, it's wall.
Yeah, it was wall.
Reloading. Who trained you?
Behind, I think.
No, bullets. I
What
dinked
the
her.
fuck she did?
What's the Raze doing? 10 HP, so she doesn't trade. Oh, that's just.
Nice try.
If you shot her once, Raze, we would have killed her.
Yeah.
Should we force or
No. Let's play it safe. We have like over 7 rounds to win. Let's just play it safe. Wait for guns.
GG.
Especially because they get extra money because they have a lever. They get their money, so we're like never breaking their economy, so it doesn't matter. Just like play it easy. Let's go for B execute. B execute. Come B rush. I'll put the wall.
Reloading. Launching smoke.
Ah fuck! I fucked up. Okay, you got no wall anymore.
Down B.
One pushing mid.
I peeked that the wrong way.
I dinked him.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Down and out.
Nice. Oh, you should have let him through. Then he would have gotten the teammate.
Oh.
With trigger discipline, he would have gotten 2 kills there. Maybe, not sure. Yeah.
Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level tactic. Remember that, yeah?
All right, let's get that map control. No. Let's get mid. Like, let's do like 3 mid and 1 each site in case they push. If you're on a site, you play passive, and if you're mid, you play aggressive. Okay.
Take care. Where's this one grenade?
But I'm going mid.
Wait for the grenade.
That's a problem. We might get flanked from A, and we don't get any info on A either, which is bad.
Smoke.
It's okay.
Reloading.
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 Vent.
Nice.
Got the flank from A. We can go.
Let's go B. Oh, sorry, Raze.
Heaven one.
One enemy
Got it.
remaining.
Last one. Spawn.
CT.
There, spawn. Nice. Nice.
Just swapping in the fusion cells.
Can I get a drop?
Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
I could
I need a
drop
drop.
you. Oh no, never mind. I could have gone like half armor. But if someone else can drop you with full armor, that's better. Oh wait, no. So we do need. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna drop you.
We do need.
Together.
Alright, mid control again, guys. They can't defend the mid like with 4 players, or they gonna be weak on the side. Oh fuck! Ooh no, collateral.
Spike down mid.
Unlucky.
Oh.
Pushing from B. Watch out behind
Okay.
from B. Maybe, or heaven. I'm not sure. Yeah, one's garage. Nice, 2v2, you can win this. Stick together.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, turn it. Get the up. I should have been spectating you. I missed that.
It wasn't good.
Really? It was just lucky. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
they
so
lined
fun
up.
to see. Yeah, they lined up. We lined up too. That's fair. Okay. We line up, they line up.
We're
This time
winning because Jett's gone.
we were already winning before. Like Jett being here would have just given them like a couple more rounds. There was no way they come back from 10-2. Yeah, wait for the smoke to peek, I guess. Omen can land those shots. Ah, fuck. Raise tag for 60 in mail.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh, where's the trigger discipline? Oh man.
Spike down mid.
Never mind. 2 mid. Ooh, good flash.
Last player.
3 mid.
1 cubby, yeah.
You lied.
No, I didn't lie. I didn't know about him.
You lied.
I told you what I saw.
I'm joking.
Okay, sorry. Sage has
That's
res.
why I usually say like 2 at least. No.
That's longer. You gotta give info concisely, right? And they had the spike too, so. Oh, nice try. That was close.
Paint check.
Ooh, turret, you can drop someone. We should force. We should force off of because we have like 4 guns and yeah.
4
yeah,
guns,
breach just force. We'll be fine.
Reloading.
You can get with your half armor you can get like a Spectre or a Bulldog. So.
Hit them fast, hit them hard.
Also, let's do a fast B. I'll take the orb once you guys take the site, and I can res behind you, or like after plant. Nice.
Someone's B.
Fuck.
Oh, sorry, I failed my smoke.
It's okay, it's okay.
Your duty is not over. One dead.
On default.
You will not kill my ally.
That's heaven. You can peek it actually. She's probably protecting me. Oh, one rafters.
One enemy remaining.
On site, close default.
Last player
Ooh, she's
standing.
low. Nice, good trade. Well played.
Attackers win.
These bugs off
Time
my
to go
boots.
home. That was a good game. Until Jett left. It sucked for them. But we fucking rolled them. Our team was playing well.
It was kind of boring the first half, except for like 2 rounds.
Look at those ranks. Oh no.
What were your ranks?
Silver and 4 golds versus...
Silver at the top. Fucking Smurf.
I don't think he was Smurfy. He was just having a good game. He wasn't playing that well. Like, look at how does... Okay, I guess 2 gold
Who's
ones...
Escobar Tequila?
It's
Was
the
he
Brim we just played with. Probably like plays with Escobar. Yeah, he's with Escobar Karma, the breach.
Should I join him?
I don't know. Do we want to? I only want to play like 1 game too. I don't know if I'm playing another one. Like I need to make some food and. But yeah, Rayhan, all gold. I think it was actually supposed to be balanced, right? Because I'm plat 1, but like close to gold 3. So like 1 gold 3, 1 plat 1. They have 2 gold 3s. And then gold 2, you have your equivalent with the Japanese name dude. And then silver 3 is supposed to be the equivalent of a gold 1. No, those teams are not balanced. They're just not balanced. The enemy team actually had like just a worse lineup of ranks. I don't understand the balance sometimes. Yeah, I said I was only gonna play 1, so I'm gonna stick to my promise to myself. I'm sorry. I wanna get some rest. Alright. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the game, Trinit. See ya. Bye bye.
Bye.
Thanks for watching. It was fun. We watched debates. Oh, do we host someone? Get that networking cred? Like any people from the podcast, maybe? I gotta network with them. No, none of them.
He paid me. I went to the bathroom.
Oh, shut up. None of them are streaming. Rip. Alright. I'm leaving you with no one. Don't deserve a stream. Lol. Alright. Yeah, tomorrow hot tub. That's the plan. Have a good day, evening, morning, whatever you're doing. And bye-bye.